They're coming. A conspiracy of staggering scale envelopes the globe. Natural disasters, man-made calamities, the walking dead rising. Do not lose yourself in the coming darkness. May the dawn's light forever endure. September 15th, 2025. Sunny. Wang Zhi sat before his laptop as usual, fingers flying across the keyboard, typing code incomprehensible to most. After a moment, he stretched, his spine cracking. Finally finished. He'd been developing a program to crack vehicle electronic ignition keys. Months of work, and the project was finally complete. This software could bypass a car's electronic security, allowing anyone to start the engine. It wasn't exactly legal, but it would pay the bills. That was all that mattered. Wang Zhi stood and pulled open the living room curtains. Having been sealed in his room for so long, the outside light stung his eyes. This should fetch a pretty penny on the dark web. Finally, I can take a proper vacation, he mused, gazing out the window with newfound hope. Ding dong. The doorbell. That chime hadn't sounded since he'd moved in. Its sudden ring sent a prickle of unease down his spine. Who is it? He called out cautiously. Delivery, a youthful voice called from the other side. Delivery? Wrong address. I didn't order anything. Wang Zhi frowned. He never shopped online. His technical skills ensured he left minimal digital footprints. So how did a package end up at his door? Sir, the address is correct. It's for this unit. Fine. Just leave it outside. Suspicious of the sender's identity, Wang Zhi played it safe, instructing the delivery person to leave the parcel at his doorstep. He watched through the peephole until the delivery guy was completely out of sight before cautiously opening the door. He brought the small box inside. Shaking it confirmed there was something inside. Opening it, he found a black card. Wang Zhi picked it up, examining it. Metallic, composition unknown. On its face was an intricate, gyroscope-like pattern. On the back, a string of numbers. ID 6911. ID 6911, he read aloud. Pondering, he noticed an envelope at the bottom of the box. Inside was a piece of parchment. The message was simple. The end approaches. Present this card at the designated location. The location was another set of numbers, which he quickly deciphered as geographical coordinates. Wang Zhi let out a bitter chuckle. What kind of lame prank is this? He tossed the card and parchment aside. His main concern was whether his software would sell on the darknet, funding his escape to a life of leisure. He'd listed the project with the description, when darkness falls, the Dawn Tower shall be the final beacon. Price, 0.10. A bargain. An impulse buy for the curious. But the terrifying part was the transaction itself. It had simply gone through. He hadn't provided any shipping details. So how had this shown up at his door? He was stunned. This unsolicited black card had thrown a wrench in his plans. But since he was planning a vacation anyway, maybe checking it out wouldn't hurt. With that thought, Wang Zhi picked up the parchment and noted down the coordinates. He headed to the bathroom to wash his unruly hair. Staring at his reflection, he shook his head. Only 25, but years of obsessive coding and poor life habits made him look a decade older. A solid half-hour later, finally satisfied with his appearance, he started packing. Laptop, phone, clothes, wallet, and the all-important black card. As for food, his days-long seclusion had depleted his stocks. He planned to hit a store near his destination. By 9 a.m., Wang Zhi was in a taxi headed to the airport, where he booked a ticket to the location specified by the coordinates. The plane landed at 1 p.m. Stepping out into the unfamiliar city, surrounded by strangers, he felt a mix of tourist, explorer, and drifter. Operating on the principle of better safe than sorry, he found a large supermarket and stocked up. Self-heating meals, compressed biscuits, chocolate, beef jerky, bottled water. The haul was so large he bought 2 rolling suitcases just for the supplies. Emerging from the store, he was a sight. A rolling suitcase in each hand, a travel pack on his back. To outsiders, he probably looked insane. But he knew what he was doing. Even if some other disaster struck, this food would keep him alive for a good long while. Checking his map, he pinpointed the final location, a government-built public park. He hailed another taxi. Kid, with all that luggage, where you headed? The driver asked. Camping, Wang Zhi replied. He wasn't about to tell anyone the truth. Hell, he barely believed it. Try to warn others would just get him labeled a lunatic. They arrived. Unloading his gear, Wang Zhi looked across the street at the park. It was 3 p.m. The park was filled with elderly residents gathered in groups, practicing with their musical instruments. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. It was just a normal park. Was it really just a prank after all? Just as doubt began to set in, he spotted another man pulling a suitcase. The man looked to be in his 30s, wearing a black cap, his head swiveling as if searching for something. He stood in stark contrast to the relaxed parkgoers. Understanding dawned on Wang Zhi. He approached. "Excuse me, sir. Are you by any chance looking for this?" Wang Zhi held up the black card. The man's eyes narrowed. Then he produced an identical card from his own pocket. "He Lao," the man said simply, his voice a low rumble. "You can call me Old He." Wang Zhi had his answer. "Well, I had nothing better to do. Figured I'd treat it like a vacation. I'm Wang Zhi." He studied the man. Even in casual clothes, he couldn't hide a powerful, athletic build. Wang Zhi sensed explosive strength and an intangible sharpness about him. It was easy to guess old. He had systematic military training. "So, brother He, found anything yet?" Wang Zhi asked, glancing around the still normal park. "Not yet. Let's move deeper in," Old He said, seemingly unbothered by Wang Zhi's company. The park was built on a small hill, its paths winding up and down. Wang Zhi, out of shape and burdened by his heavy luggage, was soon drenched in sweat. "Let's take a break," he panted, lagging behind. "Hey, brother He, how'd you get a black card?" Wang Zhi asked during the respite. After a short rest, they resumed their search. It was 5 p.m. They were still scouring the vast park for the mythical Dawn Tower. The strange thing was there were no tower-like structures in the park. They'd even checked a few dilapidated shrines. Nothing. Wang Zhi looked at his map. They'd searched everywhere. Was it buried underground? Wait. Underground, a light went on in Wang Zhi's eyes. "Old He, there's one place we haven't checked." "Where?" "The air raid shelter." "The shelter? I think there's one. Let's go." Without another word, they quickened their pace, heading towards the park's sole known air raid shelter. Chapter 2. The sudden appearance of a woman as the two individuals hurried towards the central air raid shelter in the park. They encountered an entrance approximately 2 meters in height and width. The entrance was guarded by a formidable iron door, meticulously crafted with precision. Upon reaching the door, they discovered it was neither locked nor had any visible seams, exuding an aura of invincibility. After searching for a moment, they finally spotted a design on the right side of the door that matched the one on their card. Without a slot to insert the card, one of them pressed the black card directly against it. "Identity verification successful, opening soon." A mechanical voice emanated from the iron door, which then opened from the center. "Let us proceed," one of them suggested. The woman trailing them had demonstrated remarkable skills in stealth, and while her abilities remained uncertain, she bore no apparent malice. Even though Lao He was a soldier, there was no need for unnecessary aggression that could disrupt the peace. After Wang Zhi restrained Lao He, the woman approached slowly, and the door automatically closed behind them. As the three activated their lighting devices, they revealed a staircase leading underground. Wang Zhi observed the woman beside him, whose silver hair stood out vividly against the dim corridor, accentuating her exquisite features even in the subdued light. Despite her smile, she emanated an intense sense of danger. In a confined space, she maintained her composure in the presence of two men, seemingly nonchalant, while keeping a vigilant eye on Lao He, ready to adapt her strategy at a moment's notice. "My name is Wang Zhi, and this is Lao He. May I ask how to address you, miss?" Wang Zhi ventured, breaking the tense silence. "Ah, you can call me Sakura." "Don't be afraid," she replied with a smile, reaching out to tousle his hair. Wang Zhi instinctively tried to flinch away, but found no avenue of escape. Her positioning was deliberate, effectively trapping him in the middle. Even if Lao He on his left intended to act, he would first have to navigate around Wang Zhi. "Why don't we form a trio? Let us move ahead and see what awaits us," Wang Zhi proposed. Upon hearing this, Lao He showed no intention of moving, instead keeping a wary eye on the woman as if poised to act at any sign of unusual behavior. Eventually, Sakura glanced at Lao He, then at Wang Zhi, smirked, and led the way. As they proceeded, Wang Zhi, illuminated by the flashlight, noticed that Sakura carried a military-style backpack and had a dagger secured at her waist. Initially, he assumed she was also a soldier, but quickly dismissed that notion. "Sakura, is a single backpack sufficient for you?" Wang Zhi inquired, puzzled by her minimal supplies. "Haha, you don't actually believe the apocalypse is real, do you?" Sakura teased as she walked ahead. Wang Zhi found himself unable to counter her claim, as he lacked any substantial evidence. Despite this, the air within the shelter remained ample, suggesting a robust ventilation system. Ahead, another iron door loomed, identical to the previous one. Just as Wang Zhi was about to place his card for verification, Lao He called out to him. Wait. Lao He rummaged through his backpack and produced a handgun. What's wrong, Lao He? Wang Zhi asked, concern etching his features. Lao He appeared tense. Even a well-trained soldier could feel apprehensive in the face of the unknown. Turning to look at Sakura, Wang Zhi was startled again to see her brandishing a handgun as well. Am I the only one unarmed here? Wang Zhi thought. But considering their mutual interests, he reasoned that as long as they did not harm him, their presence could be seen as a form of protection. Even in the face of danger, they would likely prioritize mutual survival, only considering betrayal if absolutely necessary. Ready? I'll initiate the opening, Wang Zhi declared, positioning the black card against the door. Identity verification successful. The mechanical voice resonated once more, and the door swung open. Upon entering, they found not the peril they anticipated, but rather an elevator space. Wang Zhi scratched his head, retrieving a rope from his bag, securing one end to a bottle of water, and tossing it into the elevator. When no traps were triggered, he cautiously stepped inside, followed by the two behind him, who felt reassured by Wang Zhi's safety. Once inside, Wang Zhi noted that the elevator featured only a single button, devoid of any additional options. Ding! As he pressed the button, the iron door began to close gradually. The elevator was illuminated, yet the outside remained obscured. They could not discern the direction in which it traveled, leaving the three standing in silence, observing one another. Lao Ge, Sakura, could we perhaps stow away our firearms for the moment? Since we've all crossed paths here, it's fate, and we might need to rely on one another later. Wang Zhi suggested with a nervous chuckle, eyeing the weapons in their hands. That makes sense. You lead the way, Sakura replied with a smile. All right then, Wang Zhi conceded, feeling somewhat powerless in the situation. After approximately 10 minutes, the elevator emitted a chime, indicating they had arrived at their destination. The tension that had momentarily lifted returned as they faced the iron door once again. When it opened, they were met with an expansive base, its vastness beyond estimation, teeming with guards, each wielding automatic rifles. Moreover, numerous individuals, akin to themselves, had recently arrived. At a glance, they counted over 30 people congregated, seemingly involved in some sort of process. True to their earlier agreement, Wang Zhi stepped out of the elevator first, intent on discovering the nature of the gathering. Hey, newcomers, form a line at the back. Can't you see everyone is queuing? Just as Wang Zhi positioned himself within the crowd, he was abruptly ushered to the rear. Chapter 3. The afterglow of the setting sun. The trio stood in line for approximately half an hour, during which 4 or 5 more individuals joined behind them. Hello, welcome to the Dawn Tower. Please present your magnetic cards. The reception was managed by a woman in her 30s, flanked by others clad in identical uniforms, exuding an air of organization and discipline. Wang Zhi found himself puzzled as to how such a clandestine base could exist underground. The magnetic card she referred to was the black card in their possession. Are the three of you together? She inquired, glancing at the 2 men behind Wang Zhi. Yes, he replied. Very well. You may either form your own team or join an existing one. Would you like to create a team or join another? Wang Zhi understood that with the capabilities of his companions, they could excel in any team, but he himself was in need of allies. He could not allow the 2 armed individuals to slip away. Then let us form a team, he proposed tentatively. Excellent. Please provide me with the magnetic cards of your companions, the woman responded. Lao He, Sakura, please hand me your cards for registration, Wang Zhi requested, subsequently passing the cards to the receptionist. Please name your team, she asked once more. That's quite poetic. I didn't realize my brother was so cultured, Sakura remarked with a smile, playfully tousling his hair again, indicating her approval of his decision. All right then, we shall name our team the Afterglow of the Setting Sun. Ultimately, their quarters were assigned to room 033 in Area A on the 2nd floor. Following the directional signs, Wang Zhi located the elevator leading to the 2nd level. As he stepped inside, he felt the elevator descending, prompting him to ponder if the lower levels were, in fact, the higher ones. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, to the left lies the entrance to Area A, and to the right, Area B, while straight ahead is a spacious training hall, which also encompasses a cafeteria and several vending machines. The cafeteria is bustling with patrons enjoying their meals, and the training hall is equally lively with individuals engaging in various workouts. The array of advanced equipment and facilities undoubtedly provides an excellent environment for these individuals. Following the directions, the trio swiftly arrived at their designated room. The room, modest in size, spans approximately 50 square meters, with around 100 rooms in Area B. Combined with the hall's area, One could estimate that the second floor encompasses roughly over 10,000 square meters. Constructing such a vast project deep underground necessitates not only financial backing, but also governmental support. It is indeed difficult to fathom the formidable power that underpins the Dawn Tower. Contemplating this, a sense of admiration began to well up within him. The overall environment of the room is quite satisfactory, featuring a private restroom and 4 individual beds, suggesting that a team can accommodate up to 4 members. Additionally, a display screen is mounted on the wall, which, without a doubt, serves as the intelligent assistant mentioned by the woman. Wang Zhi casually selected a bed in the middle to stow his luggage and proceeded to activate the display screen. Welcome to the Dawn Tower. I am your intelligent assistant Ling Yao. Please feel free to voice any inquiries you may have, the screen announced in an electronic voice. Ling Yao? What is the purpose of this place? Sakura was the first to inquire. This is the Dawn Tower, humanity's final refuge. Humanity's final refuge? Are you suggesting that the surface will be destroyed? Sakura questioned with a hint of skepticism. A global catastrophe is imminent. Humanity will be reduced to mere shells of their former selves, but extinction is not inevitable. Wang Zhi swallowed hard at the mention of shells, which conjured images of zombies, creatures that, as long as they are not entirely deceased, can mindlessly attack the living, feeding on flesh and blood. Anyone wounded by them risks infection, ultimately becoming one of them. Ling Yao, what is the cause of this impending catastrophe? When is it expected to occur? Wang Zhi pressed further. Insufficient permissions to retrieve the primary cause of the catastrophe. Currently, the Dawn Tower is in a closed mode to ensure everyone's safety. Closed mode. So, does that mean entry is permitted but exit is prohibited? It sounds rather like a pyramid scheme, Lao He remarked. Ling Yao, how are we to survive here? Lao He inquired. The Dawn Tower currently has an independent survival chain. There is no need to worry about food, clothing, or shelter, but survival points are required. What are survival points? Wang Zhi detected a hint of currency in the conversation. Survival points are the sole currency within the Dawn Tower, transacted through the magnetic cards you possess. As the team leader, you have the authority to allocate and utilize the team's survival points. Upon hearing Ling Yao's explanation, Wang Zhi recalled that he had been automatically designated as the leader when they formed the team. Do either of you have any objections? Wang Zhi turned to ask. Noticing both remained silent, they shook their heads, indicating no objections, leaving Wang Zhi somewhat bewildered. Did they fear he might abscond with their funds? Aren't you afraid I may take advantage of you? Wang Zhi tentatively probed. If the leader were this uncle, I would certainly have objections. However, since the leader is you, dear brother, I have no qualms. Sakura chuckled lightly. Don't you both wish to be the leader? Wang Zhi queried once more. Regardless of who takes on the role, there would always be objections from either of us. Thus, you shall assume the position of leader, Lao He stated. Oh, is that so? At least we can resolve matters with you at any time, Lao He casually added. That's rather direct. Wang Zhi responded with a wry smile. Hey, uncle, what do you mean by resolve? What if you frighten my brother? Hearing Lao He tease Wang Zhi, Sakura immediately stood and pulled him to sit beside her on the bed. With one arm draped over his shoulder, she assumed a protective demeanor. Fear not, dear brother. I shall not allow this uncle to bully you. However, you must treat your sister well, Sakura said with a hint of mischief. Wang Zhi nodded repeatedly, glancing at the hand resting on his shoulder while the other brandished a dagger, performing various flourishes that seemed perilously close to his own body. He could hardly fathom sharing a room with 2 armed strangers, let alone engaging in such intimacy. Sakura, Lao He, after a long day, let us have something to eat. Wang Zhi suggested awkwardly, overwhelmed by the suddenness of it all. In a bid to express goodwill, he rose to unpack his luggage, bringing out the food he had procured from the supermarket, intending to treat them to a hearty meal. Chapter 4. Disappearance. Now that they had formed a team, there was no need for secrecy. Wang Zhi piled all the food from his 2 large suitcases onto the table. The two looked at the spread in mild astonishment. Why is your luggage filled entirely with food? Sakura leaned closer to inquire. In an apocalypse, food is the most crucial resource. Are you suggesting we survive on gunpowder? Wang Zhi replied in jest. Haha, while gunpowder is certainly not for consumption, it can be used to compel you to feed me. Now pass me that box. Sakura replied with a playful grin, pointing her gun at the self-heating rice on the table. At her words, Wang Zhi fell silent and handed over the rice, having momentarily forgotten the potential for robbery. By the way, did neither of you bring any food? Wang Zhi asked while sprinkling seasoning onto the rice. Sakura remained quiet, Her single backpack likely insufficient for a meal for 3. Lauhi, are you a soldier? Wang Zhi casually inquired as the atmosphere warmed. Lauhi replied, showing no signs of concealment. What brings you here? After a moment of silence, Lauhi began, this card was actually given to me by my father. He sent me here without revealing any further details. Wang Zhi paused, realizing that if this were true, his father had entrusted him with the last glimmer of hope. And you, Sakura? Do you happen to have heard the saying, a hero does not ask about origins? Sakura countered. Wang Zhi felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. I'm just an ordinary citizen, earning a living through programming, nothing remarkable. I didn't expect you to be a programmer, Sakura remarked. And you, sister? Oh, I'm just an ordinary person who enjoys wandering around. Ordinary? What kind of ordinary person carries a gun? And who twirls a dagger in their hand? Wang Zhi thought to himself, yet he refrained from probing further, respecting their apparent wish for privacy. She is an international mercenary, likely affiliated with the Black Rose organization. Lauhi interjected coolly. I didn't realize you had such discerning eyes, uncle, Sakura replied playfully. The Black Rose organization specializes in assassination, and the rose tattoo on her collarbone marks her affiliation with them. So, you should be cautious while you sleep, Lauhi advised, turning his head. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhi felt a wave of unease wash over him. No wonder Lauhi had been so wary. She was indeed a killer. Nevertheless, considering they were now a team, Wang Zhi pretended to be unfazed. You needn't frighten me. Even with the warning, I'll sleep soundly if Sakura shares my bed. Oh dear. I didn't expect you to be so open, brother. That means I shall indeed hold you close while we sleep, Sakura teased, her mischievous laughter sending a shiver down Wang Zhi's spine. He quickly realized that his previous comment may have been ill-conceived. Sakura, I was just joking. Please don't take it to heart. Haha, don't take it to heart, he stammered. Uffed, bold in thought but timid in action, Sakura remarked with disinterest. He pondered to himself, is this merely a case of desire without courage? No, it's a matter of having a life to speak, but no life to enjoy. By the way, Lingling, how many floors are there in the Dawn Tower? Wang Zhi seized the opportunity to change the subject and gain information. The Dawn Tower has a total of 5 floors, came the reply. What are the functions of the lower floors? Lauhi inquired. Insufficient permissions. How can we elevate our permissions? Wang Zhi asked. Increase the team's level. Team levels can be enhanced by completing team or individual tasks. Team levels range from level 1 to level 5. A level 1 team has a maximum of 4 members, level 2 accommodates 5, level 3 allows 6. Level 4 permits 7, and level 5 has no upper limit. Lingling, are there any rules within the Dawn Tower? Lauhi questioned. Disruption of public order and malicious harm are prohibited. So how do we acquire survival points? Wang Zhi understood the significance of survival points and was eager to start accumulating them. At that moment, a task list appeared on the display screen. Task 1. Train for a cumulative 8 hours to earn 10 survival points. Time will automatically count down upon entering the training ground with a magnetic card. Task 2. Work in the ecological industrial zone for 8 hours to earn 15 survival points. Upon seeing these tasks, Wang Zhi noted that while training offered 5 points less than labor, it provided personal development. Conservatively estimating, if they trained for 8 hours a day, the 3 of them would collectively earn 30 survival points daily. The only uncertainty remaining was the consumption level within the Dawn Tower. If a single meal required 10 points, they would have little left. Wang Zhi contemplated and said, it seems we must be frugal. Let us consume our own provisions for now. However, we should reserve some high-calorie, long-lasting food for emergencies. As he spoke, he organized all the food he had purchased: chocolate, compressed biscuits, noodles, beef jerky, sausages, instant noodles, self-heating rice, canned meat, and water. This was all he possessed. Let us take a short rest before we head off to train and earn some survival points. In the hall on the first floor, people continued to arrive, transitioning from anxiety to astonishment and ultimately settling into a state of confusion about the uncertain future. Time passed, and Wang Zhi slowly awakened from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, the unfamiliar surroundings startled him, and he sat up abruptly. Once he regained his composure, he remembered he was now in the Dawn Tower, and he was alone in the room. Lauhi and Sakura had vanished without a trace. To his dismay, the food that had been on the table had also disappeared. A jolt of panic seized his heart. Had they abandoned him with the provisions? The thought left him feeling inexplicably distressed as he berated himself for being so naive. In this apocalyptic world, who could one truly trust? lacking both strength and wealth. With only enough provisions to last a month, he had foolishly hoped others would act as his protectors. He was the true fool in this scenario. Chapter 5. The new recruit knock. Knock, knock. Just as Wang Zhi was wallowing in despair, a sudden knock on the door ignited a flicker of hope within him. He hurriedly opened the door, only to be met with disappointment. Standing there was a young, portly man. "Excuse me, is this the room of the Sunset Glow team?" The chubby fellow inquired. "Yes, I am Captain Wang Zhi. How may I assist you?" As he spoke, Wang Zhi assessed the newcomer, who was slightly shorter than him and appeared to weigh around 160 pounds, not excessively heavy, but certainly not slender. "Oh, you're the captain. I'm Li Feihong. I just arrived and noticed your team is one member short, so I wanted to ask if I could join you," the chubby man explained without hesitation. While Wang Zhi contemplated this, he noticed the 5 suitcases behind Li Feihong. This guy was quite the overachiever. Dragging just 2 suitcases had left Wang Zhi's arms sore. How had this man not collapsed under the weight of 5? For someone with nothing, these supplies were incredibly valuable. If they could venture outside, it would be one thing. But being in a closed-off setting meant only entry without exit. With these supplies, everything seemed to shift into a different perspective. With this in mind, Wang Zhi fully opened the door and stepped aside. "Welcome aboard, come in." He smiled warmly and even helped carry the luggage into the room. "Thank you, Captain Wang." Li Feihong beamed at his acceptance. Wang Zhi observed the unsuspecting and even humming man, shaking his head inwardly. Clearly, he had yet to experience the harsh realities of society. Should he consider swindling this fool for his supplies to teach him a lesson? However, that was merely a fleeting thought. He would never engage in such reckless behavior, especially since the Dawn Tower was relatively small and they would inevitably cross paths again. Unlike Lao He and Sakura, who were free to act as they pleased, Wang Zhi would be stuck in a position where he could only remain indifferent, perhaps even having to call Sakura's sister Sakura in the future. "Li Feihong, hand me your magnetic card. I'll take care of your onboarding procedures," Wang Zhi instructed, observing the chubby man unpacking his luggage. The onboarding process required the captain's personal intervention, along with the individual's magnetic card to be submitted at the first-floor administrative office. The chubby man, without a second thought, handed over his magnetic card. Indeed, this fellow had no defenses whatsoever. In this place, a magnetic card was akin to a wallet. How could he just hand it over so easily? Wang Zhi tucked the card away, grateful he had encountered this man. Otherwise, an opportunity for someone to abscond with his belongings could have arisen. Exiting the room, Wang Zhi noticed many people hurrying down the corridor, men and women alike, some dragging various belongings, while others were empty-handed. There were those like Li Feihong, requesting to form teams at doorsteps, and several smaller, weaker individuals who seemed to struggle to find a team willing to accept them. Wang Zhi hurried past, not wanting to dwell on their plight, as his own situation was hardly better. Upon reaching the hall and preparing to take the elevator to the first floor, he suddenly spotted Sakura sitting in the lounge area, accompanied by an unfamiliar man who appeared to be engaged in conversation with her. A wave of discomfort washed over him. He intended to pretend he hadn't seen them, but soon realized Sakura had also noticed him. Their eyes met, and she smiled, waving him over, signaling for him to approach. Wang Zhi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied, even though he was aware this might lead to conflict. Upon reaching Sakura's side, the next moment made his skin crawl. Sakura leaned into him and addressed the unfamiliar man. "This is my captain, Wang Zhi. If you wish for me to join your team, you must first obtain our captain's approval." Goodness. Was Sakura trying to instigate a confrontation between them? Or was she using him as a shield? Wang Zhi glanced at the man opposite him, who wore glasses and appeared rather refined. Although not particularly tall, he was significantly more muscular than Wang Zhi. The refined man's gaze gradually filled with challenge and hostility. As anticipated, without uttering a word, the animosity had already escalated. Thanks to Sakura's intervention, he now faced 2 choices: to concede and express agreement, or to stand his ground and refuse. A woman as astute as Sakura must have recognized the man's ulterior motives. Thus, her actions were likely a strategy to use him as a buffer. Even if he chose to concede, Sakura would still reject the man, leaving him with a sense of humiliation and diminished pride. Given this situation, he could only choose to confront the challenge head-on. After a thorough introspection, Wang Zhi boldly declared, "I am the captain of the Twilight team, and she is my teammate." The refined gentleman, noticing Wang's lack of fear, sneered, "You, the newcomer, should inquire about the prowess of my captain, Qian." Some things cannot simply be taken at will. Wang Zhi mused to himself. This fellow is quite naive. How dare a mere assassin attempt to intimidate him? I appreciate your concern, but I am quite clear-headed. Moreover, she is my companion, not an object. With a cold tone, Wang Zhi turned to leave, unperturbed by the possibility of a sneak attack. For there were explicit regulations within the Dawn Tower against malicious harm. The thrill of bravado was exhilarating, were it not for the prohibition against violence. He would not have dared to act so audaciously. After he departed, Sakura swiftly followed, leaving the refined gentleman behind, clenching his fists in frustration. Where are you off to, brother? Sakura casually draped her arm around Wang Zhi's neck. Wang Zhi, perplexed, wondered why Sakura seemed unaffected by the earlier incident. Was it possible that old he had taken the food? I am heading to the first floor to take care of some matters. By the way, what happened to the food on the table? Wang Zhi could no longer contain his curiosity. The food? That uncle put it away in the cupboard, Sakura replied, her eyes twinkling mischievously. Oh, I sensed something was amiss earlier. You didn't think I was in cahoots with that uncle to steal your food, did you? Mamai, I must have frightened the captain. Upon hearing Sakura's explanation, Wang Zhi felt a wave of relief wash over him. It turned out he had overthought the situation. Indeed, there was a cupboard in the corner, equipped with a temperature-regulating feature to preserve the food. Got it, Wang Zhi said, finally easing his anxious heart. Since everyone remained, he stood to gain the most. Sakura couldn't help but chuckle at his feigned nonchalance. Why do you have such a stern face like that, uncle? Flash a smile for your sister. All right, Sakura, I must attend to my duties. Sakura tilted her head. Oh, what important business do you have? Chapter 6. The secondary team, a new member, just arrived. I need to handle his onboarding procedures. Wang Zhi recounted the earlier events. I see, Sakura mused. Her curiosity piqued momentarily before she lapsed into silence. Wang Zhi, expecting her to press for details, was surprised when she offered no further inquiries. Aren't you curious about who it is? He asked. Sakura flashed a sly smile. Whoever it may be, they have eyes only for you. Wang Zhi chuckled awkwardly. Had he not known she was an assassin, he might have believed he was caught in a romance. He even suspected that this individual could smile while committing murder. The newcomer was a portly fellow, accompanied by 5 large suitcases. Wang Zhi, eager to share, said 5 suitcases? Sakura raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. Indeed, this will significantly enrich our supplies. By the way, have you seen old he? The uncle? Yes, in the training hall, lifting weights. Quite diligent, I must say. All right, let us call him over and check on the new arrival. Upon reaching the affairs office, they encountered several teams that fancied themselves formidable, attempting to poach members from one another. Fortunately, Sakura no longer used Wang Zhi as a shield against such antics. Instead, she opted for a strategy of subtle disregard, which greatly relieved him. If things had continued as they had, he was certain he would soon become a target of ire. The affairs office was not overly busy, and in no time, they processed Li Feihong's application to join the team. As Wang Zhi swiped his card to enter, he found the portly newcomer lounging on a bed, snacking while engrossed in a movie, truly at ease. Well, I must say you know how to indulge, don't you? Wang Zhi teased the relaxed newcomer. Wow, where did this beauty come from? Hello, beautiful. I am Li Feihong, as in Flying Hong from Huang Feihong. May I know your name? The portly fellow hopped off the bed and tried to grasp Sakura's hand while introducing himself. Ouch, help. I won't do it again. I was wrong. Just as he reached for Sakura, Wang Zhi blinked, and in an instant, the portly fellow found himself on the floor, with Sakura holding his arm in one hand and her foot pressing firmly on his back, causing him to plead for mercy. Sakura, yes, just a little clueless. Wang Zhi interjected, seeing the newcomer's arm almost twisted off. This was the first time Wang Zhi witnessed Sakura's true strength. Since their encounter, he had maintained a sense of reverence toward her, if she were to unleash her full power. He feared his fate would not differ much from that of the portly fellow, considering her lethal capabilities. Wang Zhi approached the portly newcomer and helped him up. Tears streamed down the newcomer's face, whether from pain or humiliation, he couldn't tell. We are team members. Sakura is teaching you a lesson. And that gentleman beside her is brother he. Wang Zhi introduced them. Seeing the newcomer silent, Wang Zhi encouraged, don't feel too hurt. Sakura means well. It's wise to be humble and honest here. The laws of the outside world don't apply, so you should apologize to Sakura. The newcomer stood there, choking back tears, before limping over to Sakura. She was reclining with her legs crossed, idly playing with a dagger, a smile playing on her lips as she watched him. I am sorry, Sakura. I was presumptive just now. I hope you can forgive me, he stammered, bowing his head in apology. Very well, you are teachable. Now, go and rest, Sakura said, pointing the tip of her knife toward the nearby bed. Wang Zhi silently applauded the newcomer's response. A true gentleman knows when to yield. Thank you for your forgiveness, Sakura. Hello, brother He. I am Li Feihong. I was just a bit overzealous. Please excuse my earlier behavior. The portly fellow chuckled as he extended a hand toward Brother He. Brother He glanced at the newcomer's hand, which had just wiped his nose, and grimaced slightly, before patting the newcomer's shoulder twice. Welcome aboard. Li Feihong, your onboarding is complete. Keep this magnetic card safe. Do not share it with anyone outside our circle. Wang Zhi instructed as he returned the card. He then proceeded to explain the workings of the Dawn Tower in detail. After outlining the situation, he recalled the harsh words that the captain of the Qi Yin team had directed at him and asked Ling Ling Yao to look up the details of the Qi Yin team. Qi Yin team. Secondary team. Captain. Zhao Yang. Team members. 5. Secondary team? Wang Zhi inquired of Ling Ling Yao, what are the requirements for team-level promotion? To advance to a secondary team, the total survival points must exceed 1,000. To reach a tertiary team, the total must exceed 10,000. To reach a quaternary team, the total must exceed 50,000. To achieve a canary team, authorization from the Tower Master is required. After reviewing the promotion criteria, Wang Zhi calculated roughly. With 4 members training for 16 hours a day, they could accumulate 80 survival points daily. If they trained relentlessly for 13 days without rest, they would achieve the status of a secondary team. He felt relieved, realizing the gap was not as vast as he had feared. What's the deal with the Qi Yin team? Brother, he asked, having observed Wang Zhi's inquiry. Don't mention it. That Zhao Yang was harassing Sakura, insisting she join their team, but I refused, which might have provoked them, Wang Zhi shrugged. Brother, he glanced at Sakura, likely piecing together the events. I understand. Wang Zhi nodded in affirmation and approached the newcomer's luggage. Li Feihong, come over and open your suitcases. Let us see what supplies you've brought. Sure thing, Captain Wang. As Li Feihong unlocked the suitcase, Wang Zhi's eyebrows raised in surprise. The suitcases were filled to the brim with food. Instant noodles, biscuits, chips, soy products, bread, drinks, and even 3 packs of cigarettes. Li Feihong, is your family running a supermarket? Wang Zhi asked, puzzled. I suppose so, otherwise. Running a supermarket would be a loss, Wang Zhi joked. The captain, you have misunderstood me. My weight is due to my constitution. I truly do not eat much. In this apocalyptic world, food is paramount, which is why I brought so much. Well, you are partially correct, but not entirely. What would you do if Sister Sakura were to seize your food? Upon hearing this, the chubby man's expression shifted, revealing a look of fear. You wouldn't want to kill me, would you? Hearing this, Wang Zhi was taken aback. What are you talking about? Are we that kind of people? Besides, we have food ourselves. He pointed to the cabinet in the corner. Phew, that's a relief. You scared me. I meant that just because we want to do it doesn't mean others want to. I assign you a task. Train diligently every day. We will need to fight in the future. Understood. The chubby man stood at attention, awkwardly saluting him. Wang Zhi found it amusing. This chubby man was quite comical. Chapter 7. Tensions rise as Wang Zhi and the others devised their training plan. Zhao Yang in another room was intensely staring at the screen. Humph. A mere level 1 team dares to look down on me. What's wrong, Captain? Is someone here foolish enough to provoke you? Indeed. That person must be itching for trouble. The speakers were Su Xiaoping and Li Dakai, who, noticing their leader's anger, chimed in. Zhao Gu, be careful. If Sister Xiaolian hears you, you want to escape unscathed. Haha, let me tell you, if I were to bed that woman in front of Wei Xiaolian, she would praise me for being impressive. You think she could distinguish between the two? Zhao Yang said, preparing to head out. Hey boss, if we do that, what about the guard? What are you afraid of? I have connections, understand? The guard will merely turn a blind eye. On the other side, Wang Zhi had finished organizing the supplies and estimated that these provisions could sustain the 4 of them for approximately a month. He then inserted a magnetic card into Ling Ling Yao's screen and checked their team's survival points. Upon inquiry, the team had a total of 40 survival points, meaning each member had an initial fund of 10 points. Spending 8 hours in the training ground each day was not particularly difficult. After all, idling there still counted as time spent. However, compared to idling, it was far better to work in the industrial zone. where putting in 8 hours of labor would yield an additional 40 survival points. Yet, they would inevitably choose training. For the Dawn Tower surely had its reasons for mandating their training, one being to prepare them for the zombies that would emerge after the cataclysm, and the other to enhance their strength, allowing them to secure a place in this post-apocalyptic world. Let us strive to train diligently and accumulate more survival points in preparation for the impending disaster, Wang Zhi urged his companions. Captain, what do we need survival points for? The chubby man leaned in to ask. When will that be? He inquired again. Sakura, please give him a good beating, Wang Zhi thought darkly, wishing to discipline the chubby man himself, were it not for the need to maintain his image. No. I was wrong. I want to ask again. The chubby man turned pale at the thought of retribution. All right then, let us work together from now on. If there are no objections, let us proceed. As the four arrived in the hall, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind them. What a coincidence, we meet again. Wang Zhi was aware that Zhao Yang would come looking for trouble, but did not expect to be confronted so soon. He asked helplessly, what do you want? Nothing much. Just want that beauty behind you to come with us. Zhao Yang pointed at Sakura. Are you kidding? Isn't there a woman in your team? Why must you pursue mine? Wang Zhi replied, somewhat exasperated as he regarded the woman across from him. Zhao Yang was momentarily at a loss for words. He could not possibly say that Wei Xiaolian was inferior to Sakura. You'd best recognize your place. Come with me to the arena. Zhao Yang barked at Wang Zhi. Unable to act violently here, he insisted that Wang Zhi face him in the combat arena, where it wouldn't be considered malicious assault. As tensions rose between the two teams, the crowd around them began to swell, murmuring amongst themselves. Looks like there's going to be some good entertainment. Which team has angered the Crimson Flames team? What bad luck. I haven't seen them before. They must be new. No need to say. They are definitely after that silver-haired woman. Alas, such a beauty wasted on that Zhao fellow. Meanwhile, the chubby man finally grasped the situation. These ruffians aimed to tarnish his goddess Sakura. He immediately pointed at Zhao Yang and shouted, You beast! You dare to lay a hand on my goddess? Come at me. I'll be the first to take you on. With that shout, Wang Zhi felt a surge of frustration. Did this chubby man not realize he was just intensifying their enmity? Enough, chubby man, don't waste your breath. We're not going, Wang Zhi declared, leading the three towards the training area. Haha, Captain Wang, weren't you just boasting? Why are you acting like a coward now? Zhao Yang mocked when he saw Wang Zhi refuse to engage. Very well, you think you can intimidate me? Today, I'll show you. With that, Zhao Yang charged forward. Wang Zhi's expression shifted. He hadn't expected Zhao Yang to disregard the rules of the Dawn Tower and launch a direct attack. As Zhao Yang kicked out, Wang Zhi reacted swiftly, adopting a defensive stance, but when the kick connected, he felt a powerful force. Bang! Wang Zhi was sent flying 5 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling twice before coming to a stop. Captain Wang, are you all right? The chubby man rushed over to check on Wang Zhi, who was clutching his nearly broken arm. I'm fine. The opponent is very strong. Do not engage with them, Wang Zhi warned. Just as Zhao Yang prepared to deliver a finishing blow to the fallen Wang Zhi, he was suddenly blocked by a figure. Seeing Old He stepping in, Wang Zhi felt immense gratitude. Zhao Yang scoffed at the obstruction. Your useless captain was sent flying by me with a single kick. Do you wish to share his fate? Zhao Yang remarked. But when Old He stood silently before him, merely staring, Zhao Yang's frustration boiled over. Damn it, another fool. With that, he swung his fist at Old He's head. Slap. Zhao Yang's arm halted midair, his wrist firmly grasped by Old He. Clearly, he had not anticipated that this fool could seize his arm with such precision. In a bid to break free, Zhao Yang lifted his leg to kick Old He. Just as he was about to strike, Old He tightened his grip and threw Zhao Yang to the ground. What are you waiting for? All of you, join in and take them down. Zhao Yang shouted to his teammates, who quickly joined the fray, engaging in a scuffle with Old He. Meanwhile, a woman named Wei Xiaolian slowly approached Sakura. You little wretch, once I ruin your looks, let us see who will cherish you. Wei Xiaolian hissed, drawing a knife and swiftly lunging at Sakura's face. Clang! The knife clattered to the ground, drawing the attention of the crowd. They turned to see Sakura's dagger poised against Wei Xiaolian's neck. Why must women trouble each other? You wish to mar my beauty. How cruel of you. Sakura laughed, gently piercing Wei Xiaolian's cheek with the blade. Yet, Wei Xiaolian remained steadfast, enduring the pain in silence. Xiaolian, release her immediately, or I swear you will regret it. Zhao Yang yelled from the ground, still entangled with Old He. Oh, now that you've said that, I simply cannot let her go. I might just ruin her looks one day, Sakura replied effortlessly, maintaining her grip on Wei Xiaoyan. Stop this now. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out from a distance, and a contingent of fully armed guards appeared before the gathering crowd. Chapter 8. The guard. Everyone turned their heads towards the source of the voice. It's the guard. Do not linger. Hurry away. The guard is approaching, someone urged. The onlookers, upon noticing the guard's arrival, quickly dispersed, anxious to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Leading the group was a woman. Wang Zhi frowned. Another woman? She had flowing golden hair cascading over her armor, a large sword strapped at her waist, and her left hand resting on the hilt as she approached them with an air of indifference. The guards, armed with firearms, left them with no choice but to comply. But Zhao Yang was far from obedient. You think you can apprehend me? He scoffed, swiftly knocking down the guard who attempted to seize him. Seeing Zhao Yang resist, his teammates broke free from their captors and stood beside him, confronting the other guards. The golden-haired woman, observing the scene, passed her sword to a nearby guard and slowly advanced towards Zhao Yang and his 4 companions. As she closed the distance, she suddenly lunged forward with remarkable speed, delivering a punch to Zhao Yang's abdomen. Pooh! He spat blood onto her armor, leaving his teammates in shock, frozen in place, too afraid to even breathe. Why should I tolerate this? Seize them, she commanded dismissively, turning to instruct her subordinates. Captain, one of her subordinates seized the opportunity to present a handkerchief. She accepted it and wiped the blood that Zhao Yang had spilled on her armor. Wang Zhi and his companions were then escorted into a small room within the guard's headquarters. After a while, the golden-haired woman returned to their room. The Crimson Flame team is guilty of malicious assault. You are to be confined for 1 month, and 750 survival points will be deducted for your sustenance during this period. With that, she turned and exited, the iron door closing behind her, leaving Zhao Yang and his companions in silence. In another room, Captain, are you all right? The chubby one asked with concern. I'm fine, just a bit sore in the arm. It seems I need to work out more, Wang Zhi replied, shaking his arm. Oh dear, did my little brother get hurt? Do you need me to help you with that? Sakura leaned in, inquiring. No, Sister Sakura, I'm perfectly fine. Wang Zhi quickly waved her off, thinking that if she were to massage him, it might lead to complications. Suddenly, the door to Wang Zhi's room opened. The golden-haired woman addressed the 4 of them. Are you the team leader, Wang Zhi? She scrutinized him for a moment before speaking. Yes, Wang Zhi replied nervously. There is no need to be anxious. I am the commander of the guard division, Jexi. Half of the survival points deducted from the Crimson Flame team will be transferred to your squad. Come with me to process the asset transfer, Jexi stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhi felt a surge of joy. It was a silver lining amidst the trouble. Thank you, Commander Jexi, for your fairness. I will definitely treat you to a meal when the opportunity arises, he said with enthusiasm. No need for a meal, this is my duty. Use the time you would spend dining to train instead, Jexi replied, patting Wang Zhi on the shoulder and then playfully pinching it, causing him to stifle a yelp of pain. After Wang Zhi completed the asset transfer with Jexi, he exited the guard headquarters to find his 3 companions waiting nearby. I have good news. Half of the 750 survival points deducted from the Crimson Flame team have been transferred to our squad, Wang Zhi announced, waving his magnetic card. That's wonderful. What are you planning to do next, Captain? The chubby one asked excitedly. Well, we haven't had a proper meal since arriving here. Let's head to the cafeteria for a feast, Wang Zhi suggested, and upon receiving no objections, he made his way to the second-floor dining area. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they found it relatively empty. After examining the menu prices, vegetables at 2 survival points, meat dishes at 5 survival points, staple food at 2 survival points per pound, and purified water, 500 milliliters, at 1 survival point, they realized the prices were standardized, allowing them to order whatever they desired. However, alcoholic beverages had to be purchased at specific shops. The 4 of them ended up spending 39 survival points on their meal. Wang Zhi felt it was a bit extravagant. Consuming 30 survival points for 1 meal meant they would be left with a deficit of 50 survival points after a day of training for 8 hours and 3 meals. Thankfully, they had brought their own food. Otherwise, they would be struggling to make ends meet in this industrial area, often questioning if it was indeed a dark abyss. After finishing their meal, they packed up the remaining food, less than a pound of staple food and a small plate of vegetables, to take with them. In this environment, wasting food suggested one of 2 things. Either they had an abundance of survival points, or they were in denial about the impending apocalypse, clinging to a lavish mindset from the outside world. Astonishingly, Wang Zhi even witnessed someone scavenging leftovers in the cafeteria. Is there truly such a person in this world? He mused. After their meal, the four of them strolled through other shops. Besides the cafeteria, there were weapon shops, hardware stores, clothing boutiques, and even a bar, a coffee shop, a beauty parlor, and an adult shop. Among these, the weapon shop was the largest and piqued Wang Zhi's interest the most. Inside, whether it was firearms or melee weapons, anything imaginable was available for purchase, and if it wasn't they would craft it on the spot. The selection of arms was impressively comprehensive, and even He Ying and the others were in awe. Unfortunately, due to their limited survival points, they could only admire the goods. Reluctantly leaving the store, "Sakura, do you have any spare guns in your bag? Could you possibly give me one?" Wang Zhi ventured to ask after their exhilarating visit to the weapon shop. His blood was racing with excitement, though he knew the request might be a bit much. "Wait, Sakura has a gun. I am in awe?" The chubby one exclaimed, astonished. "I do, but can you handle a gun?" Sakura inquired, looking at Wang Zhi. "Yes, and I can also have brother He teach the chubby one," he replied. "What? Brother He has a gun too? I'm on my knees." Wang Zhi looked at the chubby one, who seemed oblivious to the situation, and sighed, realizing it was fortunate he knew the truth. Otherwise, it would appear that the chubby one was quite foolish. Chapter 9. The Cataclysm. The cold, heavy metallic feel of the gun, adorned with a black rose emblem, still bore a faint fragrance. "This was custom-made for me by a German master. Once it was unveiled, you became the first person to touch it, aside from my sister. Treasure it well, and remember to return it when you acquire your own," Sakura said, her hand wandering on Wang Zhi's body, sending chills down his spine. "Wow, this is incredible. Sister Sakura, please teach me how to use it," Wang Zhi exclaimed, enamored by the exquisite handgun. "What's the rush? I'm feeling a bit tired. Come here and massage my legs first, and then I'll teach you." Sakura feigned exhaustion as she reclined on the bed. "Wow, Wang Zhi, you must be living the dream. Having both a beauty and a gun, why am I suddenly feeling a pang of jealousy?" the chubby one remarked, nearly drooling at the sight. "Enjoying it? Why not join me?" Wang Zhi spread his hands, teasing. The chubby one glanced at Sakura lounging on the bed, then recalled his near brush with injury, shaking his head vigorously. "Go on, aren't you enjoying it?" Wang Zhi encouraged, watching the chubby one refuse to budge. After the chubby one left, Wang Zhi approached Sakura. "Sister Sakura, shall I begin?" He confirmed once more. She replied, eyes closed. This was Wang Zhi's first close encounter with Sakura. Through the sheer black stockings, he could faintly see numerous scars adorning her legs, a stark reminder that even beauty has its battles. Did she truly not care? "What are you staring at? Just get to it." Sakura playfully nudged him with her foot. After Wang Zhi completed the massage, Sakura began to instruct him. Wang Zhi imparted the techniques of gripping a pistol, disassembling it for reloading, aiming, and controlling the trigger to Sakura. As she shared her insights, Wang Zhi listened intently, captivated by her words. This encompassed the essentials of handling a handgun. True understanding emerges from practical experience. Noticing a shooting range nearby, he suggested she practice there, cautioning her to conserve ammunition, as he had a limited supply. After concluding her explanation, Sakura handed the pistol to Wang Zhi. "Hey, fatty, how's your training going?" Wang Zhi inquired as he approached his friend. "Everything's fine. Brother He's instructions are both professional and easy to grasp," Fatty replied, his face alight with excitement. "Great. Let us head to the shooting range together and seek that real combat feel." "Sure thing, Captain," Fatty responded. "Everyone, take a 6-hour break. We'll regroup for training later," Wang Zhi announced, turning off the lights in the room. On September 17, 2025, amidst heavy fog, Wang Zhi was jolted awake from a nightmare, where he envisioned a bloodied figure, a zombie, who lunged at him, biting into his neck. In the darkness, he fumbled for his phone to check the date and time. It was now 10 a.m. on the 17th. Time had lost all meaning to him, as the cycle of day and night was dictated solely by artificial light. His phone had no signal, serving only as a notepad and camera. After lying on the bed for a while, he switched on the room lights. "Everyone, it's time to wake up for training," he called out. Once everyone was up, the four of them congregated in the training hall. Wang Zhi planned to accompany Fatty to the shooting range, while Sakura and Old He could pursue their own activities, as he felt incapable of instructing them. Just before departing, Sakura generously gifted him 100 bullets. Wang Zhi gazed at the ammunition filling his backpack, pondering how this could be considered not much. Arriving at the shooting range, Wang Zhi took the pistol Sakura had given him, which utilized the common 9mm ammunition, with a magazine capacity of 9 rounds. His goal was to empty all 100 bullets. With a click, he pulled back the slide to chamber a round and disengaged the safety. Boom. Wang Zhi fired his first live round. The pistol, while appearing delicate, delivered a power that exceeded his expectations. The force of the recoil jolted his hand. His first shot missed the target completely. Despite this, adrenaline surged within him. This was the thrill every man should experience. The initial shot had ignited his passion. Bang, bang, bang. With several more shots, Wang Zhi gradually found his rhythm, managing to hit the dummy's abdomen and arm a few times. He removed the magazine, reloading it bullet by bullet. "How about it, fatty? Is my shooting on point?" Wang Zhi asked, turning to his friend, only to notice several bullet holes in the dummy's head and chest, causing him to feel a bit embarrassed. "Not bad. You've got some skill," Wang Zhi exclaimed, observing Fatty's impressive stance. "Yeah, I loved guns as a kid and collected many replica ones. The feel is quite similar," Fatty replied, raising his hand to fire a few more rounds. Wang Zhi watched as Fatty handled the pistol with ease, seemingly unaffected by its recoil. After firing 100 rounds, Wang Zhi became increasingly proficient, achieving an impressive accuracy of 8 out of 10 shots within 30 meters. Yet, a troubling thought struck him. In the event of facing zombies, effective shots would only count if they struck the head. Reflecting on his performance, he realized he had only hit the head once, and that was on a stationary target. Hitting a moving target like a zombie would prove even more challenging. It was evident that he needed further practice, and 100 rounds would hardly suffice. Another concern arose. Would this be too wasteful of ammunition? Having previously visited a weapon store, Wang Zhi recalled that 9mm ammunition cost 5 survival points for 100 rounds, not exorbitantly priced and manageable for daily practice. Under old He's guidance, Wang Zhi and Fatty began their training with physical conditioning, starting with running on a treadmill until exhaustion, followed by weightlifting. Meanwhile, Sakura and old He focused on similar explosive strength exercises. After more than 4 hours, both Wang Zhi and Fatty were utterly drained. Wang Zhi fared slightly better due to his leaner build, while Fatty was struggling, expressing his desire to quit and work in the industrial area instead of enduring this torture. However, the reason Fatty remained on the ground after 4 hours was that Sakura wielded a dagger, continuously circling around them, effectively suppressing any complaints. "Hey, Sakura, did your captain push you like this during your training?" Wang Zhi gasped, lying on the ground. "Pretty much, but I am the captain now," Sakura replied, looking down at Wang Zhi. "What? You were the captain before?" Wang Zhi asked, his skepticism evident. "Feeling a bit defiant, are we?" Sakura teased, squatting down to pat Wang Zhi on the head. "No, I'm just impressed. You're so beautiful. I couldn't even think in that direction," Wang Zhi confessed candidly. "Oh, I feel the same way," Sakura laughed. "What's there to be shy about? I know they've killed over 100 people, and she's a globally wanted criminal. If it weren't for this situation, I would have captured her long ago," old He interjected, his tone disapproving. "Oh, uncle, how cruel. She's perfectly fine. And you want to catch her?" "You're being quite unfair," Sakura pouted, feigning innocence. "There are laws, and it's not up to you to administer justice," old He retorted. "Well, I haven't seen you administering justice either," Sakura shot back. Seeing the two starting to diverge again, Wang Zhi quickly intervened. "All right, you two. Let bygones be bygones. We're not outside. This is the Dawn Tower, and we're a team. We need to unite and not dwell on past issues." With that, old He gradually calmed down and returned to his workout, while Sakura cast an innocent, pleading look at Wang Zhi, as if about to cry. Why is she here instead of in Hollywood? Wang Zhi thought to himself, exasperated. Thus, the monotony continued for a week, with the four of them eating, resting, practicing shooting, and training physically. Their food supplies had dwindled significantly due to their intense training, far exceeding their budget. What was intended to last a month would now barely suffice for a week. On September 24th, 2025, amidst the fog, the group, 200 meters underground, remained oblivious to the fact that a global fog had persisted for 8 days above. Panic had already erupted 3 days prior, with various rumors suggesting it was an omen of the apocalypse. Those who were perceptive began hoarding food resources, while the government attempted to control the narrative, describing it merely as a natural phenomenon. Yet, such absurd claims were only believed by a fraction of people, A regional anomaly could be accepted, but a global fog lasting several days was hardly normal. On September 25, 2025, the fog remained unyielding, but today it bore a particularly acrid scent, causing those venturing outside to cough and subsequently develop fevers. By September 26, 2025, the world had irrevocably changed. In every corner of the globe, familiar yet foreign zombies have emerged, relentlessly hunting and preying upon humanity. Within a mere hour, a significant portion of the human population has succumbed to infection, plunging cities and rural areas alike into utter chaos. Meanwhile, Wang Zhi, who was engaged in exercise, suddenly heard an announcement. Attention, all personnel. Please proceed to the first-floor conference hall within half an hour. Repeat, all personnel, please proceed to the first-floor conference hall. A general assembly of the Dawn Tower is convening. What is happening? Wang Zhi leapt from the treadmill and inquired of those around him. Something must have occurred. Let us go check it out. He suggested, and the four of them hastened towards the conference hall. Chapter 10, Master of the Tower. Light upon arriving at the conference hall, they found that over half of the seats were already occupied, and they chose 4 available spots to settle down. Half an hour later, nearly everyone had gathered in the hall, and Wang Zhi glanced around, noting that, including the guards, there were approximately thousands present. Fully armed guards stood motionless at various corners, each wielding a rifle. In front of them loomed a massive platform, upon which stood more than a dozen individuals, one of whom Wang Zhi recognized as the captain of the guard, Jie. Is this an indication of impending conflict? The plump man leaned in to ask. What did you say? Speak louder. Wang Zhi could see the plump man's lips moving, yet the noise of the bustling crowd drowned out his voice. Quiet. Just as the plump man was about to raise his volume, Jie's voice resonated through the hall's loudspeakers. At that moment, Jie took to the forefront of the stage with a microphone. Upon her appearance, the hall fell silent. I am Jie, the captain of the guard. I will now introduce the heads of various departments of the Dawn Tower. This is Sophie, the head of the medical department. This is Adam, the commander of the troops. This is Zhao Yan, the logistics chief. This is Yang Lifeng, the head of the research department. This is Li Wan, the resources chief. This is Wang Yaoxing, the district head of the industrial area. This is Chao Mei, the district head of the ecological area. This is Ailolens, the head of the biological research department. This is Fan Qi, the finance minister. Should you encounter any relevant issues, feel free to reach out to them. Now, you must be curious as to why you are confined here and why you cannot leave. I am aware that some of you have come here believing that the apocalypse is imminent, while others are merely curious. However, regardless of your motivations, they are now irrelevant. The video that follows will provide you with the answers. After she concluded her introduction, the large screen behind her suddenly illuminated. What appeared on the screen was a scene of utter pandemonium in the streets. Vehicles lay wrecked and strewn about, making passage impossible. Smoke billowed in every direction, as if a monumental disaster had struck the city. In the streets, some individuals, seemingly deranged, lunged at others, tearing them apart with ferocity. The massive screen then split into multiple smaller frames, each repeating the harrowing scene of the first. In an instant, they witnessed countless urban landscapes. Images unlike anything they had seen before on the internet, in games, or in films. This was real surveillance footage. The footage continued for a while, until one frame revealed an indistinct object soaring through the sky, which zoomed in to reveal a missile. Just as they comprehended what it was, the frame went black. This must be a deception, right? Indeed, this video is clearly edited. It appears genuine to me. Are you really that naive? If it were true, we would all be doomed. Even at this juncture, some remain skeptical of the unfolding events. Survivors, I am your master of the tower, Light. The image on the screen suddenly blurred, then a figure appeared, adorned in a platinum mask and a crimson robe, with golden hair reminiscent of Jie's. The master of the tower sat at a table, hands elegantly crossed, their gaze penetrating the assembly. First and foremost, I can assure you that the video you just witnessed depicts real and already transpired events. Congratulations, you are the fortunate ones. Since you have chosen to place your trust in us, the Dawn Tower will uphold its promise when darkness descends. The Dawn Tower shall provide you with a beacon of hope. I urge you to cherish this opportunity. The Dawn Tower does not permit the presence of bystanders. Each of you must find meaning in your existence. You may fight for the Dawn Tower or cultivate its grounds. Finally, let us embrace a new dawn amidst this ceaseless darkness. I wish you all good fortune. With that, the screen above went dark. This was Wang Zhi's first encounter with the master of the tower. Though obscured by the mask, the aura of authority was unmistakable. Everyone, the apocalypse has arrived, and the Dawn Tower will issue new tasks that require your participation in the outside world. Moreover, each team must undertake an external mission at least once a month. Should any individual or team wish to avoid such missions, they may seek the district heads of the ecological or industrial areas to formalize a permanent labor agreement. Those brave enough to venture outside will be rewarded handsomely and granted personal freedom. This announcement was made by Adam, the commander. A wave of unrest rippled through the assembly. Many were agitated at the thought of going outside. They had witnessed the hellish reality beyond their walls. Wasn't he venturing out tantamount to courting death? However, Wang Zhi mused that opting for a permanent labor agreement with the ecological or industrial districts equated to signing away one's freedom, likely condemning one to a life of mere survival underground. Yet, to step outside promised not only personal liberty but also substantial rewards. Still, the risks were perilous, with the specter of death looming ever large. I hope you all consider your choices carefully. When leaving, please maintain order and refrain from crowding, Adam concluded. And the individuals on stage began to exit the hall. Throughout the journey back, the four remained silent, each absorbed in contemplation of the events that had just transpired. Evening showcased an unusual seriousness, shedding her typical levity. Upon returning to their dormitory, Wang Zhi immediately checked their remaining survival points. After 8 days of training, his team had amassed 800 survival points. I have an idea. Our remaining food should suffice for about 7 days. And we must take on an external mission before our supplies run out. Wang Zhi articulated his thoughts to the others. What? So soon? We could stretch it out for a month. Why must we go out now? The plump man exclaimed anxiously. Because we need survival points to replenish our gear. Once our food runs out, the points we earn from training will not be sufficient for our sustenance. If we calculate based on an acquisition of 40 survival points per day, each meal costs at least 25 points. And the water consumed during training requires at least 5 points. If we delay our departure by a day, we forfeit 50 survival points that could be used to replenish our supplies. Old He, Ing, what are your thoughts? Wang Zhi analyzed the situation and turned to his companions. I have no objections. Neither do I. I've been eager to get some fresh air. Ing had reverted to her previous nonchalant demeanor, observing her remarkable psychological resilience. Wang Zhi felt a surge of admiration. As for the plump man, he had been clamoring to sign a permanent labor contract. But only when Wang Zhi discreetly disengaged the safety on his firearm did he quiet down. I plan to embark on a mission in 4 days, during which we can secure our provisions for 3 days and obtain approximately 200 survival points within that time frame. If we manage to accumulate 1,000 survival points before then, we can elevate our team to level 2. After Wang Zhi expressed his thoughts, he noticed no objections from the others and proceeded to the training hall to pass the time. Chapter 11. The outing mission in the training ground. A voice called out. Hey, Captain Wang, have you truly grasped the reality of those people on the screen? They are bloodied and savage, feasting indiscriminately on others. Are you certain we should venture out? The plump one beside Wang Zhi remarked. Wang Zhi set down the dumbbells and shot a glance at him, replying, It is only a matter of time before we go out. We might as well seize the opportunity while we have resources at hand. But I am afraid. I have never even been in a fight, let alone killed someone, the plump one lamented. They are no longer human, Wang Zhi insisted. The plump one, with a furrowed brow, slumped onto the ground. I understand. I have watched my fair share of zombie films, but I never imagined it would happen in reality. Plump one, we must confront what we must confront. Cheer up, consider this life as a gift. Do you truly wish to live like a useless being, remaining in this place for eternity? Or do you believe you can simply muddle through life here? Wang Zhi encouraged him. Living a life of muddling is not impossible, huh? The plump one scratched his head. Do you genuinely believe the resources here are infinite? Don't be foolish. We have 4 days. Adapt quickly. For self-improvement is the key to survival. Go learn some skills from Brother He, Wang Zhi advised. After a while, as Wang Zhi practiced diligently, Sakura approached him and inquired, How is your gun practice coming along? I'm still quite far from proficient. Come here, let me teach you how to use a dagger instead. A gun in your hands would be a waste of ammunition, Sakura bluntly critiqued. She then tossed him a dagger and began to demonstrate various techniques, guiding him step by step. During these days of training, the plump one had been learning from Brother He, while Wang Zhi naturally trained under Sakura. As he spent more time with Sakura, He discerned her temperament. As long as he catered to her whims, she would not make things difficult for him. However, if he opposed her, she could be more ruthless than anyone else. Regardless of her emotions, whether joy or anger, she typically wore a smile, an archetype of a smiling tiger. To ascertain her true feelings, one would need prolonged interaction and keen insight. For instance, while she was instructing Wang Zhi, she wore a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her figure, which made it difficult for him to resist sneaking glances, ultimately leading to her noticing. If you wish to look, then look boldly. Sneaking peeks is hardly satisfying, she teased. In such situations, if one were to believe her words, they would undoubtedly end up in the same predicament as the plump one. After a moment, Wang Zhi observed Sakura, who was earnestly teaching him the dagger techniques. "Thank you, Sakura," he said. "For what?" Sakura asked, puzzled. "Nothing much, just glad to have met you all," he replied. "Oh, how glad are you?" Sakura inquired playfully. "Enough talking, focus on your training. Only by staying alive can one have the capital to be happy," Sakura stated before turning to leave. Mission 1. Train for 8 hours to earn 10 survival points. Mission 2. Outing mission. Survival points reward. Random. Remaining time to accept the mission, 28 days. Due to Wang Zhi not having signed the ecological industry labor contract, the work tasks were removed. "Everyone, I am about to accept a mission," Wang Zhi declared. Hey, Captain Wang. Think it over carefully." The plump one stood up to confirm. "Yes, I thought it through." Seeing that brother he had no objections, Wang Zhi utilized Linglingia to accept the external mission. Linglingia, accept the outing mission. Assigning task, acceptance successful. Congratulations, you have become the first outing team of Dawn Tower, which will grant your team 500 survival points as a courage reward. This outing mission is to rescue survivors. Mission location, S City, S University. Mission objective, rescue as many survivors as possible. Mission reward, 100 survival points for each survivor submitted to Dawn Tower. Please execute the mission within 48 hours. Current team total survival points, 1,400. Meeting the requirements to elevate to a level 2 team. Please proceed to the first floor affairs office for promotion. A multitude of information appeared on Linglingia's screen. The Dawn Tower unexpectedly awarded them 500 survival points as a courage reward. Wang Zhi felt a surge of joy. He had initially planned to venture out quickly before exhausting their resources, and now he unexpectedly found himself gaining 500 survival points. Wow, 500 points. That's enough for 400 hours of training. The plump one cheered, seemingly forgetting that they were about to confront bloodthirsty zombies outside. "This mission is not simple. Brother," he suddenly interjected. "What's wrong, brother?" The plump one asked. "The location is a university. It's densely populated, which poses a significant disadvantage for us." Brother, he analyzed. Notification received. The head of the guard department invites captain of the Sunset team to the first floor guard department. As everyone pondered, Linglingia suddenly transmitted a message. What does she want with me? Wang Zhi contemplated. Wang Zhi quickly made his way to the entrance of the guard department. "Hello. I am the captain of Sunset team. Your head of department has invited me," Wang Zhi informed the 2 guards at the door. One of them stepped forward to verify Wang Zhi's magnetic card, confirming his identity. After checking with Jia Shi over the intercom, they allowed him entry. Following the instructions, Wang Zhi arrived at the innermost room and knocked on the door. "Come in." Upon entering, he found Jia Shi alone, still donned in her armor, intently gazing at her computer screen. "Have a seat," Jia Shi said coolly. Hearing her invitation, Wang Zhi cautiously took a seat opposite her. "Ah, we meet again. Captain Jia Shi." It was wise to tread lightly around this aloof woman. Chapter 12. Preparing for battle, Jia Shi focused on her screen for a moment before gradually shifting her gaze to Wang Zhi. "First and foremost, I must commend your audacity. I truly admire it. Secondly, I must inform you that the situation outside is chaotic. The majority of humans have already succumbed to infection and turned into zombies. Their Achilles heel lies in their heads. Either a direct blow to the head or decapitation renders them immobile." As she spoke, she slid a rolled-up map across the table toward Wang Zhi. "This is a layout of S University. It may prove useful to you. Lastly, I hope you can return safely and create greater value for Dawn Tower." Wang Zhi was taken aback and quickly stood to accept the map. Jia Shi's lips curled slightly upwards, and Wang Zhi momentarily froze. It was the first time he had seen any expression on her face. To him, she had always appeared impassive, almost like a robot. With the map in hand, Wang Zhi exited the room, feeling as though she had provided them with a lifeline. With the layout of S University, they could better understand the architectural distribution within the school. Where did you get this map? The plump one asked. This is the layout of S University. Captain Jie, she just gifted it to us, Wang Zhi explained. Oh, why is she so kind to you? I haven't seen other department heads offer you anything. Why is it that blonde woman in particular? Sakura chimed in teasingly. Yeah, how are we supposed to get there? We don't even know where we are right now. The plump one exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Let us ask Linglingia. Linglingia, how do we reach the mission destination? Task is being queried. Task is being analyzed. Analysis successful. First battle, helicopter can be taken directly. Please feel free to improvise during evacuation. The nearest stronghold is located northeast of the destination, Lingling said, and a map of City S appeared on the screen, with a flashing point marked on it. Everyone hurriedly recorded the map. A helicopter? I never expected that my first helicopter ride would be in the apocalypse. The chubby man exclaimed. Can we drive when we evacuate? Wang Zhi suddenly asked. Drive? That presupposes we have a vehicle, Ing replied. We can just find one when the time comes. It doesn't matter if we don't have the keys. I can crack the car's built-in code to power it up. This is a result of my research just before the apocalypse, Wang Zhi stated. No way. What would be the point of rescuing them then? Are we merely treating them as tools for survival points? Oldie said anxiously. What's wrong, uncle? Do you think you're a savior? Want to rescue whoever you please? If you're willing to risk your life, we won't stop you, Ing scoffed. Oldie gritted his teeth and said nothing more. He understood that for now, self-preservation was paramount. Yet as a soldier, the thought of abandoning others in peril was his greatest shame. Let's try driving first. If we get blocked, we can proceed on foot. As for protection, we will do our best, but must not sacrifice our own lives. Everyone should rest for now. We will prepare our gear for going out tomorrow. After Wang Zhi finished speaking, he got up, quickly washed up in the bathroom, and then lay down on the bed to sleep. September 30th, 2025, a cloudy day. The thick fog outside had dissipated, and the streets and buildings were teeming with zombies wandering in every corner of the world. The usual hustle and bustle of people was gone, as was the sound of car horns. It was as if the entire world had pressed the pause button. Everything was silent. The alarm rang. Wang Zhi got up and turned off the preset alarm clock, turning on the room lights. For them, it was a new day. Wang Zhi planned to improve the breakfast menu. Having eaten nothing but biscuits and bread, they had nearly forgotten what warm meals tasted like. Here, each person gets 3. Wang Zhi distributed large meat buns to the 3 of them. Delicious. How come I never realized these buns were so tasty? The chubby man said while devouring the meat bun. With just over a day left, after finishing their meal, let us see what we need to buy. We should spend all our survival points. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, it would be a great loss, Wang Zhi remarked. You're right, Captain Wang. If we die without spending our money, that would be truly regrettable. The chubby man nodded in agreement. By the way, Sister Ing, do you have the silencer for the gun? Wang Zhi asked. Yes, it's in my bag. Are you worried the noise will attract zombies? They likely lack vision and mainly rely on smell and sound to hunt their prey. Therefore, our firearms must be equipped with silencers, otherwise, the sound of gunfire will surely attract all nearby zombies, Wang Zhi analyzed. I didn't bring one, Oldie said. Well, we'll buy one later then. After breakfast, the 4 of them went to the weapon hall, where they first equipped 2 silencers according to Old He's pistol model, totaling 20 points. Each person was allocated 500 bullets, amounting to 100 survival points. The 4 of them already possessed daggers, so they didn't look for more. Subsequently, they purchased 4 sets of tight-fitting biochemical combat suits, including gas masks and night vision goggles. The combat suits were made of high molecular fiber, offering excellent toughness and dimensional stability. The 4 sets cost a total of 400 survival points. The suits required custom fitting. The sales staff took their measurements and said, the clothes will be delivered to your residence in a day, so please wait patiently. Wang Zhi thought for a moment. They also lacked some large-scale destructive weapons. When confronting a horde of zombies, relying solely on pistols and hand-to-hand combat would be insufficient. With that in mind, Wang Zhi added 3 explosive grenades and 3 incendiary grenades for each person, totaling 80 survival points. Is there anything else we need to purchase? Wang Zhi inquired. Adrenaline. Oldie suggested. Adrenaline? What is it for? The chubby man asked. Adrenaline increases the heart's contractility, enhances excitability, accelerates conduction, and increases cardiac output. To put it simply, after exhausting yourself, a shot can keep you lively, Old He briefly educated the chubby man. Wow. Then why don't we buy more than one each? Wang Zhi shot a glance at the chubby man. Overexertion leads to a more intense sense of weakness, even shock. Do you want to die? Understanding now. What else do we need to buy? Let us get some tools, Ing suggested. The four finally bought 4 doses of adrenaline, for grappling hooks, 30 meters of steel wire, and 4 combat backpacks for a total of 70 survival points. We still have 700 survival points left. Is there really nothing else we need? Wang Zhi looked at the remaining balance. He hadn't expected to have so much left. It seems that eating here is indeed slightly more expensive than buying ammunition. Since we have some left, let us buy another dagger, Ing said. A dagger? Don't we already have daggers? Wang Zhi looked at Ing in confusion. There will always be a time when they get dull after using them to cut so many people. The dagger I have my eye on is made of good material. It's not that it can cut through iron, but it can certainly slice through flesh with ease. As they spoke, they arrived at the placing mentioned. Wang Zhi examined the sample of the knife, a golden blade, double-edged, with a smooth surface exuding sharpness. Next to it was a sheath priced at 100 survival points. Chapter 13. A new dawn shall we buy for? Wang Zhi asked the others. Sure. After discussing, Wang Zhi handed the magnetic card to the staff in charge, swiped it, and completed the purchase. Soon, the weapon store staff brought the daggers from the warehouse. Ing took the dagger and looked at it closely. Not bad. This will serve well as a backup knife, Ing thought, satisfied with her new dagger. Wang Zhi gasped upon hearing Ying's words. A dagger of this caliber suitable for a backup knife? On their way back, Wang Zhi noticed that the training hall was noticeably busier than usual, with many unfamiliar faces. Wang Zhi's team had already met the requirements to upgrade to a level 2 team, but had been too focused on training to take the time to upgrade. The 4 of them had now ceased training to maintain their best condition for the upcoming external mission. They arrived at the administrative office on the first floor to process the team upgrade, which went smoothly. During the process, another team even offered to let them cut in line. Moreover, there were significantly fewer people approaching Ing to chat, as they all understood that after the fight with Zhao Yang, a level 2 team had not gained an advantage from Wang Zhi, which was enough to illustrate the strength of this team. Soon, Wang Zhi's team had upgraded to a level 2 team. The staff informed Wang Zhi that they needed to move to room B007 within 24 hours, since the team size limit had expanded to 5 members. They needed to relocate to the level 2 team quarters in Zone B. During this time, people in the administrative hall, upon learning that the Team Dusk's Afterglow had advanced to a level 2 team, all approached to inquire, trying to join, but Wang Zhi rejected them all. He did not wish to recruit fickle individuals. When they heard that they would soon be going out, one by one, they backed out quickly, not wanting to become entangled with them. As the saying goes, it's easier to guard against a thief at home than to prevent a thief from within. So he had to be cautious in selecting teammates. Upon arriving at room B007, it was about 10 square meters larger than their previous room in Area A. With an additional bed, the 4 of them each picked their beds and placed their belongings, leaving the innermost bed vacant. Inside the room, Wang Zhi and the others silently cleaned their weapons. Wang Zhi appeared calm on the surface, yet within, he was gripped by profound fear. He was on the brink of embarking on a killing spree, fully aware that he would soon confront the heartless and unyielding zombies. He struggled to convince himself that he was not facing humans, but rather the undead, in an attempt to alleviate his guilt. The situation of the overweight man seemed dire. Typically jovial, he now wore a grim expression, repeatedly practicing the art of loading and unloading ammunition. He leaned against the bed, eyes closed in repose, leaving Wang Zhi uncertain of his thoughts. Meanwhile, Ing brandished her golden dagger, casually slicing the air, seemingly indifferent to the impending venture. Ing, are you not afraid of tomorrow's outing? Wang Zhi could not help but inquire. Afraid? Of what? The living fear nothing. Why should we fear the dead? Ing replied nonchalantly. Do you have no concerns? Wang Zhi pressed further. None, really. Ing hesitated before responding. Wang Zhi, sensing her reluctance, chose to remain silent. 10 hours later, the staff from the weapons shop delivered the combat gear and magazines Wang Zhi had ordered the previous day. With 8 hours left until departure, the 4 of them made their way to the training hall. As they would be taking a plane, they needed to address the matter of parachuting. So the 2 experienced individuals began instructing Wang Zhi on the essentials and techniques of parachuting. The reasoning behind the jump was straightforward. If the helicopter descended low enough to use a soft ladder, the noise from its rotor blades would attract nearby zombies, jeopardizing their landing. After several hours of practice, they headed to the cafeteria for one last meal. Following a brief rest until the appointed time, they donned their purchased gear and stepped out of their residence. On the way, passers-by regarded the four with a mix of admiration for their bravery and skepticism about their survival, each harboring their own thoughts. Many, upon learning that Wang Zhi's team was a mere level 2 group of 4, aspired to join them if they returned safely. Moments later, they arrived at the preparation hall, where Captain Adam directed them towards the C-Zone, Elevator 2. Wang Zhi checked the time. It was just right. So he approached the C-Zone Elevator 2 and pressed the button, opening the passageway for the four to enter. 10 minutes later, the elevator reached its destination, a vast warehouse housing a helicopter, with the pilot already prepared for takeoff. "Let us go," Lao He urged, leading the charge onto the helicopter. With a hum, the helicopter roared to life, and the overhead hatch slowly opened as it began to ascend. After several days, Wang Zhi once again beheld the dreary and overcast sky. Chapter 14. Discovering survivors. The helicopter carrying the four had taken to the skies, emerging from the underground base into a jungle. Gazing at the distant city still shrouded in smoke, they were overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions. Not long ago, the city had thrived, but in mere days, it had succumbed to chaos. What fate awaited humanity? Where would they go from here? Wang Zhi pulled out binoculars, observing the frenzied individuals below, shattering the illusion that this was all a mere facade. On board, Lao He reiterated the parachuting precautions, emphasizing that it was no trivial matter. Although it was Wang Zhi and the overweight man's first jump, the presence of two seasoned veterans eased their anxiety. Approaching their destination, the altitude was now 3,000 meters. Repeat, altitude 3,000 meters. We will reach the vicinity of the destination in 1 minute. Please prepare for parachuting. The pilot's voice crackled over the intercom. With that, the four gathered at the side door of the helicopter. Our target is the largest rooftop in the center. Do not fear, follow my lead. 3, 2, 1, jump. Lao He shouted. As he finished, the four joined hands and leaped from the helicopter in a neat row. Once Lao He and Ing stabilized their descent, Lao He's voice came through the radio. Release hands, maintain distance, deploy parachutes. With a rustle, all four opened their parachutes. Wang Zhi, feeling the tension, maneuvered to stay aligned with Lao He and Ing. Stay away from me, you fatso. Ing's voice came through the radio. As the overweight man's south descent drew too close for comfort, to avoid entanglement, Ing was compelled to alter her trajectory. As her altitude decreased, it became apparent she would miss the optimal landing spot on the rooftop, causing trepidation among the others. In that moment, Ing, seemingly prepared, hurled a grappling hook from her waist. Clang! The hook latched onto the rooftop railing. Gripping the rope, she drew herself up, cutting the parachute with her dagger before flipping over. Once the three landed, they quickly shed their parachutes and rushed to the railing, relieved to see Ing had successfully ascended. "Fatty, do you want to die?" Ing snapped. "Sorry, Ing. I'm still not very skilled." The overweight man apologized profusely, aware of his earlier blunder. Wang Zhi, witnessing the scene, felt fortunate that Ing had reacted swiftly. Had he been in her position, he would have either plummeted alongside the overweight man or fallen short of the rooftop. In a certain corner of the campus, Senior, I just saw a helicopter fly past. A helicopter? Haven T, there been plenty of planes in the sky lately? Zhang Xiaowei, do you really think they'll come down to rescue us? A classmate interjected. No, not just a helicopter. 4 people jumped from it. Zhang Xiaowei exclaimed excitedly. What? Is that true? Where are they? Let us go outside and let them see us. The others began to voice their opinions. Shoo, quiet. At that moment, the senior Zhang Xiaowei gestured for silence. The group realized their exuberance was misplaced, as the outside was still rife with zombies, and they began to pray not to attract attention. Unfortunately, their fears were realized as 2 zombies, drawn by their earlier commotion, approached the door, clawing at the wooden barrier, emitting a chilling screech. If this continues, more zombies will be drawn here. We're doomed. A classmate couldn't hold back tears. Stop crying. We still have the senior. If you keep it up, the zombies will feast on you first, a male classmate said. Open the door. The senior commanded, gripping her iron knife firmly. After her proclamation, no one dared to move, leaving her feeling disheartened. She turned to Zhang Xiaowei and said, Xiaowei, you go open the door. Pointed out by the senior, Zhang Xiaowei reluctantly approached the door, trembling. Taking a deep breath, he yanked the door open and immediately dashed behind the senior. Grr. The zombies, catching the scent of prey, became even more frenzied. Just as they lunged for the door, The senior sprang forward. With a swift diagonal slash, the head of the foremost zombie was severed from its body. Following that, she thrust her weapon through the second zombie's skull. Thud! The two zombies collapsed lifelessly. In mere seconds, the room was filled with the gruesome sight of two bloodied corpses. With a flourish, the senior shook off the blood before moving to a corner to clean her blade. Despite facing such bloody scenes continuously, some within the room could not endure it and began to retch. "Let us change locations," the senior suggested. "Senior, there's nowhere else to go. The only option left is the rooftop," Zhang Xiaowei responded. "Then let us head to the rooftop." With that, the senior led the group toward the rooftop. On the rooftop, Wang Zhi unfolded the map of S University and surveyed the surroundings. "We now find ourselves atop the office building. The school is divided into 4 areas: north, south, east, and west. The north and south sections comprise various teaching buildings, while the east and west sections host dormitories, playgrounds, and dining halls." Wang Zhi gazed at the map and inquired, "Which direction should we head first?" The plump fellow asked. "Patience, let us first observe our surroundings," Wang Zhi replied, lifting his binoculars to survey the area from the 8th floor of the office building. A campus with a population of at least tens of thousands had zombies predominantly appearing near the teaching and dormitory buildings. In such dire circumstances, those who manage to survive are indeed fortunate, Lauhi remarked. "Wang, how do you think they endured this situation?" The plump fellow pressed Wang Zhi for answers. "In less populated areas, danger is naturally diminished. It seems they have taken refuge in places with fewer people," Wang Zhi deduced. "Plump fellow, keep watch at the rooftop entrance. Do not allow the zombies to breach," Sakura instructed, concerned about the zombies below. Wang Zhi resumed his examination of the map, seeking a potential breakthrough. The teaching buildings were overcrowded, likely leading to infection, while the dining hall presented a possibility due to its proximity to a supermarket, ensuring sustenance. However, once the word spread that food was available, many would converge there, increasing the risk of infection. Thus, the only viable options remained the library and gymnasium. Both typically less populated and relatively safe, provided sufficient supplies were available for survival. "Any discoveries?" Wang Zhi inquired of the others. "None. The area is infested with zombies," Lauhi responded. "I did spot 2 children, but they were just bitten near the supermarket," Sakura stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhi raised his binoculars toward the supermarket's direction. A group of zombies had formed 2 clusters, viciously tearing at the unfortunate students. A gruesome sight that compelled him to lower the binoculars. After a moment, he lifted them again, but only saw more zombies, failing to identify any living souls. Just as he considered putting down the binoculars, the iron gate to the gymnasium's rooftop swung open. "Survivors!" At the 9 o'clock position on the gymnasium rooftop, Wang Zhi shouted to his companions. 22 or 23 individuals. Lauhi counted through the binoculars. Clearly, these 23 had made a wise choice. Had they not ascended to the rooftop, finding them within the expansive campus would have been akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Wang Zhi began contemplating methods to attract their attention, ensuring they would remain in place and aware of their presence. Upon reaching the rooftop, Zhang Xiaowei, who had spotted Wang Zhi and his team, immediately noticed a white cloth hanging from the office building and began waving fervently. After a moment's thought, Wang Zhi decided to use a powerful flashlight to signal the gymnasium rooftop. "Wait. They want us to wait." The senior sister understood Wang Zhi's intent and made an okay gesture towards the office building rooftop. Chapter 15. Ambush. Seeing that the others comprehended his message, Wang Zhi set down the binoculars and checked his watch. It was now afternoon 3 o'clock. They had to reach their destination before nightfall. This meant they had less than 4 hours remaining. Once darkness fell, even with night vision equipment, visibility would significantly diminish and the danger would escalate. They now faced their first decision: what method to descend. One option was to slide down from the rooftop using ropes. The other was to take the stairs. After consulting with the plump fellow, they collectively decided that descending via the stairs would be the safer course of action. At this moment, Lauhi had a sudden idea and removed the silencer from his handgun. Intending to fire a shot into the air to see if any survivors remained within the office building, Wang Zhi quickly restrained Lauhi's arm, signaling him to refrain from firing. "Do not shoot. That single shot will attract all the zombies in the vicinity. We would be trapped." After some contemplation, Lauhi agreed and reattached the silencer. Once their plan was finalized, the 4 of them began their descent from the rooftop. However, as they approached the door, they discovered it was locked from the inside. Damn it, Captain Wang, I'll break it down. The plump fellow exclaimed, preparing to kick the door. Are you insane? If you kick it down, how will we escape? Wang Zhi urgently intervened. First, we descend into a room using a grappling hook, then regroup and charge out, Sakura suggested. It will have to do. Let us find a window to enter a room, Wang Zhi agreed. Sakura approached the edge of the building, climbed over the railing, and lowered the rope towards a window, securing the grappling hook to the railing and testing its strength. I'll go down first, Sakura declared, grasping the rope and descending. In no time, she reached the second floor, locating an open window and slipping inside. Just as Sakura's feet touched the ground, before she could rise, a zombie suddenly lunged at her from the right. Startled, she recalled having carefully checked outside the window for any zombies before entering, only to find one lurking in a blind spot. As the zombie's claws drew near, she instinctively raised her arm to block, but the zombie seized her arm and bit down. Fortunately, Sakura reacted quickly, drawing a dagger from her leg and plunging it into the zombie's skull. The blade was remarkably sharp, and the zombie's head yielded no blood as it slumped lifelessly to the ground. Once Sakura entered the window, the three remaining members on the rooftop followed suit. Upon descending and witnessing the scene within, Wang Zhi was taken aback, despite having mentally prepared himself for days. The sight of corpses still elicited a sense of nausea and fear. Goodness gracious! We've barely arrived and already encountered a body? The plump fellow exclaimed, startled, as it was his first experience with death. Sakura, are you injured? Wang Zhi asked, concerned as he approached her. I didn't see this creature lurking in the corner. Thankfully, my clothing held strong, and I wasn't scratched, Sakura replied. Phew, thank goodness. Plump fellow, no matter what we encounter, refrain from speaking loudly. It could be perilous. Wang Zhi admonished, furrowing his brow. He was not particularly worried about Sakura or Lao He, but the plump fellow was likely to shout if not cautioned. Afterward, Wang Zhi opened the room door and immediately stepped back to avoid any sudden zombie attacks from outside. Not finding any zombies in the vicinity, he cautiously peered out into the corridor, noting that the safe passage was about 50 meters away, with 6 zombies blocking the way, and the rooms on either side remained uncertain. I'm a good shot. I'll take them out, Lao He declared. Stepping to the side, he fired, and the sound of 7 muffled gunshots echoed. Each of the 6 zombies fell. One bullet struck a zombie in the neck from behind, and as it turned to charge, Lao He dispatched it with another shot. The plump fellow peeked out, whispering excitedly, Brother, he has excellent marksmanship. Let us move out, plump fellow. Stick to the wall on the opposite side. Wang Zhi, you and Sakura stay on this side. We'll keep an eye on each other's rooms. If any zombies appear, shoot. Lao He instructed. The 4 of them stealthily made their way toward the safe passage, navigating past 8 rooms on either side. Most doors were closed, but from 2 rooms with open doors, 3 zombies emerged, easily dispatched by Sakura and Lao He. Upon reaching the safe passage, Wang Zhi noted that the number of zombies was sparse. The office building typically housed few people, and the safe passage was even less frequented, as most opted for the elevator. As Wang Zhigang reached the entrance of the safety passage, a zombie suddenly lunged at him. Caught off guard, he was slammed against the iron door by the creature. The clang of metal striking the wall echoed loudly in the empty building, a piercing sound that resonated painfully. The roar of other zombies in the building was ignited by this commotion, and they rushed towards the source of the noise. At this moment, Wang Zhi found himself knocked to the ground by the zombie. Without hesitation, Ying brandished her dagger and dispatched the creature with a swift blow to the head, blood splattering onto Wang Zhi's face shield. As he broke free, he immediately scrambled to his feet. The cacophony of growls echoing around him reminded him of the urgency. Run. This was the first thought that crossed his mind. They heard us. Quickly, head to the window and jump down from the vent. After slamming the safety passage door shut, Wang Zhi turned and crawled toward the central vent. The 4 of them did not hesitate and quickly climbed out of the window. The vent was situated between the first and second floors, not particularly high, allowing them to descend easily. Upon hearing the movement, the zombies outside converged towards their location, while those inside clawed and battered at the window. In no time, the number of zombies swelled as they were attracted by the noise. Chapter 16. The weakened, knife-wielding girl run. This way. The gymnasium is over here, Wang Zhi exclaimed as he dashed forward. Bang! The 4 of them ran while raising their handguns to shoot at the approaching zombies. Their speed was somewhat hindered by the supplies in their backpacks, as they had to continuously clear the zombies that closed in on them. The horde trailing behind had swelled to nearly 40 zombies. Everyone, pick up the pace. He urged from the front. This won't do. We'll lead the zombies to the gymnasium. Wang Zhi glanced back at the relentless horde and realized they could not shake them off. They had to devise a plan to eliminate the threat. What do we do? Wang Zhi asked, still running. I don't know. There are too many. He shouted back. We're going to die? I don't want to die yet. The fatty began his familiar wailing. Shut it, fatty. Keep yelling, and I'll feed you to the zombies. Ing snapped at him. If all else fails, we can use grenades. He suggested. Grenades? That will only draw more zombies. Imagine hundreds of them converging. Wang Zhi quickly interjected. Then we have no choice but to use incendiary bombs. He declared. That is a good idea. Let us burn them. Fatty said, reaching for the incendiary bomb strapped to his chest. If we keep running like this, the incendiary bombs won't be effective. Ing pointed out. Quick, everyone to the playground. Wang Zhi noticed the dry leaves under the tree roots and felt a surge of hope. Fortune favored them. The autumn grass had withered, and the playground was overgrown with weeds. If they could lure the zombies onto the grassy field and throw incendiary bombs around, it would instantly turn into a sea of flames. The four of them fought their way to the west playground, where the number of zombies was still manageable, and the area was rather open. Behind them, nearly 100 zombies were in pursuit. Wang Zhi could feel the ground trembling beneath them. Quick, each of you throw to one side. Once they reached the center of the grass, they tossed the incendiary bombs they had been holding. The bombs ignited, setting the surroundings ablaze. The playground was instantly engulfed in flames, transforming into a hellish inferno. On the rooftop of the gymnasium, students watched as Wang Zhi and his companions jumped from the office building's window, only to see an overwhelming number of zombies chasing after them. Oh no, this is it. I thought they were here to rescue us, but it seems they've come to doom us instead. What are we going to do now? Look, they're bringing a horde of zombies towards us. These people must be idiots, dragging us down with them. The students buzzed with discussions. Those with weapons, come with me to assist them. A senior, upon spotting the zombies tailing the four, resolutely gazed into the distance. She was determined to help those in need. Not for the sake of her fellow classmates on the rooftop, or even for herself, but for those who had come to her aid in this apocalypse. Disappointed by the hesitation of her peers, she shook her head and silently descended. Senior, you can't go? That's just courting death. A classmate rushed to block her path. Step aside, she said coldly, her head bowed. The classmate, sensing her resolve, quickly moved aside in fear. On the playground, the flames gradually subsided. Most of the zombies had lost their ability to move, while those that remained were dispatched by Wang Zhi and his companions with their daggers. Their combat uniforms, high-end products from Dawn Tower, were fireproof, waterproof, and resistant to scratches. Exceptionally durable. I'm sorry, I killed someone, please don't blame me. Fatty mumbled as he continued to deliver the finishing blows, his mind somewhat hazy. Meanwhile, Wang Zhi furrowed his brow tightly. Witnessing nearly 100 bodies fall before him left him unsettled. Let us move, he suggested once they had dealt with the zombies. Emerging from the playground, the four were covered in ash. Although they had not suffered burns, the heat was intense, and the smoke combined with the recent bloody scene nearly made Wang Zhi retch. By now, there were hardly any zombies left near the gymnasium. Their earlier strategy of running past had been intended to eliminate the surrounding threats. Unbeknownst to them, their actions had drawn curses from the students on the rooftop. When the four reached the entrance of the gymnasium, they spotted a girl weakly leaning against the door, wielding a long knife that had become dull from use. Scattered around her were numerous corpses. Wang Zhi immediately recognized her as the girl he had seen through the telescope earlier. Observing her fighting prowess, he understood why she had survived until now. The moment the girl saw the four, she realized that the zombies she had previously seen on the rooftop were absent, and her taut nerves relaxed, causing her to slump to the ground. Fatty swallowed hard at the sight of the girl. She's incredibly strong. How can one girl be so fierce? Hey, are you all right? Wang Zhi rushed over to support her as she collapsed. I'm fine, just need to rest for a moment, the girl weakly replied. Attempting to stand again, but ultimately leaning back against Wang Zhi, utterly spent. Eat something first. Wang Zhi retrieved a packet of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water from his backpack, opened them, and offered them to the girl. Upon seeing the food and water, her eyes welled up with tears she could not control. For days, she had been protecting her classmates, but when it came to food distribution, she had received no advantage, receiving only the same ration as everyone else. Now, After being in a constant state of battle, she felt her strength waning. In truth, she could have chosen to survive on her own, but she could not bring herself to abandon her classmates. If she were to seize their food and harm them at will, how would she be any different from the zombies? Sakura, there is a difference between genders. Could you carry her up later? Wang Zhi asked Sakura. Now you recognize the difference? You didn't say that when you rushed in to help her. Sakura shot him a glance. After a while, the five of them reached the rooftop, and it was now past 5 o'clock, the sky darkening. Wang Zhi noticed the classmates armed with weapons and frowned slightly. While their actions were understandable in this apocalypse, it still left him feeling quite displeased. If it weren't for the task at hand and the survival points, he would never have come to rescue these people. Are you from the government sent to rescue us? This is amazing. We're finally saved. A classmate exclaimed, and the rest quickly followed suit in a chorus of gratitude. Wang Zhi gazed at the throng of individuals approaching, remaining silent as he raised his firearm. Chapter 17. Galilee. Upon witnessing Wang Zhi's action, the students were taken aback, perplexed by the unfolding events. Everyone, quiet down. Move over there and stay still. Fatty, keep an eye on them, Wang Zhi commanded, gesturing towards a corner of the rooftop. Understood, Captain. Ahem. You all better behave, or the consequences of my anger will be dire, Fatty asserted, adopting a stern demeanor as he addressed the students. Wang Zhi turned and approached the girl, checking to see if she was injured. Why did you come here? She asked in a soft voice. With these monsters everywhere, where else could we go? She replied, her expression somber. There's a shelter. We came from there. Once you arrive, you will understand, Wang Zhi explained. By the way, what is your name? Galilee, she responded. Galilee, what a peculiar name, Wang Zhi mused, smiling at her, observing the bloodstains on her clothing. He was struck by an idea, to invite her to become the 5th member of their team. I am Wang Zhi. That sister over there is Sakura, and this is brother He. The chubby one in the distance is Li Feihong. He introduced her to his companions. Hello, Sister Sakura, brother He, Galilee greeted them. By the way, did you single-handedly slay the zombies downstairs? Wang Zhi inquired, glancing at her battered weapon. Yes, I come from a family of martial artists, and I have practiced since childhood, so I know a few moves, Galilee replied modestly, lowering her gaze in response to Wang Zhi's praise. Wang Zhi realized that Galilee must have seen them being pursued by a horde of zombies and had come downstairs to assist them. Had they not drawn the zombies to the playground and wiped them out, she would have surely met a grim fate. After witnessing the resolute determination in Galilee's eyes, he felt a stirring of admiration. Thank you for coming down to help us, he said, patting her shoulder with appreciation. It should be me thanking you. We have run out of food, she replied. How have you managed to survive since the disaster? Wang Zhi asked. Before the disaster, there was a thick fog that lasted over a week. The internet was rife with speculation, but it didn't disrupt our daily lives. I was here for a club activity, teaching martial arts in the gymnasium. Soon after, everyone received various notifications advising us to find a safe place to hide. So we've been holed up here, Galilee recounted. How come most people got infected, yet you didn't? Brother He queried, perplexed. Some say it was due to the fog. Inhaling excessive mist caused dizziness and nausea. We stayed indoors, avoiding overexposure, and thus narrowly escaped. However, many others were infected after being attacked by those monsters, Galilee explained, halting her narrative. I see. You mentioned you have no food left? How long has it been since you last ate? Wang Zhi asked. Counting today, it's been 2 days, she replied, opening her mouth as if to add something, but ultimately refrained. He understood she wished to request some food for her classmates, but hesitated due to their numbers. Night began to descend, enveloping everything in darkness, as the zombies thrived in the shadows, becoming increasingly active. Don't go there. It's teeming with monsters. It's dangerous, Galilee urged anxiously. Don't worry, we will be cautious, Wang Zhi reassured her with a smile. Some students, who had not eaten for 2 days, were groaning on the ground, while others lacked the strength to even make a sound. Perhaps we should distribute half of our food to them? Brother He suggested, glancing at the famished students. Wang Zhi looked at Sakura, who appeared reluctant but said nothing. It was unavoidable. They could not allow these students to perish from hunger, especially since they had come to rescue them. Very well, let us share a portion with them. We'll save some water for ourselves, Wang Zhi decided, retrieving some food from their bags and reluctantly distributing it to the students. Upon seeing Wang Zhi offer food, the students who had been slumped on the ground scrambled to their feet, eagerly reaching for the provisions. Once the food was distributed, Wang Zhi gathered the 3 others together. unfurling a map on the ground to strategize their actions for the following day. The closest destination was the Western restaurant. Located in the northern part of the West playground they had visited that afternoon, they resolved that their primary objective for tomorrow would be the Western restaurant. After studying the map, the four prepared to rest. Sakura and I will keep watch for the first half of the night. Fatty and Brother He, you may rest, he concluded. In terms of night watch assignments, Wang Zhi had considered the dynamics carefully. Pairing Brother He with Sakura would lead to discord, as their personalities clashed. Placing Fatty with Sakura would be equally problematic, so he took it upon himself to manage the situation. As night fell, the moon was obscured by clouds, and the familiar lights were long extinguished. The occasional crunching sound echoed, likely from zombies stepping on shards of glass. Wang Zhi surveyed the students around him, curled up and enduring the pangs of hunger, feeling a profound melancholy. Had he not joined the Dawn Tower, might his fate have mirrored theirs? Or perhaps he would have already succumbed to becoming a zombie. Leaning against the rooftop railing, he pondered these thoughts while retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his bag. Offering one to Sakura, just do your best. With the world in such turmoil, there's little to cling to. Each day we survive is a day gained. Sakura exhaled a puff of smoke. At that moment, Sakura seemed to shed her previous frivolity, adopting a more sentimental demeanor. Surviving each day is indeed essential, but it doesn't mean we should lose hope. If we are fortunate enough to have survived, it is a sign of divine intervention. Our meeting is destiny, and the future is replete with infinite possibilities. We can find a secluded place to settle, becoming our own rulers, free from constraints. Isn't that what you desire? Wang Zhi envisioned a hopeful future. Oh, do you wish to find a secluded place with me? Sakura teased, reverting to her playful demeanor. Wang Zhi sighed, realizing that her seriousness was fleeting. Nevertheless, we must maintain hope for the future, anticipate, and dream, he declared earnestly. Honestly, before the apocalypse, I had no interest in your talk of the future or hope. This world, as it is now, is rather appealing, Sakura responded, her gaze distant as she looked into the horizon. Chapter 18. Convenience store? Why do you say that? Wang Zhi asked, intrigued by Sakura's sudden change in perspective about the world. Just as you mentioned, as long as we remain alive, we can do as we please, live in seclusion, or even establish our own little kingdom, Sakura replied with a smile. Well, Sakura, our team is currently at level 2, and we are still one short. I would like to propose that Galilee join us. What do you think? Wang Zhi suggested. Sounds good. Another sister to our ranks. But you're not simply drawn to her looks, are you? Sakura scoffed. Absolutely not. No one can compare to you, Sakura. My decision is based purely on her abilities and character, Wang Zhi quickly clarified. But what if she doesn't want to join us? Then she wouldn't have appeared downstairs in the first place, Wang Zhi asserted confidently. Very well, it's your call, Sakura conceded nonchalantly. After completing their watch, Wang Zhi woke Fatty and Brother He, tossing the remaining half of the cigarette pack to Brother He before finding a spot to lie down. Due to various factors, Wang Zhi had gone nearly 40 hours without proper rest. The moment he lay down, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him, and he drifted off into slumber almost immediately. On October 3, 2025, under a gloomy sky, at 5 in the morning, Wang Zhi suddenly sat up, instinctively reaching for the gun strapped to his waist. He anxiously scanned his surroundings and noticed the Fatty chatting with Old He on a nearby platform, while Sakura leaned against the wall, eyes closed in rest. He let out a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that nothing had occurred during his slumber, as sleeping too deeply in such dire circumstances was undoubtedly perilous. Hey, Captain Wang, you're awake, Fatty exclaimed upon seeing him sit up. Yes, let us grab something to eat before we head to the Western restaurant, Wang Zhi replied, as Sakura opened her eyes and approached. After the four finished their meal, they selected 3 sturdy boys to lead the way and carry the food. Naturally, the chosen students were reluctant. No one wished to undertake such a dangerously perilous task. Yet, they ultimately acquiesced to the gun in Wang Zhi's hand, realizing that venturing out into the unknown, fraught with danger, was preferable to facing death at that moment. Wang Zhi walked over to Jiaolai and handed her his knife for self-defense. Be careful and protect yourself, he advised. After a brief gathering of their belongings, they cautiously opened the rooftop door, preparing to descend to the first floor and make their way to the restaurant. Thanks to their efforts the previous day in clearing the building of zombies, they encountered only one on their way down. However, upon reaching the ground floor, they found the number of zombies had increased, with about 10 lurking in the lobby. This sight nearly prompted the three students trailing behind to scream. But Wang Zhi had warned them beforehand. They could only stifle their voices, fearful of making even the slightest sound. Sakura and he took charge of the zombies, while Wang Zhi and Fatty minimized their gunfire, aware of their poor shooting skills. Before long, the zombies in the lobby were dispatched with minimal effort and nearly no bullets wasted, earning Wang Zhi's admiration for his companion's marksmanship. They proceeded to the western playground, where remnants of the zombies burnt the day prior still lay scattered across the ground. There's the restaurant. One student whispered as he caught up. Right, once we enter, we'll cover you. Grab as much food as you can, Wang Zhi instructed the students before moving forward. However, as they approached the restaurant, the surrounding zombies seemed to diminish, an occurrence that struck Wang Zhi as peculiar. This is unusual, he suddenly halted. What's the matter? Old he inquired, puzzled. There are too few zombies here. It feels abnormal, Wang Zhi replied. Don't scare me like that, Captain, Fatty said, his voice trembling. Find a spot to observe the situation inside with binoculars. We need to assess before proceeding, Wang Zhi commanded, and the group readied their binoculars to peer into the restaurant. Good heavens, Fatty gasped. Through the lenses, they beheld a throng of zombies milling about within the restaurant. The sight made it clear that not only would retrieving food be impossible, but even entering the premises would be a challenge. Is this a zombie nest? So many of them, Fatty exclaimed. Indeed, everyone has flocked here in search of food, yet none have emerged unscathed, Sakura remarked. We must devise another plan. Without food, they won't last long, Wang Zhi mused. I know a place that might still have some supplies, a student from the back interjected. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Fatty scolded him. It's a small convenience store filled with snacks. The stockroom is in the basement of a residential building. The student explained hurriedly. Are many people aware of this? Wang Zhi was cautious, not wanting to stumble into another zombie den. Not many. The store usually operates online, delivering directly to dorms, so few know of their stockroom, the student reassured. Excellent. Then we shall proceed there. Don't try any tricks, Wang Zhi cautioned as he unfolded a map for the student to point out the location. Once confirmed, they adjusted their route accordingly. The destination lay to the east of their current position, within a residential area. With the experience from the previous day in mind, the four moved quietly, avoiding attracting attention as they dispatched zombies from a distance. Soon, they arrived at the residential building the student had mentioned, a row of slightly dilapidated high-rises with the basement located on the first floor. After ensuring the area was safe, they entered the building. The corridor was dimly lit, and Wang Zhi switched on his chest light, cautiously making his way deeper into the basement. He tossed a bullet around the corner, in such blind spots. He needed a distraction to gauge the danger. As expected, the moment the bullet hit the ground, two zombies emitted low growls and lunged towards it. Seeing the sudden attack, the group swiftly opened fire, eliminating the two zombies. At the end of the basement lay the convenience store, but the door was shut tight. Wang Zhi tugged on it, confirming no zombies were present inside. The two that had emerged must have come from outside. Let me handle this. Sakura stepped forward, retrieving a wire from her bag. Wait, you know how to pick locks? Wang Zhi asked, observing her skillful movements. Just a bit, she replied, crouching at the door. After a moment, a satisfying click echoed, and the lock gave way. Sakura attempted to pull the door open, but it wouldn't budge. A push revealed it was loosening slightly. Is something blocking the door? Wang Zhi inquired. Yes, I'm certain of it. I've been here many times before, the male student assured. Fatty, you and Old he keep watch at the corridor. If the zombies come, deal with them, Wang Zhi instructed. He knocked on the door a few times, checking for any signs of life within. Is anyone there? We're here to rescue you. Please open the door, he called out through the gap. Rescue us? You're here to steal food, aren't you? I suggest you find another place. We've claimed this spot, a man's voice replied from inside. If you dare to knock down the door, the zombies will be drawn to you, and you'll be the ones to perish. The voice warned again. Seeing that the occupants showed no signs of yielding, Wang Zhi resolved to force the door open. They needed that food. All right, Old he, Sakura, hold the line. Don't let any zombies through. With a mighty crash, the door burst open. In an instant, the building began to tremble as zombies stirred from above, all rushing down towards them. They're coming, Wang Zhi alerted. Before long, over a dozen zombies surged down the stairs, flooding the narrow corridor. Open fire, Old he shouted, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Meanwhile, Fatty barged through the door, only to find three boys armed with kitchen knives ready to attack him. They intended to kill Fatty and resecure the door. However, upon realizing he held a handgun, they hesitated. Knives were no match for a bullet. Fatty swiftly dispatched the nearest attacker with a kick, sending him sprawling. After neutralizing the threat inside, he rushed back to assist Wang Zhi and the others against the approaching zombies, directing the three boys to take refuge in a nearby room. Emerging from the room, Fatty was taken aback by the scene in the corridor, strewn with bodies, while more zombies pressed in. Fortunately, the fallen corpses slowed their advance, allowing Wang Zhi and his companions a brief reprieve. After an arduous fight, they managed to eliminate over 20 zombies, finally bringing a semblance of calm to the chaos. Is everyone unharmed? Wang Zhi asked, relieved. Wang Zhi's heart raced as he stood in the dimly lit basement, the gruesome sight of splattered zombie blood making him tremble with anxiety. Let us proceed inside, he said, sheathing his firearm. All right. The four ventured into the room, where they found three boys writhing on the ground, clutching their arms and groaning in agony, the air thick with the stench of bodily waste. Wang Zhi scanned the interior. There were loaves of bread, spicy strips, instant noodles, ham sausages, and an assortment of beverages. The quantity was sufficient to sustain the 20-odd students for a week. Wang Zhi understood the actions of the three boys. In this apocalyptic world, darkness reigned supreme, giving rise to selfishness and suspicion. Gather all these supplies. Wang Zhi commanded the three male classmates. What shall we do with these three? The stout boy inquired. Brothers, please spare us. One of the boys pleaded. Did you not come to rescue us? Why are you now treating us as threats? You three will accompany us, but remain silent on the way. Otherwise, the gun in my hand may make a sound, Wang Zhi warned, gesturing with his pistol. Thank you, brothers. We will remain quiet. The three students promptly grabbed large cardboard boxes and began stuffing them with the assorted food and water. As they exited the room, the six boys behind them were startled by the sight of bodies strewn haphazardly across the corridor, though they managed to stifle their cries. Just as Wang Zhi was about to cross the hallway, a half-dead zombie clutched his leg. Watch your step, Wang Zhi exclaimed, raising his hand to fire a shot into the creature's head. As the echo of the gunshot faded, a boy behind them let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah, quick, everyone. Get out, Wang Zhi urged, racing towards the exit. Who was that? It was me. I was just grabbed by a hand, came the response from one of the boys, revealing a tear in his pants leg. Wang Zhi approached, crouching to examine the boy's injury, which was already turning black, the blood darkening to a crimson hue. Is anyone else hurt? He inquired, but silence ensued. Wang Zhi moved closer to the three boys. That person is infected. It's only a matter of time before he transforms. What should we do? He asked. Let us keep him. It's not every day we have a test subject, Sakura suggested. All right. The four swiftly moved towards the fallen boy, who was now losing consciousness, his face taking on a purplish hue, black-red blood oozing from his mouth. Wang Zhi calculated that it had been less than 10 minutes since the scratch. Could it truly be fatal in such a brief span? Sakura nodded and, wielding a dagger, swiftly slashed the boy's throat, silencing his struggles and convulsions. Sakura's expression remained impassive, as though devoid of any guilt. This could be seen as the boy's retribution. Had he opened the door earlier, the zombie would not have attacked, nor would he have been injured, let alone killed. Before long, they spotted students waving at them from the rooftop of the gymnasium. Once on the rooftop, those students looked at the three boxes of food with awe, regarding Wang Zhi and his companions as their saviors. It was only 10 in the morning, and they had procured a week's worth of food in just a few hours, a remarkable stroke of luck. Fatty, go distribute some food to them, Wang Zhi instructed. He then retrieved a notebook from his bag to document the events, particularly the characteristics of the zombies and the symptoms of infection. Chapter 20. The business vehicle. What are you doing? He asked as he approached Wang Zhi. Wang Zhi examined the map of S City, following the coordinates provided by Ling Ling, which led to the wilderness about 30 kilometers north of the school. This is bad. De Yong has passed out, Zhang Xiaowei announced, referring to the boy who had ventured out with them. Wang Zhi rushed into the crowd to find De Yong lying unconscious on the ground. Lift his shirt. De Yong had a scratch on his waist, though not very pronounced. It was beginning to show signs of infection, the surrounding skin turning a shade of dark blue. Realization dawned upon them all. De Yong was infected. You beasts! I will make you pay, shouted the boy closest to De Yong, his rage directed at the two boys in the convenience store. Wang Zhi stepped in to restrain him, arguing, objectively speaking, they are not at fault. We are all fighting for survival. Death is irreversible. Conserve your strength to deal with your issues once we reach the sanctuary. Wang Zhi then raised his gun, aiming it at De Jong. No, don't. He is not dead yet. You can't do this. The boy protested fervently. Wang Zhi furrowed his brow, knowing that in this world, compassion had no place. It was either life or death. Infection meant inevitable transformation. Bang! Wang Zhi pulled the trigger, ending De Jong's life. This marked his first act of murder. The first instance of taking a life not belonging to a zombie, but a fellow human being. Fatty, dispose of the body downstairs, Wang Zhi said calmly. Strangely, the absence of order seemed to numb his emotions. He felt no fear, no anxiety, nor guilt for his first kill. The students lowered their gazes, and no one dared to voice dissent. They all understood implicitly that none wished to harbor a potential zombie among them. Survival of the fittest. This was the reality of the apocalypse. Is there a bus at the school? Wang Zhi inquired of Jelly. A business vehicle? Can it accommodate all of us? That vehicle was typically used by the school for transporting teachers and students to various events. It was spacious enough for their group, albeit a tight fit. Is it still there? Wang Zhi pressed. Unless there has been an event, the bus usually parks near the administration building. There haven't been any recent activities, so it should be there, Jilly replied thoughtfully. The four checked their ammunition. Old He and Sakura had used up more than half their rounds, while Wang Zhi and Fatty had only expended a little over 100. We need to conserve our ammo. We've already burned through nearly half in less than a day. What will we do outside? Wang Zhi mused, surprised by how quickly their supplies had dwindled. They stealthily approached the administration building, circling around until they located the large business vehicle. However, the area was teeming with zombies. Drawn by the commotion from their arrival, cautiously, they crept behind the vehicle. The door is locked, Sakura whispered, tugging at the handle. Are there keys inside? Wang Zhi crouched down to inquire. Are you out of your mind? Who leaves the keys in the car? Sakura shot him a skeptical glance. Never mind. Give me a moment. I'll force the door open, Wang Zhi said, pulling out his notebook and beginning to work on the lock. After about half an hour, a satisfying click signaled the success of his efforts. The electronic lock had been bypassed. Get in, quietly, Wang Zhi instructed, gently opening the door and slipping inside. The ignition key operated via radio frequency, and Wang Zhi was now using a program to generate a matching frequency to mimic the electronic key. However, this process required more time and numerous tests. It was now 2 in the afternoon, and the number of zombies outside was increasing. The 4 of them held their breath in the vehicle, watching Wang Zhi busily at the driver's seat. If you don't want to be zombie bait, keep it down, Wang Zhi cautioned, as the program on his notebook continued to decrypt the codes, methodically testing every possible password. At 6 in the evening, the brilliance of the sky gradually faded, and the number of zombies surrounding the vehicle increased significantly. Some zombies inside the building began to slowly make their way outside. We had no second chance. The computer was nearly out of power, and we could not afford to give up. At that moment, Wang Zhi glanced at the remaining battery life of the computer. If we could not crack the code for this vehicle, the consequences would be dire. Suddenly, a zombie noticed the people inside the car, and the windows were met with a series of loud thuds. This caused those inside the vehicle to tense up, ready to fire at any moment. Bang! Bang! The sound of the zombies banging on the car immediately attracted more of their kind. In an instant, what began as one zombie outside the window transformed into a horde. Crash! The passenger side window shattered under the onslaught of the zombies. Bang, bang, bang. A few shots rang out, and the zombies blocking the window fell lifelessly to the ground. Once the battle commenced, the noise escalated, drawing the attention of nearby zombies. Seeing this, Wang Zhi quickly placed the laptop in the center and drew his gun, firing at the window. There were too many of them. Wang Zhi, are you almost done? Lao He shouted while firing his weapon. Just a moment, Wang Zhi replied. As the number of zombies increased, Lao He took out a grenade and hurled it into the distant mass of zombies. Boom! A thunderous explosion shattered the tranquility of the campus. The sound of low growls erupted from the office building behind them as zombies began leaping from the windows, and those within earshot rushed over. Are you trying to get us killed by throwing grenades? Ing glared at Lao He. We've already blown it up. We need to blow a few more. Lao He shouted back. Meanwhile, the zombies in the distance began to approach steadily, and Wang Zhi had no time to change magazines. He grabbed a dagger and slashed at the heads of the zombies at the window. Boom! Boom! 2 more explosions erupted, sending chunks of zombies flying in all directions. He immediately pressed the ignition button before the engine could roar twice. Wang Zhi shifted into gear and slammed on the accelerator. Virum! The vehicle surged forward with a deafening roar. Chapter 21. Evacuation from the school. With a loud crash, the business van shot out, leaving behind a multitude of zombies in pursuit. The van, with its 4 wheels, quickly outpaced the staggering zombies. Captain Wang, you are truly terrifying us. If we had been any slower, that horde would have buried us. The chubby man gasped. As they say, fortune favors the bold. With this vehicle, our journey ahead will be considerably smoother, Wang Zhi responded. The business van had 10 seats in the back in addition to the front 2. The 4 of them took 1 each, while the remaining 24 had to cram into the 8 available seats. Though the seats were insufficient, there was ample space for them to crouch or lie down. The zombies that had been pouring out of the office building were relatively manageable. Meanwhile, the students on the rooftop anxiously watched them. The recent explosions had left them unsettled. Upon seeing the group successfully acquire the vehicle, the students were filled with newfound joy, as this vehicle meant they could escape. After distributing some food, Wang Zhi sat down with the others to eat. He had just checked the fuel gauge and found they had enough gas for 30 kilometers, while their evacuation point lay 60 kilometers away in the suburb of S City, meaning they would need to refuel along the way. Wang Zhi pulled out a map and marked a nearby gas station in the outskirts. The city center was densely populated and thus infested with zombies. After their meal, Wang Zhi tallied the remaining ammunition. Following the recent skirmish, the 4 of them had less than 400 rounds left. As long as they avoided major confrontations, that should suffice. If they could reach the suburbs smoothly tomorrow, the remainder of their journey would be much easier, given the sparsely populated nature of the area and the fewer zombies. With this thought, Wang Zhi felt considerably more relaxed and mingled quietly among the students. Everyone, we must set out to escape from here tomorrow. The dangers on the road are unavoidable, so we must unite. Follow our commands. And I hope each of you can reach the shelter safely. Get some rest. We leave at dawn. Inside the Dawn Tower, Tower Master. A second team has already been dispatched for an external mission, Jieshi reported to the Tower Master. Which team? The Tower Master inquired, looking up. Oh, is it that level 3 team? Indeed. How did the first team fare? October 4th, 2025, clear skies. As dawn approached, the chubby man and Lao He, who had been on watch throughout the night, roused everyone from sleep. In truth, none had rested well. In such an environment, even the slightest noise could awaken them instantly. The group organized their supplies and began moving them into the vehicle. In no time, the car was filled with students, with 2 people sharing each seat, leaving 8 others squatting beside them. Afterward, Wang Zhi took out the notebook, utilized the key saved from yesterday, and swiftly unlocked the system. All set, let's go. As they drove, the noise of the vehicle attracted the zombies lining the roadside, with the frenzied undead pursuing them relentlessly. The students squeezed together in the back, trembling with fear. The 4 had planned to use the northern gate of the campus as their exit and head northward, which would lead them to a gas station situated in a less populated area. However, due to the severe overloading of the vehicle, Wang Zhi dared not steer sharply for fear of overturning. He relied on the other 3 to shoot ahead from the windows to clear the path of zombies and prevent any damage to the vehicle. Look, there are survivors on the rooftop, the chubby man exclaimed suddenly. Wang Zhi was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected anyone else to be alive, but regrettably, their situation did not afford them the opportunity to stop and save them. With that thought, Wang Zhi refocused on driving, avoiding any collisions with the approaching zombies. Noticing that Wang Zhi had no intention of stopping, the chubby man fell silent. They arrived at the northern gate, the hood of the vehicle now crumpled from collisions, and they had expended nearly 100 rounds of ammunition. Crash! The business van smashed through the gate at the northern entrance. Once outside the school, the number of zombies on the road was evidently greater than within the campus, with bloodstains and corpses littering the ground. Vehicles lay abandoned haphazardly across the street, rendering the area eerily silent. Wang Zhi spotted a convenience store nearby, its contents seemingly untouched, and he felt tempted. Oh no, the road ahead is blocked by zombies. Lao He exclaimed, peering through binoculars. Should we change our route? The chubby man suggested anxiously. No, I am uncertain about the conditions of the alternate route. Lao He, take this, Wang Zhi said, handing his grenade to Lao He. With that, Wang Zhi pressed the accelerator hard, weaving through the zombies. As they neared the horde, Lao He pulled the pin and hurled the grenade with all his might. The grenade landed among the mass of zombies. Boom! The explosion reverberated through the throng of undead. Wang Zhi paid no heed to anything else and floored the accelerator, charging toward the gap created by the blast. Countless zombies collided with the front of the vehicle, and the windshield shattered into a spiderweb of cracks, splattering sticky blood everywhere. Fortunately, the weight of the car forced its way through the horde. However, with the glass completely destroyed, visibility was severely compromised. Chapter 22. The gas station, damn it! Wang Zhi exclaimed, glancing at the blurred view through the shattered glass as he pounded the steering wheel. After a grenade exploded, the surrounding horde of zombies swelled in numbers. If they did not hasten their departure, their vehicle would soon be besieged by the very swarm they had just encountered, leaving them with no escape. Smash the windshield! Old He exclaimed, forcefully striking the glass with the butt of his gun. Wang Zhi swiftly drew his weapon, creating a hole, and immediately accelerated. As Wang Zhi drove forward, Old He assisted by clearing the shattered glass. With the windshield gone, the wind rushed into the vehicle at a speed of 50. After surging past the recent swarm of corpses and driving for a while, they were fortunate to have veered away from the bustling urban area, where they encountered no further clusters of zombies. Wang Zhi glanced at the fuel gauge, and to his dismay, it was nearly empty. He had grossly underestimated the vehicle's fuel consumption. Initially planning to refuel seamlessly at a gas station, the absence of a windshield, coupled with the weight of their 28 occupants, had drastically increased the fuel usage. Less than a minute later, predictably, the vehicle began to slow. Why have we stopped? The hefty man in the back seat asked, bewildered. Out of fuel. What? We were supposed to make it to the gas station. The windshield is broken now, Wang Zhi replied. Should we walk to get fuel? We're less than a kilometer from the station, he conjectured. A kilometer is neither far nor close, Old He pondered. Let us go? We have no other means to procure fuel, so that's our only option. Saying this, he opened the car door. You stay here to protect them. The three of us will go get the fuel, Wang Zhi instructed, turning to the others. Wait, I'm the only one left here? The hefty man looked nervously at the zombies that occasionally appeared. There are still over 20 people behind us. What are you afraid of? Wang Zhi glanced at the girl. Jelly, 20 of me. Before the hefty man could finish, Wang Zhi exited the vehicle and pulled him down. Don't forget why we came out. I understand, Captain Wang, but do you really expect me to guard this place alone? The hefty man appeared troubled. Wang Zhi surveyed the surroundings. There were not many zombies here on the suburban road, as long as they did not make a loud noise. Remaining in this position should be relatively safe. Just stay quiet. If zombies come, I can't protect you, he warned. The three of them proceeded towards the gas station, where nearly every vehicle was filled with zombies. To avoid ambush, they maintained a safe distance from the cars, cautiously moving forward. Upon reaching the gas station, they found numerous vehicles parked, predominantly large trucks. Besides the vehicles, many corpses littered the ground, evidently killed by humans. It seems this place has already been scavenged. Old He remarked, eyeing the wrecked convenience store in the distance. Let us go inside and be cautious, Wang Zhi suggested, and the trio moved toward the gas station, backs against each other, wary of any lurking zombies. As they approached a large truck, some zombies behind it noticed them and erupted in a sudden frenzy. With Wang Zhi facing them directly, prepared, he swiftly plunged his dagger into the skull of the nearest zombie, killing it instantly. The three of them dispatched a few more zombies before advancing into the convenience store. As Old He had predicted, it had already been ransacked, but they found several barrels of gasoline untouched. Each of them took 2 bottles and stowed them in their backpacks. On the way back, Wang Zhi noticed Old He frowning deeply and inquired, What is wrong? Old He, are you unwell? No, I just feel something is off, Old He replied. Off? What seems strange? Why do you think the people from the Dawn Tower knew the apocalypse was coming? It's as if they can foresee the future. Old He voiced his concerns. There are 2 possibilities. First, they initiated the apocalypse. Second, they know someone is about to unleash it. But they are too weak to stop them, Sakura analyzed. Wang Zhi fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this hypothesis. Indeed, if they have made preparations in advance, it indicates they were aware of the impending apocalypse. The critical question is whether the Dawn Tower is the root cause. I hope it's the first scenario, Old He stated. Why? Wang Zhi questioned, puzzled. If it's the second, it's highly disadvantageous for us, and our enemies are not merely these mindless zombies. Wang Zhi felt a chill. If the latter was true, they would be facing an existence more terrifying than the Dawn Tower itself. Wang Zhi poured the acquired fuel into the tank, and the vehicle roared back to life. As they continued, the number of vehicles dwindled, and they had completely entered the suburbs. Old He, in the passenger seat, studied the map while guiding Wang Zhi in the right direction. This should be it. We just need to head 2 kilometers in that direction. It's nearby, he said, pointing toward the rice fields. Are you certain? Wang Zhi halted the car for confirmation. Absolutely, he assured him. All right, everyone out. Upon hearing Wang Zhi's command, the occupants of the vehicle cascaded out, stretching their stiff limbs. Cramped within a single vehicle, the discomfort was palpable, but now they found themselves in a desolate area, akin to a paradise, with joy illuminating their faces. Brother Hong, what does that shelter look like? Can you tell us about it? Some classmates inquired curiously. Following the hefty man, there's nothing to explain. You'll know once we arrive. Focus on the journey and stay alert, he replied impatiently. In the rice fields, Wang Zhi saw no zombies, yet he remained vigilant. This was a habit he had to maintain. Just then, Wang Zhi felt a tug on his backpack. Instantly alert, he grasped his dagger and turned around. To his surprise, it was Jelly. Oh, it's you? Wang Zhi said, lowering the dagger. In the future, please announce your presence when approaching from behind. Otherwise, I might mistake you for a zombie, he added. I'm sorry, Jelly said, lowering her head in apology. Is there something you need? She asked, her eyes filled with longing. Can I still stay with you? Of course. Jelly's eyes brightened at Wang Zhi's acceptance. He had already considered making her the 5th team member, and her proactive request spared him the need for persuasion. It was essential to form small groups in any situation. The choice of companions and circles would profoundly impact one's life. Wang Zhi could not guarantee that these individuals would always choose wisely, but he could assure them that he would not betray them. Chapter 23. The refugees' citizens they encountered a thick iron door, similar to the one they had seen previously. Wang Zhi placed the magnetic card against the reader, and the door swung open. WVE arrived. Everyone inside. Wang Zhi instructed the students behind him. Finally, we're saved. After ensuring everyone had entered, he followed, and the door closed automatically once the card was a certain distance away. Inside the dark tunnel, the group of over 20 relied on the illumination from the 4 in the front, proceeding slowly. Are you sure this is the right place? One asked. Yes. But where exactly are we going? In the narrow, dark passage, some students began to feel anxious, as if the endless steps would never end. Just keep walking, Wang Zhi replied, uninterested in explanations, and continued down the stairs. After a while, they finally reached the end, which revealed an elevator door. Wang Zhi approached and opened it. The space within was insufficient to accommodate the 20 or so individuals, necessitating their division into 2 groups. The first group, led by the stout man and Lao He, consisted of 12 students, while the remaining 2, he and Sakura, would take the second trip. Once confirmed, Lao He stepped into the elevator first, escorting the group away. Let us proceed, Wang Zhi remarked. Despite being split into 2 groups, the elevator remained exceedingly cramped for the 14 individuals inside. At that moment, Sakura seized the opportunity to tease Wang Zhi, pressing her body against his back. Sakura, could you possibly move back a bit? It's a tad warm. Wang Zhi said awkwardly. Do you wish for me to press against someone else? Sakura retorted, scrutinizing Wang Zhi's expression, which seemed to convey both mischief and innocence. However, Wang Zhi genuinely felt overheated. In the confined space, coupled with the biohazard suits they wore, the air felt stifling. The presence of bloodstains on their clothing and the odor emanating from the students, who had not bathed in days, filled the elevator with an unpleasant scent. Ding! The elevator chimed, signaling their arrival. As the doors opened, Wang Zhi was the first to dash out, eager to escape the confines of the elevator. Outside, he beheld the familiar hall, where the stout man and Lao He had been waiting for some time, surrounded by fully armed guards prepared to respond to any emergencies. Upon witnessing the true visage of the Dawn Tower, the students gazed around in astonishment, as if they had been transported from hell to heaven. However, Wang Zhi and his companions could not yet fully enter the Dawn Tower. They were required to undergo various checks first. Please follow me to the medical room for a thorough disinfection and examination, a woman in a white lab coat and mask instructed as she approached them. Signaling for Wang Zhi and the others to follow, the woman led them down a corridor. This is the place. Chief Sophie is waiting for you inside. After her statement, she turned and departed. Wang Zhi recalled that Sophie was the head of the medical room from their previous encounter in the conference hall. Upon arriving at the medical room, Chief Sophie first guided them to the changing and disinfection area. Please remove all your clothing and enter the disinfection chamber to cleanse your bodies. Gentlemen to the left, ladies to the right, she stated before leaving the disinfection area. Inside, Three male doctors in white coats arranged numerous small baskets for collecting Wang Zhi and the others' clothing and gear. Wang Zhi stripped off his blood-stained biohazard suit and undergarments, tossing them into the basket before stepping into the disinfection shower. A uniform hung in the disinfection area as a spare outfit. Once cleaned, everyone emerged from the disinfection room clad in identical Dawn Tower uniforms. "This way, please," a medical staff member directed. Wang Zhi arrived at the examination room, where the testing process was straightforward. A blood sample was drawn, and they awaited the results to ensure there were no infection risks. When the results came back, revealing no hidden infections, Wang Zhi exhaled in relief, knowing that any issues affecting any of the four would significantly impact him. After the examination, Wang Zhi and his companions led the students to the mission hall, eagerly anticipating the submission of their mission. At that moment, their accounts reflected an addition of 2,400 survival points. After handing the students over to the Dawn Tower, Wang Zhi had another matter to attend to, recruiting Jiaoyulai into their team. "Jiaoyulai, come with us," Wang Zhi called out. Hearing her name, Jiaoyulai hurried over. The group took her to the affairs hall, where they approached a window that had no queue. "Hello, we are the Dusk team. I would like to invite a survivor to join our ranks." "Certainly. Please present the magnetic cards of both parties," the official responded. At this moment, Wang Zhi realized that Jiaoyulai did not possess a magnetic card. No magnetic card? Her current status is that of a refugee, and 1,000 survival points are required to purchase citizenship. Only then can she enjoy all the rights of the Dawn Tower. Refugee? Is that a term? Wang Zhi pondered, grasping the implications. Anyone without a magnetic card was classified as a refugee, deprived of all rights, which implied a lack of freedom. In contrast, citizens held magnetic cards, like them, enabling them to acquire wealth and enjoy all privileges of the Dawn Tower. To enlist Jiaoyulai, Wang Zhi needed to pay 1,000 survival points to purchase her citizenship. He gazed at Jiaoyulai, who appeared perplexed, unaware of why everyone was staring at her. Evidently, she did not understand the concepts of refugee, citizen, or survival points. Observing her bewildered expression, Wang Zhi recalled the day when Jiaoyulai stood alone, wielding a knife, waiting to greet their weary group at the stadium, evoking a sense of pity and compassion. He did not wish to abandon such a kind person in this apocalyptic world. He needed allies he could trust implicitly. Wang Zhi glanced at Lao He, who merely nodded silently, offering no further opinions. As for Sakura, he had previously discussed the matter with her, and she had no objections. The stout man's opinion was no longer relevant. "Very well, I will purchase her citizenship." Wang Zhi turned to the official, declaring. After confirming Wang Zhi's decision, the staff deducted 1,000 survival points from their account. From this moment forth, Jiaoyulai became a citizen of the Dawn Tower. After completing Jiaoyulai's enlistment procedures, the official handed over a magnetic card with the ID 10001. 10001 signifies the first individual to transition from refugee to citizen within the Dawn Tower. Chapter 24, Summary of the Outing. Here, this will serve as your identification card. Do not misplace it, and certainly do not give it to anyone, Wang Zhi instructed as he handed the card to Jiaoyulai. But where have the other students gone? Jiaoyulai inquired, accepting the card. Rest assured, they are quite safe here and are all occupied with their own tasks. From now on, you are a member of our team. So be sure to learn from Sister Sakura and Brother He, Wang Zhi said, gently ruffling Jiaoyulai's hair. On the way back to their quarters, Wang Zhi explained the basic rules of the Dawn Tower to Jiaoyulai. So, these survival points must be quite valuable? After listening to Wang Zhi's explanation, Jiaoyulai understood that survival points were akin to currency, and when the official had requested 1,000 survival points for her enlistment, the expressions on the faces of the four had been notably altered, which Jiaoyulai keenly observed. It's merely a string of numbers. What makes it so precious? Wang Zhi remarked nonchalantly as he walked ahead. Captain Wang, that's equivalent to 10 lives. How can you say such a thing? The stout man chimed in from behind. What are you all staring at me for? Did I miscount? He replied innocently. When Wang Zhi turned to look at Jiaoyulai, he noticed her eyes were slightly red, standing silently beside him. Little sister, don't take it too much to heart. If we are willing to spend that money, it signifies your worth. Don't mind that fatso. Sakura consoled as she approached Jiaoyulai. Jiaoyulai, not wanting to be overly sentimental, merely nodded with red-rimmed eyes. Hey, you can call me Fatty, but please leave out the dead, all right? The stout man interjected. Brothers, what is it like outside now? Is it truly as depicted in the videos? Where did you go this time? Was it dangerous? As they made their way, others rushed forth to inquire about the outside world upon seeing Wang Zhi and his group. However, they said nothing, continuing to stride forward. For the reason was simple. This information held value, and to learn it, one must pay the price. Wow, that long-lost feeling. I need to sleep for a day. The stout man flopped onto the nearest bed to the entrance. The room was spacious, and the layout was quite reasonable. Wang Zhi arranged for Jelly to occupy the bed beside Sakura, as it was often inconvenient for women. The two women could look out for one another. After everyone lay on the beds for a while, there came a knock at the door. Who is it? The plump man called out. Your clothing and equipment. Came the voice from outside. The plump man got out of bed, opened the door, and brought in their belongings that they had just left in the medical room. Wow, what a strong odor, he exclaimed, fanning the air with his hand. The clothing and equipment had all been disinfected, leaving a lingering scent of disinfectant. By the way, Jilly still doesn't have a weapon. How about we buy one for her later? Wang Zhi suggested as he sat up on the bed. Before that, shouldn't we eat something first? Sakura interjected. All right, I'll head to the trading hall to post the information. You all wait for me at the restaurant. Wang Zhi said before stepping out. Wang Zhi made his way to the trading hall with ease, approached the front desk, and presented his identity card. Hello. I would like to sell some information, he stated. The front desk staff examined the card and replied, please edit your information and upload it to the system. Additionally, the Dawn Tower will charge a 10% transaction fee. That's fine, Wang Zhi responded and began editing the information on the computer in front of him, titling its summary of external operation intelligence. The target, zombies. Quantity, categorized by population density, ranging from thousands to tens of thousands, or as few as dozens to hundreds. Behavior, they are sensitive to darkness and fear light. Zombies move rapidly and erratically at night, while their actions slow slightly in the presence of light. Zombies are mutated from humans, and their abilities vary from individual to individual. They are particularly sensitive to sound and smell, tracking through sound and locking on with scent. Fatal weakness, the brain and the head. Danger avoidance, stay away from zombie corpses, as they may not be fully dead and could launch a surprise attack, leading to infection. Price, 100 survival points. After completing the editing and verifying its accuracy, Wang Zhi successfully submitted the information. Once approved by the system, it would be displayed in the trading system. After submitting the intelligence, Wang Zhi took a moment to glance at the titles of others' information. There was a jumble of reports, ranging from specific team details to private photographs of individuals. What a coincidence, Captain Jieshi, you're here to trade as well. Wang Zhi greeted. I specifically came to find you. Follow me, Jieshi replied with a straight face, turning to leave. Wang Zhi had grown accustomed to Jieshi's indifferent demeanor and followed her. The two arrived at the office of the guard headquarters, where Jieshi sat down in her chair and gestured to the sofa beside her. Sit. Tell me about the process and summary of this operation, she ordered. Wang Zhi recounted the events following their landing. After listening to his description, Jieshi remained silent for a moment before speaking. It seems worse than I imagined. I heard you took in a refugee team member? Haha. I didn't expect you to still care about that, but never mind. I'm not helping you just for a meal, Jieshi declined. Of course, Captain Jieshi. If you were to ask, there would be a line of people wanting to treat you to a meal, stretching all the way to the ground. However, I genuinely want to invite you, Captain Jieshi, Wang Zhi continued, not wanting to miss this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Jieshi looked up at Wang Zhi and said, Let us go? In the restaurant, the plump man remarked, Are we being stood up by Captain Wang? Should we order first? Why is everyone so quiet? He sat at the table, glancing at the three silent companions. Captain Wang has been gone for almost half an hour. Is posting information really that difficult? The plump man continued to chatter until a series of footsteps approached. Sorry to keep you waiting. I got delayed with some matters, Wang Zhi said as he walked over. I promised to treat Captain Jieshi to a meal, so I invited her today, he explained. Good to see you again. Jieshi greeted the others before sitting down without any pretense. As soon as Jieshi sat beside Jelly, Jelly trembled slightly. Sakura and Lao he nodded respectfully, as Jieshi had left a favorable impression on them. Captain Jieshi, do you have any dietary restrictions? Wang Zhi asked while looking at the menu. Jieshi shook her head, indicating she was indifferent. Chapter 25. Yilinglong Wang Zhi surveyed the menu and ordered 6 servings of high-nutrition compressed cheese, 6 special milkshakes, and 6 steak meals. After placing the order, the group sat in silence at the table. With Jieshi joining them, The atmosphere became awkward. Even the usually talkative plump man fell silent. Wang Zhi sensed the gazes of others around them, all occasionally glancing in their direction. The reason was clear. The leader of the guard headquarters was dining with them. He understood the meaning of Jiexi's earlier statement. This meal was not particularly comfortable. After 10 minutes, the ordered dishes arrived, breaking the awkwardness. As they began to enjoy their meal, a sudden sound of weeping interrupted them. Wang Zhi looked up to see the plump man crying as he ate. "What's wrong, plump man?" Wang Zhi asked, puzzled. "It's nothing. It's just so delicious that I'm moved. I haven't had a proper meal in a month. This feeling is wonderful." He sobbed. "Come on, why so dramatic over a meal?" Wang Zhi thought, bemused by the plump man's theatrical display. "Is this the new team member you took in?" Jieshi inquired, her gaze fixed on Jelly. "Indeed," was Wang Zhi's succinct reply. Jelly, feeling Jieshi's scrutiny, instinctively leaned away. Wang Zhi noticed her small gesture and reassured her, "There's no need to be nervous. Captain Jieshi is our good friend." The meal concluded, and Wang Zhi approached the front desk. "Hello, I'd like to settle the bill for table 07. Just a moment. 6 servings of high-nutrition compressed cheese, 6 special milkshakes, and 6 steak meals come to a total of 50 survival points," the staff informed him. Wang Zhi gasped at the cost. It was quite steep. Consuming 50 points for one meal. Jieshi had advised them not to skimp on food and to spend as necessary, but who could bear such expenses? "When she looked at me earlier, I felt she was an extremely terrifying person," Jelly murmured. "After all, she is the captain of the guards. It's normal for her to be strong, but she wouldn't harm us without reason," Wang Zhi reassured her. "I heard from a squad that they once happened upon the captain during training. Her full force strike registered nearly 1,000 kilograms of force," Lao He recounted. "Is she even human? A punch like that could probably pierce through someone." The plump man gasped. "Let us go. We need to buy Jelly a weapon," Wang Zhi said, leading everyone to the weaponry equipment hall. In the apocalypse, a reliable weapon is an essential item for everyone. "Go ahead and pick a weapon you like." Wang Zhi encouraged Jelly. "Thank you, Captain," Jelly replied, following closely behind. "No need to be polite. We're all in this together." As they entered, the staff approached them, asking, "What do you need?" Wang Zhi brought up the system menu, allowing Jelly to browse the various weapons and equipment available. After a while, Jelly selected a basic blue steel knife. Wang Zhi looked at the price and description in the system. The cost was only 50 survival points. Jelly was very considerate in choosing the cheapest knife. "Can this 50 survival point knife even hold up? It'll probably break after a couple of uses, right? We finally get her a weapon, and we settle for this?" Sakura questioned, puzzled. "Let us find a better knife. This one isn't durable and will wear out quickly," Wang Zhi suggested, feeling that if they were finally buying a weapon, it should be worth the investment. Upon reflection, Wang Zhi stepped forward, flipping through several pages of the system menu. "Let us start from this page," he indicated towards the screen, aware that given Galilee's character, if he didn't insist on flipping through a few more pages, she would likely choose a weapon requiring 100 survival points for her next selection. "What about this one?" Galilee tentatively pointed at a red-bladed knife displayed on the menu. The others gathered around to examine the detailed description. "Indeed, there's a reason for the price," Wang Zhi affirmed with a nod. "Wow, when can I purchase such a weapon?" The portly companion gazed at the screen enviously. "Once we accumulate more survival points. But for now, we still have guns, right?" Wang Zhi replied, glancing at the rifle's price, which was also around 500 survival points. "Indeed. Hello, we wish to purchase this Yelling Wang." Wang Zhi handed the magnetic card to the attendant. "Certainly, the weapon will be delivered to your residence within 3 days. Please be patient," the attendant responded. Such cold weapons typically required time for production. They would only be crafted upon purchase, whereas some hot-selling items were readily available due to high demand. Although 500 survival points seemed rather extravagant at present, it was a worthwhile investment in the long run. The group still possessed handguns and daggers, allowing them to manage for a while longer, and they could always upgrade their equipment once they earned more survival points. "Let us go," Wang Zhi suggested. "Yes." Galilee, having just acquired a fine weapon, appeared exceedingly joyful. The group took Galilee on a tour of the various areas on the second floor, where Wang Zhi recounted how he had met Lao He, Sakura, and the others, along with the events that unfolded after arriving at the Dawn Tower. Galilee listened intently, as if captivated by a story, until she could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Captain, will they seek revenge?" Wang Zhi pondered for a moment. Given Zhao Yang's disposition, he is undoubtedly inclined to retaliate. However, internal conflicts are prohibited within the Dawn Tower, unless they occur in the arena. Otherwise, the guards will impose sanctions. I wish to become as formidable as Captain Jieshi to protect everyone, Galilei declared, her fists clenched with determination. Wang Zhi felt a flush of warmth upon hearing Galilei express her desire to safeguard him. She may be petite, yet her boldness was remarkable, and she remained blissfully unaware of any impropriety in her words. In the future, you are not permitted to act alone. Always find a companion to ensure mutual support. We are in an apocalyptic world devoid of law and justice, and the only entity you can truly rely on is yourself. Do you understand? Wang Zhi questioned. Then, Captain, can we not trust each other? Galilei looked up at him. One cannot fully trust, for I, too, am uncertain whether I may falter in this world of chaos. Wang Zhi replied, a hint of melancholy in his tone. He glanced at Galilei, his thoughts drifting to an uncertain future. Chapter 26. The former dynasty at that moment. Sakura was seated on her bed, swinging her legs, contemplating before speaking. Come here, dear brother. I have something to discuss. Wang Zhi, without a second thought, approached her. However, as he neared, an unsettling feeling crept over him, and he contemplated retreating, but it was too late. Sakura swiftly pulled him onto the bed, one arm encircling his neck, while the other brandished a dagger before his eyes. What's the matter, Sister Sakura? Wang Zhi asked nervously. There seems to be a crack on my dagger, Sakura suddenly remarked. Wang Zhi focused on the dagger before him, noting its pristine condition and questioning where a crack could possibly originate. Yet, since Sakura had pointed it out, he felt it would be inappropriate to deny its existence. It appears there might be a crack. Should we replace it? He cautiously suggested. Wouldn't that be too wasteful? Sakura replied, her tone laced with skepticism. A good blade deserves a good sheath. It's not wasteful. Very well, I shall heed my brother's advice, Sakura smiled, as Wang Zhi prepared to rise. He found her legs draped over his. Sister, I'm fatigued from a long day. Rub my legs, Sakura languidly requested, reclining on the bed. Fatigued? Was he the only one not weary? Who would attend to his needs? Nevertheless, he placed his hands on Sakura's legs and began to massage them. Your technique is quite professional. It's a pity you aren't a massage therapist, Sakura praised. Wang Zhi felt a twinge of irony. Some individuals appeared glamorous and commanding, yet behind the scenes, they were merely massage therapists? Move a bit lower. Yes, that's the spot. Is this pressure sufficient? Perfect. Once Wang Zhi finished attending to her, he quickly washed up and collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. In the depths of night, Wang Zhi awoke from a nightmare, having dreamt that his companions were transforming into zombies. Rushing towards him, he jolted awake, engulfed in sorrow and fear. Switching on the bedside lamp, he noticed the others still resting. How long have I been asleep? The portly companion murmured, roused by Wang Zhi's movements. In the tower, day and night blurred together, aside from a date marking dawn. It was either 3 in the morning or 4 in the afternoon. No one paid it much mind. When tired, they slept. Upon waking, they worked and trained. I'm unsure. I had a nightmare. Let us get up and grab some food, Wang Zhi said, shaking his head as he exited the bed. After arriving at the cafeteria with the portly companion, Wang Zhi ordered numerous buns and 5 portions of millet porridge, totaling 10 survival points. As everyone gathered at the table to eat, Wang Zhi began, let us discuss our plan. Each of us needs to spend a full day at the training ground for 12 hours. Regardless of whether we are training, we must remain there to accumulate time. This is essential for increasing our survival points to sustain our team. After concluding, he retrieved 5 devices resembling headphones from his backpack and placed them on the table. These radios are specially crafted by the Dawn Tower, capable of receiving signals within a 10-kilometer radius without requiring any network. They can be utilized anywhere. To communicate, both parties must be on the same channel and press this button to speak, allowing others on the same frequency to hear. Hello, can you hear me? The portly companion tested the radio. The others nodded in affirmation, indicating the device functioned properly. Great. Lingling Yao, please check the mission status. Wang Zhi instructed. Current missions, 1. Individual training for 12 hours to earn 10 survival points. 2. Outdoor mission, remaining mandatory acceptance time, 28 days and 16 hours. Now, check the trade status. Wang Zhi commanded. Currently, 1 information package has been sold, yielding 90 points. Business is brisk, Sakura commented. Wow, if so many teams purchase our outdoor intelligence, we could become wealthy. Wouldn't that mean feasting on sumptuous meals every day? The portly companion exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Once you finish eating, it's time for training. Portly 1. Train diligently. Luck may not favor us on the next outdoor expedition, Wang Zhi remarked as he stood to leave. On the way, Wang Zhi, concerned about the portly companion's self-discipline, approached Lao He. Lao He, could you take some time to guide the portly one? We can't let him drag us down. Push him hard. Certainly. Training is my forte, Lao He chuckled. Sakura, please keep an eye on Galilei. While she wields a knife well, she still lacks knowledge and skills with firearms. Upon entering the training hall, they found individuals training at all hours. First, they could earn survival points. Second, they could enhance their abilities. And third, they were preparing for upcoming outdoor missions. Hey, did you hear? Yesterday, the former dynasty's level 3 team went out. I heard. I even watched them leave from the first floor yesterday. Their aura and equipment were truly enviable. I longed to join them, yet alas, the team has a limit on its members. Come on, with your physique, how could they possibly take notice of you? What are you saying? Are you not afraid of being overheard by the captain? Wang Zhi, who was training nearby, overheard their discussion. It was his first encounter with news of a Tier 3 team. Some of the individuals present had been here long before. So when he heard about the Tier 2 and Tier 3 teams, he was not particularly surprised. After all, the apocalypse had only just begun, and the rank of a team merely dictated its number of members. To him, the rest seemed of little significance. Chapter 27. The Cafe during training. Wang Zhi continued to focus his efforts on physical conditioning. Physical fitness, manifested through strength, speed, endurance, coordination, resilience, and agility, is an essential factor for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Imagine being pursued by a horde of zombies. One would need speed to escape and strength to fend them off, all of which demand stamina. After 6 hours had elapsed, Wang Zhi checked the time and instructed everyone via radio to head to the dining hall for a meal and a brief respite. Oh, I can't take it anymore. I might as well perish here rather than outside, the portly fellow lamented as he collapsed into a chair in the dining hall. Wang Zhi glanced at the exhausted man and inquired, Old He, what have you done to him to wear him out like this? Old He replied, Oh, nothing much. Just had him do a weighted run of 10 kilometers. Surely, a 10-kilometer weighted run shouldn't leave one in such a state? Wang Zhi nudged the slumped figure at the table. The portly man, with arms draped over the table, weakly asserted, Look at the marks on my arms. And on my legs and waist. That was 30 kilograms. 10 kilometers. Old He, you shouldn't be so harsh. He has a poor foundation and needs to progress gradually. Wang Zhi remarked, genuinely concerned for the man's well-being. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. If we don't train hard, we'll soon be devoured by the zombies outside. Where is the room for gradual progress? Old He dismissed Wang Zhi's plea for leniency. Wang Zhi chose not to press further. Life is one's own responsibility. And as long as he didn't train to death, they might as well train rigorously. Ah, is the portly fellow pretending to be dead over here? At that moment, Sakura and Lioli approached from outside. Once they sat down, Wang Zhi noticed that Lioli, too, did not appear well. Her complexion was somewhat pale, and her hands trembled slightly as they rested on the table. Upon seeing Sakura, the portly man propped himself up and proposed to Lioli, Sister Lioli, how about we switch? Let me train with Sister Sakura. Oh. Sakura raised an eyebrow, her dagger spinning faster in her hand until it suddenly flashed. Do you still wish to train with me now? The portly man, glancing at the fallen hair on the table, swallowed hard. I was just joking. It's improper for men and women to be too familiar. He then returned to feigning unconsciousness. As they conversed, Wang Zhi ordered 10 large portions of rice and 5 bottles of red drink, accompanied by 3 vegetable dishes, 1 meat dish, and 1 soup. In this post-apocalyptic world, with dangers lurking outside, while they had food and drink here, they could not live like mice in the underground forever. Thus, he hoped everyone could strive together to weather this calamity. Indeed, let us all strive together. Old He proclaimed, raising his drink and clinking it with the others before downing it in one go. After the meal, Wang Zhi rose, settled the bill, and exited the dining hall. He did not hurry back to training. He suddenly realized just how inadequate his abilities were. In terms of firearms, he was no match for Old He in close combat. He was inferior to Sakura and Lioli, and the portly man was growing stronger through daily training. What about himself? What could he do to earn their trust? Just as he had felt threatened by Sakura the previous night, he truly had no power to resist. Although Old He and Sakura had not explicitly stated it, Sakura had given him ample warning. It would be quite simple for her to take his life. If he continued to bask in the glow of his captaincy, he would soon become a mere puppet captain with no chance for redemption. This was the issue that troubled him most. In terms of fighting and killing, he was years behind them. The notion of gaining strength through training like the portly man was utterly impractical. While he was striving to grow stronger, so were they. Their starting points were drastically different. Aside from brute force, how could he earn their reliance? Suddenly, Wang Zhi recalled the information he had seen in the intelligence hall about the preferences of the guard captain, Jieshi. At that time, he had wondered who would be so bored as to purchase such information. Now, it represented an exceptional opportunity for him to engage with her again. To be someone who could preside over a meeting in front of all members, that person must hold significant standing within the Dawn Tower. If he could cultivate a good relationship with this captain, it would surely serve as a trump card. As long as he held a trump card, he would not be a true puppet captain, at least not without some weight. With this thought in mind, Wang Zhi hurriedly made his way to the intelligence hall. He opened the screen menu and swiftly searched for the information he had previously noted. By relying on his memory, he quickly located the entry regarding Jieshi. The price was quite modest, merely 10 survival points. Wang Zhi glanced around to ensure no one was watching before approaching the front desk staff and stated, "Hello. I would like to purchase the information with the ID A108. He handed over the magnetic card. "All right, your access has been unlocked. Please proceed to that area to review it," the staff member replied. Wang Zhi took the magnetic card and moved to the designated review machine in the corner. After verifying his identity, the screen displayed the personal information he had purchased, along with the details of the sale. Without hesitation, he clicked on the information he had just acquired. Guard Captain Jie, she frequently visits the cafe. Specific details are not disclosed. Wang Zhi. Just a cafe? The rest is unspecified? This information is rather disappointing. He grumbled inwardly, but did not give up. Since he had learned of the cafe, he might as well visit in person to inquire further. The cafe was located on the first floor, which was the largest level of the Dawn Tower. Almost all leisure, entertainment, medical, residential, production, and farming activities took place on this floor. Furthermore, the first floor was divided into 4 zones: the entrance area, the farming and production area, the staff housing, and finally, various shops. As Wang Zhi familiarized himself with the layout of the first 2 floors, he was momentarily taken aback by the complete ecological system within the Dawn Tower. The level of construction could rightly be compared to that of a miniature city. 10 survival points for a box of chocolate. Food was always a hard currency in the apocalypse. With chocolate in hand, he arrived at the only cafe in the 4th zone. Upon entering, he found the place deserted, save for the manager polishing cups. This was understandable. In a post-apocalyptic environment, who would have the money to indulge in such luxuries? It would be far more practical to spend survival points on food or weapons than on coffee. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" the manager greeted as he noticed a customer. Wang Zhi approached the bar and pushed the box of chocolate toward the manager. The manager, puzzled, looked at Wang Zhi and asked, "Sir, what is this?" Wang Zhi replied, "I wish to inquire about something." Chapter 28. The past to inquire about something? Well, by all means, the manager chuckled as he accepted the chocolate. Wang Zhi ordered a cup of coffee, but when it came time to pay, the manager refused. He stated that since Wang Zhi had just given him a gift, the latte was on him. It was a modest price of only 2 survival points. "Do you not have many customers here usually?" Wang Zhi casually inquired, glancing around. "Haha, it appears that there are not many patrons now. However, in the days of yore, when transactions were conducted with currency, those of refined taste would frequent this establishment for a drink. Who, I wonder, would squander their time on this wretched coffee today?" The shopkeeper mused with self-deprecation. "Indeed, you know the captain of the security headquarters, don't you? I find myself rather fond of her and wish to pursue her. I have observed her visiting this place from time to time. Yet I remain uncertain about her preferred coffee choice, hence my inquiry to you." Wang Zhi fabricated an excuse, fully aware that he could not divulge his true intentions. "Oh, to be young. Even in these apocalyptic times, thoughts of romance linger. Yet I must interject, Captain Jieshi is not someone you can easily court," the shopkeeper remarked, shaking his head at Wang Zhi. "Well, one must try. After all, failure is preferable to regret," Wang Zhi replied, undeterred, fully cognizant of the improbability of the situation. "Ah, this young man possesses audacity. Captain Jieshi does indeed visit occasionally, and she invariably purchases Blue Mountain coffee beans to take away, perhaps due to her status. Here is your latte," the shopkeeper said, presenting the brewed coffee to Wang Zhi. "Do you enjoy Blue Mountain coffee?" What is the price of your Blue Mountain blend? Wang Zhi inquired. The shopkeeper sighed, admitting, to be frank, coffee beans within the Dawn Tower are a non-renewable resource. Each cup sold diminishes our stock. I have but one barrel left. Considering this is for Captain Jieshi, I shall charge you 200 survival points, as this is my prized possession. Procured at great expense from the Wallingford estate in Jamaica. The shopkeeper, fearing Wang Zhi might consider the price exorbitant, incessantly explained. No problem. I shall purchase it. Wang Zhi declared with enthusiasm. The shopkeeper, astonished by Wang Zhi's readiness to part with 200 points, thought, is it truly worth it to toss away such an amount? I believe it is, Wang Zhi replied with an enigmatic smile. Upon receiving the barrel of coffee beans, Wang Zhi opened the sealed lid and inhaled the rich aroma. It was sweet, with a hint of bitterness, undeniably the authentic Blue Mountain. Satisfied that the shopkeeper had not deceived him, he handed over his magnetic card. My friend, you possess a discerning palate for coffee, remarked the shopkeeper, observing Wang Zhi's expertise in evaluating the beans. Yes, I previously visited Jamaica, and I never expected to encounter it here, Wang Zhi replied while taking back his magnetic card. By the way, why did you choose to live here before the apocalypse? Wang Zhi inquired. That tale begins 5 years ago. The shopkeeper lit a cigarette, offering one to Wang Zhi, who accepted it. 5 years ago, I operated a cafe when one day, a stranger visited my establishment, claiming there was a location seeking tenants. If I joined, I would not only be exempt from fees, but also receive a monthly stipend of $10,000. Isn't that peculiar? The stranger left an address, inviting me to visit if I wished. I initially dismissed it as a scam. However, when my cafe became untenable, I recalled that address. Following it, I was astounded by what I found. I have now spent 5 years here, earning considerable profit and gradually adapting to this new life. What perplexes me is the identity of the developers. How could they possess such immense power? What financial capacity must they have to sustain the welfare of all here and maintain the entire Dawn Tower? Though I find it curious, such matters are beyond my purview. So I choose to remain uninvolved. Over the years, this place has only seen an influx of people, those who enter, while goods are brought in from the outside. The allure of the benefits here is undeniable. One can earn $10,000 a month with little effort. Those employed here reportedly earn no less than $20,000. Thus, the economic chain began to turn, with business people engaging in trade and workers laboring diligently. Eventually, more individuals began to arrive, not for work, but to undergo training on the second floor. They trained rigorously like soldiers, and it was during this time that the survival point currency system was implemented. Though most were skeptical, regardless, the ability to exchange survival points for cash rendered their doubts moot. To this day, I cannot believe that what was once considered cash has now become mere worthless paper. Listening to the shopkeeper's narrative, Wang Zhi gleaned a clearer understanding of the origins of the Dawn Tower, which had seemingly been built through sheer financial might. What will you do when your coffee supply runs out? Will you seek employment or pursue another venture? Wang Zhi inquired. Alas, I must seek work. I have no desire to face the zombies outside, the shopkeeper replied. But if you cease operations, what will happen to the shop? Wang Zhi pressed further. Afterward, Wang Zhi requested some filter paper before departing with the barrel of coffee beans. Now that he had secured the goods, all that remained was to deliver them to Jieshi. Wang Zhi made his way to the first floor of the security headquarters. Hello, please convey to Captain Jieshi that Commander of the Sunset Glow seeks an audience. He addressed one of the on-duty personnel at the entrance. The guard glanced at Wang Zhi before turning to enter the building. After a moment, the guard returned. Please present your magnetic card for identity verification. No problem, Wang Zhi replied, handing over his card. The guard scanned the card and, confirming Wang Zhi's identity, said, You may proceed with me. Wang Zhi followed the guard into the headquarters, where some guards monitored various screens, observing the surveillance footage. They reached the end of the corridor, where the guard knocked on a door. Captain, the individual has arrived. Come in, a voice from within responded. Chapter 29. Ascending to the 4th floor, Wang Zhi entered to find Jieshi polishing her large sword. He placed the paper box on the table and opened it. The reason for the box was to prevent others from discovering Jieshi's taste, as she typically preferred to take the coffee beans directly, wishing to keep her preferences private. Jieshi lifted the wooden barrel from the box and inquired, What is this? Captain Jieshi, I mean no offense. The cafe had only this barrel left. I thought, considering the nature of coffee beans, that each cup consumed diminishes the supply, so I decided to purchase it all. I heard the shopkeeper mention that you frequently patronize him, so I brought it for you." Before Wang Zhi could finish, the door swung open, revealing a man in Dawn Tower uniform, holding a bouquet of flowers. Upon noticing Wang Zhi, the man paused momentarily before questioning Jieshi. "What are you two up to?" "Zhaoyan, let me correct you. Please refer to me as Captain Jieshi." "And do I need to report my activities to you?" Jieshi retorted coldly. "If there's nothing urgent, I won't bother you," Zhaoyan hastily replied. "Very well. I shall take my leave," Zhaoyan said, darkening his expression as he tossed the flowers onto a nearby table before exiting. Wang Zhi recognized Zhao Yan as the individual introduced by Jieshi in the conference hall. Yet, to confirm their connection, he couldn't help but ask, "Captain Jieshi, who was that just now?" "He is the head of logistics supervision on the first floor, a rather bothersome fellow," Jieshi replied, rising to retrieve her sword. "Come with me." Wang Zhi, upon hearing this, picked up the coffee on the table and followed closely behind Jieshi. "What are we about to do?" he inquired. Jieshi remained silent, walking ahead with purpose. The two of them reached the elevator, where Jieshi promptly pressed the button for the fourth floor. Wang Zhi, having only recently arrived at the Dawn Tower, was familiar only with the first and second floors, as access to the third floor required a level 3 team. Otherwise, entry was strictly prohibited. Now, they were skipping the third floor entirely and heading straight to the fourth, which stirred an unusual excitement within him. Ding! They arrived. As the doors opened, they were greeted by rows of grand towers, each 2 or 3 stories tall. Absent were streetlights, and the lack of sunlight rendered the scene reminiscent of a nighttime neighborhood. Who resides in these opulent abodes? Wang Zhi wondered aloud. Will we, the newcomers, ever be able to live here? He added, surveying the surroundings. Jieshi pondered for a moment before replying. Theoretically, yes, but currently, there are no vacancies. Although Jieshi claimed there were no available houses, Wang Zhi noticed that most of the lights in these residences were off, indicating a lack of inhabitants. Could it be that the Dawn Tower had eliminated all its shareholders? The thought quickened his breath. What's wrong? Jieshi asked, noticing Wang Zhi's unusual demeanor. After a while, they paused before a building. Wang Zhi gazed at the empty courtyard, feeling that it was larger than his current living space. Upon entering the residence, he observed Jieshi's home decor, which was not the luxurious style he had envisioned, but rather a minimalist design with ample open space, likely to facilitate exercise without hindrance from excessive decoration. Make yourself comfortable, Jieshi said as she walked into another room. Wang Zhi sat on the sofa in the living room, feeling somewhat awkward. He never imagined that his first visit to a girl's home would unfold in such a manner and environment. After a while, Jieshi returned, dressed in a different outfit, carrying 2 coffee cups. She opened a canister, took out a handful of coffee beans, and crushed them one by one with her fingers before tossing them into the cup. Wang Zhi watched in bemusement. Crushing coffee beans by hand? Wasn't he that wasteful? Captain Jieshi, is this how you always drink your coffee? He asked, unable to suppress his disapproval. Is there a problem? Jieshi took a sip and replied, no, it's just that water temperature is crucial for coffee flavor. It should ideally be around 90 degrees Celsius. Water that is too hot can release undesirable compounds, resulting in a bitter taste, while water that is too cold prevents the aromatic properties from being released, emphasizing acidity. Thus, temperature is vital. As he explained, Wang Zhi took a newly warmed kettle of water at approximately 90 degrees and poured it into the cup. First, add a little water to soak the coffee grounds for about half a minute. This will enhance the richness of the filtered coffee. Next, we gradually fill the cup with water. He pushed the freshly brewed coffee towards Jieshi, gesturing for her to taste. Curious about his elaborate brewing method, Jieshi took a sip. Upon tasting Wang Zhi's coffee, her expression shifted, prompting him to glance at her cup. Without needing to ask, her reaction revealed the answer. Seeing that he had given his cup to Jieshi, Wang Zhi decided to drink from the one she had prepared, as wasting it would be shameful. Hey! Jieshi exclaimed as he took a sip. What's wrong? Wang Zhi asked, suddenly realizing that he had just consumed from the cup she had sipped from. Actually, your brew is quite good too, he said awkwardly. Chapter 30. The Mother and Child Pendant. Is it mere coincidence that you know about this coffee? Jieshi asked while savoring the beverage Wang Zhi had prepared. He recounted how he had discovered her preference in the information hall. Fortunately, I found out first. Otherwise, if someone with ill intentions had discovered it, who knows what they might have tampered with? Wang Zhi chuckled. A person's hobbies or habits often reveal their weaknesses. Once a weakness is established, it becomes a target for exploitation, leading to irrevocable consequences. Thank you for your concern, Jieshi responded. Captain Jieshi, given my limited strength and the prowess of the team, how can I effectively lead? Wang Zhi queried, perplexed. Hearing this, Jieshi regarded him with a bemused smile, staring intently until he could no longer contain himself. What is it, Captain Jieshi? He asked. Well, sort of, he replied, scratching his head awkwardly. In the apocalypse, brute force does hold considerable advantage, but it is not absolute. What is truly needed is a leader. The most dangerous elements are often not the monsters, but individuals like us. Do you know why the Dawn Tower restricts its numbers? Jieshi inquired. Wang Zhi shook his head. Without limitations, a faction could amass an overwhelming number, ultimately forming a formidable force against the Dawn Tower. People are inherently self-serving. What they lack most is trust. In such an environment, the more people trust you, the greater your advantage. They will perceive you as a reliable individual capable of leading them to survival. She explained slowly. Wang Zhi listened attentively, realizing this was the first time he had heard she speak at length. I understand, Captain Jieshi. Thank you, he expressed gratefully. There is one more thing I must warn you about. The newcomer Zhao Yin is the brother of Captain Zhao Yang from the Scarlet Flame team. He just saw you, so exercise caution, Jieshi said, retrieving a pendant from her drawer. As a token of reciprocity, I present you with this pendant. If you encounter trouble, you can destroy it. Destroy it? What then? I will appear to assist you. I hope I never have to use this, Wang Zhi replied, fastening the pendant around his neck. He glanced at the pendant on Jieshi's chest, realizing they resembled a pair of couple pendants. This is a mother and child pendant. Mine is the mother pendant, while yours is the child pendant, she said with a smile. A mother and child pendant? Now I have an unexpected maternal figure? The thought of the darkened rooms still lingered in his mind, and he struggled to believe that the Dawn Tower had eradicated those individuals. Hours later, everyone gathered again in the dining hall. This time, the overweight fellow was unusually quiet, perhaps too exhausted to complain. Upon entering, Ying immediately noticed the pendant around Wang Zhi's neck. Hey, that pendant is quite unique. This, Captain Jie, she gifted it to me. Wang Zhi replied honestly, feeling no need to conceal the truth. If they discovered he had lied, regaining their trust would prove arduous. Captain Jieshi, why would she give you something? Ying probed. Wang Zhi recounted his recent visit to Jieshi, and by the end of his tale, Ying's smile had vanished. Clang. The overweight fellow dropped his chopsticks onto the table. I'm full, he declared, followed closely by Lao He as they exited the dining hall. Wang Zhi watched as the two hastily departed, feeling a sense of betrayal. Fortunately, Luli remained, which touched him. You're truly wonderful, Luli, he thought to himself. Just then, Luli pushed her hair back, removed her headphones, and asked, why did Brother He and the others leave? Luli glanced at Wang Zhi and then at Ying, promptly vacating the scene. Now, only Wang Zhi and Ying remained at the table, unsure how to initiate conversation. He simply lowered his head and continued eating in silence. Why did you seek her out? Do you know her? Who was it that insisted on not acting alone? Ying suddenly interrogated Wang Zhi with pointed questions. Speak quickly. Seeing Wang Zhi continue to remain silent, Sakura's anger flared, and she tightened her grip on the dagger in her hand. I merely wish for us to survive in this apocalyptic world. You all possess remarkable abilities. Yet what of me? I dread the day I might be forsaken, cast aside. I need a path forward. Wang Zhi spoke, his head bowed. Upon hearing Wang Zhi's heartfelt confession, Sakura's grip on the dagger eased slightly. Have you considered what may happen in the event of unforeseen circumstances? What shall we do with the remaining survivors? Seek vengeance for you? Or act as if nothing has occurred? There shall be no next time, Wang Zhi murmured. At this moment, Sakura's outburst had drawn the attention of those nearby. On their way back, he explained the purpose of the pendant to Sakura, who finally calmed down and replied, I hope you are right. Chapter 31. The emergence of Yi Linglong. Why are you all staring at me? Wang Zhi inquired. Haha. I just didn't expect you two to finish eating so quickly. The plump one chuckled as he turned to sleep. Wang Zhi, after preparing a bucket of hot water for Sakura to wash her feet and providing a half-hour massage, finally attended to his own hygiene. As he lay down and turned off the bedside lamp, he found himself unable to sleep, lost in contemplation of the day's events. How surprising it was that Zhao Yang from the Crimson Flame team was actually Zhao Yan's brother. Today, Zhao Yan had witnessed him in Jieshi's room, causing him to lose face, and considering the conflict he had with Zhao Yang, It was inevitable that Zhao Yin would join forces with Zhao Yang to deal with him. This thought gave him a headache. With the strength of Lao He and Sakura, they were not afraid of retaliation from the Crimson Flame team. But Zhao Yin was a figure who had appeared on the conference stage, certainly not an easy adversary to confront. No, Jieshi must be aware that Zhao Yin would seek vengeance against him. When Zhao Yin and Zhao Yang retaliated, it would disrupt the rules of the Dawn Tower. At that point, he would naturally destroy the pendant Jieshi had given him, only for Jieshi to appear. This way, not only would she assist him, but she could also use the chaos to eliminate Zhao Yin and Zhao Yang. Was this all part of Jieshi's meticulous planning? Remarkable. Wang Zhi could not help but exclaim. What is so remarkable about not sleeping? Sakura, overhearing Wang Zhi's mutterings, asked with a hint of confusion. Oh, it's nothing. I merely find this situation increasingly intriguing. I think you might be losing your mind, Sakura retorted, rolling over to continue her slumber. The night passed. The room's lights illuminated. And perhaps due to the intensity of their training, Liuli and the plump one remained asleep, while Lao He and Sakura had risen early, stretching in the open space. You two are quite diligent, not even resting in the dormitory, Wang Zhi remarked as he awoke and checked the time. It had already been 8 hours. It's good to move while we are alive. Once we are dead, we will be unable to move at all, Lao He stated as he exercised. I concur with your viewpoint, Uncle, Sakura added. Fine, shall Sakura and I go buy breakfast? Wang Zhi proposed. Having a beautiful woman accompany you to buy food certainly carries weight, Wang Zhi joked, refraining from mentioning that he considered her a bodyguard. Oh, is that so? Wouldn't it be even more impressive if you were to embrace your sister? Sakura teased, gazing at Wang Zhi. He chuckled awkwardly, not daring to take her up on it. After spending these days together, he realized that if he truly followed Sakura's suggestion, he might not even reach the dining hall. Today, during training, the 5 of us will be operating in a designated area. The Crimson Flame team may be up to something in the coming days, so everyone should remain vigilant. Should anything arise, communicate directly via radio, Wang Zhi reminded his companions during their meal. Sakura, what happens if someone is killed within the Dawn Tower? She inquired. And what constitutes justifiable self-defense? Wang Zhi continued. Self-defense is deemed justifiable when one's own life or that of a teammate is threatened. Is that understood? If your lives are in jeopardy, you must act decisively. Do not worry. Our relationship with Captain Jie, she is quite favorable, so we shouldn't suffer too greatly. Wang Zhi said, raising his hands in a gesture of reassurance. After their meal, they returned to the training hall, where they commenced their monotonous training. Wang Zhi refrained from wandering and instead diligently trained alongside his companions. After training concluded, a message arrived from Ling Ling, indicating that the weapon for Liuli, Yi Ling Long, was ready for collection at the equipment hall. Liuli, your weapon is complete. Come with me to retrieve it, he said, having begun to call her by the name the plump one affectionately used. Upon returning to their residence, Liuli eagerly opened the iron box to reveal the blade within. The scabbard was a subtle matte black, with the handle wrapped in dark leather, giving the entire blade an unassuming appearance. Liuli, is this your new weapon? The plump one asked, leaning in to observe the blade in her hand. Liuli nodded, unsheathing the knife. The crimson blade gleamed, drawing gasps from the onlookers, adorned with black etchings that made it appear even more menacing. What a terrifying weapon, Lao He remarked from behind, unable to contain his awe. Goodness, Liuli, you shall be unstoppable, the plump one exclaimed, showering her with praise. It is indeed a fine blade, but I wonder about its true power. Wang Zhi mused as he examined Yi Ling Long. Since it slices through iron with ease, let us test it on a bullet, Sakura suggested. Wang Zhi found this proposal agreeable and retrieved a handgun bullet, disassembling it to leave just the projectile on the table. Liuli, give this bullet head a chop and see its power, Wang Zhi instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, Liuli swung her blade down. Clang. The bullet head was split in two, landing on the ground with a resounding chime. A deep gash was left on the metal table. Wang Zhi noted that Liuli had exercised restraint. Otherwise, the table would have suffered far more damage. Meanwhile, the plump one looked on in astonishment, wondering if such a strike would cleave a person in half. Thank you, Captain. I will take good care of it, Liuli said, joyfully sheathing Yi Ling Long. Chapter 32. One injured, one dead. Observing Liuli's weapon, Wang Zhi glanced at the others. Once we accumulate enough survival points, each of us should select a fine weapon. No need. The military knife I currently possess suits me just fine, Lao He replied. The plump one thought for a moment and said, I want an automatic rifle. Rapid fire suppression. Do you have any idea how expensive an automatic rifle is? Not only is the gun costly, but the ammunition is consumed quickly as well. However, if you train diligently, you might be able to afford one, Wang Zhi responded. Hooray! Long live Captain Wang. Now, let us sleep. We must rise early for training tomorrow. The plump one declared, pleased by Wang Zhi's agreement, as he lay down to rest. What is the situation? One injured, one deceased, reported the head of the medical room. Sophie, who has perished? The tower master inquired, his voice slow and heavy upon hearing the casualty report. He sighed and took a seat once more. After Sophie departed, the tower master summoned Adam. You called for me. Adam hurried to answer the tower master's communication. Has there been any activity from the other third-tier team? The tower master asked. Yi Xiang from the former dynasty has fallen. The tower master turned his back to Adam as he gazed at the data on the screen. What must I do? Adam asked directly. Investigate whether their action reports are accurate. Understood. The following day, Wang Zhi and his companions had breakfast as usual before arriving at the hall. However, today the hall was unusually crowded, with everyone bearing heavy expressions, creating a stifling atmosphere. Friend, why are there so many people today? Wang Zhi inquired of a young man training nearby. Is Yi Xiang from the former dynasty really that formidable? Wang Zhi asked, puzzled. What do you mean by formidable? I'm not bragging, but none of us on this second floor have defeated him in single combat, the young man responded earnestly. Oh, have you seen him? Wang Zhi asked, somewhat incredulous. Not necessarily. A mysterious team has recently emerged on this second floor. A mysterious team? Indeed. It is the team known as the Twilight Glow, the first expeditionary group to venture out without any casualties. The young man spoke with pride, as if he were a member of that very team. Wang Zhi, impressed, raised his thumb in acknowledgement, nodding in agreement. It is no wonder these individuals train with such fervor. Better to exhaust oneself in training than to perish at the hands of the undead. Yet, he remains unaware of the true capabilities of the third-tier team or the nature of their mission. What transpires outside remains a mystery to him. Must they continue to languish within this sunless tower, merely surviving? Will the resources within the Dawn Tower not eventually be depleted? Of course they will. Once the resources are exhausted, the ventilation system will cease to function, all exit routes will close, and ultimately, the inhabitants of the tower will perish. However, judging by the mandated expedition times set by the Dawn Tower, it seems resources are still sufficient. If resources were scarce, a preparation period of a month would be implausible. Currently, the value of elite teams far outweighs the mere worth of resources. The loss of warriors painstakingly cultivated would be irreparable. Adam entered the Tower Master's chamber to report the findings he had just uncovered. The Tower Master, seated and rubbing his temples, inquired, What shall we do about it, Adam? Understood. Ultimately, the Tower Master chose to turn a blind eye, allowing the team to resolve their own matters. After Adam departed, the Tower Master activated a video call. Dr. Chun, have we received the new core energy source? On the screen appeared a middle-aged man with a full head of white hair, who confirmed, Yes, we have received it. Current estimates indicate the power resources can sustain operations for another 2 months. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Chun, the Tower Master replied. It is my duty. For the survival of humanity, even my life is a small price to pay, Dr. Chun chuckled. Do take care of yourself and do not overexert, the Tower Master admonished. In the training facility on the second floor, the number of participants swelled, with some training equipment beginning to see cues for use. This atmosphere fostered a competitive spirit, as individuals could measure themselves against one another. Among the women, there was no shortage of men eager to showcase their prowess during training, hoping to capture the attention of the opposite sex. Sakura and Lioli were no exceptions. They had seemingly become the darlings of the second floor, with men gravitating towards them, trying to attract their notice, though none dared to approach directly. Just as the crowd admired the two from a distance, Wang Zhi approached and led them away. For it was mealtime, and he had come to summon them for lunch. Who is that guy? 2 girls at once. One man remarked. Isn't he their team leader? No way. I could take him down with a single punch. Enough with the jealousy. Why don't you take your team out for a run? Another replied. Sure. Just wait a couple of days. After all, in 2 days, it will be the time left for the mission. Careful. If you keep looking down on him, I might just have to teach you a lesson, came the retort. As if you're so impressive. Who is afraid of whom? Chapter 33. The arena plan. Wang Zhi made his way to the dining hall, enduring the jealous gazes of others. As usual, The meal consisted of 1 meat dish, 3 vegetable dishes, and a soup. Is it true that a member of the third-tier team died during their mission? The chubby man asked, shoving food into his mouth. Seems the third-tier team isn't all that great, Oldie commented. We shouldn't think that way. Being third-tier means they have substantial survival points to procure equipment, so they shouldn't easily fall. Either the task was exceedingly difficult, or there was infighting, Wang Zhi analyzed. I'd prefer it were infighting. If they can't handle a tough mission, who among us in the second tier would dare venture out? The chubby man remarked. Let us not overthink it. We'll take it one step at a time. Wang Zhi opened Ling Ling Yao, revealing a newly published rule. This rule essentially mandated that teams relying on mere survival must either serve as laborers in the ecological industrial zone or venture outside to gather resources or seek survivors to replenish personal survival points. Those too fearful to venture out would have to content themselves with being laborers, yet who would willingly accept such a fate? Being a laborer meant a lifetime of servitude, with no hope for advancement. Though the training tasks had been cancelled, Wang Zhi was in no rush to embark on a second expedition. He intended to wait until the final day, the reason being that their survival points were still abundant, allowing them to observe the preceding teams and gain insight into their losses and intelligence. 10 days later, the training grounds on the second floor reached their peak in attendance. During this final stretch, nearly everyone had accrued 100 survival points without effort. However, once these 10 days concluded, attendance plummeted drastically, with some opting to flee to the ecological industrial zone while others chose to risk an outing. The general consensus was that inaction was not an option. Brother, you must help me. We've labored here for a month, all because of that Wang Zhi from the second tier, Zhao Yang pleaded, kneeling beside a man. A month had passed, and upon exiting the industrial zone, Zhao Yang's first action was to seek out his elder brother, Zhao Yin, to enlist his help against Wang Zhi. Oh, Wang Zhi, the leader of the Twilight Glow? Zhao Yin recalled the man he had encountered in Jieshi's office. After being ejected from the office, he had learned through connections that this person was indeed Wang Zhi, the leader of Twilight Glow. Yes, that's him. Do you know him, brother? Zhao Yang asked, his heart racing at the thought that his brother might hesitate to assist him. I've seen him. He is just an irritating presence. Since you have a grudge against him, how could I, as your brother, sit idly by? Speak up. What do you want to do? Zhao Yin replied confidently. I don't know if you have a good plan, brother, Zhao Yang inquired. I have a plan. I'll find a way to distract the guards. And the rest is up to you to deal with him, Zhao Yin outlined, secretly calculating an alternative scheme in his mind. In the training hall on the second floor, Wang Zhi and his 4 companions continued their daily routine of training and meals, striving to enhance their physical abilities. With only 10 days remaining until their next expedition, and with the other teams facing mandatory outings in the next 3 to 4 days, half of them had already ventured out early. The training ground was unusually quiet, and as Wang Zhi prepared to train diligently, Zhao Yang approached with the group. Sensing trouble, Wang Zhi quickly notified his companions through communication. Well, if it isn't Captain Wang, promoted to a second-tier team? And who is this new companion? Quite a fortune you have, Zhao Yang sneered as he drew closer. Still not learned your lesson after a month, have you? Wang Zhi shot back, targeting Zhao Yang's sore spot. Hearing this, Zhao Yang's anger flared. Kid, last time was just luck. This time, Captain, why waste words with them? Let me go up and scratch those girls' faces, Wei Xiaoyan said, stepping forward. Only to be stopped by Zhao Yang. Xiaoyan, hold on. We must first catch up with Captain Wang, right? Zhao Yang glared at Wang Zhi again, observing their demeanor. It was clear they had come prepared. With Jieshi likely absent and the guards possibly compromised, Wang Zhi recognized that Zhao Yang was surely backed by Zhao Yin. Wang Zhi possesses unwavering confidence in his team. After a month of training, coupled with the brutal realities of combat experience, the outcome of this confrontation remains uncertain. The arena offers a semblance of justification. In the chaos of battle, even an accidental death can be seen as a mutual agreement between combatants. After all, entering the arena signifies a willingness from both parties to engage, and even without the arena, Zhao Yang would have confronted them anyway. Upon Wang Zhi's consent to enter the arena, Zhao Yang was initially taken aback, only to burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Captain Wang. Do you genuinely believe that merely training for an additional month will suffice to best us? Wang Zhi, undeterred by the mockery, turned and led his 4 companions toward the arena. A 5v5 battle was on the verge of erupting, drawing the attention of spectators, some of whom began recounting the tale of the 2 teams' first clash. Honestly, I believe in harmony, In this apocalypse, why compete for superiority when survival is paramount? It was rumored that the conflict had arisen from the Red Flame captain's inappropriate advances toward a woman. Truly, it seems that beauty has always been a source of strife. What folly! If one lacks the strength, they should refrain from pursuing women. When trouble arises, they blame us women as the cause. Men. One young woman voiced her agreement with this sentiment. Perhaps we should dine together later and discuss life. What say you? Get lost. As the crowd around the arena grew, it was the first time they witnessed a brawl of such magnitude, a life-or-death struggle where killing was permitted, igniting a fervor among the spectators. Chapter 34. The arena battle. On the arena floor, Wang Zhi focused intently on the 5 members of the Red Flame team. Zhao Yang, are you certain you wish to proceed with this fight? Wang Zhi inquired. Oh, not interested? Very well, have the 2 women beside you come to me, and you can retreat. Zhao Yang retorted fiercely. It seemed that negotiation was futile. Wang Zhi, resolute, brandished his weapon. How reckless! No sooner had Zhao Yang's words left his lips than both teams surged forward, clashing violently. Within mere exchanges, Lang Ye was felled by Lao He, blood gushing forth. Perhaps Lang Ye's earlier overconfidence had ignited Lao He's ire. This time, Lao He executed a self-destructive maneuver, enduring a strike from his opponent to deliver a fatal blow of his own, slashing Lang Ye's throat, even as a dagger from the opposing side remained embedded in his shoulder. Lu Li, Wang Zhi shouted, recognizing the dire situation. Lu Li hastily sheathed her weapon, revealing her true form. We concede, Zhao Yang immediately declared, sensing the tide turning. Lu Li paused her actions, and upon Zhao Yang's surrender, the others retreated in unison. Wang Zhi inwardly cursed their cowardice. Was there truly a place for surrender in the arena? Just then, as Lu Li approached him, Wang Zhi noticed Zhao Yang drawing a handgun from his clothing, intent on ambushing the unsuspecting Lu Li from behind. Watch out, Wang Zhi shouted, rushing forward to shield Lu Li, only to hear the deafening crack of gunfire. Bang, 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 as 3 shots rang out. The Dawn Tower had explicit rules against discharging firearms outside of training grounds, with severe repercussions for any violations. At that moment, Wang Zhi had Lu Li pinned beneath him, absorbing the impact of 3 shots to his back. Captain, Lu Li, trapped beneath Wang Zhi, lost her capacity for thought. Wang Zhi, Captain. Both the portly fellow and Ying called out simultaneously. Seeing Wang Zhi unresponsive, Ying's expression twisted in horror, and she swiftly advanced toward Zhao Yang with incredible speed. Zhao Yang, upon noticing Ying's approach, raised his handgun, firing 7 shots, only to hear the click of an empty chamber. He was out of bullets. As enclosed in, a sense of despair washed over him, for none of his shots had found their mark. With a powerful leap, Ying, now possessed by a murderous intent, landed beside Zhao Yang and swiftly slashed her dagger across his throat. At that moment, the arena bore witness to the fallen forms of Lang Ye and Zhao Yang. Wei Xiaolian had lost her weapon, and the other 2 team members were momentarily stunned. They could scarcely fathom that their captain, after surrendering, would attempt a treacherous ambush, jeopardizing them all. They were acutely aware of the dire consequences awaiting them. Regret washed over them. Why had they allowed their lustful captain to act so recklessly? Now, only the 3 of them remained alive, their captain slain, and they faced a choice: surrender their weapons or meet the same fate as their captain. We truly surrender. Our captain's attempt at a sneak attack was beyond our control. We had no inkling he would act in such a manner. One of the team members immediately knelt and pleaded. Ying, undeterred by the sincerity of their plea, was poised to eliminate them when suddenly, someone grasped her ankle. Looking down, she saw it was Wang Zhi. Frowning, Ying crouched down to examine Wang Zhi's back, discovering that he had somehow donned a bulletproof vest. You truly fear death, Ying chided, lightly tapping Wang Zhi's head. Realizing he was protected, her wrath subsided somewhat. Spare them, reinforcements may arrive soon, Wang Zhi uttered weakly. Though clad in protective gear, the close-range bullets had still inflicted significant internal damage. Enough, just remain silent, Ying commanded as she rose, leading Lu Li toward the remaining 3. You may leave, but leave your magnetic cards behind, or remain here, Ying declared, offering no room for negotiation. At this, the 3, no longer concerned about their magnetic cards, hurled them to the ground and fled. Subsequently, Ying retrieved the magnetic cards from Lang Ye and Zhao Yang. This day in the arena, illuminated by the setting sun, would etch their names into infamy, shattering a long-standing tranquility. As the 5 emerged from the arena, seeking medical attention from Dr. Sophie on the first floor. They were suddenly confronted by a squad of armed guards. Each guard was fully equipped, wielding automatic rifles, exuding an intimidating presence. Among this cadre of guards, Wang Zhi recognized a familiar face from his previous encounter in Jieshi's office. "I am Deputy Captain Wei Changzheng of the guard team. Please accompany us," he stated, signaling the guards to apprehend the five. Chapter 35. 100 times stronger weight. "Are you intervening in our disputes resolved in the arena?" Wang Zhi challenged. "While we do not interfere with disputes, if there has been a murder, we must ascertain the facts. You will come with us," the deputy captain insisted, prompting the guards to advance. This time, Wang Zhi offered no resistance, understanding that with Zhao Yang present, the situation was far from simple. The uproar had escalated. And though Jieshi had not appeared, the deputy captain, allied with Zhao Yang, indicated that Jieshi was likely resting. Wang Zhi and his companions were escorted to a detention cell on the first floor, their weapons confiscated, and shackles placed upon them. Although he had anticipated such an outcome, the reality was far more severe than he had imagined. The pain from the 3 gunshots on his back was excruciating, and even breathing had become a struggle. The most unfortunate was Lao He, who had sustained a stab wound in his shoulder, receiving only rudimentary bandaging before being taken away. "We have an injured comrade. Can he receive treatment?" Wang Zhi inquired. However, the surrounding guards acted as though they had not heard him, continuing to usher them toward an unknown destination. "Humph, you think you'll receive treatment? Once inside, don't expect to emerge alive," Zhao Yang mused to himself. Shortly thereafter, Wang Zhi and his companions were led into a small, dark room, which was starkly empty, the air still heavy with the lingering scent of blood. Once inside, the iron door slammed shut, plunging them into utter darkness, where even a hand could not be seen. "What now, Captain? Can we still escape?" the portly fellow asked. "There's a lingering scent of blood. They've surely killed here before. Given our current predicament, I fear the worst," Lao He replied, his spirit waning. Wang Zhi remained calm, uncertain of when his adversary would strike, choosing not to hastily destroy the pendant. He understood the importance of timing. If the moment was not right, even if Jieshi arrived, it would be futile, merely a rescue without addressing the underlying issues. He sought to eliminate Zhao Yin entirely. Patience was paramount. For now, he needed to stall for time. In a hushed tone, he communicated his thoughts to those around him, wary of potential eavesdropping within the room. After articulating his strategy, he fell silent, awaiting Zhao Yan's arrival. Regardless of the circumstances, once Zhao Yan appeared, he would need to destroy the pendant. The duration of Zhao Yan's plan to deal with them was uncertain, yet she had limited time for respite, leaving Zhao Yan with a narrow window for swift action. Just as he contemplated this, the iron door swung open, revealing none other than Zhao Yan. Upon recognizing him, Wang Zhi immediately lowered his head and bit through the pendant, which slipped from his chest and fell to the ground, where he crushed it underfoot. Zhao Yan illuminated the room, momentarily blinding the 5 individuals who had adjusted to the darkness. As their eyes adjusted, they beheld Zhao Yan, grinning and wielding a silenced handgun. "Is it you? What do you intend to do?" Wang Zhi feigned surprise, stepping in front of Ying, subtly conveying a message with his restrained hands against her leg. Clad in body armor, Wang Zhi positioned himself in front, a calculated choice, as he believed that as long as he avoided a headshot, he would survive. Observing Wang Zhi's stance in front of the others, Zhao Yan sneered, "Captain Wang, I didn't expect you to have the audacity to flirt with my goddess and kill my brother. Do you truly believe you can leave here alive today? What do you want?" Wang Zhi retorted, locking eyes with Zhao Yan. "Once you're dead, what does it matter what I want?" Zhao Yan replied, raising his gun. "Oh, dear brother, let us discuss this amicably. I'm entirely innocent. I'll align myself with you from now on," Ying said, realizing negotiations were futile and gradually stepping away from Wang Zhi towards Zhao Yan. "Humph, the notorious leader of the international mercenary group, Black Rose, Su Muing. Did you think I wouldn't uncover your background?" Zhao Yan scoffed, revealing her identity. Their scheme now exposed, the plump man interjected, "What about me? I have no criminal record. Let me join you, just don't kill me." He slowly distanced himself from Wang Zhi. Seeing the plump man's sudden change in demeanor, Wang Zhi genuinely believed he had betrayed them. "Ha ha ha, you amuse me. Are you trying to buy time? Waiting for someone to rescue you? Allow me to enlighten you. Jieshi has been summoned by the Tower Master for a meeting, and my men have already dispatched the vice captain. Here, no one can save you," Zhao Yan concluded, readying his aim at the most dangerous target, Su Muing. At that moment, Wang Zhi charged forward. Knowing he must draw fire as he was the only one clad in body armor, perhaps luck would favor him, allowing him to survive, or at the very least, he would have done right by his comrades. Seeing Wang Zhi's advance, Zhao Yan decisively shifted targets and fired at him. Bang! The shot struck Wang Zhi, causing him to collapse. Captain! Jia Li cried out, her heart aching at the sight of Wang Zhi falling under fire. As Zhao Yan redirected his focus, Su Muing, closest to him, sprang into action. Though her hands were bound, her legs remained free. Thud! She kicked Zhao Yan, but he effortlessly blocked the blow with his arm, then swept her down to the ground, leveling his handgun at her head. Su Muing, now on the floor, realized she had underestimated Zhao Yan's combat prowess. Her restraints rendered her unable to unleash her true strength. Is it worth it for such a weakling? Zhao Yan taunted. Huh, he is 100 times stronger than you. Su Muing retorted, lying on the ground with a cold smile. Seeking death, are we? Zhao Yan seethed at her defiance, pulling the trigger. Bang! Su Muing shut her eyes in anticipation of the shot, only to feel something collide with her body. Upon opening her eyes, she saw the plump man sprawled atop her, having rushed in to take the fatal bullet. As Zhao Yan beheld the man who had shielded Su Muing, he erupted into manic laughter. Well done. You truly impress me with your willingness to throw yourself into danger for others. I'm curious what kind of brainwashing Wang Zhi has subjected you to for you to be so devoted. Just as he prepared to shoot the next target, the iron door swung open, causing Zhao Yan, who had been so confident that no one would arrive, to feel a pang of anxiety. Who could possibly come here now? Chapter 36. A windfall. Hearing movement at the door, Zhao Yan swiftly turned around, and entering were two armored figures, one of whom was none other than Jieshi. The other wore a mask, which Zhao Yan recognized instantly. Indeed, the Tower Master had also arrived. Upon their entrance, Zhao Yan realized his perilous situation. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. Tower Master, these individuals are plotting a rebellion. But Jieshi silenced him with a gesture, and immediately, she lifted her great sword, which pierced through Zhao Yan's chest in the blink of an eye. Before Zhao Yan could utter another word, he was silenced forever. Take them to the medical bay for treatment, the Tower Master ordered Jieshi, then departed, satisfied that the matter was resolved. Are you all right, fatty? Su Muing inquired as they made their way to the medical bay, noticing he had not lost consciousness. Sister Ing, the plump man began. But before he could finish, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Fatty, don't sleep. Just hold on a little longer until we arrive. As they passed through the hall, survivors took note of the three individuals on stretchers, bloodied and swiftly transported by medical personnel. Those in the know understood that this group had just committed murder in the arena and kept their distance, fearing unnecessary trouble. Upon reaching the medical bay, Jieshi gave a brief update to Sophie before leaving to handle Zhao Yan's affairs. Jieshi was somewhat pleased with Wang Zhi's performance. She brought the Tower Master to witness it all to ensure Zhao Yan's demise was justified. Had they arrived earlier, they might have encountered Zhao Yan before he acted, and if they had arrived too late, they could have only seen corpses. In truth, she believed Wang Zhi to be intelligent enough to grasp her intentions. He had timed the destruction of the pendant perfectly, averting an unforeseen disaster. Outside the medical bay, Su Muing and Lu Li anxiously awaited news. Sister Ing, will they be all right? Su Muing asked, but remained silent, gently stroking Lu Li's head as she stood against the wall. An hour later, Sophie emerged from the medical bay. Wang Zhi sustained a rib fracture from the bullet and requires a few days of rest to recover. The other individual was shot in the abdomen, and the fragments have been removed. Given the blood loss, no strenuous activity for a month. The one with the knife wound has been retreated. The wound is now stitched and ready to have the stitches removed in 2 days. The total medical fee is 150 points. Please pay at the front desk. Upon hearing that the three were out of danger, Su Muing and Lu Li both breathed sighs of relief. I must ask, why is your leg injured as well? Su Muing queried, puzzled. It hurts. It's nothing serious, Wang Zhi grimaced as he settled onto a nearby seat. Su Muing recounted the events following his gunshot wound. Wang Zhi let out a sigh of relief, surprised that the Tower Master would accompany them this time. It was a relief indeed. He had not anticipated that your full name was Su Muing. Wang Zhi turned to gaze at the cherry blossom before him. Noticing Wang Zhi's unwavering stare and that infuriating expression, Su Muing struggled internally to suppress her impulse to unleash her frustrations upon him, reminding herself that he was an injured individual. After Jieshi finished her tasks, She returned to the medical room to return the weapons that Wang Zhi and the others had previously possessed. Wang Zhi, that vice captain was indeed unaware and caused you trouble. Here is Zhao Yan's magnetic card. Consider it your spoils of war. You can transfer the survival points within it at the trading hall. Jia Shi handed the items over to Wang Zhi before turning to leave, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. What was going on? Was this truly a form of spoils? Wang Zhi looked at the magnetic cards in his hand. Curiosity piqued regarding Zhao Yan's wealth. With this thought in mind, the group set off toward the trading hall. Upon arrival, the staff member took the magnetic card and checked the balance. The Qiyan team had merely 800 survival points remaining, yet Zhao Yan's balance astonished them, revealing over 12,000 survival points. I must be seeing things, Wang Zhi thought. Recounting the numbers to confirm there were no decimal points, excitement surging within him. However, it made sense. After all, Zhao Yan was part of the leadership and had once been a figure on the podium, likely having benefited significantly from the resources available. A bit of wealth was not unreasonable. Wang Zhi stared at the screen displaying 12,000 survival points, his breath quickening. What a considerable fortune. This was far more than what could be earned on a single outing. This asset could not only elevate the team directly to a level 3 status, but could also result in substantial enhancements to their equipment. Excellent. Transfer all of it to this card. Wang Zhi managed to contain his excitement as he addressed the staff member. It felt akin to winning a grand prize. With the transfer of survival points completed, the group prepared to visit the affairs hall to finalize the team's promotion, intending to relocate their residence to the 3rd floor first. Chapter 37. A pleasant hospital experience at present. Wang Zhi's team had a remaining total of 14,000 survival points, having acquired a total of 16,200 points. They were still about 34,000 points away from advancing to a level 4 team, requiring a total of 50,000 survival points for such an elevation. Wang Zhi approached the data station, handing his magnetic card to the staff for the upgrade. At that moment, the Sunset Twilight team officially became a level 3 team, marking them as the 3rd level 3 team within the Dawn Tower. Can you guess how many survival points we gained? Wang Zhi asked the three, barely containing his excitement. Seriously, you all are so dull. We just acquired 13,000 survival points, and now we are a level 3 team. With no one responding, Wang Zhi was left to talk to himself. Thinking of how if Fatty were present, he would certainly ask, how much? 13,000 points. Are you sure? He expressed disbelief. No way, Zhao Yin is a significant figure. Having some benefits is entirely normal. Meanwhile, Ying was gazing at Wang Zhi with a mischievous glint in her eyes, as if already plotting how to spend this newfound wealth. Hey, Sister Ying, please don't look at me like that. It frightens me. TCH, as if I would eat you. Ying rolled her eyes at Wang Zhi. Upon arriving at the 3rd floor with their belongings, Wang Zhi's immediate impression was one of independence and luxury. Although the houses were not comparable to the general's residences on the 4th floor, the 3rd floor accommodations could be considered modest villas, divided into 2 levels with 3 rooms each, plus a bathroom and living room. There were 50 villas in total on the 3rd floor, with over 20 still available. The level 3 team occupied only 3 of them, while the remaining residences were for the management personnel of the Dawn Tower. Due to the low population on the 3rd floor, there were currently no guards, and the vast training hall was solely available for the 3 existing teams, offering more comprehensive training equipment than the 2nd floor. The dining hall had not yet opened as there were too few people, so meals had to be taken on the 2nd floor or ordered through the Lingling system for delivery from the 2nd floor cafeteria. At this moment, Wang Zhi and his companions were exploring the 3rd floor, familiarizing themselves with their surroundings. Observing the training area, only 5 or 6 individuals were engaged in training, creating a rather desolate atmosphere. He also noted that the uppermost floor of the Dawn Tower was the largest, with each successive floor decreasing in size. While the 1st and 2nd floors felt similar, the contrast between the 3rd and 1st was striking. The 5th floor was the true core of the Dawn Tower, the domain of the Tower Master. According to Jieshi, the qualifications to enter the 5th floor had no specific requirements. Only the Tower Master could grant permission or extend invitations to enter. As the 4 passed by the training area, a man training noticed them. Finally, a team has come down. If you all hadn't come, we'd have gone mad facing that bunch all day, he exclaimed. Hello, we are the Sunset Twilight team. I am the captain, Wang Zhi. Wang Zhi introduced himself. By the way, what did you mean about that group? Wang Zhi was aware that the group referred to as the second level 3 team, the Eternal Apocalypse. However, he was puzzled and curious about what kind of people they were. Those guys. They act all mysterious, like a bunch of lunatics, yet they appear normal on the surface. I really don't understand what the Tower Master was thinking by letting them in. Zhongming, why are you slacking off instead of training? Get to it. Normal-looking lunatics? Wang Zhi pondered, glancing toward the peculiar individuals Zhang Ming had mentioned. There were 2 masked figures, both appearing female, practicing with daggers. Aside from the Tower Master, Wang Zhi had not seen anyone else wearing masks within the Dawn Tower. Why were they donning masks? Was it for show? Sister Ying, what do you think of those 2? Wang Zhi inquired. Su Muing observed the duo for a while before responding. They have some skill. All right, let us hurry and drop off our things. Fatty is waiting for us to bring him food, Wang Zhi suggested. Fatty, how's your injury? Wang Zhi asked as he found a place to sit. The nurse is very beautiful, skilled, and patient while treating my wound. It was quite a pleasant hospital experience. Fatty remarked. By the way, we are now a level 3 team, and we just moved to the 3rd floor, Wang Zhi added. Wow, that's impressive, Captain Wang. Becoming a level 3 team so quickly? It seems my stay here was not in vain. Haha, Fatty exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Indeed, it was not in vain. Once we go out, I'll choose a good weapon for you as a reward. And Lao He, stop relying on that one military knife. We'll get you a new one soon, Wang Zhi declared generously. Their funds were ample, and it was imperative to arm their team. Possessing weapons and armor was essential. This recent event had made Wang Zhi fully aware of the significance of equipment. Having quality armor and weaponry could sometimes mean the difference between life and death. As long as they were alive, that was value. That was victory. This was the essence of survival points and the very meaning of survival. Chapter 38. A lesson for you plans? What plans? As long as we are alive, that is sufficient, Su Muing replied. What about Lao He? Lao He remained silent for a moment before eventually shaking his head. Do you not have plans to seek out your loved ones? Wang Zhi asked, rolling over on the sofa. Everyone has someone important to them, and this inquiry was meant to ascertain whether they intended to search for them. Yet, it appeared that none of them had the desire to embark on such a quest, not to mention whether they are alive. Even if they are, we might not be able to reach them. Even if we could, would you be willing to follow? Ying remarked with a cold laugh. Then we can only go with the flow, taking it one step at a time. Wang Zhi, turning around, gently patted Qiaoli's head and inquired, Qiaoli, are you afraid to go outside? Not afraid, she replied. All right, you should rest now. You've been training all day. Su Muing then placed her feet on Wang Zhi's lap, and he looked at her in confusion. There are still 25 days, Su Muing remarked. Upon hearing this, he recalled his earlier promise to give her a massage for a month. It appeared she still had that in mind. In truth, after experiencing the outside world, he found himself growing fearful. The dangers beyond were indeed beyond his expectations, and he could no longer afford to be reckless and ignorant. He feared losing those dear to him. Through their time spent together, he had discovered that his bond with them deepened, particularly during their shared meals filled with laughter and conversation, which he found more comforting than his existence before the apocalypse. After speaking, he felt a slight tremor in his hands and realized he might have been a bit too impetuous. I'm sorry, Sister Ying, he said. Then you can just hang on with me. Once we get there, I'll continue to massage you. Wang Zhi joked. Get lost, Su Muing retorted, playfully kicking him in the chest. However, Wang Zhi caught her foot, and, seeing her unsuccessful attempt to counter, she swung her other leg at him. Due to her lying position, she could not gain the upper hand, and soon Wang Zhi had her pinned on the couch. Well, little Wang Zhi, you've trained for just a few days and already dare to bully your elder sister? Forget it, I concede, Su Muing admitted, unable to escape. Upon hearing her concede, he released his hold. However, the moment he did, she swiftly pulled him down onto the couch, trapping his neck between her legs while firmly gripping his right arm. If it came to a real struggle at that moment, he believed his arm and neck would be violently broken. Little Wang Zhi, let me give you one last lesson. Even when your opponent begs for mercy, you must not let your guard down. Have you already forgotten what just happened? Su Muing warned him. Of course, I haven't forgotten. But I would willingly die at Sister Ying's hands, Wang Zhi stubbornly replied. After Su Muing released him, she smiled at him, causing a chill to run down his spine as he sensed something unsettling in her gaze. Their dwelling comprised 6 rooms, 3 on the first floor and 3 on the second, allowing for individual accommodations for everyone. Good brother, don't you wish to do something for your sister? Su Muing teased Wang Zhi. He glanced at her, lying on the bed with an alluring demeanor, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Sister Ing, it's not that I don't want to, but the thought of that dagger under your pillow makes it impossible for me to feel anything. He chuckled. Ha ha ha. Looks like this lesson is unnecessary, Su Muing said, pulling out a dagger from beneath her pillow. Noticing Wang Zhi's speechlessness, she decided to stop teasing him. Remember to turn off the lights. Thank you. After 8 hours of rest, Wang Zhi ordered several breakfasts to be delivered by the staff. Upon activating Ling Ling Yao, he discovered the ability to access the weapon shop within the system, allowing him to reserve or review the introductions of various weapons, items, and armor, successfully avoiding the embarrassment of merely browsing without purchasing. Without hesitation, he bought 5 sets of soft high-performance fiber bulletproof vests. Though softer armor may lack the durability of hard armor, it was significantly lighter. He also purchased a separate chemical protection suit for Qiaoli, which was essential for effectively preventing zombie scratches. As long as she wasn't bitten, the suit would withstand any clawing. Additionally, he acquired night vision goggles that offered dual functionality for both night vision and protection against zombie blood splatter. The cost of the bulletproof vest was 200 survival points, which, while somewhat steep, was worth it for the best protection. The chemical suit for Qiaoli was priced at 100 points, totaling an expenditure of 1,100 survival points, a staggering sum for an ordinary team, yet trivial for Wang Zhi's group. Chapter 39. Evolution. After reviewing the protective gear, the 5 of them purchased various tools, including claw hooks, windproof lighters, flashlights, transparent steel wire, first aid kits, water purification tablets, military canteens, binoculars, and compasses. Is there anything else you think we might need? I believe I have covered most essentials, Wang Zhi inquired. Nothing for now. We'll assess our needs when we receive a mission. It's still uncertain, Lao He replied after examining the items Wang Zhi selected. The total expenditure for this collection of tools was a modest 120 survival points. Fatty, your gunshot wound hasn't healed yet. For the next mission, you should stay behind and focus on recovery, Wang Zhi remarked, noticing the bandages wrapped around Fatty's waist. Aware that he couldn't engage in strenuous activity, Fatty nodded in agreement without protest. After their meal, the 4 of them descended to the first floor. Since their violent encounter in the arena, news had spread like wildfire, and their team had inexplicably ascended to a level 3 status, leaving many survivors bewildered. Even with the acquisition of survival points from another small team, accumulating 10,000 points in such a short time seemed implausible, presenting a puzzling enigma among other teams. Wang Zhi intended to seek out Captain Jieshi. Upon reaching the headquarters, the guards recognized them and did not hinder their passage. Wang Zhi, familiar with the layout, proceeded to Jieshi's office, asking the other 3 to wait in the lounge. After knocking twice, he entered to find Jieshi staring blankly at the screen. What are you busy with, Captain Jieshi? Wang Zhi asked, feeling less reserved and taking a seat opposite her. I wanted to inquire about the recent outings of other teams, he stated. The situation is quite dire. Out of 52 teams that have ventured out, 32 returned unscathed, 15 suffered casualties, and 5 teams have been completely wiped out, Jieshi reported, resting her forehead in her hand. Wang Zhi was taken aback to learn that 5 teams had been annihilated in just a few days. This shouldn't be the case. These teams were trained. How could their losses be so severe? He questioned, perplexed. They described the zombies as fast, strong, and highly perceptive, and most exhibited a group behavior. Jieshi explained. Could it be that they are evolving? Wang Zhi speculated. It is quite possible that they have mutated. Let me show you something. You should also call your teammates in, Jieshi suggested. Once Wang Zhi summoned his team, Jieshi retrieved a video from her computer and projected it onto the screen. The zombies appeared frenzied like wolves, and the individual in the video was running at a speed significantly faster than Wang Zhi's escape from his school just a month prior. The pursuing zombies were relentless, and just as they were about to catch up, the person in the video forcefully pulled back a teammate, causing them to lose their balance and fall. After betraying his companion, the individual managed to escape the zombies. Moments later, the camera fell to the ground, seemingly devoid of life. After a short interval, the screen shifted to reveal 2 middle-aged individuals who had not interacted prior to the attack, having exchanged no words. They're survivors, Wang Zhi exclaimed, recognizing the 2 assailants. What is causing these zombies to evolve? Su Muing inquired. That is what I'm pondering. What are your thoughts? Jieshi asked. We're uncertain. When we were outside previously, the zombies were not this fast, they replied. Thus, You must exercise caution on your next outing. Your intelligence is crucial for the Dawn Tower, Jieshi warned. Thank you for the reminder, Captain Jieshi. By the way, has Zhao Yan's situation sparked any discussions at the first level? Wang Zhi pondered the peculiar absence of discussion surrounding the demise of a prominent figure like Zhao Yan. It struck him as odd that no one seemed to be talking about it lately. Upon hearing his query, Jieshi chuckled lightly, stating, "The master of the tower possesses the power of life and death. If he desires someone to perish, they shall. If he wishes for tranquility, then tranquility will prevail. But fret not, for the master only punishes those who deserve to die." To prevent any misunderstanding, Jieshi added a clarification. As they stepped outside, a somber expression overtook Wang Zhi's countenance. The information conveyed in the recent video was neither scant nor abundant. The zombies exhibited both superior speed and strength compared to their previous encounters, and their numbers had not dwindled. Instead of succumbing to starvation over the month, these creatures appeared more invigorated. This led Wang Zhi to suspect they were starving, yet the truth remained to be substantiated. If they had indeed evolved, could there be more advanced zombies on the horizon? The implications of the undead gaining intelligence were unfathomable. Chapter 40. Sudden events. 10 days flew by in a blur. And under rigorous training, Wang Zhi had gradually grown stronger. This period was marked by the highest number of trainees, for from this day forth, survival points would no longer be granted as rewards. The only avenues for acquiring survival points were completing missions or joining the ecological agricultural zone as laborers. This decision prompted many to opt for the latter, with only a handful daring to venture outside. According to statistics, out of 10,000 survivors, 6,000 had entered the agricultural zone, leaving 4,000 steadfastly committed to training in anticipation of future missions. Today was also significant, marking the arrival of the month-long mandatory task assignment. Most teams preferred to delay their departure until the last moment, leading to an estimated 200 teams preparing to set out today. Wang Zhi calculated the time until their next mission, 15 days. In 15 days, he would once again confront the zombies that had once been human. As Wang Zhi and his companions observed the distant teams, Jieshi approached. "Captain Wang, please follow me." Jieshi appeared quite urgent, prompting Wang Zhi to follow without hesitation. "There is a crucial assignment I must entrust to you." Upon entering the conference room, Jieshi wasted no time and got straight to the point. "Captain Jie, please proceed," Wang Zhi replied, sensing an ominous undertone. Jieshi had never been this urgent before. "Although your time has not yet expired, we face an unavoidable situation. The team dispatched to the Kelooi Biological Research Institute has been completely wiped out. Within the institute resides a crucial individual we need, Dr. Yang Lu. I require you to proceed urgently for a rescue mission. Should you succeed, the reward will be double that of a standard mission, totaling 5,000 survival points. Of course, you may decline." Jieshi's gaze was cold as she scrutinized Wang Zhi and his companions, and despite her words, Wang Zhi felt an implicit pressure to acquiesce. "How many days can you allow us for preparation?" Wang Zhi inquired after a moment of contemplation. "1 day?" The brevity of the response shocked him. The abruptness of the task left him momentarily at a loss. Without further ado, Jieshi stood and departed. Behind Wang Zhi, Su Mu-ing and Old, he shared a similar sense of uncertainty. "Let us gather our things and acquire additional equipment," Wang Zhi instructed. "Why agree to her? Is it merely for the 5,000 survival points?" Oldie questioned. "Then why did Jieshi choose us instead of others?" Wang Zhi countered. "Could it be that she feels familiar with you?" Su Muing rolled her eyes in response. "Let us expedite our preparations. We have ample survival points. Let's procure some reliable weaponry," Wang Zhi declared, making his way to the trading hall. At the trading hall, Wang Zhi spent a significant sum on 4 automatic rifles, outfitted with suppressors and holographic night vision sights, along with 2,000 rounds of ammunition for signal flares, 12 high-explosive grenades, for incendiary devices, for smoke grenades, and a drone. The total expenditure reached 5,065 survival points. This mission had already consumed more points than the reward, yet Wang Zhi was unconcerned. His priority was survival. Succumbing due to inadequate equipment would be a grave loss. "That should suffice. Just arrange for everything to be delivered to our quarters," Wang Zhi instructed the staff. Upon returning to their quarters, Wang Zhi and his companions busied themselves with their gear. Each combat backpack filled with provisions and tools, grenades and ammunition strapped to their waists and chests, handguns and knives secured on their legs, and rifles in hand. "What are you all up to? Taking on a mission?" The rotund man asked as he descended from upstairs, noticing their preparations. Yes, Captain Jieshi assigned us an urgent task. We must depart by tomorrow at the latest. Wang Zhi replied. I'll join you, he declared as he made his way down the stairs. Wang Zhi resumed organizing his equipment, while the rotund man bit his lip, acutely aware that his gunshot wounds had yet to heal, rendering him unable to keep pace. Once they had all gathered their supplies, they headed to the dining hall for a hearty meal, costing Wang Zhi 100 survival points. It was the most satisfying meal he had experienced since arriving, attracting envious glances from those around him, with an abundance of food and beautiful company. I'm full. Let us rest a bit before setting out. Wang Zhi reclined in his chair, speaking languidly. Chapter 41. The tunnel. After the meal, Jieshi dispatched someone with the details of the mission. Wang Zhi was resolute in avoiding any direct route through the city. With its dense population, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. The information at hand included the locations of the stronghold, the destination, and a map of City M. The four of them deliberated but reached no definitive conclusion, leading Wang Zhi to propose they assess the situation outside. Once the discussion concluded, Wang Zhi and his companions donned their full gear and exited the third-floor room. As they passed through the hall, remnants of the former dynasty's team were still training. Upon spotting Wang Zhi and the others, Zhang Ming approached immediately. Wow, you're heading out again? It's only been a few days. Are you bored down there? He exclaimed. Yes, just need some fresh air. Wang Zhi replied with a light chuckle, offering no further elaboration. Impressive. Wishing you a safe return. Zhang Ming waved farewell, following the mission's directives. The four quickly arrived at the elevator leading to City M. This time, they would not be transported by helicopter. They would have to find their own way to the destination due to the depletion of aviation fuel. As they treaded through the dark corridor, silence enveloped them, broken only by the sound of their footsteps echoing against the steps. Before long, they reached the end, weapons drawn and poised for combat. Beep, the door opens. Wang Zhi, tense, held his firearm at the ready. As the door swung open, no blinding light met them. It was night, and the faint moonlight barely illuminated the ground. Wang Zhi scanned the surroundings, detecting no signs of zombies. The four cautiously approached the road ahead, their progress hampered by the night and the complex environment. Let us head south, Wang Zhi suggested. They moved slowly together, ensuring they remained vigilant against ambushes. Why are there no cars on this road? He questioned from the rear. Wang Zhi halted, pondering indeed. How could there be not a single vehicle? This road may be a bit off the beaten path, but it shouldn't be completely deserted. After walking for another hour, they finally spotted a tunnel ahead, with several police cars parked at its entrance. Wang Zhi felt an unsettling premonition. He raised his hand, signaling for the group to stop, and retrieved his binoculars. What is going on? Su Muing inquired. I can't see clearly through the binoculars. Let us advance a bit further. Wang Zhi slowly approached the tunnel. As he neared a distance of 500 meters, everyone could vaguely discern the tunnel ahead. The entrance was barricaded with several layers of iron mesh, effectively sealing off the passage. He remarked from behind. No wonder there are no vehicles on the road. They've all been blocked. How utterly ruthless. They don't even allow a chance for escape? Wang Zhi exclaimed, raising his binoculars to gaze into the tunnel. Goodness. Wang Zhi recoiled upon seeing something through the lenses. Su Muing, noticing Wang Zhi's fright, took the binoculars from him for a look. On the other side of the iron mesh, countless zombies were clawing and tearing at the barriers. Even the battle-hardened Su Muing was taken aback by the sight. Just as she spoke, two individuals in police uniforms suddenly dashed towards Wang Zhi and the others from the police station ahead. Be careful, there's zombies. He was the first to notice, raising his rifle. Before Wang Zhi could fully comprehend the situation, he had already shot down the two police zombies. Aren't you worried they might be survivors? Wang Zhi inquired. Survivors would have fled in a vehicle long ago. Let's take their car, he replied nonchalantly. Gazing at the 7 police cars in front of the tunnel, Wang Zhi estimated that there were approximately 14 zombies in the vicinity. He had already dispatched 2, leaving 12 unaccounted for. As the 4 approached the police vehicles, 2 more zombies in uniforms suddenly lunged out from behind a distant car. Wang Zhi dodged, causing one of the zombies to miss its attack, but before he could regain his balance, the other one followed closely behind. Just as he felt the impending attack, he was startled to see the zombie's head severed from its body, falling to the ground. Luli had swiftly drawn her exquisite blade and decapitated the 2 zombies, while he and Su Muing dealt with 5 more zombies that had unexpectedly appeared. In the recent skirmish, Wang Zhi realized that the zombies were faster now than during their last outing, and he had narrowly escaped being overwhelmed. He patted Lu Li on the head, thanking her. Lu Li shyly lowered her gaze. Wang Zhi found it perplexing. How could a girl who slaughtered zombies without flinching possess such shyness? Look over there. Su Muing pointed at the iron mesh above the tunnel. The zombies inside were now even more frenzied than before, their biting motions growing more violent. This is bad. We need to move quickly. That mesh won't hold for much longer. If they break through, we're doomed. Wang Zhi exclaimed, climbing into a relatively intact police car. Get in. The keys are inside. I can start it right away. Wang Zhi said, relieved to find the keys. I thought that mesh was on the verge of breaking. He added, still shaken. Wang Zhi examined the map of City M, noting that they were currently traveling along Highway 2, entering the Greater West Ring. I hope the north isn't similarly blocked, he mused, leaning back in the passenger seat. The vehicles on the Greater West Ring were sparse, with only an occasional wrecked car, and zombies were also infrequently spotted. Before they could react, Wang Zhi and his companions sped past. After driving for a while, they suddenly spotted a vehicle blocking the road ahead, with a figure standing beside it. Old He slowed down. As they drew nearer, Old He recognized a man whose clothes were tattered and appearance disheveled, wielding a bloodied fire axe. Upon exiting the vehicle, Wang Zhi raised his handgun towards the man, who immediately knelt and pleaded, Please, brothers, save my family. Keep your voice down. Who are you? Wang Zhi asked. My name is Hao Qinggong. I escaped from a town in the north. I'm a police officer. Here is my badge. He pulled out his identification from his ragged clothing. Despite the night, Wang Zhi, equipped with night vision goggles, confirmed that the photograph matched the man before him. Officer Hao Qinggong from Longkou Town Public Security Bureau? Yes, that's me. Hao Qinggong replied, sensing Wang Zhi's hesitation. Please, I implore you to save us. If you find us too many to accommodate, take my wife and child. I will stay behind. All right, we'll wait for you. Hao Qinggong exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 42. Crossing the bridge. Wang Zhi knew they shouldn't be traveling at night. But he was compelled to rescue the doctor, uncertain how much longer she could hold on. He didn't want to arrive only to find her as a zombie. While navigating the northern detour, the four encountered no obstacles. After half an hour of driving, Oldie had circled from the north to the eastern ring. As they approached their destination from the east ring, traffic gradually increased, and the number of zombies rose as well, with some quick enough to leap onto the car. Wang Zhi, glancing at the map, noted a large bridge ahead, stretching over a kilometer. Predictably, it was likely blocked by stalled vehicles. Stop. There's a bridge ahead. We'll wait until dawn to cross, Wang Zhi instructed. Oldie parked 2 kilometers from the bridge, where a light rain began to fall, slowly dampening the car windows. Wang Zhi distributed 4 cans of beef to the others. Let us eat something first. While consuming his canned food, Wang Zhi remained vigilant. At 6 o'clock, the sky brightened, and the 4 exited the vehicle. The surroundings were now clearly visible. After walking 2 kilometers, Wang Zhi could finally see the entrance to the bridge, a critical passage into City M. Peering through his binoculars, he confirmed his suspicions. From one end of the bridge to the other, it was choked with abandoned vehicles, and countless zombies were aimlessly swaying among them. To reach City M, they would have to fight their way across the bridge. It seems we are in for a fierce battle, He declared, lowering the binoculars. We'll shoot the zombies on the bridge while Luli handles those drawn by the noise. Is that all right? Luli nodded in agreement. All right, let us head out, Wang Zhi said, stepping forward towards the bridge. As they neared the entrance, Wang Zhi's hands trembled. It was his first time facing such a horde of zombies. A quick scan revealed at least 500 zombies ahead. He understood that once the first shot was fired, they would swarm towards him, and with limited combat experience, he was grappling with intense psychological pressure. Once they found suitable positions, the 4 exchanged determined glances. After confirming they were ready, He fired the first shot. The echoes of gunfire rang out as Wang Zhi immediately joined in, his rifle equipped with a silencer, the noise relatively subdued. Yet the bullets struck the vehicles with a metallic clang. The zombies on the bridge were roused, their low growls piercing the quiet dawn, sending chills down one's spine as they surged towards Wang Zhi. Keep shooting, quickly. He underestimated the zombies' speed. The 3 of them emptied an entire magazine, firing 90 rounds. With only about 40 effective shots, far outpaced by the advancing horde. Meanwhile, over a dozen zombies approached from the sides, but Luli swiftly eliminated them, leaving Wang Zhi and his companions no time to manage the flanking zombies. As the number of zombies surged, Wang Zhi recognized the dire situation. Their firepower wouldn't hold. Use grenades, he exclaimed, pulling out a high-explosive grenade and tossing it into the heart of the zombie tide. Boom. The sound of explosions echoed across the eastern bridge of City M, the blasts reverberating alongside the detonations of the vehicles, resonating throughout the area. Inside a room at the research facility, a voice questioned, "Is that the sound of an explosion? Could there still be survivors? Shall we take a look at the rooftop? What good would that do? Everyone is struggling to survive. Perhaps he has already met his demise, and you still expect him to come and rescue us? Indeed. We have gone 2 days without sustenance. I doubt we can endure much longer. Alas. Dr. Yang, awaken, please." Hearing someone call her name, Yang Lu propped herself up from the ground. "What is it, Xiaoqi? Dr. Yang, are you all right? You don't seem well." Just a bit dehydrated, nothing serious." After pondering for a moment, Xiaoqi addressed the others. "Why don't we venture out to search for supplies? If we continue like this, we will surely perish." Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their heads in silence. Not a single soul spoke up. Xiaoqi, incensed by their apathy, exclaimed, "What is wrong with you all? If it weren't for Dr. Yang taking us in and sharing her provisions, we would have perished long ago. Now, Dr. Yang is on the brink of collapse from dehydration. And you remain indifferent? Xiaoqi, you know that the outside is teeming with zombies. Going out would be tantamount to seeking death." A man in his 40s responded. "Lao Lu, do you really believe that hiding here will ensure our survival? If you want to go, I shall." With that, Xiaoqi picked up a steel pipe from the ground and strode outside. "Xiaoqi, don't go," Yang Lu called weakly. "Alas, Dr. Yang, you are in such a weakened state. You should rest your voice. Thank you for keeping us alive for so long. Let me accompany him. It will ease my conscience." The speaker was a young woman in her 20s, Dr. Yang's assistant, who draped her jacket over Yang Lu before following Xiaoqi outside. On the bridge, smoke filled the air. After several grenades exploded, numerous zombies were eradicated, granting a brief respite for the trio, who continued to reload their magazines and fire at the distant undead. The thunderous explosions attracted more zombies from afar. Wang Zhi, while shooting, began to retreat. They had already fallen back 100 meters from the bridgehead. After expending 1,000 rounds, the zombie numbers began to dwindle. The bridge was strewn with corpses, and blood flowed like a river. Wang Zhi felt a surge of madness. He had never killed such grotesque creatures before. The four moved cautiously to the edge of the bridge, where the recently burned vehicles had been extinguished by the rain, revealing a chaotic scene of cars strewn haphazardly, possibly stretching all the way to the city. "Be careful. There may still be zombies inside the vehicles," Wang Zhi cautioned. In the span of just 1,000 meters, it took Wang Zhi a full hour to traverse, and by now, the four were splattered with blood, resembling frenzied killers. It's been ages since I felt this exhilarated. It's intoxicating." Su Muing laughed excitedly, her eyes gleaming with fervent madness. Chapter 43. The vending machine. After crossing the bridge, Wang Zhi and his companions arrived at the riverbank, with a park ahead. Beyond the park lay the outer wall of the research institute. The group was progressing towards their intended destination when they spotted a wooden cabin, a small shop. Wang Zhi lowered his binoculars. "It seems fortune smiles upon us." Su Muing also took a glance through the binoculars. As they approached the cabin, they found the door locked, indicating that no one had visited recently. Peering through the window, they saw an abundance of drinks, bottled water, and some candy inside. Wang Zhi would not let such resources slip away. After navigating through a small grove, he finally reached the outer wall of the research institute. Standing before the towering 3-meter wall, he faced a new dilemma. With such a vast area, where would they find people? Wang Zhi retrieved a drone, intending to survey the interior. The drone buzzed to life and ascended into the research institute. The location of Wang Zhi's wall was the ecological station of the institute, which typically saw few visitors. As the drone ventured deeper, it reached the central area, the science museum, where the population was densest and, consequently, the number of zombies was highest, with hundreds of them wandering about. While the drone was observing the terrain near the experimental base, Lao He, watching the screen, exclaimed in surprise, "Look, there are people in the second-floor corridor. A man and a woman. Perhaps they are the ones we seek." The four circled around to the nearest wall of the experimental base and climbed over. With their collective strength, they could pull themselves up any surface they could grasp. Once over the wall, they found themselves in a parking lot, where the zombies had already detected their presence and began charging toward them. Wang Zhi, disregarding stealth, grabbed his rifle, and opened fire. The situation was dire. Having discovered the location of their targets, they had to act swiftly. The loss of their objective would be catastrophic. Inside the building, "I'm not afraid. Staying in here means certain death," Enqing insisted, ignoring all warnings. Without hesitation, Shaoqi grabbed the high heel from Enqing's foot and snapped off the heel, making it easier for her to run quietly. There's a vending machine on the first floor. It should have water and bread. We'll head there shortly. All right, Enqing replied nervously. The two stealthily made their way down the stairwell to the safety corridor on the opposite side. Typically, the experimental base housed few people. After the outbreak of the zombie virus, most of the zombies had entered from outside, concentrating primarily on the first floor. Upon hearing Enqing's words, Shaoqi hesitated. His own hands were trembling, yet he thought of Dr. Yang, who lay weak and unconscious on the ground. He tightened his grip on the iron rod. It's merely a mindless creature with an arm severed. If I eliminate it, we can approach the vending machine. With that, he turned toward the stairwell. As soon as Shaoqi entered, the zombie immediately sensed his presence. He swung his iron rod down upon the head of the one-armed zombie with fervor. "Shaoqi, that's enough. It's already dead." Enqing tugged at him from behind. Hearing her words, Shaoqi gradually calmed down, only then realizing that the zombie beneath his feet had been reduced to a bloody mess by his blows. "Shaoqi, are you all right?" Enqing looked at him with fear as he stood, bloodied and wild-eyed. "I'm fine. Let us hurry down," he replied, wiping the blood from his face with his sleeve. Upon reaching the ground floor, they found the vending machine beside the wall in the lobby. "Wonderful. We are saved," Enqing exclaimed joyfully. Shaoqi, observing Enqing's stubbornness even in this dire moment, replied, "Listen, Enqing, if anything goes awry, either we both stay behind or one of us does. Dr. Yang has saved my life once. Now it's my turn to repay her. If we both perish, who will bring food to Dr. Yang?" It's settled then. Without sparing a glance at the tearful Enqing, he strode directly toward the vending machine. Chapter 44. They all deserve to die. Shaoqi and Enqing quietly approached the vending machine. With a swift motion, Shaoqi smashed the glass with his iron rod. In the silence of the building, the shattering glass resonated ominously. Hearing the commotion, the nearby zombies emitted low growls and began to converge on their location. Realizing the alarm he had raised, Shaoqi struck the vending machine again, shattering the glass completely. "Enqing, what are you doing? Hurry up," he urged, noticing her standing still in a daze. "Shaoqi, you are a man of responsibility and honor. How wonderful it would be if this were not the apocalypse." Enqing lamented, setting down the food she had been holding and producing a fruit knife from her belongings. "Enqing, what are you doing? I'm coming with you to fight those things." As her words left her lips, several zombies had already reached the lobby, running toward them. Without another thought, Shaoqi charged into the fray, grappling with the undead. "Shaoqi!" Enqing cried, watching him battle the zombies, and she too rushed to his aid. Thud, thud, thud. A zombie fell before Enqing. "Get down!" A voice called from afar. "Quick, get down!" The voice urged again. At that moment, Enqing finally reacted and dropped to the ground. Tat, tat, tat. Another round of gunfire echoed as the last of the zombies in the hall fell lifelessly to the ground. "Phew, we didn't arrive too late," Wang Zhi remarked, discarding the empty magazine. "Are you Dr. Yang Lu?" he inquired, helping the sobbing Enqing to her feet. "Please, big brothers, save us. We need help," she pleaded, her emotions overwhelming her. "Are you all right?" Lao he asked, assisting the frail Shaoqi from the ground. "I'm fine. Thank you for rescuing us." "Are you looking for Dr. Yang Lu?" "That's wonderful," Shaoqi replied weakly. Wang Zhi observed Shaoqi's deteriorating condition and stated, "We are too late. He is injured. He will soon turn into a zombie, and there is nothing we can do." Shaoqi froze, realizing the intense pain in his shoulder as he glanced at the wound. Those involved in research understand the gravity of their situation. He knew he was beyond saving. A resigned smile spread across Shaoqi's face as he said, "Just end it for me." He then lay back on the ground, closing his eyes with a slight smile, perhaps relieved that Dr. Yang might be saved, or perhaps grateful to escape becoming one of those soulless shells. With a complex expression, Wang Zhi pulled the trigger. Enqing seemed oblivious, slowly walking to the vending machine to gather the food and water scattered on the floor. "Shaoqi, why were you so foolish? No one else came out. Yet you risked your life for them," she lamented as she collected the provisions. Wang Zhi stood by, observing her, when Su Muing, unable to contain herself, approached to confront her but was stopped by Wang Zhi. "Miss, Shouldn't we prioritize saving people? He asked, moving closer to Qing. Save people? You're not helping Xiao Qi, but are thinking of rescuing those cowardly, selfish individuals? They deserve to die? Qing shouted angrily at Wang Zhi. Unfazed, he replied kindly. Regardless of their faults, we still need to save Dr. Yang. Please, consider the bigger picture. At the mention of their objective, Qing calmed down, wrapping the food in her coat and silently heading towards the second floor. Wang Zhi and his companions exchanged glances before following her. Chapter 45. Evacuation. On their way to find Dr. Yang Lu, a few zombies attempted to ambush them, but Qing ignored them, clutching her coat tightly as she made her way to the adjacent building. Wang Zhi and his companions swiftly dispatched any zombies that appeared, ensuring Qing's safety. Navigating through the corridors, they arrived at a door at the end of the hall. After entering a code, the door swung open. Wang Zhi stepped inside to find nearly 10 individuals, both men and women, lying on the floor. Clenching his gun tightly, he wondered how such a large group could have sent just one man and one woman to scavenge for food. No wonder Qing believed they deserved their fate. If it were him, he would have eliminated them without a second thought. Unfortunately, Qing was too gentle to take such drastic measures. Even a surprise attack would only result in mutual destruction. As the people in the lab noticed their arrival, they began to rise, their spirits lifting at the sight of the armed Wang Zhi and his team. Thank heavens! We are finally saved. Help us, please, they cried in unison. Wang Zhi cast a cold glance around the group, asking, Who is Dr. Yang Lu? She is over there. A man pointed to a corner. Following his finger, Wang Zhi spotted a woman in a white coat lying there and rushed over. He knelt beside Dr. Yang Lu, gently propping her up against his legs. Sister Ying, he called out urgently for Su Muing to assess her condition. Su Muing approached, checking Dr. Yang's pulse before retrieving her adrenaline from her bag and injecting it into Dr. Yang's waist. She is severely dehydrated and undernourished. We need to give her some water and food as soon as she wakes up, Su Muing explained. After a brief moment, Dr. Yang Lu awoke, and Wang Zhi promptly brought water to her lips. Startled to find a stranger beside her, she quickly regained her composure and asked, Who are you? Don't speak yet. We are here to rescue you. You need to drink some water first, Wang Zhi instructed. Dr. Yang complied, silently drinking from the water he offered. One person, unable to wait any longer, attempted to take some food, but Qing suddenly brandished a knife, pointing it at him. This is what Xiao Qi traded his life for. You don't deserve to eat, she exclaimed. Qing, we were wrong. Please share with us, the man pleaded. Dr. Yang looked around and asked, Where is Xiao Qi? Qing, why don't you distribute the food? Dr. Yang gently stroked Qing's cheek. Since Dr. Yang had spoken, Qing reluctantly turned and began to share the food among the group. We are from the Dawn Tower. We were sent to find you, Wang Zhi informed Dr. Yang. Dawn Tower? What is that? She inquired. A refuge, a safe place, Wang Zhi replied. That is wonderful. Thank you. Lao He, ensure they eat quickly. We must leave at once to avoid further danger, Wang Zhi urged. Lao He nodded and joined Qing in distributing the food. Thank you, big brother. Qing expressed her gratitude. Once the food was shared, Lao He urged, Hurry and eat. We must leave immediately. Upon hearing they would be leaving, some in the crowd grew fearful. Lao He, noticing their apprehension, remarked sternly, If anyone is afraid, they can stay here. Immediately, the group fell silent, their dissent quelled. After a while, Dr. Yang gradually regained her strength and attempted to stand. Dr. Yang, how do you feel? Can you move? Wang Zhi asked, watching her stretch and take a few steps. Yes, I'm fine. I can't believe there's such a young girl in your group, Dr. Yang said, looking incredulously at Xiao Li. The mountains need not be high. If spirits reside within, they become sacred. We must hurry. The outside is perilous, Wang Zhi insisted. All right. I will retrieve my research samples, Dr. Yang replied, heading to dismantle the hard drive from her computer. Once Dr. Yang secured her samples, Wang Zhi and his companions, along with the 11 others, exited the laboratory. Xiao Li and Lao He led the way while Wang Zhi and Su Muing protected the group from behind. Upon reaching the surrounding wall, Wang Zhi produced a grappling hook, instructing everyone to hold the rope as they scaled the wall. Wang Zhi and his companions could climb unaided, but that did not apply to everyone. After crossing over, Wang Zhi intended to visit the wooden shop once more. Today we are fortunate. It took us only a day to find her, Su Muing said cheerfully as they walked. Indeed, had Qing and the others not ventured out, we might have searched this vast research facility indefinitely, Wang Zhi reflected. Suddenly, a thought struck Wang Zhi. He had not considered how they would obtain transportation. We'll need 3 vehicles. 2 of us will share one, taking some people, while the remaining will drive the last one, he proposed. Leading the group through the woods, they arrived at the shop they had previously discovered. The sight of the abundant supplies and food inside astonished everyone. Wow, there's enough here to last us for months. Someone exclaimed. Shoo, what are you thinking? This is their find. Do you want to steal food under their noses? Another cautioned. Right, those 4 look formidable. We mustn't provoke them, the crowd whispered among themselves, while Wang Zhi boldly entered the shop, initiating an impromptu shopping spree. Wang Zhi instructed those from the research institute to gather all consumables such as water, sugar, and snacks, hastily packing them into bags. They needed to move quickly, aiming to reach the evacuation point before darkness fell. He urged the researchers to grab their belongings and follow the route he had meticulously planned for their retreat. Upon reaching the bridge, they encountered only a few wandering zombies, which relieved Wang Zhi. Be cautious, do not let your guard down. The researchers realized that the explosions they had heard that morning had originated from this very spot. Gazing at the mangled vehicles and scattered remains on the bridge, they could hardly fathom the ferocity of the battle that had transpired here. Do not be afraid, quickly stand and move forward. Wang Zhi reassured a few frightened women who were crouched on the ground. After crossing the bridge, Wang Zhi communicated via radio, instructing Lao He to take 4 individuals with Lu Li to the police car, while he sought out 2 vehicles that still had their keys. Who among you will drive one of these cars? He queried the crowd. I will drive, volunteered a man. Very well, you will follow closely behind the police car, and I will follow you. The 3 of you will take this vehicle. Wang Zhi directed 4 men in the rear. In Wang Zhi's car were Su Muqing, Dr. Yang Lu, and Qing, and the remaining 2 women. Dr. Yang Lu had to be in his vehicle. He could not trust her safety in the others. He was determined not to let anyone face the survivors alone. At least 2 individuals should provide mutual support, for he could not guarantee that no one would betray them. Finally, we can take a breather, Su Muqing remarked comfortably from the passenger seat. May I ask, will we be safe at the Dawn Tower? It was evident that Yang Lu felt somewhat anxious. Why do you ask? Wang Zhi inquired. Because the Dawn Tower does not harbor the idol, she replied. Ah, I see. That should not be a problem, I thought. Wang Zhi's words trailed off as Yang Lu hesitated to finish her thought. That we would be unreasonable and kill without cause? Wang Zhi chuckled. No, that was not my intention. Rest assured, everyone here survives by their own abilities. There will be no chaos. After reassuring Yang Lu, he drove on with a sense of calm. Wang Zhi, do you think that family is still there? Su Muqing asked. Eyes closed. They should be. It has only been half a day. With that, Su Muqing lit another cigarette, silently gazing out the window. What troubles you, Sister Qing? Wang Zhi noticed her pensive demeanor. Once, this world was so vibrant, yet now it lies in ruins. Humanity scurries like vermin, hiding from danger. It is truly absurd. It will get better. Wang Zhi tightened his grip on the steering wheel, speaking earnestly. Let us hope so. Su Muqing turned her head, continuing to smoke. Observing the unpredictable Su Muqing, Wang Zhi found her inscrutable. She was exceptionally skilled in disguise. Sometimes when she appeared sorrowful, she might not truly be. And when she seemed joyful, it was not always genuine. Her expressionless demeanor was particularly enigmatic, which contributed to Wang Zhi's unease regarding her character. Do you find your sister intimidating? Su Muqing suddenly asked. What? Wang Zhi turned to look at her, startled. How could she possibly know what he had just been thinking? It was almost frightening. Swallowing hard, Wang Zhi thought, it is not that. I simply find Sister Qing exceptionally charming. Is that so? If I am so charming, why have you yet to make a move? Next time, I definitely will. Wang Zhi instantly regretted his words, fearing she would press him about when that next time might be. Fortunately, Su Muqing did not pursue the matter further, only responding with a simple HM before falling silent. Perhaps I should transfer her to Lao He's vehicle. Lu Li is so understanding and gentle. Who looks better, me or Lu Li? Su Muqing queried unexpectedly. Wang Zhi turned to her, as if he had seen a ghost. He had just been thinking about Lu Li. Could she have some sort of special ability? He mused. Each has their own merits. You are the alluring type, while Lu Li embodies youthful charm. Different physiques, different temperaments. But overall, I still think Sister Qing is more attractive. Su Muqing nodded slowly, pondering Wang Zhi's remarks. It was evident that his words pleased her. To suggest Lu Li was more beautiful in her presence would have been sheer folly. From that point on, Wang Zhi refrained from wandering thoughts, focusing on driving steadily. Wang Zhi, the intersection ahead leads to the West Ring. Has the plan changed? Lao Yi's voice crackled through the radio. The plan remains unchanged. Maintain a normal pace, around 40 kilometers per hour. After driving for a while, Lao Yi's voice came through the radio again. We've spotted that vehicle from last night. Okay, be cautious. First confirm there are no infections. As Wang Zhi's vehicle approached, he instructed everyone to stay in the car. Sister Qing, let us disembark and take a look. Wonderful. Can we accompany you this time? Of course. Are you all right? No injuries? Wang Zhi sought confirmation. No injuries. Wife, son, get out and thank the gentleman. Hao Chenggong understood Wang Zhi's intentions and called his family out for Wang Zhi to verify. Thank you, kind sirs, for your timely assistance. We are immensely grateful. As she spoke, Hao Chenggong's wife knelt down. It was but a simple act. Please rise, we must be on our way. It is already afternoon, and darkness will descend soon. Wang Zhi glanced at the time. Very well, we will follow closely behind you, Hao Chenggong replied. Thus, Wang Zhi's mission grew by 3 more individuals, with 4 vehicles now en route to the second highway they had traversed earlier. An hour later, they had exited the West Ring and entered the second highway. If all went according to plan, they would reach their evacuation point within half an hour. Just as Wang Zhi contemplated this, Lao Yi's voice crackled through the radio once more. Wang Zhi, something is amiss. We have encountered a large horde of zombies ahead. Wang Zhi, something is wrong. A massive horde of zombies has inexplicably appeared ahead. Lao Yi's voice was urgent over the radio. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhi quickly retrieved his binoculars and peered into the distance, spotting a kilometer ahead a road filled with zombies. How could this happen? Did the iron mesh from the tunnel break, allowing them all to escape? From the looks of it, there were at least 800 of them, slowly meandering toward Wang Zhi's direction. Wang Zhi understood that engaging them in a firefight would be futile, even with perfect aim. Exhausting their ammunition would not eliminate half of the zombies, and close combat was out of the question. Lao Yi, gather the people and take the supplies. We need to disembark, Wang Zhi instructed through the radio. Su Muqing frowned, asking, why are we getting out? Wang Zhi explained as he opened the car door, urging the researchers to take the supplies before they all dashed toward the mountains beside the road. As long as we keep our distance from the zombies, they will not pursue us. They rely solely on sensory perception and sound. Humph. Wang Zhi has set a timed bomb in the car, calculating the arrival of the zombies to go boom. Su Muqing made an explosive gesture. Is that truly necessary? Lao Yi inquired. Absolutely. The sound will attract zombies from a radius of at least 2 kilometers, drawing them here, Wang Zhi replied, pulling out a map. They were approximately 20 kilometers away from the evacuation route, and at their walking speed, they would certainly not arrive before nightfall. After dark, they would either have to travel under the cover of night or remain stationary until dawn. As they progressed, the sky gradually darkened, and they could no longer press on since the researchers lacked night vision equipment. Wang Zhi and the others also refrained from using lights. Doing so would attract zombies or other strange creatures. Thus, Wang Zhi found a sheltered slope on the hillside to halt, and everyone spent the night there. They ignited a small fire, which alleviated the pervasive atmosphere of fear among the crowd. Gathered around the flickering flames, they reminisced about the past. Who would have thought we could emerge from the research facility alive? It's truly thanks to Dr. Yang that someone came to our rescue. Indeed, we are fortunate to have Dr. Yang. Xiaoqing, what troubles you? Why are you in tears? Yang Lu inquired, noticing Qing, who had her head bowed, weeping quietly. Qing remained silent and walked over to Wang Zhi, who was on lookout duty. Upon seeing her, Wang Zhi asked, "What's wrong? Why are you freezing instead of warming yourself by the fire?" Qing gazed vacantly at the stars above and lamented, "I witnessed Xiaoqi perish before my very eyes. Yet I could do nothing to help. Had I been able to share his burden, perhaps he wouldn't have succumbed to infection." Wang Zhi, listening to Qing's words, realized that she was still haunted by the memory of Xiaoqi. Therefore, you must grow stronger to protect yourself and those you wish to safeguard in your own way. Just look at me. A few months ago, I was an ordinary person, but after entering the Tower of Dawn, I trained relentlessly, step by step. Qing suddenly turned to Wang Zhi and asked, "Can I truly do that?" "Absolutely. As long as you possess enough determination," Wang Zhi replied. "To protect those I care for in my own way." Qing murmured to herself. "All right, go warm yourself by the fire," Wang Zhi urged. He sighed quietly as he watched her retreating figure. Shortly thereafter, Jiali approached him. "What is on your mind, Luli?" Wang Zhi asked upon her arrival. "Nothing. Just wish to converse with the captain, she replied. After a brief silence, Luli spoke again. It was clear that she had a desire to communicate, which was understandable, as she had been rather reticent throughout their journey. Are you tired? Wang Zhi prompted, seeking to draw her out. A bit, she admitted, and they settled side by side. Wang Zhi looked up at the sky, noticing stars that had previously been hidden, now twinkling brightly overhead. The stars are so bright and beautiful, Jolly exclaimed, her lovely eyes fixed upon the celestial display. Wang Zhi was captivated by the reflection of the starry sky in her gaze. Perhaps this was what it meant to behold a river of stars in one's eyes. They sat together, she gazing at the stars while he observed her. Captain, what are you looking at? Luli blushed and lowered her head upon noticing Wang Zhi's intense stare. What is that? Wang Zhi suddenly pointed to something behind Luli. In the distance, amidst the trees, numerous red dots appeared. Wang Zhi quickly donned his night vision goggles. Are those a pack of wolves? Chapter 48. Zombie wolves. Upon spotting the wolves, Wang Zhi's immediate reaction was the grim realization that animals had also succumbed to the infection. Alert! A pack of zombie wolves is approaching, he communicated through his wireless headset. Sakura, Lao He, I'll need you to keep an eye on Dr. Yang. The others need not worry too much. Wang Zhi's words, of course, were not meant for the ears of those from the research facility. As soon as the four of them moved, the researchers fell into a state of panic. Do not scatter. Stay by the fire, Lao He instructed. While they have yet to attack, we should initiate a preemptive strike, Wang Zhi urged over the headset. Bang! Wang Zhi fired the first shot, and the tense pack of wolves erupted into action, charging toward him. Observing their speed, Wang Zhi was taken aback. He had grossly underestimated the explosive capability of these zombie wolves, which were 15 times faster than normal wolves. Bullets were futile. Continuing to fire would only squander precious ammunition. Too fast. I can't hit them, Wang Zhi shouted as the wolves drew ever closer. One wolf lunged at him, and in that instant, a flash of steel appeared. Luli had unsheathed her sword, effortlessly severing the wolf that was about to pounce on Wang Zhi. The disembodied head continued to snap its jaws on the ground. Realizing bullets were ineffective, Wang Zhi swiftly drew his dagger and engaged the zombie wolves in close combat. Meanwhile, Lao He and Su-Mu Sakura struggled with their own daggers, also needing to divert their attention to protect Dr. Yang. No. A woman was tragically overcome, letting out a scream. Wang Zhi and the others had no time to discern her identity or offer aid, as they were locked in a fierce battle with the rapidly advancing zombie wolves. Luli wielded her weapon with significant advantage. Her long, sharp blade could cleave the creatures in two. In contrast, Wang Zhi and his companions found their daggers inadequate. They needed to strike the wolves' heads to kill them. For a mere stab to the body would only allow the zombie wolves to rise and attack once more. At that moment, a man, overwhelmed by the chaos, turned to flee. However, he barely made it 10 meters before being pounced upon by the wolves, followed by another agonizing scream. The scent of blood attracted other zombie wolves, who shifted their focus to feast upon the unfortunate man. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Zhi hurled a grenade at the man's corpse. Boom! The explosion shattered the darkness, obliterating the wolves that had been closing in on their prey. Though they had lost 3 individuals, Wang Zhi silently celebrated the man as sacrifice, for without it, they would not have been able to gather so many wolves in one place for annihilation. Are you all alright? Wang Zhi inquired of the remaining group. What kind of rabid dogs were those? They were relentless. I nearly got bitten. My protective suit was torn apart, but thankfully, I had on my bulletproof vest, Lao He recounted, patting his waist in relief. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhi felt a jolt of concern and rushed to inspect Lao He's wounds. The protective suit had indeed been shredded, revealing the bulletproof vest beneath, which bore a deep bite mark. Lao He removed the vest, revealing a red bruise on his waist. Phew! Thank goodness it didn't penetrate. Otherwise, Lao He, you would have been done for, Wang Zhi remarked, relieved. Our Uncle He, with his compassionate heart, insisted on protecting those people and ended up being ambushed by a wolf, Su-Mu Sakura quipped sarcastically as she approached. As long as everyone is safe, Wang Zhi reassured, giving Lao He a friendly pat on the arm. We need to relocate. We can't stay here any longer, Wang Zhi said, grimacing at the sight of the corpses sprawled on the ground. He fully understood their feelings and actions. After some time, Wang Zhi found another suitable place to set up camp, and they rekindled the fire. The journey thus far has been fraught with peril. I hope everyone will heed orders. We will do our utmost to ensure everyone's safety while looking after ourselves. If there is any further disobedience, the consequences will be borne by those responsible. Wang Zhi warned the crowd. Throughout the night, none of them felt drowsy, nor dared to succumb to fatigue, fearing the sudden emergence of another horde of zombies. Wang Zhi spent the night in the desolate wilderness, and aside from a few wandering zombies, there were no other threats. As dawn began to break, Wang Zhi and the others resumed their journey. After traversing 20 kilometers, they finally arrived at the entrance after 8 hours of intermittent travel. In the distance, Wang Zhi used his binoculars to spot the entrance, but as expected, it was surrounded by an overwhelming number of zombies, with their density increasing the closer they got to the tunnel they had previously visited. "We arrived, but we need to cross that road." Wang Zhi turned to inform those behind him. "In this desolate wilderness, where can we find a refuge?" Someone questioned. "Indeed, are you sure we're not mistaken?" The others echoed, having seen no sign of a shelter, their unease growing at Wang Zhi's assertion that they had arrived. "The refuge lies below. We must enter the tunnel, and the entrance is on the other side of the road," Wang Zhi clarified. "What should we do? There are so many zombies on the road. Should we charge through?" Lao He asked, lowering his binoculars. Wang Zhi glanced at old He, then turned to observe the group from the research institute and the Hao family behind them. "We can push through without issue, but they may not fare as well. It would be wiser to distract them first, then seize the opportunity to advance," suggested Su Muing. "Who will serve as bait? Them?" Old He inquired, casting a look back at the crowd. "Don't we have signal flares? We could use them to draw attention first, then charge in, which would be safer," Wang Zhi proposed, retrieving a signal flare from his bag. "While the flares are useful, they will still prioritize attacking us as we draw near," Old He remarked. Wang Zhi shrugged helplessly. "There's no other option. It's better than a direct assault. Besides, we only have around 300 rounds left. A frontal assault is certainly not feasible." Chapter 49. The Return. "All right, Sister Ing, Old He, you two release the signal flares to the sides, while Lu Li and I break through the entrance. The rest will follow closely behind. Sister Ing and Old He will cover the rear. Does that sound good?" Wang Zhi laid out a simple plan, leading the group with their supplies toward the road. As they approached a horde of zombies 200 meters away, Wang Zhi signaled Su Muing and Old He to release the flares on either side. Whoosh! Bang! The flares exploded onto the road, emitting blinding light that drew the surrounding zombies toward them. "Now's our chance. Everyone follow me." Wang Zhi seized the moment, raising his firearm and charging onto the road, with the others carrying supplies closely behind. By the time Wang Zhi reached the road, several zombies had already picked up on him and began to charge in his direction. "Wang Zhi, go open the door. Leave the zombies to us," Oldie shouted from behind. Producing a pre-prepared magnetic card, Wang Zhi placed it in the slot. Beep. Verification successful. The door began to open slowly. "Hurry inside." Wang Zhi pocketed the card, swapped the magazine, and provided cover for the others as they rushed through the doorway. Seeing the door ajar, the remaining group summoned their last reserves of strength to sprint toward it. The zombies, having lost interest in the flares, turned their attention back to the living. Realizing the precarious situation, with zombies converging from both sides, Wang Zhi knew they had to shut the door quickly to avoid catastrophe. "Everyone, retreat immediately." He continued to provide suppressive fire, but many who were meant to assist him with supplies had not yet made it through. If this continued, the zombies would flood into the entrance. "This is untenable. We will lose both supplies and personnel if we don't act swiftly." Wang Zhi repositioned his firearm. Bang! Bang! He shot 2 individuals in the legs, causing them to collapse. Upon smelling the blood, the zombies lunged for the downed woman, while others were desperately fleeing. Few noticed Wang Zhi's drastic actions. Not enough. Bang! Another woman fell to the ground. "Ah! Help me!" the man screamed. "Phew, that was close." Su Muing gasped against the wall, her chest heaving as she tossed her rifle to Wang Zhi, clearly exhausted from the recent zombie encirclement. "Is anyone injured?" Wang Zhi asked the shaken group. Silence met his inquiry. After activating his flashlight to conduct a brief check and confirming everyone was unscathed, he proceeded downward. Along the way, no one seemed to notice the absence of a few individuals. Their singular focus was on their survival. Wang Zhi felt no guilt over his previous actions. Sacrifices were necessary. Without sacrificing those few, the losses would have been far graver. "Well done, Lu Li," Wang Zhi praised, having observed her dedicated protection of Dr. Yang, ensuring that almost no zombies approached them. This allowed for a swifter evacuation. Currently, aside from Dr. Yang, there were 9 survivors following behind. This operation had been remarkably successful. yielding nearly 900 survival points and some food supplies in just 2 days. We meet again, Captain Wang, Sophie greeted as she emerged from the office. Your team has certainly become the star of the Dawn Tower. Who doesn't know about you? Wang Zhi replied. All right, let us get to work. Please gather all these supplies into that box. Once everything was deposited, Wang Zhi and his team entered the disinfection chamber for cleaning and medical checks. After the handover of tasks with the Research Institute personnel and the Hao family, Dr. Yang was escorted away by designated staff. Following the completion of the handover, Wang Zhi successfully acquired the 900 survival points. It hurts. This isn't a dream. Stop, I'm awake. Su Muing grumbled, pinching the hefty man's hand. Poor guy, he seems quite relaxed, able to sleep, she teased. It's unjust. The doctor said I needed more rest due to my injury. He protested. All right, don't pick on him. He is a patient, Wang Zhi interjected. Oh, if you want me to stop teasing him, do you wish for me to tease you instead? Su Muing teased, draping her arm around Wang Zhi's neck. Wang Zhi, with a furrowed brow, responded, enough of this. Sistering, I've been awake for 2 days straight. I could fall asleep standing up. Let us get some rest. The four of them had scarcely slept during this excursion and were now utterly fatigued. Hey, I just woke up. Oh, Luli seems so resilient. Luli, why aren't you sleeping? The hefty man noticed the others had already drifted off and decided to join them in slumber. Please, come in. The person escorting Yang Lu said at the door. Yang Lu didn't ask questions and walked inside, finding herself in a large laboratory filled with familiar instruments. As she ventured deeper, she encountered someone she knew all too well. Teacher, is it really you? Yang Lu asked incredulously. It was no wonder Yang Lu was in disbelief. Dr. Chun had left under the guise of having died 5 years prior. You've arrived, Xiao Lu. The moment Dr. Chun spoke, Yang Lu recognized him as the teacher she thought lost. Teacher, you're alive? How did you end up here? Yang Lu bombarded him with questions. I'm sorry. Xiao Lu, my arrival here 5 years ago was a top-secret operation, and I didn't inform anyone. Did you arrange for them to bring me here? As expected of you, Xiao Lu, your mind remains sharp. Indeed, it was my request, and after the Tower Master approved, it was made into a mission for the soldiers. What about the others? Your other students? Yang Lu asked anxiously. Alas, Xiao Lu, you were my most promising student. From a young girl to a grown woman. I must confess that rescuing you was my utmost capability, Dr. Chun replied sorrowfully. You mentioned that I almost didn't survive either. If it weren't for Wang Zhi and the others, if we had been just a moment later, I might not be standing here speaking with you. Yang Lu recalled the perilous moments when Xiao Qi and Enqing risked everything to find food. Come, feel free to sit anywhere. You mentioned that Wang Zhi and his team took on the mission? Yes. What is the matter, teacher? Do you know them? Yang Lu recounted her experiences from awakening in the laboratory to Wang Zhi's arrival and everything that transpired afterward in the Dawn Tower. You encountered a mutated wolf pack? Dr. Chun inquired, astonished. Indeed, even animals are now infected with the virus. It seems the situation is worsening. Dr. Chun lamented. Then, teacher, what should I do next? Primarily, you will research genetic antibodies, biological mutations, and maintain some operations of the Dawn Tower. However, before that, you should rest well, without adrenaline. You would likely have collapsed on the way here. Understood, teacher. Yang Lu, reminded by Dr. Chun, realized she had scarcely slept or eaten in the past 2 days. Chapter 50. Fear Captain, the person has arrived. Very well, let her in. Jishu did not lift her head, remaining engrossed in her book. Did you call for me? A woman's voice emerged from outside the door. Please take a seat. After the woman settled, Jishu spoke. What is your name? I am Anqing, Dr. Yang's assistant. Upon hearing the mention of Wang Zhi, Anqing instinctively raised her head, her expression turning wary as she regarded Jishu. Why should I tell you? Oh, Jishu raised an eyebrow, standing up and slowly walking towards Anqing. At that moment, Anqing found herself under the pressure exuded by Jishu, her hands trembling slightly. I do not know if you will harm him, Anqing said, staring into Jishu's fierce gaze, though her voice remained resolute. Having brushed close to death previously, her fear had significantly diminished. Indeed, Anqing lowered her head, breathing heavily, still recovering from the earlier intimidation. Allow me to introduce myself. This is the headquarters of the Dawn Tower's guards, and I am the captain, Jishu. Captain Jishu, regarding Wang Zhi. We shall not discuss him now. I will personally visit him later. I hear you wish to join the guard? Yes. I wish to grow stronger. Anqing's eyes shone with determination as she looked up. Strength is not merely spoken of. It is forged through relentless trials and requires the sacrifice of one's very life to grasp the essence of power. Do you still wish to proceed? Yes. I will do whatever it takes, Anqing replied with unwavering resolve. Oh, and why is that? To protect those whom I wish to safeguard in my own way, Anqing said. Her fists clenched tightly as she envisioned her beloved Xiaoqi smiling at her in death, the pain of her nails digging into her skin going unnoticed. Here is your access card. From now on, you are a member of the Guard. However, you must repay 1,000 survival points as the cost of transitioning from a refugee to a citizen. It is the rule, Jishu explained. Thank you, Captain Jishu. Anqing stood and bowed deeply. Go now. I will send someone to guide you on what to do next. After Anqing left, Jishu assigned a female guard to accompany her for her onboarding process and subsequent tasks. Once everything was arranged, Jishu retrieved the coffee that Wang Zhi had gifted her, preparing a cup using the method he had taught her. Wang Zhi, you have truly surprised me. Several hours later, Wang Zhi awoke, feeling refreshed after a long-awaited, comfortable slumber. Who? He jumped at the sudden sound. Startled, he quickly turned on the bedside lamp, revealing a silver-haired figure lying on his pillow. Sakura? Wang Zhi whispered, his voice trembling. He glanced around the room, confirming it was indeed his own. What on earth is happening? Be quiet, Sumu Sakura said, eyes still closed, before pulling the blanket over herself and turning away to continue sleeping. Wang Zhi, feeling a sense of relief upon confirming he was still clothed, asked, Hey, Sakura, don't scare me like that. How did you end up in my bed? Because I was scared. Wang Zhi couldn't believe her audacity. Not only was she acting brazenly, but she was also shamelessly admitting to fear. If he hadn't seen her face death with such indifference before, he might have believed her. His gaze wandered downward involuntarily, and he noticed that she was only clad in her undergarments. What the heck? At least she isn't completely naked, but this is still dangerously revealing. Feeling that he could no longer remain in bed without succumbing to temptation, he got up to wash and made his way to the living room, where he found Lioli sitting on the sofa, watching a movie. Hey, Lioli, you're up so early, Wang Zhi said as he sat beside her. I accidentally fell asleep on the sofa. The delivery man came and woke me up, Lioli replied, shaking her head. Not tired. Wang Zhi looked at her curiously. Are you scared? At his question, Lioli's face flushed, and she nodded slightly. Seeing her response, Wang Zhi felt a pang of confusion. Why are you scared? Lioli pondered for a moment before answering. I have nightmares, feel insecure, and can't sleep soundly. Wang Zhi regarded her with skepticism. How about you sleep with Sakura then? Will that trouble her? Lioli asked, concerned. Not at all. She's scared too. You two would be a perfect match. Wang Zhi gave her a knowing look and then moved to inspect the delivered supplies. This haul was impressive. 21 packs of popular cigarettes, 5 boxes of various beverages, and 2 boxes filled with candies and snacks. Additionally, the firearms, bulletproof vests, and other equipment he had ordered had arrived as well. Lioli, let us go grab some food. As they stepped outside, Wang Zhi noted that the training hall on the 3rd floor was empty. Had the former Dynasty and the Eternal Apocalypse teams gone out? Chapter 51. The next steps. Wang Zhi and Lioli arrived at the 2nd floor cafeteria, where only a handful of people were present. In recent days, the number of individuals venturing outside had reached its peak. After purchasing their meals, just as Wang Zhi was about to leave, he spotted a familiar face. Hey, Anqing, what are you doing with the guards? Wang Zhi approached her table. Anqing's face lit up upon seeing him. Brother Wang, I just joined the guard. This sister is here to guide me, assigned by Captain Jishu. You joined the guard? As a refugee without citizenship, how did that happen? Wang Zhi asked, puzzled. Everything is fine. Captain Jishu approached me herself, Anqing replied. Really? Did she say I recommended you? Yes. She mentioned you had referred me. Wang Zhi was taken aback. He hadn't a clue about this. What was Jishu up to? However, seeing Anqing was with the guard, he refrained from showing his confusion. Ah, yes, that was me. Make sure to learn well in the guard. By the way, Jishu inquired about you, but I didn't mention anything. Thank you for protecting me, Anqing said, her expression grateful. How did you know? Just a hunch. She has a way of intimidating others, but she's actually quite nice. Wang Zhi recalled their first encounter, where Jishu nearly crushed his shoulder. As he and Lioli turned to leave, he noticed the rest of the group still asleep when they returned. He placed the food on the coffee table and attempted to wake them. Oh, I happened to stumble upon a store while out, and everything was well preserved. Is this what they call cola? I haven't had it for over 2 months. It feels nostalgic. The chubby guy exclaimed dramatically. Wang Zhi chuckled but remained silent. Grabbing 4 bottles, one for each person. That's about it, he summarized the experience. This is practically a gift. Earning 5,000 survival points is astonishingly easy. The chubby guy remarked. Easy, my foot. If we hadn't been well equipped, we would have perished outside. Wang Zhi retorted, feeling irked at how casually the chubby guy dismissed their perilous outing. Indeed, Wang Zhi is right. While we train hard, the zombies do too. If you don't train diligently, your next outing might not be as fortunate, Lao He chimed in. I understand, brothers. I will train hard. 16 hours a day of grueling practice. The chubby guy declared, saluting humorously. After their meal, Wang Zhi opened Ling Ling Yao, noting that November was approaching, and the outside temperature would drop significantly. They needed to prepare for warmth. Meanwhile, he discovered a new message from Jieshu, asking him to seek her out. With a smile, Wang Zhi decided to pay her a visit. Wang Zhi turned off Ling Ling Yao and addressed everyone. Lu Li, you should accompany Wang Zhi. Su Muing, reclining on the sofa, instructed Lu Li to follow Wang Zhi. Amused, Wang Zhi noted that Su Muing had indeed found a true ally, assigning Lu Li to stay by his side for constant vigilance, as if fearing he might misbehave outside. Nevertheless, having Lu Li accompany him was a prudent idea. She was obedient, reserved, and possessed a minimal presence, allowing for unexpected maneuvers when necessary, ensuring a decisive victory. Wang Zhi arrived at the guard's headquarters, and upon seeing him, the guards did not impede his entry. Upon reaching Jieshi's room, he knocked on the door. Come in, Jieshi's voice echoed from within. As Wang Zhi and Lu Li entered, Jieshi closed her book, placing it on the table, and welcomed them with, Congratulations on your triumphant return. Noticing the chocolates on the table, she remarked, It seems you have gathered quite a bounty outside. This box of chocolates could fetch a substantial amount of survival points here. As old friends, it's only natural to bring small tokens. She continued, By the way, I heard you brought in Qing into the guard unit? Wang Zhi shifted the topic and seated himself in a nearby chair. Yes, it was Dr. Yang Lu's request. She wished to remain anonymous. So I simply mentioned that you recommended her. Jieshi succinctly addressed Wang Zhi's curiosity. So, tell me, how have things been outside? Having anticipated her inquiry, Wang Zhi recounted the experiences he had narrated multiple times before. You mean you encountered infected animals? Jieshi inquired. Indeed, that is a known issue. They are undergoing subtle mutations, and it won't be long before the casualty rates for most teams escalate sharply. Do you have a plan for the next steps? Wang Zhi asked. Yes, Jieshi replied. Does the Dawn Tower have any subsequent strategies? Yes. Can you elaborate? That is confidential. I can disclose that we are researching a vaccine for the virus antibodies. Once successful, those injected with the antibody vaccine will not be infected by zombie attacks. Provided they are not fatal, they will have a chance to survive. Really? That is fantastic. Wang Zhi felt a glimmer of hope upon hearing about the vaccine. Don't rejoice too soon. The antibody vaccine is exceedingly complex. We require a multitude of experts in this field, of which Dr. Yang Lu is one. Furthermore, this is merely an antibody, not a cure. At most, it can mitigate accidental infections. At least we are one step closer to success, Wang Zhi noted. You are thinking too simplistically. Enough of this heavy topic. Follow me to a place. Where to? You will know when we arrive. Wang Zhi, unsure of Jieshi's intentions, followed her with Lu Li amid the curious gazes of passers-by, arriving at the training hall on the 3rd floor. Jieshi entered an empty training room, approximately 100 square meters in size, with rubber flooring, seemingly designed for sparring. Wait, sparring place? Are you serious? Wang Zhi questioned. Both of you. Unleash your full strength and attack me, Jieshi instructed, turning to face Wang Zhi and Lu Li. What? That is a bit. Wang Zhi began. But before he could finish, Jieshi struck him with a punch, sending him back a meter. The next move won't be so gentle, Jieshi said, pausing to allow Wang Zhi to catch his breath. Recognizing Jieshi's seriousness, Wang Zhi prepared to exert himself against the guard captain. Lu Li, be cautious. He warned her to fully engage. As Jieshi saw both of them ready, she initiated her assault, swiftly appearing at Wang Zhi's left side. Startled, Wang Zhi realized she had covered the 5-meter distance in an instant. Unable to predict her attack, he was struck again, this time on his arm, making him stagger back. Discovering his left arm was now immobile. As Wang Zhi stumbled back, Lu Li raised her unsheathed yelling long to strike at Jieshi's chest. The speed of Lu Li's strike was astonishing, and Wang Zhi observed that it left virtually no openings, perfectly anticipating her opponent's movements. Yet in the next moment, Wang Zhi was forced to redefine the limits of human capability. Jieshi had deftly sidestepped Lu Li's seemingly inevitable attack and positioned herself behind Lu Li, seizing her slender neck. "Stop! We concede," Wang Zhi called out, clutching his dislocated shoulder. "Is this the prowess of a guard captain?" She dispatched him with a single move, while Lu Li's strike, which appeared unavoidable, was effortlessly evaded, leading to her demise. Can humans truly reach such heights of strength? Upon hearing Wang Zhi's call to halt, Jieshi released Lu Li and approached Wang Zhi, resetting his dislocated arm with a decisive click. The pain from the realignment made Wang Zhi wince. "We lost." Jieshi placed her hand on Wang Zhi's shoulder. "Do not be overly proud." Wang Zhi fell silent, unable to refute her words, instead finding himself in complete agreement with Jieshi. Indeed, he had merely stumbled into this position, fortuitously gained formidable allies, serendipitously became a captain, and through luck, completed 2 missions. These were hardly matters worthy of boasting. Just 2 months prior, he had been an ordinary person, and now, having taken lives in this apocalyptic world and slain a few zombies, he had begun to revel in his newfound status, gradually losing himself amidst the chaos. In an uncontrollable moment, Wang Zhi raised his right hand to touch Jieshi's hand resting on his shoulder. Instinctively, she recoiled at his touch but restrained herself. "Wait." "Jieshi," Wang Zhi called, prompting her to turn around, awaiting his next words. "How can I quickly become stronger?" Do you believe there are shortcuts?" Jieshi scoffed, turning away as she departed. "Do you think there are shortcuts?" Wang Zhi pondered, realizing the absurdity of his own question. "Lu Li, could you lend me a hand?" Upon returning to their quarters, Su Mu-ing was lounging on the sofa with Fatty, watching a film played by Ling Ling Yao. As Wang Zhi and Lu Li entered, supporting each other, Su Mu-ing teased, "What is going on with you two? Did Captain Jie give you a thrashing?" Noticing their silence, she sprang up from the sofa. "You can't be serious. Did she really hit you? That woman is too arrogant. How dare she assault our Captain Wang? I swear she is like a little cow taking flight." Fatty exclaimed upon hearing Lu Li's account, jumping up indignantly. "Lu Li, are you saying your strike not only failed to land, but was countered?" Su Mu-ing asked, her tone turning serious. She was well aware of Lu Li's swordsmanship. The notion that her strike could be evaded while in the advantageous position was unfathomable. "Come on, demonstrate the move you used on Jieshi against me." Su Mu-ing rose, eager to experience it firsthand. Lu Li prepared to strike with the sheath of her sword, while Su Mu-ing focused intently on her movements. Flash. Lu Li strike. Su Mu-ing dodge. Su Mu-ing was startled. She barely managed to evade the previous strike, realizing that executing a counter was impossible. Yet Jieshi had done so effortlessly. "By the way, what happened to Captain Wang? Did he retreat to his bed to cry?" Fatty inquired. "Oh, I must go and comfort him properly," Su Mu-ing remarked with a mischievous smile. Wang Zhi remained silent, lost in thought as he gazed at the desk lamp. "I heard Lu Li mention that losing to Jieshi is not shameful. It's not about being beaten." Wang Zhi exhaled a puff of smoke and mused. "What is it? Do you not feel that we are living a bit too comfortably now?" Wang Zhi extinguished his cigarette and turned to Su Mu-ing, inquiring. "Comfortable? Well, compared to before the apocalypse, life is indeed much easier after it. We no longer need to worry about being hunted by the international police or fear betrayal from rivals. I actually prefer dealing with zombies over living people," Su Mu-ing explained. "Comfort only breeds complacency, and when real danger arrives, we may find ourselves powerless, silently praying. Outside, the zombies' abilities are constantly evolving. What right do we have to be complacent?" Listening to Wang Zhi, Su Mu-ing fell into contemplation. After a while, she spoke. "By the way, Jieshi seems to care about you quite a bit. What the hell? Why is her focus so bizarre when I'm discussing serious matters?" Wang Zhi internally lamented. "Perhaps she treats other teams the same way," Wang Zhi casually suggested. "Is that so? But I heard you gave her the chocolates we acquired. All nicely wrapped." Thud. As soon as Su Mu-ing finished her question, she promptly pushed Wang Zhi onto the bed. However, at that moment, Wang Zhi was not foolish enough to think Su Mu-ing intended to engage in any intimate acts, for her dagger was pressed firmly against him. Damn that Lu Li. Why did she have to say anything at all? Sister Ing, let's talk this out. Please put the knife down and let me explain. We give gifts. And of course, there will be benefits, won't there?" "What benefits? Just getting beaten by her? What are you talking about?" "They are researching a vaccine for the virus. According to Jieshi, if they succeed, Those who receive the vaccine will not be infected. As long as one isn't bitten to death, they can survive. That is indeed good news. But let's avoid visiting her too often in the future. Su Muing sheathed her dagger, speaking with slight annoyance. Understood, my dear aunt. After all, am I the captain, or are you? Wang Zhi muttered under his breath. Regrettably, Su Muing heard him clearly and raised an eyebrow. Oh? What does the captain mean? She deliberately emphasized the word captain, smiling mockingly at Wang Zhi. Gulp. Wang Zhi swallowed hard, wishing he could slap himself for speaking out unnecessarily. What I mean is, sistering, you must be tired, right? Let me give you a leg massage. As he spoke, Wang Zhi rolled off the bed. Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit weary. Go ahead. Su Muing leaned back against the bed, enjoying Wang Zhi's massage. Not bad at all. Had this been before the apocalypse, I would have definitely recruited you as a massage therapist. Wang Zhi thought to himself, looking at Su Muing's smug expression, dreaming of the day when she would kneel beside him to massage his legs. After the massage, Wang Zhi went to the living room and opened Ling Ling Yao to check for recent news. He discovered that his intelligence had successfully earned him 200 survival points, leaving them with over 13,000 points. Moreover, he stumbled upon an intriguing announcement. The Dawn Tower had preliminarily constructed a sunroom. The sunroom, comparable in size to a football field, featured a thick layer of tempered glass overhead, beneath which lay a bright blue sky. The ground was covered in photovoltaic panels, capable of generating a certain amount of electricity from solar energy. Most importantly, survivors could enter to bask in the sun, though it was not free. The entrance fee was 5 survival points, with no time limit. Interesting. It generates electricity and allows people to sunbathe. This project is quite extraordinary. Wang Zhi remarked about the sunroom in the announcement. What is extraordinary about it? The fat guy had also approached to ask. Look, the Dawn Tower built a sunroom where you can sunbathe. Wang Zhi had barely finished speaking when the fat guy started walking towards the exit. I'm going to sunbathe and recover, Captain Wang. See you later. Before Wang Zhi could express his concern about him going alone, the fat guy had already slipped away. Wang Zhi shook his head and continued perusing Ling Ling Yao. What is this? A brand new large-scale leisure and wellness project. The natural hot spring has been completed? Wang Zhi's expression darkened. This wasn't tea news. It was an invitation for others to spend money. He checked the details of the hot spring and found it quite appealing. After the apocalypse, they hadn't enjoyed a proper bath. Perhaps it was time to relax a bit. Closing Ling Ling Yao, he called everyone down to prepare for a visit to the first-floor natural hot spring. The 4 of them arrived at the elevator, intending to go down, only to encounter several unfamiliar faces stepping out. Leading the group was a bespectacled man who appeared rather refined, followed by 4 attractive women. Seeing this man's frail appearance, Wang Zhi couldn't help but think, could this be the impotent young master? He silently mocked but approached to greet them nonetheless. Hello, I am Wang Zhi, the captain of the last sunset team. Tang Chi Lin briefly acknowledged him, ignoring Wang Zhi's outstretched hand, and led the 4 women towards the residential area. However, those who could reach the 3rd floor had their reasons. Despite the man's seemingly weak stature, he was not someone who arrived there by mere chance. Yet, the bespectacled man was rather aloof, leaving no opportunity for mutual understanding. Wang Zhi could only wait to observe him in the training field in the future. Chapter 54. Hot Springs. The 4 of them arrived at the natural hot spring area on the 1st floor, which was divided into 2 sections. One was a public area, costing 10 survival points per person, with no time limit. The other was a VIP private area, costing 100 survival points, also with no time limit and no limit on the number of people. Wang Zhi did not hesitate and immediately chose the VIP private area, not for any particular reason, but for the peace it offered. He certainly did not wish to be interrupted while relaxing, especially in the company of 2 women. Such a cliché scene was one he preferred to avoid. The 4 of them entered the changing room and donned the designated bathrobes. The private hot spring was not very large, measuring only about 4 or 5 square meters, with steam rising from the water's surface. Once they entered the water, Wang Zhi took out the cups and beer he had brought along. Fat guy, I'm sorry. It's not that I didn't want to bring you, but you ran off first, Wang Zhi said as he savored his beer. By the way, where did the fat guy go? Lao he suddenly remembered, noting the absence of their friend. Just before I saw this hot spring, he rushed off to the sunroom to soak up some rays. What a pity. This is a VIP hot spring costing 100 survival points. Haha, Lao he chuckled. Indeed, leisure activities can easily lead to complacency, dulling one's will and immersing them in enjoyment, allowing one to forget the painful world outside. Come, Lao He, I toast to you and to our tomorrow and future. Wang Zhi raised his glass. Cheers. Ding. The two clinked their glasses and drank heartily. After finishing his drink, Wang Zhi swam over to Su Muing and filled her cup, raising his glass as he said, Here's to you, Sister Ing, for all your care over these past days. I know that without you, I might not be living this life now and could have already perished. So here's to you and to our future. Cheers to our success. After they finished drinking, Wang Zhi called Lao He over. Lao He, Sister Ing, we've fought together twice now, making us comrades who have shared life and death. I hope we can set aside our prejudices from before the apocalypse and become people we can trust in each other. Come, let us drink together. Historically, the relationship between Lao He and Su Muing had not been particularly harmonious, and Wang Zhi saw this as an opportunity to mend their bond. Come on, uncle. Since Wang Zhi has said it, stop wearing that expression as if I owe you money. Su Muing raised her glass and said. Lao He let out a grunt and raised his wine glass to clink it against the others. Upon seeing Lao He and Su Muing sharing a drink, Wang Zhi felt reassured and turned his attention to Lu Li. To his surprise, she seemed to be interested in a. Let us also toast to our dear Lu Li. May she grow ever more beautiful and stronger in her skills. Upon finishing his words, Wang Zhi downed his drink in one go. Don't even mention it. It was only then that I realized it was night outside. What sun is there to speak of? The chubby man lamented. Hearing this, Su Muing nearly burst out laughing. It seemed that the chubby man had missed out on both the sun and the hot springs. By the way, why do you all smell so good? Did you buy some perfume? The chubby man inquired, puzzled by the fragrance surrounding Wang Zhi and his companions. To be honest, we just came back from the hot springs. Wang Zhi decided to enlighten him, not wishing to keep him in the dark any longer. What? Captain Wang, that's hardly fair. You left me there under the sun while you all went to the hot springs. The chubby man protested. Now, you can't blame us. You left in such a hurry. I only discovered the hot springs after you had gone. But no worries, you can still check out the public area. It's not expensive, just 10 survival points. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. See you, the chubby man exclaimed, quickly darting out of the door. Chapter 55. Sparring. As Wang Zhi lay in bed that night, the images of his encounter with Jia Shi lingered in his mind. He understood the vast gap between their abilities and realized there were no shortcuts. He could only progress one step at a time. While others trained for 8 hours a day, he would dedicate 12. Unfortunately, training no longer rewarded survival points, resulting in a significant loss. The next day, Wang Zhi and his companions arrived at the training ground as usual. The chubby man's wounds had scabbed over, allowing him to gradually re-enter training. Upon arriving, Wang Zhi happened to spot Tang Qilin from the previous day. This time, he refrained from greeting her, not wanting to grant her the opportunity to show off. Wang Zhi observed their training methods, which were quite ordinary, merely focused on physical conditioning. The bespectacled man stood aside, supervising the women's training and occasionally offering pointers. However, from a distance, Wang Zhi could not hear their conversation. After watching for a while without noticing anything remarkable, he turned his attention back to his own training. Hey, that pretty boy is new, isn't he? The chubby man asked, walking over after a bit of training. It's not our concern. A true expert does not reveal themselves, and those who do are not genuine experts. We must not underestimate anyone here, Wang Zhi advised the chubby man. Please, with his weak appearance, how formidable can he be? The chubby man retorted, unconvinced. Don't worry about his prowess. Focus on your own training. There are plenty of muscular men who have yet to advance to level 3. Why should he, with his demeanor, be able to accompany several women? If that's the case, those women must be formidable. But if they all heed his words, then he must possess some exceptional quality or skill that draws them to him, the chubby man mused. Indeed, he is not ordinary. So train hard. You didn't contribute much in this mission, but strive to perform well next time. I have faith in you, go on. All right, the chubby man replied eagerly. During the break after lunch, Wang Zhi gathered the 4 into the training room, intending to engage in some practical sparring. This would serve 2 purposes, to gauge everyone's skill levels and to gain experience through real combat. The reason for using the training room was that it would not expose their true abilities, and the rubber flooring would prevent injuries, allowing them to focus intently without outside distractions. Let us draw lots for random matchups. Show your true skills, but remember, only simulate critical and disabling attacks. As long as everyone understands, we will be fine. I'll draw first, Wang Zhi declared. pulling out a slip marked 1. There were 5 slips in total, 2 marked 1, 2 marked 2, and 1 marked 3. Those drawing 3 would skip the first round and compete in the last. After the drawing, Wang Zhi and Lao He both drew 1. The chubby man and Lu Li drew 2, while Su Mu Ying drew 3. Indeed, Sister Ying is the boss, the chubby man remarked, eyeing Su Mu Ying's slip. Lao He, let us go first, Wang Zhi said, standing up and walking to the center of the room. Weapons were permitted, and they could use knives as long as they were sheathed, ensuring no harm would come during the spar. Both Wang Zhi and Lao He opted for knives. In the apocalypse, fighting barehanded was not a wise choice. As they prepared, they slowly approached each other. This was Wang Zhi's first genuine competition against Lao He. Although he had been a recluse before, he had diligently trained since arriving, and while winning against Lao He would be challenging, he hoped not to be utterly defeated. Wang Zhi waited for Lao He to make the first move, knowing that initiating the attack could expose him to vulnerabilities. As expected, when Lao He lunged, Wang Zhi spotted an opening to counterattack. He raised his hand to deflect Lao He's knife-wielding right hand and swept his leg low. Bang! He made contact, but Lao He merely staggered slightly, maintaining his balance. Wang Zhi realized he lacked the necessary force. Lao He, having blocked Wang Zhi's attack, swiftly aimed for his leg. Thud! Lao He's knife struck the rubber floor, allowing Wang Zhi to roll away, creating distance between them once more. Well, I underestimated you. I will be more cautious now, Lao He remarked, lifting the leg Wang Zhi had swept. This time, Wang Zhi took the initiative, quickly darting towards Lao He's left side to launch an attack. However, Lao He dodged effortlessly, causing Wang Zhi's strike to miss. In an instant, Lao He seized Wang Zhi's right hand, twisting it and dislodging the knife. Realizing the precarious situation, Wang Zhi sought to break free, but Lao He had anticipated this move, sweeping his leg and sending Wang Zhi crashing to the ground. With Lao He's knife poised at Wang Zhi's neck, he admitted, I lost. As he rose, nursing his right arm, he pondered why he had been so clumsy lately. The left arm had been dislocated one moment, and now the right. If not for his newfound strength, he feared it would have been broken. Chubby, Lu Li, it's your turn now, Wang Zhi called out as he stepped aside. Lu Li wielded her elegant blade, while the chubby man chose a knife. Although short, the knife was a weapon suited for close combat, with countless techniques, contrasting sharply with Lu Li's broad and sweeping swordplay. Chubby, you've already been cut down at the waist, Wang Zhi teased from the sidelines. Come on, that is so unfair. Her weapon is too long. I can't get close at all, the chubby man complained. You cannot fault Lu Li for her weapon. It's her skill in handling it. Your knife techniques haven't been utilized effectively. Relying solely on brute strength won't suffice. If you were to fight barehanded, you might win. But no one will engage you in a brawl. Wang Zhi analyzed their performances. Next, let us have Lu Li face Lao He. Whoever wins will then battle the ultimate boss, Su Mu Ying. As for us two, there is no need for another match, Wang Zhi stated, glancing at the chubby man. Why not? The chubby man asked, puzzled. There is no need to clarify the distinction between the last two places, Wang Zhi replied, exasperated. How low could the chubby man's emotional intelligence be to question such a thing? Regardless of who lost, neither would want to admit they were at the bottom. So it was best not to compete. Chapter 56, Tailored Design Next. It was Lao He versus Lu Li. Wang Zhi was eager to see how Lao He would counter Lu Li's long blade with his knife. After a brief rest, the two stepped into the center. Lao He crouched, poised to launch an attack, while Lu Li remained alert and focused. The scene mirrored Wang Zhi's earlier fall, the only difference being that Lu Li managed to hold Lao He at bay for a considerable time, searching for an opening. The knife wielded by Lu Li remained sheathed, which resulted in a dual predicament: the cumbersome nature of the weapon and a subsequent diminishment of offensive capabilities, leaving Lao He unperturbed. Had they engaged in a genuine confrontation, it is conceivable that Lao He would have struggled against Lu Li's recent counterattack. Wang Zhi observed the duel between the two, meticulously analyzing each move. The next bout featured Lao He against Su Mu Ying. Having already participated in 2 rounds, Lao He had the opportunity to rest. Yet Su Mu Ying had keenly noted several techniques, casting a shadow of doubt over Lao He's prospects in this contest. Uncle, have you rested well? I can hardly contain my excitement after watching. Su Mu Ying stretched her limbs eagerly from the sidelines. Let us begin, Lao He declared, rising from his respite. Don't be overzealous. If you lose, don't claim exhaustion, she teased. Haha, not at all. Friendship first, competition second. Let us start. Wang Zhi watched as the two positioned themselves at the center of the arena. Su Mu-ying casually twirled her dagger, starkly contrasting with the focused, tense posture of Lao He. Seemingly indifferent, Su Mu-ying suddenly launched an assault, darting within 5 meters of Lao He, aiming for a decisive strike. However, Lao He, already on guard, deflected her thrust with his own dagger. Having missed her mark, Su Mu-ying swiftly pivoted, attempting a second strike from Lao He's rear. Once again, he evaded her advance, seizing her wrist in a grappling maneuver. Wang Zhi's gaze sharpened. He had recently suffered a significant setback to this very technique. Yet, he soon witnessed Su Mu-ying springing into action, entwining her legs around Lao He's neck, forcing him to relinquish his hold. Despite Lao He's solid footing, being ensnared by her legs rendered him vulnerable. He resorted to elbowing Su Mu-ying, landing a solid blow to her side. Yet, she remained steadfast, twisting her body to throw him off balance, both of them tumbling to the ground. As Su Mu-ying swiftly retrieved her dagger, she advanced towards Lao He, aiming for his chest. Lao He managed to brace himself, blocking her downward thrust with both hands, then kicked her away before executing a backflip to regain his footing. "Well done, uncle. You've got some skills," Su Mu-ying remarked, nursing her bruised side from Lao He's earlier strike. "You are quite formidable as well," Lao He replied, breathlessly patting his neck where she had clutched him. In Wang Zhi's estimation, both fighters were holding back, adhering to the spirit of friendly sparring, avoiding lethal techniques. Su Mu-ying had ample opportunity to employ a more ruthless maneuver after entangling Lao He, but refrained, mindful of the training's intent. "What a spectacular bout," Wang Zhi proclaimed. "All right, let us call it a day. The purpose of this sparring is to identify our deficiencies and direct our training efforts. Let us continue our regimen." The 5 of them exited the training room, returning to their physical conditioning. Their training primarily focused on endurance, as they often faced mindless zombies. Honing intricate techniques could prove futile in such encounters. When overwhelmed, one could always flee, provided they remained agile enough to evade the undead. While on the treadmill, Wang Zhi contemplated Jie Shi's ethereal agility, wondering when he might achieve a similar finesse. Lost in thought, he inadvertently increased the treadmill's intensity, ultimately collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Gasping for breath, he recalled Jie Shi clad in her armor. Armor. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Jie Shi's armor was forged from iron, weighing no less than 50 kilograms. She consistently wore this heavy gear, and Wang Zhi finally grasped its purpose. Primarily, it served as protection. Additionally, donning such weight daily effectively trained her physical endurance. Imagine the formidable nature of someone who could maneuver effortlessly while burdened with 50 kilograms of armor and wielding an enormous sword. It was alarming to recall that Jie Shi had trained while wearing this very armor. He mused, is this even humanly possible? If she shed the armor, her speed would be nothing short of extraordinary. Inspired, Wang Zhi contemplated acquiring armor akin to Jie Shi's, though he worried it might be too cumbersome and ostentatious. What if he concealed iron weights within his training attire? This would appear more discreet and unassuming, akin to regular clothing. He envisioned integrating 30 kilograms of iron into his shirt, pants, and shoes, thereby increasing his effective weight during training. After fully acclimating, he would remove the gear, resulting in significant enhancements to both strength and speed. With this idea in mind, Wang Zhi gathered his companions and shared his concept. After hearing it, they expressed no objections, prompting him to commence planning the attire's design. After their training session, Wang Zhi led the group to the trading hall on the first floor, where he began drafting his design concepts. Lao He reviewed the sketches and commented, the steel plates in the shoes shouldn't be solely in the soles. That will hinder movement. They should be positioned on the upper parts as well for balance. Are you not concerned that these pants might slip? We should incorporate a strap to secure the plates to the legs, ensuring they fit snugly to prevent the weight from concentrating solely around the waist, Lao He suggested further. Indeed, why is this shirt so baggy? Change it to a fitted design, Su Mu-ying added, scrutinizing Wang Zhi's sketches. All right, how does this look now? Wang Zhi inquired after making revisions. This is much better. You have a good sense of design, Su Mu-ying remarked approvingly, eyeing the fitted attire and boots. Wang Zhi opted for the most subdued color, black, and submitted the designs to the staff. They took measurements based on the group's heights and body types. Wang Zhi requested that the steel plate weights be capped at 30 kilograms, allowing for adjustments based on size. The smaller Lioli might manage only 20 kilograms. while the robust Lao He could accommodate 35 kilograms. After calculations, the designers quoted a price of 50 survival points per set. Wang Zhi wasted no time and placed the order with a production time frame of 3 days. Before long, Su Muing entered his room, draped in a robe. Wang Zhi raised an eyebrow at her, thinking she must have mistaken his space for a spa. She leaned against the bed, prompting him to begin her massage service without protest. By the way, Lily mentioned she's afraid of sleeping alone, so I suggested she join you. Wang Zhi recalled his earlier conversation with Lioli. Oh, really? But what if I'm scared too? Su Muing replied. Then it's perfect. You two can keep each other warm. Wang Zhi exclaimed cheerfully. But I can only sleep soundly when you're nearby, Su Muing added, leaving Wang Zhi perplexed. Surely you don't expect me to sleep with both you and Lioli? He assumed she would jest about her dreams, but he was mistaken. That's settled then. I knew you would be concerned for your sister. Su Muing smirked mischievously. Something felt off. She must be teasing him, thinking he would be timid and anxious. Attempting to embarrass him. Not a chance. Huh. Even if you dared, Lioli should have more modesty, right? All right, let us call it a night. Get some rest, she declared, rising to leave. Wang Zhi sighed in relief after her departure, climbing into bed to sleep. An unsettling premonition lingered in his mind. Why had Su Muing smiled so cryptically? She had remained eerily silent, her smile lingering until she exited. Something was definitely amiss. That fellow is usually not so easy to deal with. Just as Wang Zhi was tossing and turning, contemplating the recent events, the door to his room was gently pushed open, startling him into turning on the desk lamp. Upon seeing who stood outside, Wang Zhi was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Su Muing was holding Jia Lu Li's hand, leading her into the room. What kind of expression is that? Are you feeling unwell? Su Muing innocently asked as she looked at Wang Zhi, who was frozen on the bed. What expression? Unwell? Could you be any more insincere with that feigned concern of yours? Wang Zhi thought, ready to unleash a torrent of sarcasm. He never expected Su Muing to take things seriously, nor did he anticipate that Lu Li would accept such a ludicrous request. How on earth did she manage to convince Lu Li to join this ridiculous endeavor? No, it's just that the light was too dim. I was worried you might trip, Wang Zhi replied, striving to maintain his composure. It's fine. Otherwise, Lu Li and I might get shy. Lu Li, let us get some rest, Su Muing stated. Guiding Lu Li to the bed, Wang Zhi sat there, watching as the two of them burrowed beneath the covers, his mind still in a fog. What was happening here? With both of them occupying the bed, how was he supposed to sleep? By the way, Lu Li, why did you come with Sister Ing to my place? Wang Zhi attempted to sound calm. Sister Ing said you often have nightmares. If she accompanies me, she won't be able to be with you. So she asked me to come keep you company instead. That way, you won't be scared. What? I have nightmares often. That shameless Ing. Could you be any more outrageous? How dare you slander me? Lu Li actually believes that nonsense? Even if I'm scared, I could easily seek out Lao He or the fatty. Why does it have to be your sister Ing? Hey Wang Zhi, I know you're just putting on a brave face, trying to hide your vulnerabilities and maintain your image as the captain. Don't worry. Lu Li and I won't tell anyone. Su Muing reassured him. Right, Lu Li? Jia Lu Li nodded in agreement. Wang Zhi intended to clarify things with Lu Li, but upon seeing her innocent and earnest expression, he realized he was mistaken again. This girl had already been brainwashed by Ing. Any explanation would likely only reinforce her belief that he was trying to cover something up. In the end, Wang Zhi resigned himself to the situation. Fine, let us just rest. We've all had a long day. He turned off the light. Relieved that both of them were relatively honest, each sleeping on their side without any physical contact. After a while, Wang Zhi awoke, feeling slightly breathless. Upon regaining his senses, he discovered an arm draped across his neck, explaining his discomfort. The room was pitch dark. He turned on the desk lamp and saw that it was Ing's arm, while Lu Li was curled up on the other side, peacefully asleep. Wang Zhi gently removed Ying's arm, got dressed, and left the room, allowing the two to continue their slumber. Downstairs, Lao He was already awake, seated on the sofa in the lobby, watching the news broadcast by Ling Ling Yao. Yawn. Good morning, Lao He, Wang Zhi greeted, stifling a yawn. Morning. You look like you didn't sleep well, Lao He remarked, observing Wang Zhi. Don't even mention it. That crazy Ing took Lu Li to my room to sleep, claiming she was afraid I'd have nightmares. Lao He was impressed. You're quite something. Hey, Lao He. What kind of look is that? I'm just being honest. It was simply sleeping. Having someone beside me made it hard to rest. Where do you think this is going? Wang Zhi corrected, noticing Lao He's knowing expression. I understand. Being able to sleep soundly is indeed impressive. What is so impressive? Who is impressive? The fatty had also emerged from the room, looking defiant. Anyway, what do you want for breakfast? Wang Zhi wanted to change the subject, especially with the fatty around. Braised pork, roasted lamb chops, pan-fried beef, and rib soup. Actually, the fatty's mention of the Dawn Tower wasn't without merit. But the prices would be steep, making it a poor value. What do you mean, Captain Wang? After all that excessive training, can't we improve our meals? The fatty began to complain upon realizing there was no chance for better food. Is this considered excessive? Once our weighted vests arrive, you'll know what true excess is. We can improve the meals later. Chapter 58. Recruitment. Upon hearing that they might improve the food later, the fatty immediately perked up. As long as the food improved, he could endure anything. Wang Zhi, look. A new announcement has just been released, Lao He said, gazing at the screen. Starting today, due to shortages of certain supplies, the prices of some food items in the cafeteria will increase. New menu items announced. Wang Zhi understood immediately. The resources at the Dawn Tower were gradually dwindling, with supply rates falling below consumption rates. It seems the situation is dire, Lao He remarked. No, this is just the beginning. Wang Zhi interrupted him. Huh? What do you mean it's just the beginning? The fatty inquired. Well, if everyone tightens their belts, it won't be a problem, right? The fatty asked again. Wang Zhi sneered. What if food prices skyrocket? What if a bowl of rice costs you 10 survival points? How long do you think you can hold out then? The fatty pondered. Then if food prices go crazy, why not stock up now? The fatty suddenly understood. I get it now. This is to make us go out and gather resources instead of relying on the Dawn Tower's supplies, right? Smart. You finally figured it out, Wang Zhi replied, feeling relieved. At that moment, Su Mu Ying and Lu Li descended from upstairs. Hey, Sister Ying, Lu Li, you two are up quite late today? We were just waiting for you to join us for breakfast, the fatty said to them. By the way, our level 3 team is still short one member. Shouldn't we consider adding some new members? Su Mu Ying asked. Let us see, Wang Zhi replied dismissively. He certainly didn't believe that someone like Su Mu Ying would genuinely want to let anyone else join their team. When it came to suspicion and selfishness, she was certainly in the lead. Why are you suddenly asking this? Did something happen? Wang Zhi inquired, puzzled. What did Sister Ying say? The fatty asked curiously. I said he couldn't satisfy me in that aspect due to his kidney deficiency, and then walked away. Su Mu Ying replied nonchalantly. Wow, Sister Ying. I want to be as bold as you one day, the fatty admired. However, that man gives me a very dangerous vibe. Don't be fooled by his kidney deficiency. He has not to be trifled with, Su Mu Ying said seriously. Interesting, so they're trying to recruit right under my nose, Wang Zhi said thoughtfully. Business doesn't work out, but camaraderie remains. Recruiting people is quite normal here. Wang Zhi, don't be impulsive, Lao He advised timely from the side. Wang Zhi nodded in agreement, but since it involved him, he certainly wouldn't sit idly by. Originally, he didn't want to focus on internal strife, but to prevent the other side from letting things slide, he felt compelled to take some action. After the meal, Wang Zhi found an excuse to check on intelligence, letting the others train first while he took Lu Li away. Whenever Wang Zhi wanted to act independently, he preferred to bring Lu Li along, as sometimes he could treat her as if she were invisible. Arriving at the first floor security headquarters, Wang Zhi felt a bit awkward about facing Jieshi again so soon after she had given him a hard time, but given the special circumstances, he steeled himself and entered her room. This time, the door was open, and Jieshi was not reading but rather sipping coffee and playing with her golden hair. What is up? Jieshi looked up at Wang Zhi and asked. I missed you, just came to check on you. Immediately regretting his words, Wang Zhi realized that Jieshi was not Su Mu Ying. Such flirty remarks might provoke her displeasure. Oh, Jieshi picked up a large sword from beside her, slowly standing up and walking over to Wang Zhi. The only one who dares to speak to me like that and is still alive is you. The last one, Zhao Yan, is already dead. Wang Zhi stared at the sword now pointed at him, while Lu Li nervously drew her own weapon, prepared to retaliate at a moment's notice. Lu Li, put the sword away. Captain Jieshi welcomed in this manner. After Wang Zhi finished speaking, he smiled and slowly pressed down the large sword before him. Humph. If they ask me what breed of toad you are, how should I respond? Jieshi asked, staring at Wang Zhi with a smile that was neither here nor there. Oh, they've only been here for 2 days and have already provoked you? Not exactly. It's just someone who came to dig into my affairs. Here, for better development. It's quite normal to engage in competition for recruits. You need not squander your energy on such matters. It's not that I wish to waste it. I fear he won't let it go easily, Wang Zhi replied helplessly. I haven't paid much attention to them. Perhaps they are merely lucky, or perhaps they possess some strength. Nonetheless, I advise you to focus on your training. The situation inside and outside is not optimistic. I understand. Thank you, Captain Jieshi. I shall head to training now. With that, Wang Zhi turned and left. Liuli, recently that pretty boy Tang Qilin has been looking for you. Ignore him. Considering Tang Qilin, Wang Zhi felt he would approach Liuli again, so he preemptively warned her. Upon reaching the entrance of the hall, Wang Zhi observed the returning individuals. Their filthy bodies stained with blood, their weary expressions betraying a mix of sorrow and relief. Some carried large bundles of supplies, while others had rescued survivors. Chapter 59. Only 2 returned the next day. The training attire Wang Zhi had ordered was delivered to his doorstep ahead of schedule. Upon receiving the outfit, he donned it. Wow, it's quite heavy, Wang Zhi remarked, weighing the 30-kilogram suit in his hands. The outfit performed as expected, with small iron plates embedded throughout, distributing weight evenly without any particular area feeling excessively burdensome. Wang Zhi sensed a general sluggishness in his movements, whether lifting his arms or stepping forward. It felt as if he had suddenly gained an additional 30 kilograms of weight clinging to him. He called the others out to try on their suits. Captain, are we to wear this all the time? Fatty asked, moving around. Except when sleeping at night, you must wear this at all other times. Think of it as an extension of your body. The outfit looks quite nice, Ing said, satisfied after striking a few poses. Thus, the 5 donned their black uniforms and entered the training ground, appearing no different from regular attire at a distance. Up close, one could only discern the thickness of the fabric, oblivious to the steel plates within. The best way to adapt to the suit was through running. Wang Zhi approached the treadmill, and at first, he found himself running less than half the usual distance before panting heavily and stepping off. This state echoed his initial experience at the Dawn Tower, where physical exertion drained him rapidly. He glanced at the others. They too appeared no better off, each flushed and clearly struggling with the adjustment. At noon, they ascended to the 2nd floor for lunch. Hey, buddy, that outfit is quite unique. Where did you get it? An unsavory voice interrupted their meal. Wang Zhi turned to see a brash young man with yellow hair, exuding an air of arrogance reminiscent of a street thug. It seemed such individuals were not absent from the Dawn Tower. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you all deaf? The yellow-haired youth, noticing their silence, grew even more brazen. I advise you to leave now, Wang Zhi said coldly to the young man beside him. Wang Zhi despised being disturbed during meals. Oh, you're quite bold, aren't you? I want to leave. What can you do about it? Just as Wang Zhi prepared to rise upon realizing the young man had no intention of departing, a few others rushed over. Captain, I apologize. He knew and doesn't he know better. I'll take him away. Please don't hold it against him. Captain, what is going on? The yellow-haired youth asked his superior, confused. Why? I haven't done anything wrong. He protested, looking somewhat aggrieved. Isn't that the only team that has killed someone here? I've never seen them. The young man began to panic. Of course, they are already a level 3 team, stationed on the 3rd floor, only coming up during meal times. How often could you possibly have seen them? If I hadn't intervened, we would have faced dire consequences. The captain roared, and the yellow-haired youth realized his mistake, lowering his head under the reprimand. Forget it. Just keep a low profile from now on. Very few in here are easy to provoke. This is already an apocalyptic world. No one will fall for your tricks. Hurry back to training, Zhang said, looking at the infuriating young man. I am sorry, Captain. They won't hold a grudge, will they? The yellow-haired youth now genuinely feared. Since they let us go, they likely won't take it to heart. Zhang reassured him with a sigh of relief. Wow, is our Captain Wang so famous now? It seems they all respect you. Su Muing laughed from the side in the dining hall. Don't mention it. Eat quickly. We have training to get back to. Wang Zhi interrupted her teasing. After 7 days of training, everyone had nearly adjusted to the outfits. Wang Zhi looked at the panting fatty and said, What? Unsure if he had misheard, he asked again. Quick, follow me to the 1st floor. Wang Zhi shouted, leading everyone in a jog to the 1st floor, heading straight for the medical room. Upon returning, the first thing is to clean, disinfect, heal, and conduct safety checks. Upon entering the medical room, Wang Zhi inquired about the situation and learned that the 2 were lying in the treatment area. Please, your team should take in Zhang Ming. I trust him with you. What? Captain, what are you saying? Zhang Ming, struggling to sit up on the bed, looked at his captain in disbelief. Wang Zhi, taken aback, realized they intended to disband. They wanted to transfer Zhang Ming to his team? Wang Zhi regarded Zhang Ming on the hospital bed. His first impression of Zhang Ming had been favorable, as he had been the first to greet Wang Zhi upon his arrival on the third floor, and his team just happened to have an opening. After a moment's thought, he replied, "If Zhang Ming doesn't mind, I have no objections. Captain, enough? I've made my decision. My previous judgment was flawed, leading to everyone's sacrifice. I am deeply sorry and can no longer face anyone. Our team's survival points will be divided in two. Your share should be taken to join the sunset's afterglow." Duan Qingtian spoke, closing his eyes and falling silent, clearly burdened by guilt over the sacrifice of his comrades, a significant emotional blow for him. "Zhang Ming, what exactly happened?" Wang Zhi inquired. Chapter 60. The revenge plan. During our mission, we stumbled upon a camp established by a military unit, housing a group of civilians. We intended to negotiate, inviting them to join the Dawn Tower. However, upon entering, we sensed something was amiss. The civilians were all anxious. After some inquiries, we discovered that the soldiers had betrayed their oaths, donning uniforms while committing acts akin to banditry. Upon realizing this, we decided to withdraw, but alas, it was too late. They had already set their sights on our equipment. After a fierce battle, only the captain and I managed to escape, Zhang Ming recounted, his eyes reddening. How many were there? Approximately 40 armed soldiers and over 100 civilians. Those civilians lived in misery, treated as mere tools by the soldiers. The captain had good intentions, but human nature is unpredictable. We cannot blame him. 40 soldiers? Wang Zhi frowned. Escaping from the clutches of such a formidable force with only 2 survivors, albeit injured, was quite remarkable. "I will help you seek vengeance," Wang Zhi said, lowering his head in contemplation. "What? Captain Wang, you?" Zhang Ming, lying in bed, looked somewhat agitated. Wang Zhi raised his hand, interrupting him. "I have my own ideas, but now is not the time for such discussions. You should focus on recovering. Once you are able to leave, we can elaborate further." With that, Wang Zhi turned and left the medical room with the stout fellow. At that moment, Lao He and the others arrived, standing at the door. Wang Zhi recounted the events to the trio. Why go through the trouble of avenging them? Su Muing expressed her dissatisfaction. Firstly, avenging them would allow Zhang Ming to feel at ease in our team. Secondly, there is immense wealth to be gained. Not to mention the over 100 survivors. Just their supplies and weapons alone could lead us to prosperity, Wang Zhi explained to everyone. "I think you've lost your mind. Do you understand the concept of a 40-man armed army? Just as few?" Lao He interjected. "Who said it was just us?" Lao He continued to inquire. "Are you suggesting we collaborate with other teams? Let us not even mention the possibility of other teams betraying us. The allocation of resources alone is complicated," Su Muing added her analysis. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Lao He expressed his confusion regarding Wang Zhi's intentions. "Dealing with zombies is already a headache. Now you want to confront an army? We want to collaborate with other teams, but we can partner with the Dawn Tower." Wang Zhi responded. "How can you be sure that the people from the Dawn Tower want to betray us?" Su Muing questioned again. "Indeed, how can you be certain?" Lao He echoed. "Our value to the Dawn Tower far exceeds that of this mission. They have invested significant resources into cultivating us, not to betray us, but to have us fight for them tirelessly. If you're still uneasy, I can ask Jieshi for help in finding trustworthy individuals for collaboration." Your idea does have merit. However, how will we distribute resources?" Lao He pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Zhang Ming mentioned there are over 100 civilians. 100 could yield 10,000 survival points. Wow, to gain 10,000 survival points without taking any spoils is incredible. Furthermore, those civilians will continue to generate value for the Dawn Tower. If this plan succeeds, we will profit immensely alongside the Dawn Tower, exclaimed the stout fellow, growing increasingly excited. Indeed, the stout fellow is correct. If this operation succeeds, we will only take a minor share. The real benefits lie with the Dawn Tower. Firearms, knives, ammunition, armor, food resources, etc., all of which are invaluable. Thus, the Dawn Tower has no reason to betray us. On the contrary, they will exert themselves vigorously, Wang Zhi asserted. Yes, what a splendid opportunity. The Dawn Tower will not let it slip by, the stout fellow concurred. Seeing that Lao He and Su Muing had no further questions, Wang Zhi stated, "If there are no objections, let us devise a plan." After thorough analysis, the two ultimately agreed to the operation. Wang Zhi intended to procure a sniper rifle. While a sniper rifle might fall short against zombies, It would provide a decisive advantage against humans with its precise and effective shooting. He purchased thousands of rounds of various ammunition, expending 500 survival points for 2 entire crates of ammo. The trio, carrying the crates, drew the attention of various teams along their route. So this is what a level 3 team looks like. They must be quite wealthy. Wow, is Captain Wang heading out again? Just for training, you say? Listen, is that even a reasonable explanation? They casually spend so many survival points on training. Truly extravagant. If only I could join them. As Wang Zhi overheard the murmurs of passers-by, some even approached him for casual conversation, mistakenly assuming familiarity, though he could barely recall their faces. Upon reaching the shooting range on the 3rd floor, they placed the 2 crates down with a thud. Wow, the feeling of wealth is splendid. The stout fellow's eyes gleamed at the sight of so much ammunition. Sister Ing, go pick a suitable sniper rifle. We will need it later, Wang Zhi instructed, tossing his magnetic card to Sumu Ing. After she departed, the 4 in the shooting range commenced their practice. After firing a few rounds, Lao He gradually found his rhythm, achieving an 80 accuracy rate at a distance of 50 meters. As for Jiali, she consistently missed the target, indicating that firearms might not be her forte. Nevertheless, Wang Zhi insisted she practice. Knowing how to use a firearm was undoubtedly beneficial. After some time, Sumu Ing returned, carrying a long black case. Did you make the purchase? Wang Zhi inquired as he approached her. Yes, it cost 2,000 survival points. I hope my brother isn't upset, she said, returning the magnetic card to Wang Zhi. What? This sniper is that expensive? Wang Zhi exclaimed in surprise. TCH, what do you know? This model was what I used before the apocalypse. Moreover, it's a classic camouflaged pattern, complete with a scope, silencer, and bipod. Ah, the familiar feel, Sumu Ing said, opening the case and caressing the sniper rifle with delight. Chapter 61. Team Transition. Sumu Ing assembled the sniper rifle, aiming at the humanoid target at the farthest distance of 200 meters. Bang! She obliterated the target's head with a single shot. Wang Zhi lowered his binoculars, feeling a surge of joy. It seemed the survival points spent were indeed worthwhile, as the sniper rifle's long-range precision was exceptional. After successfully dismantling 10 dummies, Sumu Ing was satisfied, clearly finding the rifle quite suitable. Duan Qingtian, upon hearing Wang Zhi's words, paused momentarily, his eyes filled with hatred. All right, wait for my news in the coming days, Wang Zhi said, helping Zhang Ming rise from the bed, and together they made their way to the affairs hall. The news of the disbandment of the former dynasty quickly spread throughout the Dawn Tower. What? The former dynasty has disbanded? I heard that Zhang Ming has now joined the team of the Setting Sun. Is that true? This Setting Sun is quite unscrupulous. They're poaching people before the former dynasty has even had a chance to recover. I reckon Zhang Ming isn't a good person either, seeing his team in distress. He must have already lined up a new home for himself. Indeed, it's a pity for their captain. For a time, the situations of the 2 teams became a popular topic of conversation within the Dawn Tower. Zhang Ming joined the Setting Sun with half of the former dynasty's 500 survival points, while Wang Zhi's team boasted over 16,000 survival points. So you all are this wealthy, Zhang Ming remarked. It's us, Wang Zhi grinned, correcting him. Realizing his misstep, Zhang Ming chuckled in response. Captain Wang, for this operation, can we, what? Wang Zhi pressed, noticing Zhang Ming hesitating to continue. You don't want to include him? Why? Wang Zhi found it difficult to comprehend. I fear he might act recklessly. I know him well enough. He would fight at any cost, Zhang Ming explained, lowering his head. I understand now. Thank you, Captain Wang, he added. The residential area comprised 2 floors with 6 rooms in total. The 3 rooms on the 1st floor belonged to Lao He, the stout fellow, and Zhang Ming, while the 3 rooms upstairs were for Wang Zhi, Sumu Ing, and Lu Li. After Zhang Ming organized his room, Wang Zhi gathered everyone in the living room to introduce Zhang Ming to the others. Through this introduction, they learned that Zhang Ming had previously been an archaeologist, arriving with the intent of exploration, only to find himself unable to return. Xiaoming, now that you're here, we are all brothers. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me out, Li Feihong. There's nothing in the Dawn Tower that I can't handle, the stout fellow declared confidently. Before long, Lu Li and Sumu Ing entered the room. After several days of shared quarters, the 3 seemed to have grown accustomed to each other. Ever since Wang Zhi and the others began wearing weighted training gear, they all returned home utterly exhausted at the end of the day, collapsing into bed without exception. The following morning, Wang Zhi's first task was to escort Zhang Ming to the equipment hall, where he had a custom-made weighted training suit tailored for him. Upon realizing that he would have to train in a suit weighing 30 kilograms each day, Zhang Ming exclaimed in disbelief, "This is outrageous. It's akin to devilish training. No wonder everyone looked so listless yesterday." Nevertheless, adhering to the team's customs, Wang Zhi arranged for Zhang Ming to wear an outfit of the same weight as his own. Do not underestimate this attire. While it may be exhausting, over time it can lead to a significant transformation. A transformation? Yes. Once you fully adapt to this suit and then remove it, you will effectively have gained an additional 30 kilograms in weight, akin to a 70-kilogram individual facing off against a 100-kilogram opponent. In a scenario where both possess similar skills, without a doubt, the 100-kilogram individual would prevail. Wang Zhi elaborated. "I see, it's like running with sandbags," Zhang Ming responded. "Indeed, yet my inspiration derives from Captain Jieshi's armor, which must weigh at least 50 kilograms. 50 kilograms? Have you ever seen her in combat?" Zhang Ming gasped. "Not only have I seen it, but I have also sparred with her." "Really? And what was the outcome? She is that formidable?" Zhang Ming questioned, incredulous. "Otherwise, would I spend several hundred survival points on outfits?" Wang Zhi retorted, a hint of annoyance in his tone. "By the way, what is the deal with that Eternal Doomsday team you mentioned? I haven't seen them around lately. It seems they've been absent for some time." Wang Zhi recalled the masked individuals they encountered upon arriving on the 3rd floor. "The Eternal Doomsday? I'm not entirely sure about them either. They arrived here before us and rarely interact with anyone. Their captain is an elderly man who seldom appears. However, I have noticed their training techniques are quite unique. Reminiscent of ninjutsu," Zhang Ming reminisced. "Ninjutsu? Could they be from the island nation?" Wang Zhi inquired. "Most likely. It wouldn't be surprising to find foreigners here." Wang Zhi contemplated another visit to Jie to discuss his thoughts. Upon reaching the guard headquarters, he entered the hall to find Jie conversing with Enqing. Noticing Wang Zhi's arrival, Jie hastily concluded her discussion with Enqing and sent her away, before leading Wang Zhi to her quarters. "Nice outfit," Jie remarked, tapping the steel plates inside Wang Zhi's clothing. "If you like it, I can design a set for you as well," Wang Zhi replied, scratching his head. "That won't be necessary. I heard Zhang Ming from the former dynasty has joined your team?" Jie seated herself and inquired. "Indeed. I didn't expect Captain Jie to be so well-informed." Wang Zhi chuckled, unfazed by her knowledge. It was unsurprising for someone of her rank to be in the know. "So, are you here regarding them?" Jie scrutinized Wang Zhi. "You intend to lead a team to eliminate that camp?" Jie probed further. "Precisely, but the opposing force is substantial and consists of trained soldiers. I wish to collaborate with the Dawn Tower to eradicate the camp," Wang Zhi acknowledged, sharing his intentions. "Oh, collaborating with the Dawn Tower?" Jie raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Wang Zhi's subsequent revelations. "That sounds promising, but such matters require the Tower Master's approval." "I am merely a guard," Wang Zhi noted. "Do you believe the Tower Master will agree?" he inquired cautiously. "As long as it benefits the Dawn Tower, I believe she will consent," Jie replied. "How can I meet the Tower Master?" Wang Zhi asked. "I will report to the Tower Master. You wait outside," Jie instructed. Wang Zhi exited the room and awaited in the corridor. After a while, Jie returned to Wang Zhi's side. "Let us go. The Tower Master wishes to see us." Feeling somewhat anxious about meeting the Tower Master, Wang Zhi followed Jie to the elevator, where she pressed the button for the 5th floor. Wang Zhi's heart leaped with joy. This was the only floor he had not yet visited, and he was about to see it. "Captain Jie, don't we need to surrender our weapons to meet the Tower Master?" Wang Zhi asked, gripping his handgun. "Huh, do you think the Tower Master would be concerned about such toys?" Jie mocked. "Toys? Do you think you could outgun me?" Jie challenged, noticing Wang Zhi's reluctance. Wang Zhi shook his head and obediently tucked his gun behind his waist. In Jie's presence, the handgun indeed felt like a mere toy. Regardless of whether he could aim, he wouldn't even have the opportunity to draw it. If the Tower Master was more powerful than Jie, there was little to worry about. Upon reaching the 5th floor, as they exited the elevator, Wang Zhi was struck by the grandeur and solemnity of the surroundings. Is the Tower Master the only one in such a vast place? Wang Zhi pondered aloud, admiring the opulent hall. Jie guided him to a door. "Go in. The Tower Master is waiting for you." With a gulp, Wang Zhi pushed open the door and saw the Tower Master seated at a table, much as he had appeared before, clad in armor and wearing a mask. Why does the Tower Master always wear a mask? The Tower Master scrutinized him from across the table. leaving Wang Zhi momentarily at a loss for words. As Wang Zhi prepared to speak, the tower master finally broke the silence. "Please, have a seat." Wang Zhi approached the table and sat opposite the tower master. "I hear from Jie Shi that you have a plan to collaborate with the Dawn Tower?" "Indeed. We have discovered a camp comprising 40 armed soldiers, where 4 members of the former dynasty lost their lives. Now that Zhang Ming from the former dynasty has joined our Twilight team, I have come to request assistance in eliminating that camp," Wang Zhi explained. "Continue," the tower master urged. "I must say, you could indeed bring significant value to the Dawn Tower with this venture. I see no reason to refuse you." "Thank you, Tower Master," Wang Zhi replied, feeling a surge of hope at the Tower Master's agreement. "I will provide you with 10 personnel. I trust you will execute this operation with distinction. When you depart, go to Commander Adam for the personnel. I will notify him in advance." Upon receiving the Tower Master's response, Wang Zhi exited the room, pleased that he had been granted 10 individuals to accompany him in the assault on the camp. With his own team included, they would number 17, an impressive force indeed. "What do you think, Jie Shi?" "He's quite astute," Jie Shi succinctly assessed. "Indeed, he is not greedy, leveraging the opportunity to seek vengeance for others to win their loyalty. Quite intriguing. And for this operation, select a few reliable individuals and have them report to Adam," Jie Shi instructed. "Understood," Jie Shi affirmed, leading Wang Zhi out of the 5th floor. "Everyone, take a moment to rest. Our initial plan to collaborate with the Dawn Tower has succeeded. Over the next 3 days, we will prepare to head to the site of Zhang Ming's team's misfortune," Wang Zhi announced, settling onto the sofa in the living room. "Is it happening so soon?" Ying raised her brow, clearly unaware that Wang Zhi had already negotiated with the Tower Master alone. "Yes, the Dawn Tower has agreed to assist us with 10 individuals. Before we act, we can simply ask Commander Adam for more personnel," Wang Zhi explained as he retrieved a blank sheet of paper, instructing Zhang Ming to sketch the camp and its surroundings. "With those 10 included, we will have 17. Taking down this camp will be no issue. Especially since we have that big guy," Lao Yi said confidently, glancing at the sniper rifle on the shelf. "All right. Everyone should refrain from training for the next couple of days and maintain your condition. We will depart in 3 days," Wang Zhi concluded, focusing on Zhang Ming's depiction of the camp's layout. The camp was strategically positioned with a river at its back and mountains to the side, encircled by a wall at the front, an excellent choice for defense, rendering it easy to guard yet difficult to assault. The entire camp spanned approximately 2 hectares, divided into survivor and military quarters. Given Zhang Ming and his team's limited time inside, they could only ascertain this much for now. Chapter 63. The battle at the camp. 3 days swiftly passed, during which Wang Zhi and his companions expended nearly 500 survival points on ammunition at the shooting range. The weight of this mission weighed heavily on Wang Zhi's heart, as their adversaries were fellow humans, once comrades, now poised to turn against one another in a brutal conflict. This internal struggle was one of the significant burdens he bore. Over the past months, Wang Zhi had come to the realization that he had undergone profound changes. The man who once refrained from killing even a fish had transformed into a cold-blooded warrior, slaying zombies without a second thought. On this day, Wang Zhi awoke early. It was the day they had planned to embark on their mission. In truth, none of them had slept much, and upon noticing the lights on in the living room, they all emerged. According to the agreed schedule, the 10 warriors arranged by the Tower Master, Jie Shi, were prepared and ready for departure at Adam's location. "Hello, Captain Adam. I am Wang Zhi, the captain of the Team Sunset Glow. We have a mission that requires the assistance of your 10 warriors." Wang Zhi approached with purpose. "Indeed, everyone is here. Come forward," Adam called out to the back. Immediately, 10 fully armed warriors emerged from within the building. "Greetings, Captain Wang. I am Wei Song Yuan, the squad leader. Please, share your instructions," he responded. Once Wang Zhi confirmed everything was in order, he spoke to both individuals. Duan Xingtian led the group towards elevator number 7, which connected to W City, where the camp was situated in a nearby village. November 2025, clear skies. The cataclysm had unfolded 2 months prior, and the absence of human carbon emissions had resulted in a drop in temperature. The autumn wind brushed against Wang Zhi's face as he gazed skyward. He pondered whether zombies would perish in the cold of winter or how long they could survive without sustenance. These uncertainties loomed large in his mind. "Wow, it's been over a month since I last stepped outside, and the air is getting so much better." Fatty darted about, reminiscent of a cooped-up puppy. "Hey, Fatty, be careful not to drop my sniper rifle," or I'll feed you to the zombies. Su Muing cautioned from the side. I say, Sister Ing, do you know how heavy this thing is? You're just adding insult to injury. Fatty replied. How about I carry it, and you take care of those zombies instead? I think I'll stick to carrying it. Building strength is paramount, Wang Zhi ordered everyone to rest in place, noting that it was still early, and proximity could lead to detection. They would wait until nightfall to proceed. That evening, their team would first infiltrate the perimeter of the walls, allowing Ing to snipe the sentries atop the tower. It was crucial to ensure that no alarm was raised. This step was non-negotiable. Should something go awry, they would retreat immediately, as the risk of a direct confrontation was too great. If the initial phase went smoothly, those on the outskirts would stealthily enter the camp, leveraging their night vision equipment to eliminate lone soldiers. If any distress signals were sounded, they would immediately switch to firearms, halting the stealth operation. Wang Zhi articulated the battle plan. The wind is quite strong today. It may alter the trajectory of the bullets, potentially jeopardizing our initial plan, Su Muing remarked. No matter how fierce the wind, it must eventually cease. We must be patient and wait for the right moment. The first step is critical. If we can infiltrate successfully, we may eliminate a significant number before the battle begins. Wang Zhi reassured her. Don't worry, if we make a mistake, we can always make a quick escape. Su Muing replied nonchalantly. The group settled in the woods, awaiting the fall of night. Soon, darkness enveloped the land, and Wang Zhi kept his binoculars trained on the camp, which was now illuminated. Engines roared as soldiers gathered around a fire, cooking food and sharing laughter. I'm going to find a good shooting point, Su Muing announced as she stood. Lu Li, ensure Sister Ing's safety, Wang Zhi instructed, concerned that a zombie might ambush her while she focused. Additionally, he wished to spare Lu Li from the act of killing. Captain Wei, you will lead your team to infiltrate from the left side of the wall. Report any unexpected developments immediately via radio, Wang Zhi confirmed after verifying the radio channels. The two teams approached the camp's walls from either side. Sister Ing, are you prepared over there? Wang Zhi inquired over the radio. Yes, I found a position. But the wind is quite strong. I need to wait a bit longer, she replied. Wang Zhi waited at the wall, and soon he heard Ing's voice through the radio. Target eliminated, undetected. Good, hold steady on the last one, he instructed. Ing, how much longer? The wind speed remains unstable. I don't have a clear opportunity yet. As time passed, Wang Zhi felt an increasing urgency. If they delayed further, they risked being discovered. He was ready to issue a retreat order if Su Muing missed her shot. Just then, footsteps echoed from the other side of the wall. Chapter 64. The Battle at the Camp. 2. Hearing the footsteps, tension gripped Wang Zhi and his comrades. Would they be discovered? Target down. Ing's voice rang in their ears. With the sentry eliminated, Wang Zhi finally felt relief. Just as he contemplated the situation beyond the wall, he heard the sound of someone urinating. It turned out to be a soldier who had stepped outside for a moment. Wang Zhi exchanged glances with the others. Old He and Fatty formed a human ladder, and without hesitation, Wang Zhi stepped onto their hands. They propelled him upward, and he soared over the 3-meter-high wall. Spotting the soldier mid-act, Wang Zhi leaped down, plunging his dagger into the soldier's neck. The man collapsed without even realizing what had happened. After confirming the area was clear, Wang Zhi communicated over the radio. All clear, come in. Ing, hold your fire for now, we must avoid exposure. Upon hearing this, several figures appeared on the wall, and once everyone was inside, Wang Zhi began searching for isolated soldiers. The two teams moved stealthily through the camp, ultimately eliminating 5 more, bringing the total to 7. The remaining soldiers clustered in small groups, leaving no opportunity for further stealth kills. What should we do, Captain? Fatty whispered as he approached Wang Zhi. Spread out a bit, find cover, and prepare for combat, Wang Zhi instructed over the radio. Once all eyes had a target in sight, Wang Zhi counted to 3, and the first gunshot rang out from the camp. The 5 soldiers in front of Wang Zhi fell instantly, blood spraying. The remaining soldiers, startled by the commotion, shouted enemy attack. But before they could react, one soldier's head exploded, presumably from Su Muing's shot in the distance. However, it was too late. The enemy was already on high alert. After the initial wave of chaos, nearly half of their number had been decimated, leaving Wang Zhi and his team with a significant advantage. The night vision equipment allowed them to maneuver effortlessly through the darkness. As the enemy began to regroup, finding cover and facing off against Wang Zhi's team, they remained oblivious to the pair of eyes watching them from the distant woods. Another head exploded as Su Muing took down a soldier hiding behind a tent. Boom. An explosion reverberated throughout the camp. They have grenades. At that moment, a strange voice crackled through Wang Zhi's earpiece. It was from Wei Zheng's team. Everyone, extinguish your lights, they urged. Wang Zhi decided to escalate their firepower, making the environment even more chaotic. As the camp's lights gradually dimmed, the enemy, stripped of visibility, began to panic, hurling grenades indiscriminately, desperate to hit anything but themselves. Unfortunately for some, fragments from a grenade injured a soldier's leg. After a round of devastation, the enemy's morale plummeted, and Wang Zhi could no longer see any adversaries in his line of sight. Sistering, are there still enemies remaining? Wang Zhi inquired. Yes, but they've all fled. Fled? Where did they go? In the survivor zones behind, a grave concern loomed. Should the adversaries infiltrate the crowd of survivors, it would undoubtedly pose the greatest security risk. Wang Zhi and his companions gathered, but misfortune struck as one of Wei Zheng's men suffered a leg injury from shrapnel. Wang Zhi promptly arranged for a soldier to escort the wounded to the stronghold where Su Muing was located. What shall we do? Should we pursue further? Zhang Ming inquired. Let us refrain from chasing for now. Caution is paramount. It's not worth risking injury from this group, Wang Zhi replied, planning to conduct a nearby search for any remaining threats. After several rounds, they discovered 30 corpses. If Zhang Ming's assertion of over 40 individuals was accurate, then 10 or so still remained unaccounted for. Everyone, hold your positions. At dawn, I will allow them to come forth, Wang Zhi commanded. Come forth? Will they not be walking to their demise? Zhang Ming questioned, puzzled. Indeed, just wait and see, Wang Zhi assured confidently. Sistering, how is it on your end? It is quite secure here. The injured have arrived, she responded. At that moment, the civilian survivor residential area was in utter chaos. The explosions had awoken them, and they yearned to comprehend the unfolding events. Yet the sounds of battle kept them confined within their tents, praying to avoid the calamity. The following day dawned, and the group had not slept a wink. As the first light broke, Wang Zhi organized the team to advance and halted when they were but 100 meters from the civilian survivor zone. He retrieved a loudspeaker from the camp and called out, "Attention, survivors within. We come to rescue you. Please emerge promptly and form a line." Repeating the message, the number of survivors emerging grew from a few to dozens, until nearly the entire group had appeared. Zhang Ming began to grasp Wang Zhi's intent. This was indeed a method to coax them out to face their fate. Once the majority had emerged, Wang Zhi altered his instructions. Now, please approach in groups of 5. Hands raised, and walk towards us. We assure your safety. As he concluded, individuals began to approach, hands raised. Captain Wei, your team will conduct searches. Allow passage for those without dangerous items, Wang Zhi directed. The 5 individuals approached cautiously, and once searched and deemed unarmed, they were placed aside. Observing the safe passage of the front line, the remaining survivors formed an orderly queue, moving towards them. Before long, all survivors from the opposite side had been settled, confirming that none bore weapons. Captain Wang, do you think the ones who escaped last night are hiding in the tents across? The hefty man queried. There is no one left in there, Lao He replied. Yes, they have surrendered and masqueraded as civilians, Wang Zhi noted, scanning the crowd. He stepped into the throng and selected 5 women, whispering instructions. Lao He, have them line up, he commanded. The 5 women began scanning the assembled crowd. Shortly after, they returned, murmuring softly. Wang Zhi had tasked them to identify soldiers among the throng, as prolonged exposure had made their faces familiar. The outcome pleased him. The women reported the presence of 11 soldiers among the civilians. The formation was merely to assist them in identifying those soldiers. These are the individuals. To spare or to execute, the decision is yours, Wang Zhi stated before stepping aside, awaiting their verdict. After a brief discussion, the anticipated outcome did not materialize, leaving Wang Zhi somewhat astonished as the 2 approached him. Very well, I understand. Wang Zhi then moved to the 11 individuals. Bang, bang, bang. 11 shots rang true, and as the bullets found their mark, the 11 collapsed into a pool of blood. The remaining survivors crouched in fear, terrified that they might be next. Wang Zhi's comrades were equally stunned by his actions. Captain Wang, what are you doing? The hefty man stammered, trembling. Do not panic. These 11 were former military personnel, and they have been neutralized. You need not worry any longer, Wang Zhi declared, holstering his weapon and addressing the crowd. I would rather err on the side of caution than allow any threats to persist. If those undeterred by death initiated a mutual destruction, we would suffer greatly. On Captain Wei's side, Wang Zhi instructed them to gather useful supplies from the spoils of war. The resources within the camp belonged to the Dawn Tower, and Wang Zhi had little interest in scavenging. He was more focused on the safety of the over 100 survivors. Due to their proximity to the river, the survivors were not excessively dirty, and the majority were women. Wang Zhi recognized their potential value, while the men were typically robust, suitable for labor. Observing this scene, he sighed, realizing that such refuge camps were not rare in this world, and countless individuals endured similar humiliations and suffering. What more can we do? You threw grenades and caused explosions, attracting a horde of zombies. Lioli and I must first handle them, Su Muing scolded, giving Wang Zhi a kick. Wang Zhi, clutching his rear, retreated to avoid provoking her further. The hefty man, witnessing the incident, approached with a jest. Sister Ing, it was I who threw the grenade. Kick me instead. Su Muying's gaze turned icy as she regarded the foolish man, unaware of the gravity of her demeanor. As he expected her to act with the same levity as with Wang Zhi, she produced a dagger and advanced towards him. Sister Ing, please. I was joking. The grenades came from the opposite side. Don't stab me. The blade is tainted with zombie blood. I could get infected, he pleaded, pinned to the ground. After a moment, she relented and walked away. Wang Zhi, observing from a distance, gave a thumbs up. I shall regard you as a warrior. Next, we shall escort you to a safe location. During our journey, please refrain from speaking and do not panic if we encounter zombies. With us present, they cannot harm you. Wang Zhi addressed the crowd of over 100. After a while, Captain Wei's men arrived, carrying large boxes of supplies to the camp entrance, containing firearms, ammunition, food, and tools. Wang Zhi eyed the bounty greedily. These items would surely fetch a high price in the Dawn Tower, equal to or surpassing his thousands of survival points. Once everyone had gathered, Wang Zhi led the group out of the camp, embarking on their return journey. From where did you escape into that camp? Wang Zhi inquired of a woman. You wouldn't treat us like that previous group, would you? She asked anxiously after a moment. Not at all. Thank goodness. I am so grateful to you, she exclaimed, deliberately loosening her collar and leaning closer to Wang Zhi. Instinctively, he pushed her away, assuring her, rest assured. We will do our utmost to escort you safely to the refuge. He then hastened to the front of the line, fearing that remaining longer would result in one woman after another approaching him. In truth, justice had long ceased to exist in this world. Only the exchange of interests remained, as individuals advanced for their own benefit. Similarly, had Wang Zhi not anticipated a reward from the Dawn Tower for rescuing these individuals, he would never have extended his aid, nor would he have emerged from the shadows. Everyone was alike. To survive, one must cultivate their own value and possess leverage for bargaining. After a while, Wang Zhi signaled for a brief rest to replenish their food supplies. Having gone without sleep for an entire day, fatigue began to set in among them. As Wang Zhi savored the biscuit in his hand, an unsettling sensation crept over him. He felt as if something were watching them. Instantly, he rose to his feet, anxiously scanning the surroundings, the feeling rendering him quite uncomfortable. What's wrong, Wang Zhi? Lao he inquired, noticing Wang Zhi's anxious demeanor. This place is off. We need to leave, quickly. Wang Zhi communicated through the radio and set off without delay. Just moments ago, he had realized that their journey had been eerily devoid of any zombies, and that unsettling feeling must have indicated some underlying issue. Chapter 66. The giant python. As Wang Zhi pondered this, a sudden scream erupted from the radio. Run. There's a monster. Ah. The transmission was abruptly cut off, leaving an ominous silence. A chill ran down Wang Zhi's spine. His earlier instinct had proven correct. Turning around, he beheld a massive python slithering toward them. Its length nearly 20 meters and as thick as a man's waist. What on earth is that? The stout man exclaimed in horror. Over 100 survivors began to panic and fled aimlessly. In a fleeting moment, the python opened its gaping maw and devoured a soldier whole. Everyone fire! Came Captain Wei's voice through the radio. Wang Zhi also drew his rifle and unleashed a barrage of shots at the distant serpent. However, the results left everyone in despair. The bullets merely pierced the python's outer layer, failing to penetrate its formidable body. Damn it! How is this thing so enormous? Has it mutated from consuming zombies? Wang Zhi muttered, gazing at the creature. We need to run. Forget about those people, the stout man urged, grabbing Wang Zhi's arm. This is futile. We must escape now. Su Muqing had already taken Liuli and was sprinting ahead. Damn! Wang Zhi glared at the throng of survivors behind him, gritting his teeth. The lives they had fought so hard to save were now threatened by a serpent. Everyone, retreat at full speed. The rest of you follow us. Your survival depends on your own will. Wang Zhi shouted, turning to bolt toward the evacuation point. As Su Muqing had pointed out, fighting was not an option. The python's defenses were exceedingly high. Bullets merely bounced off its flesh, and getting close was perilous. For a mere coil of its body could easily strangle a person to death. Wang Zhi ran at full speed for 10 minutes, many survivors lagging behind. Unable to match his pace, with Captain Wei's group trailing behind, the python had already consumed 2 of their members, including one who had been gravely injured by a grenade blast. As of now, only 4 soldiers, including Wei Zhong, had managed to escape, with a mere 30 survivors following, most of whom were men. The python, having devoured nearly 100 people, seemed to have satiated its hunger and vanished from sight. Wang Zhi and the others found a relatively spacious area to wait for the survivors who had fallen behind. He fired a signal flare to guide the lost souls back to them. A plume of red smoke ascended into the sky. After the flare was launched, they agreed to wait 10 minutes before moving on. The outside world was perilous. A single python had claimed so many lives. For Captain Wei, this mission had cost them 6 brothers, and they had left their supplies behind in the chaos. They returned with nothing but loss. For Wang Zhi, it was a narrow escape, but the remaining survivors were insufficient to cover the training costs. 10 minutes passed, and 10 more individuals trickled in. Wang Zhi decided not to wait any longer for those who hadn't returned. Their chances of survival were grim. The number of survivors had dwindled to less than 40, with the rest seemingly lost to the python's wrath. Facing the weary survivors, Wang Zhi felt a surge of heat in his cheeks. He had promised to protect them, yet they had fled faster than anyone else. Observing Captain Wei's stormy expression, Wang Zhi refrained from approaching. The captain was likely harboring resentment toward him, perhaps even contemplating his demise. Sistering, please keep an eye on those from the Dawn Tower. I fear they might ambush us, Wang Zhi whispered to Su Muqing. Do I really need to remind you? She replied dismissively. Upon closer inspection, both groups maintained distance, keenly observing each other, each harboring ulterior motives. Meanwhile, the python did not pursue them further. Only a few zombies wandered into the desolate terrain. In 3 hours, Wang Zhi finally led the survivors to the entrance. As the iron gate closed behind them, a sigh of relief escaped Wang Zhi. The journey had been fraught with tension, akin to walking on thin ice. Fearing another giant mutant beast might emerge. Wang, can we delay our next outing? It's exhausting to venture out daily. The stout man panted, clearly struggling to keep pace after a month of recuperation in the Dawn Tower. Despite his newfound muscular physique, he still couldn't match Wang Zhi's stamina. The camp's survivors, unburdened but equally fatigued, could hardly keep up with Wang Zhi's relentless pace, each of them now bent over, lacking the strength to stand tall. Wang Zhi needed to clarify matters. Their first collaboration with the Dawn Tower had ended in failure. Upon reaching the guard headquarters, he knocked on the door and entered Jieshi's chamber. What's the rush? Jieshi inquired, holding a steaming cup of coffee. There was an unexpected incident during the mission, Wang Zhi replied, his head bowed. Upon hearing that Captain Wei was under Jieshi's command, Wang Zhi's gaze shot up, his expression a mixture of concern and complexity. I apologize, Captain Jieshi. It's my fault. Before Wang Zhi could finish, Jieshi raised her hand, interrupting him. I want to know what this unexpected incident entails, she stated coldly. A giant python, Wang Zhi admitted. Python? How large? Over 20 meters long, with a diameter of approximately half a meter. Did you manage to kill it? Our bullets were ineffective. To prevent unnecessary casualties, we had no choice but to retreat. Wang Zhi confessed. However, prior to encountering the python, no one had been lost. The camp's operations were going smoothly. Noticing Jieshi's prolonged silence, Wang Zhi raised his head once more. Interesting. I would like to witness this creature, Jieshi smirked, a hint of mockery playing on her lips. Chapter 67. The Battle with the Python. What? Captain Jieshi, you intend to go out there? Wang Zhi was taken aback by her resolve to confront the python. You will accompany me in search of that serpent, Jieshi declared, donning her armor. But Captain Jieshi, is this truly necessary? Wang Zhi questioned, struggling to comprehend her motivations. Even if she believed she could defeat the beast, engaging with such a formidable creature seemed unwise. Gather your team, we depart immediately, she commanded as she prepared for action. Wang Zhi relayed the events that had transpired with Jieshi. Is she out of her mind? That python could easily throw a person aside with a flick of its tail. What does she plan to fight it with? I don't know. She simply instructed us to lead the way while she handles the rest, came the response. Then why not enlist Captain Wei's group? Su Muqing inquired. Indeed, why not? Lao He echoed. The individuals accompanying us this time are under the command of Jieshi, and now 6 of them have perished. Jieshi may not wish to let them venture out again. Is Jieshi reliable? Does she truly believe she can confront that enormous python alone? Zhang Ming inquired, his concern growing over whether they would be able to successfully retreat should Jieshi encounter misfortune. Wang Zhi shook his head, indicating uncertainty. Nevertheless, Jieshi would not be foolish enough to seek her own demise. Her confidence suggested she possessed an unplayed trump card. Let us not overthink it. Bring a few smoke bombs and adrenaline shots. When we encounter the python, we'll all inject ourselves. If the situation turns dire, we'll withdraw at full speed. Wang Zhi declared. Following his words, they departed the residence and made their way to the infirmary to retrieve their weapons and gear, still not entirely cleaned. Jieshi awaited them in the hall, wielding a large sword, and upon seeing Wang Zhi, she proceeded to the elevator he had previously used. Upon exiting, it was already 3 in the afternoon, and a delicate rain began to fall from the sky, seemingly from nowhere. After more than 2 hours, Wang Zhi and Jieshi arrived at the site of the incident, where clear signs of the gigantic python's movement were evident on the ground, with several large trees having been toppled and destroyed. After searching for a while, they finally located the supplies previously gathered from the camp, now scattered chaotically across the ground. This is it, Wang Zhi exclaimed upon finding the supplies. It must have descended from the mountain. Jieshi surveyed the surroundings, ultimately fixing her gaze on a distant hill to the left. Should we go look for it? Wang Zhi asked. No need. We'll wait for it here, Jieshi replied, leaning against a tree to rest. Wang Zhi and the others anxiously observed their surroundings, not daring to relax for a moment. There's no need to be so tense. It just ate so many people. It won't show up immediately, Jieshi said, eyes closed as she leaned against the tree. The others, convinced by Jieshi's reasoning, mimicked her posture and rested against the trees. Wang Zhi and his group waited until nightfall, yet the python had still not reappeared. Initially sheltered from the rain beneath the trees, they were now completely soaked as the downpour intensified. I wonder what she's thinking, insisting on challenging a snake. The fat man muttered quietly. Shoo, she'll hear you, Zhang Ming cautioned, covering the fat man's mouth. Thus, Wang Zhi and his companions endured a night of rain, without even the shadow of a zombie, let alone the giant snake. It's here, Jieshi murmured, slowly opening her eyes. Those simple words instantly heightened the vigilance of the others, and Wang Zhi felt the familiar sensation from the previous day. Indeed, it was the python. Wang Zhi nervously scanned the area, striving to detect any movement from the creature. Jieshi had mentioned it might have originated from the mountain, so Wang Zhi turned his gaze towards that direction. Not far off, the enormous python was slithering towards them in an S shape. Look out, over there, Wang Zhi shouted, pointing to the python. As the creature drew nearer, Jieshi remained motionless, causing Wang Zhi's heart to race with anxiety. They had already prepared their adrenaline shots, ready to flee at a moment's notice. The python was now merely 50 meters away, and Wang Zhi anxiously watched Jieshi, questioning why she had yet to act. Just as he contemplated turning around, Jieshi swiftly drew the large sword embedded in the ground and leaped into the air. Wang Zhi gazed in astonishment at Jieshi's leap, which soared an impressive 3 meters high. With her gear still on, this feat surpassed human limitations by a considerable margin. The python, sensing Jieshi's presence, immediately reared up to strike at her in midair. Its massive jaws could easily engulf a car. Wang Zhi watched as Jieshi did not shy away but charged towards it instead, her sword slicing through the air. The python let out a deafening roar, echoing throughout the forest. As the creature opened its mouth, Jieshi's sword carved a 1-meter-long gash at the corner of its jaw. The python's mouth could no longer close, thrashing violently as its crimson eyes locked onto Jieshi. However, Jieshi did not intend to stop after her initial strike. Her goal was to claim the life of this giant python. After landing a successful blow, Jieshi leaped once more, this time targeting the python's head. The creature, realizing it could no longer close its mouth, attempted to strike Jieshi again. Thud! Jieshi's sword struck at the python's vital spot, but the impact was noticeably less effective than her first strike. This blow merely pierced the surface of the python's skin. With the second wound, the python became even more enraged, coiling around Jieshi and rendering her immobile. Wang Zhi sensed impending doom. If she became ensnared, the python would tighten its grip until it suffocated her. Fortunately, the python could no longer bite. It was now using all its strength to constrict Jieshi while continually battering her with its head. Observing the python wrapping around Jieshi, the fat man hesitated. Captain Wang, we should retreat quickly. If we can't handle this, what are we waiting for? At this moment, they all understood Jieshi's precarious situation. Unless another fighter of her caliber appeared, they had no hope of breaking the python's hold. The python continued to slam its head against Jieshi, who struggled to deflect the blows with her sword. Excluding Wang Zhi and Lu Li, the others made the most rational decision, to flee while the python was still preoccupied. Wang Zhi opened Su Muqing's hand, retrieving his magnetic card from his pocket and tossing it to her. You all need to escape. Jieshi cannot die. Even if we evade this python, countless monsters await us. Avoidance will not change our fate. With that, Wang Zhi seized the weapon from Lu Li's hand. Now amongst them, only Lu Li's weapon offered any advantage. Wang Zhi discarded his backpack and charged towards the python. At that moment, Jieshi seemed to have lost her strength, her sword falling to the ground. Wang Zhi, wielding Yelingong, struck the python's body with all his might while its attention was fixated on Jieshi. A thrust, unlike a slash, targeted a small pressure point, making it easier to penetrate the skin. The blade sank into the python's flesh, eliciting a pained cry from the beast, causing it to loosen its grip on Jieshi. The freed tail swung around, sending Wang Zhi flying. The impact was akin to being struck by a car, his insides churning violently as he ultimately coughed up blood beside a tree. Wang Zhi's consciousness began to fade. He had never envisioned himself falling in such a place, devoid of any zombies. Had Su Muqing and the others managed to escape? Would they seek vengeance for him? Who would become the next captain? A flood of thoughts surged through his mind until he realized the Yelingong had been taken from him. He lacked the strength to lift his head, and with that, he closed his eyes. It was Lu Li who had taken the Yelingong. At the moment Wang Zhi was flung away, everyone sprang into action. Su Muqing swiftly devised a plan, instructing Zhang Ming, the fat man, and Lao He to distract the python with gunfire while her target was its eyes, the only vulnerable spot. Lu Li aimed to engage closely with the python, intending to inflict further damage at the wound Jieshi had left just moments prior. Old He and his companions held rifles, continually aiming and shooting at the serpent's tail. Su Muqing swiftly approached the serpent's head, seizing the moment of its retraction to thrust her dagger into its eye. Success! After signaling to Liuli, Su Muqing immediately withdrew. Upon receiving Su Muqing's call, Liuli promptly altered her attack strategy, moving to the serpent's rear to target the recently severed point, leaping into the air to deliver a devastating blow, blood spraying forth. The serpent let out its most thunderous roar since the onset of the battle, loosening its grip on Jieshi momentarily before tightening its coils even further. The crowd gasped in astonishment. How could it still move? This is terrible. The serpent's roar has attracted all the nearby zombies. Zhang Ming, peering through binoculars, exclaimed in horror. My goodness, there are swarms of them, countless in number. If we don't run now, we're doomed. The plump man also grabbed the binoculars, nearly jumping back in fright at the sight of the throngs of zombies converging on their position. Meanwhile, at the center of the serpent-esque coils, only a tattered heap of armor remained, and Jieshi was nowhere to be found. The group froze, then turned to see Jieshi had retrieved her colossal sword from the ground. What a clever tactic! Old He marveled. At this moment, the serpent, blinded by Su Muqing's attack, still believed it had ensnared its target. However, Jieshi had already leaped up, striking down hard at the severed wound. With a sickening thud, the serpent's vital point was completely severed, and its massive body collapsed heavily to the ground. In the medical room of the Dawn Tower, Wang Zhi regained consciousness, slowly opening his eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he sat up. Hiss! As soon as he rose, pain shot through his body. Lie down. You've broken 3 ribs on your right side. Why are you moving around? Wang Zhi turned to see it was Su Muqing, and he felt reassured. I'm not dead. Su Muqing, displeased by his comment, coldly responded, if you wish to die, I can certainly accommodate you. Heh, rather than dying in my embrace, I suspect you would prefer to perish in Jieshi's arms, Su Muqing scoffed. Jieshi, did she sacrifice herself? Wang Zhi asked tentatively, looking at Su Muqing. No, she had enough strength left to drag the serpent's head, weighing 100 pounds, for 3 hours. That is wonderful. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhi finally relaxed his anxious heart. You. She clearly had a way to escape, yet you insisted on playing the hero. Next time, when your luck runs out, let us see how you plan to survive. Su Muqing admonished. She managed to free herself? Wang Zhi was somewhat incredulous. He had seen Jieshi drop her sword. How could she have extricated herself? She executed a cunning escape, taking some time to wriggle out from her armor. Is that possible? Wang Zhi lamented to himself about his youth. What about the others? He inquired. Chapter 69. The second call to arms in the research room. Director Yang Lifeng was conducting experiments on antibody genes with Dr. Chun and Dr. Yang Lu when Jieshi entered, dragging along a massive serpent-s head, startling the researchers. What is happening, Captain Jieshi? Yang Lifeng inquired. Oh, thank you so much, Jieshi. With this, we are sure to make breakthroughs in our research. Dr. Chun expressed his gratitude. After Jieshi left, the researchers gazed at the serpent's head as if it were a treasure, quickly donning protective gear to begin dissection. Just as Wang Zhi was about to close his eyes for a bit more rest, the door swung open, revealing Jieshi. Upon seeing her, he propped himself up against the pillow. Jieshi had donned a fresh suit of armor, though her face bore some battle bruises. Captain Jieshi, Wang Zhi greeted weakly. How is your injury? Not too serious. I broke a few ribs, but I'll be fine after some rest. I will request 2 months for your recovery from the Tower Master. During this time, you must not go out. Focus on healing. Thank you, Captain Jieshi. Were you unharmed? I'm fine. I just didn't anticipate the strength of the mutated creatures. Indeed, I believe once they mutate, they will develop intelligence. Exactly. In fact, before you, we received reports from a team that escaped. 2 individuals claimed they encountered a 4-meter-tall zombie exhibiting intelligence. Mutated zombies. Wang Zhi found it hard to believe. However, not all mutated zombies will grow larger. They may possess other traits. This is merely conjecture on my part, lacking concrete evidence. What should we do next? As the number of teams venturing outside diminishes, resources within the tower dwindle as well. Relying solely on solar power is insufficient to sustain the Dawn Tower, and food is becoming increasingly scarce. The Tower Master is planning a second call to arms. Anyone who joins an external team will be granted citizen status, while those who do not will have their citizenship revoked and be classified as refugees. This call will affect everyone. Jieshi explained the impending actions within the Dawn Tower, indicating that anyone who does not join the external teams will be reduced to the status of a refugee. Wang Zhi knew that refugees received meager rations, only enough to stave off hunger, and were required to work 12 hours a day. If they found it too exhausting and refused to work, no problem. They could join the external teams anytime. Aside from the potential for death, everything else was quite agreeable. What if, despite this, no one is willing to join the external teams? Wang Zhi asked. People die for wealth. Birds perish for food. Such a situation is unlikely. After Jieshi departed, Wang Zhi's stomach growled. How could he remain hungry while injured? With this thought, he pressed the button beside his bed. After a while, he watched as a nurse entered the room. Nurse, I would like to order takeout. In the entrance hall, 5 hours later, the elevator finally ceased its transport, and over 200 individuals stood at the entrance, each holding some supplies. This news once again spread rapidly through the Dawn Tower. As the Eternal Doomsday team returned with substantial gains from their excursion, the members of the Eternal Doomsday team were shrouded in hooded cloaks and gas masks, obscuring their expressions. The only visible feature being the leader, an elderly man with white hair and numerous ghastly scars etched across his face. Meanwhile, after taking a nap, the plump man and the others had all come to visit Wang Zhi. Hey, Captain Wang, is your injury feeling any better? The plump man entered with a smug expression, looking down at Wang Zhi lying in bed. So, you're actually pleased that I'm injured, huh? Wang Zhi remarked at the plump man's smug face. I'm not pleased. I empathize with you. You should experience the life of lying in bed nursing an injury. Heh, after getting accustomed to our training activities, lying down feels utterly uncomfortable. Once everyone left, Wang Zhi lay back on his bed, typing on his notebook to document the events of the past few days. Chapter 70. Intelligence on dealing with zombies. Stepping out of the elevator, Wang Zhi was taken aback to see many more people in the training ground, but considering the time, it made sense. To advance to a level 3 team, one only needed to accumulate 10,000 survival points, not expend them. Wang Zhi noticed Tang Qilin training with 5 girls, evidently having charmed another one, which relieved Wang Zhi as he no longer had to worry about him bothering Lioli. Returning to his quarters, he found it dark, suggesting that the others were asleep. Not having spotted them outside earlier, he thought, You too. Even when I'm not home. You still come to my room? Wang Zhi addressed the two on the bed. What do you mean, your room? Su Muqing, still groggy, replied. Of course. If it's not my room, is it yours? Wang Zhi retorted, feeling a bit exasperated. Yes, isn't this our room? Su Muqing mumbled before falling back asleep. Seeing her exhaustion, Wang Zhi chose not to disturb her further, leaving his luggage behind as he exited the room to the living room, where he turned on the Ling Ling Yao to check the latest news from the Dawn Tower. Among the 5 pieces of news, 3 are favorable, while 2 are unfavorable. The first piece of good news is that the antibody vaccine for the zombie virus has entered clinical trials and is expected to be mass-produced in a month. The second favorable update is that to encourage the enthusiasm of the expedition teams, military equipment prices have been slightly reduced. The third piece of encouraging news states that if outsiders wish to join the expedition teams, they will be promoted to citizens, with citizen training resuming survival point subsidies, allowing them to accumulate 12 hours of training for 10 survival points. On the flip side, the first piece of bad news indicates that citizens who do not join the expedition teams will be demoted to outsiders. The second unfavorable announcement reveals that due to a shortage of electricity, the price per kilowatt-hour has risen from 1 survival point to 2 survival points. Wang Zhi glanced at these announcements, all of which were within his expectations, yet he was surprised that food prices had not increased. Was this a sign of resilience or abundance? The underlying strength of the Dawn Tower was beyond Wang Zhi's estimation. From the 5 pieces of information, it was evident that the favorable news was entirely directed towards the expedition teams, while the unfavorable news seemed to target the outsiders. After reviewing the announcements, Wang Zhi opened his account, noting that the total survival points acquired by the team amounted to 33,500, with a remaining balance of 19,500 points, still needing 16,500 more to elevate to a level 4 team. Wang Zhi then checked his intelligence revenue, realizing that his outdated information could no longer yield any returns. It seemed the time had come to acquire new intelligence. He proceeded to the room of his hefty companion, rousing him from slumber. Get up, fatty, Wang Zhi exclaimed, delivering a playful slap to Fatty's backside. What is it? Fatty groaned as he awakened. Come, accompany me for a stroll. What? It's dead of night, and you're wandering around? Fatty protested, somewhat exasperated. I've been sleeping in the medical room for a week. How can I possibly sleep now? Hurry up. Wang Zhi continued to pester him until, reluctantly, Fatty got out of bed. The two donned their load-bearing suits and left their residence. Oh, I was just having a delightful dream. You might not believe it, but I dreamed of Jiao Chan. I told you, Captain Wang. I came here weighing 200 pounds. And now I'm down to 150. I sweat buckets every day, and just when I finally have a moment to rest, you can't let me enjoy it? Fatty rambled on behind him. Can 2 hamburgers silence you? Absolutely. After purchasing some food at the cafeteria, they headed towards the intelligence hall. Captain Wang, Anqing, are you on patrol? Wang Zhi noticed Anqing clad in guard armor. I was just passing by and heard Captain Jieshi mention you were injured. A minor injury. If Captain Jieshi can be hurt, then it's only natural for me to sustain a few wounds, Wang Zhi replied nonchalantly. I wish I could go outside. But alas, they won't allow it. Please, you mustn't harbor such thoughts. It's not enjoyable out there. Unless there's a mission, no one would willingly venture outside. Wang Zhi regarded Anqing with skepticism, questioning her reluctance to leave, while she seemed to resent others for not permitting her to do so. I despise those monsters. I want to kill them. Anqing's eyes dimmed with determination. Then train hard. I believe one day Dawn Tower will send you into battle. Really? Yes. Once our expedition teams have perished, it will be your turn. Now go, resume your patrol. I must take my leave. With that, he turned and departed. Upon arriving at the intelligence hall, Wang Zhi entered the data on the mutated giant python, priced at 100 survival points per entry. After completing this, he browsed through other intelligence reports, noticing that as expedition teams increased, so too did the intelligence available. Wang Zhi initially sought information on mutated zombies, but found none related to the keyword mutation, leaving him somewhat perplexed. After searching a while longer, Wang Zhi stumbled upon intelligence about combating zombies, priced at 200 survival points. What a steep price, Wang Zhi remarked. Shall we unlock this intelligence and then create a similar entry based on it? Fatty suggested, attempting to be clever. Submitting intelligence requires approval. Do you think the Dawn Tower personnel are foolish? Intelligence is all about first come, first served. Why should you benefit from someone else's hard work? Wang Zhi retorted. glancing at Fatty dismissively. Oh, I see. Since this intelligence pertained to combating zombies, Wang Zhi decided not to skimp and promptly unlocked it with his card. Chapter 71. Deceived upon unlocking the intelligence, he immediately accessed the details. Using a shock grenade can immobilize zombies, with effects lasting up to 1 minute. I want a refund. Wang Zhi couldn't help but shout at the personnel in the intelligence hall. This intelligence is flawed. It's a bait-and-switch. It's misleading. I'm sorry, but virtual transactions are non-refundable. All intelligence is verified. Once approved, it is deemed legitimate, the person in charge explained to Wang Zhi. Is this intelligence truly worth 200 survival points? My survival points may not come easily, but they shouldn't be squandered in such a manner. Wang Zhi complained. Regrettably, intelligence is like a surprise egg. It may not always meet expectations, and you must bear the consequences. Fine, I understand. Wang Zhi wasn't upset about losing the 200 survival points. He was frustrated at having paid an intelligence tax. Realizing that further discussion would be futile, he bid farewell to the intelligence hall. Fatty, feel free to laugh, just don't choke, Wang Zhi remarked, observing Fatty struggling to contain his laughter. Uft. I can't hold it in anymore. I'm dying of laughter. Captain Wang, you haha. Throughout the journey, Wang Zhi contemplated giving Fatty a good smack for his incessant laughter, but his ribs still ached, so he remained silent and walked ahead. When the 6 of them sat down for a meal, Fatty couldn't help but chuckle intermittently, prompting Wang Zhi to finally lose his patience. Ingjia, Sumu Ing, who was eating, looked at Wang Zhi with confusion. Upon hearing Wang Zhi call out Sumu Ing, Fatty immediately lost his bravado and rushed to apologize. Captain, I was wrong. Please don't do this. Sumu Ing regarded both of them with a puzzled expression, unsure of the situation. Fatty wants to see you in black stockings, Wang Zhi said, ignoring Fatty's protests. Uft. I'm sorry, this meal is a bit spicy, Zhang Ming interjected, choking slightly before hastily resuming his meal. Oh, Sumu Ing fixed her gaze on Fatty. Ingjia, let me explain, Fatty exclaimed. Captain Wang is trying to frame me and use me as a scapegoat. Then why would Wang Zhi want to frame you? He woke me up early and cough. Fatty began, only to be interrupted by Wang Zhi, signaling him to cease. Slap. Sumu Ing forcefully placed her dagger on the table. Continue. Captain Wang brought me to the intelligence hall to post new intelligence. After we completed it, we came across intelligence on combating zombies, and he got tricked. I found it amusing and kept laughing. He was annoyed with me and wanted to take revenge, Fatty recounted candidly, choosing to offend Wang Zhi rather than hide the truth. Indeed, impulsiveness can be a devil. Wang Zhi could have let it slide, but now, having failed to use Fatty as a scapegoat, he found himself exposed in front of everyone. Once Sumu Ing heard Fatty's account, her focus swiftly shifted from Fatty to Wang Zhi. Ingjia. I'm currently injured. Please remain calm. Wang Zhi quickly revealed the bandage on his chest as a shield. So you're the one who wants to see black stockings? Sumu Ing teased, her gaze fixed on Wang Zhi. No. I merely articulated Fatty's inner thoughts. It doesn't reflect my own. Suspicious. At this moment, Galilei chimed in unexpectedly. Hey, you just eat your meal. Wang Zhi retorted to Lioli. Wang Zhi, a man of honor, should not shift all responsibilities onto the stout fellow. Despite the stout man's questionable intentions, one must ask if he possesses the courage to act upon them. Sumu Ing remarked, with the stout man nodding in agreement beside her. Sister Ing, you are absolutely right. At this moment, Wang Zhi felt utterly wronged, as his initial aim was to provoke Sumu Ing through the stout man. What does it mean to be a man who takes responsibility? Was he being coerced into becoming a lecherous aficionado of black stockings? Wang Zhi surmised that further resistance would only exacerbate his predicament, thus he conceded, indeed. I wish to see. Upon uttering these words, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, eager to conclude the meal. Sumu Ing refrained from further commentary, and the atmosphere grew tense, prompting the others to hasten their dining. Chapter 72. Consumption after their meal. Wang Zhi and his 5 companions donned weighted suits and proceeded to the training grounds. Due to his still healing injuries, Wang Zhi was unable to engage in vigorous activity and could only observe the others train. Coincidentally, he spotted Captain Tang Qilin watching a few members of their team train. Out of boredom, Wang Zhi approached him, greeting, Captain Tang, are you training? Damn it, he had been outsmarted again. Wang Zhi almost forgot Tang Qilin's arrogant demeanor. I heard you encountered a mutated python? Just as Wang Zhi was about to leave, Tang Qilin spoke up. How do you know? though Tang Qilin posed the question. He was oblivious to the fact that they had sacrificed dozens of lives to achieve their escape. It seems you are quite knowledgeable about them, Wang Zhi remarked. Just a bit, Tang Qilin replied with a hint of smugness. Could you share your insights? Wang Zhi inquired. Why should I tell you? Tang Qilin shot him a glance. With no justification for such disclosure, Wang Zhi reluctantly departed. Unexpectedly, it appeared that Tang Qilin was well-versed in the matter of the mutations, as though he had first-hand experience. Several hours later, during a break, Wang Zhi resolved to take advantage of the discounted weapons and procure some decent armaments for everyone, as most of their current weapons were damaged. Prior to visiting the weapon hall, Wang Zhi had already stipulated that each person's budget should remain within 1,000 survival points, with no restrictions on their choices, provided they didn't exceed that limit. Having established the rules, the group arrived at the weapon hall, where the staff greeted Wang Zhi and his companions with enthusiasm. Wang Zhi's team was considered a major client of the Dawn Tower, regularly purchasing ammunition and weapons. If VIP status were available, they would undoubtedly grant it to Wang Zhi's team. Most weapons have seen a slight price reduction. What are you looking for? After sending the staff member away, Wang Zhi browsed through the weapon menu in the system. Ultimately, he selected a .05 caliber Desert Eagle along with 2 military knives, totaling 300 survival points. The stout man chose a P90 submachine gun, known for its rapid fire rate and large magazine capacity, complete with a silencer, a holographic sight, and 500 rounds of ammunition, costing 900 survival points. Zhali did not purchase anything but opted to have her Yao Linglong maintained and reforged, incurring a maintenance fee of 50 survival points. Zhang Ming acquired an M10 Lexington handgun, specially developed by the Dawn Tower, boasting a magazine capacity of 18 rounds and comparable firepower to standard handguns, costing 500 survival points. Old He, having long coveted the sniper rifle in Su Mu Ying's possession, bought a specially crafted cuirassier sniper rifle from the Dawn Tower, featuring a magazine capacity of 25 rounds. While it allowed for precise long-range shots, its power paled in comparison to that of a true sniper rifle, costing 1,000 survival points. Su Muing observed that her previously purchased Azura sniper rifle had dropped in price from 2,000 points to 1,600 points. Now at an 80 discount, regretting her earlier purchase, she ultimately selected a dagger named Burning Heaven, described as forged from meteorite iron at an astonishing 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, priced at 2,000 survival points. Whoa, Sister Ing, did we not agree on a budget of 1,000 survival points each? Wang Zhi exclaimed, pained to see the 2,000 survival point dagger on the order. Indeed, our group budget is 6,000 survival points, and we've only spent 3,850 points thus far. Why the panic? Su Muing innocently replied. Is that dagger made of gold? Why is it so expensive? Wang Zhi inquired skeptically, scrutinizing the order. This is worth more than gold. It is crafted from meteorite iron. I seized the opportunity during the weapons sale. My previous Azura is now 1,600 points. Wang Zhi, witnessing Su Mu Ying's extravagant spending, decided against further argument and promptly settled the bill to prevent her from exhausting the entire 6,000 survival points. After the 6 of them spent 3,850 survival points at the weapon hall, their team's account still held 15,650 survival points. Following their meal, they resumed their training regimen. Upon Wang Zhi's entrance, Su Muing provocatively extended her leg, asking, do you like it? Where on earth did you two acquire those stockings? Wang Zhi queried. They're sold on the first floor. What do you think? Surprised? Su Muing chuckled. Great. You two are determined to lead me astray, aren't you? Huh. If you dare to stray, both Lioli and I will personally take care of you. Su Muing declared fiercely, with Jiali nodding in agreement. Hey, Lioli, when did you side with Ing? Wang Zhi felt utterly isolated, especially with the stout man being unreliable. As for old He and Zhang Ming, they would undoubtedly maintain neutrality, which in this unjust scenario amounted to siding with evil. Silent good people are complicit in malevolence. This evening, the two of us will wear black stockings. And you shall serve us. You should feel honored. Su Muing arrogantly proclaimed as she lounged on the bed. Chapter 73, Another Trump Card, December 2025, Light Snow. A month passed quietly, and Wang Zhi sat on the floor of the sunroom, gazing through the glass at the falling snow. After a month of training and recuperation, his body was nearly restored to health. Typically, few visited the sunroom, and this occasion was no exception. Only a dozen or so individuals, including Wang Zhi, occupied the vast space, their eyes vacant as they stared at the sky, each harboring unspoken thoughts. Since then, Jieshi had not sought him out, nor had he approached her, as the Dawn Tower was currently preoccupied with the second conscription. Under the enticing sway of favorable policies, a significant influx of new citizens was pouring into the second layer. Out of curiosity, Wang Zhi ventured to the area where the displaced lived. There, the homeless had no identities and lived in a communal manner, sharing labor and meals, subsisting on merely 2 pieces of dry bread and a bowl of rice-less soup each day. Witnessing this, Wang Zhi began to comprehend that the choice to become citizens and engage in battle was not born out of a desire for heroism or valor. Rather, they were simply weary of their lives as displaced individuals. The training grounds of the second layer were teeming with people, comprising seasoned Level 2 teams and newcomers from Level 1. Observing their awkward training, Wang Zhi caught a glimpse of his former self. With only 1 day remaining before he was compelled to accept an external mission, the relentless snowfall showed no signs of abating, suggesting that the forthcoming outing would not be favored by the elements. All right, Ling Ling, accept the external mission. Processing mission accepted. Task objective: collect 100 grams of new streptomycin from Z Hospital. Mission reward: 100 survival points per gram, with a maximum of 300 grams. New streptomycin? What is that? The stout man inquired, puzzled. Right, speaking of antibody vaccines, didn't the last announcement state they would be developed within a month? Why haven't we heard anything? The stout man recalled from the announcement made a month prior. It must be due to a lack of raw materials, preventing mass production, Su Mu-ing responded. Then, are we to assume that our mission objective is also part of this antibody vaccine? Old he inquired. Indeed, although this medication is exceedingly rare, the Z Hospital specializes in the treatment of viral diseases. Since our mission target is there, it undoubtedly possesses the new streptomycin, Wang Zhi replied. Shall we set off tomorrow? Zhang Ming asked. Yes, but first, we need to purchase some warm undergarments. It is still snowing outside, Wang Zhi said as he rose and exited the residence. He proceeded to the first floor, selected a suitable warm outfit, and made his way to the security headquarters. It had been a month since his last visit, and as he prepared for another outing, he felt it necessary to stop by. Before every mission, he used to meet with Jieshi, as if her presence brought him good fortune. Upon arrival, it seemed the guards had changed, and they did not recognize Wang Zhi, stopping him in his tracks. Hey, do you know where you are? If you don't want to die, keep your distance. One of the guards barked at Wang Zhi. Wang Zhi was taken aback, but did not feel anger. After all, it was their duty. Could you please inform your Captain Jieshi that Wang Zhi of the Setting Sun requests an audience? He said, extending his access card for verification. Wang Zhi. The guard eyed him skeptically but proceeded to verify his identity. After a brief moment, the guard returned and allowed Wang Zhi to pass. He approached Jieshi's door and knocked twice. Come in, Jieshi's voice echoed from within. Upon entering, Wang Zhi beheld Jieshi, whose facial scars had healed completely. She was playing with a crystal on the table. Ah, that stone is quite beautiful. Where did you acquire it? Wang Zhi asked as he approached. It was extracted from the brain of the giant python, Jieshi replied, gazing at the crystal in her hand. Upon hearing that it was from the giant python's brain, Wang Zhi instinctively took a step back, fearing he might be infected. Rest assured, it has been thoroughly disinfected, Jieshi added, noticing his reaction. Wow, I've heard of kidney stones, but never brain stones, Wang Zhi said, feeling reassured after Jieshi's explanation. He leaned in closer to examine the crystal, which was approximately 10 centimeters long and contained fine strands of blood. I call it the crystal nucleus, Jieshi stated. What purpose does this crystal nucleus serve? Wang Zhi inquired. I am unsure. Why don't you act as a guinea pig and test its effects? Jieshi suggested, shifting her gaze to Wang Zhi. No. I think I'll pass. I have a mission to undertake tomorrow. Wang Zhi hastily changed the subject, feeling uneasy under her intense gaze. Accepted a mission? It has been a month already, Jieshi remarked as she calculated the time. Yes, we are to collect new streptomycin from Z Hospital. Recently, numerous teams have been assigned to the hospital, Wang Zhi explained. Is it due to the antibody vaccine? Jieshi inquired. Yes, the clinical trials are not looking promising. The antibody vaccine's binding rate is only 75. This necessitates a considerable amount of raw materials and continuous trial and error until we reach 999, Jieshi elucidated. Not to mention, our access cards have tracking capabilities. Even without that, If they consistently come up empty-handed, it stands to reason that their survival points must sustain them indefinitely without undertaking missions. No one would wish to support someone of no value, so you must manage your own worth, even in dire straits. Having something to trade will encourage others to come to your aid. Jieshi ruthlessly dismantled Wang Zhi's assumptions. Now I understand. But why does it feel strange to know one is being monitored? Wang Zhi scratched his head, pondering. Wang Zhi caught a glimpse of a pendant, immediately recognizing it as the previous mother and child pendant. He looked at Jieshi in confusion, unsure of its significance. You know how to use it. Consider it a reward for your last outing, Jieshi said before returning her focus to the crystal nucleus. Wang Zhi understood she was referring to the incident with the giant python. After leaving the room, Wang Zhi hung the pendant around his neck, feeling as though he had acquired another advantage. Chapter 74. The Burning Sky. Wang Zhi exited the security headquarters and proceeded to the armory to purchase ammunition worth 500 survival points in preparation for battle. Their mission would take them into the densely populated city center, inevitably encountering zombies. Upon returning home, everyone busied themselves with cleaning and organizing their weapons. After distributing the ammunition by type, each person received 5 spare magazines. These magazines could be swapped without the need for reloading, allowing them to continue firing. However, should all 5 be expended while zombies still remained, they would need to resort to melee weapons until the battle concluded, at which point they could refill their magazines. Wang Zhi removed his weighted vest, instantly feeling lighter, as though a portion of his strength had been liberated. At that moment, the 2,000 survival point Burning Sky meteorite dagger, previously purchased by Su Muing, was delivered. The dagger was housed in a metallic case, and Su Muing pressed the case's switch. With a hissing sound, cold air escaped, creating steam as it met the warmer air outside. Wang Zhi thought to himself that the packaging alone was worth 50 survival points. As the steam dissipated, they beheld the dagger within. It measured 45 centimeters in length, its black metal faintly glowing with a hint of violet. The jagged blade exuded an ominous, invisible pressure. This is the dagger worth 2,000 survival points? It looks stunning, exclaimed a chubby man, reaching out to touch it, only to recoil instantly from the cold emanating from the dagger. Are you foolish? Didn't you see that it's minus 30 degrees inside the case? Su Muing shot him a disapproving glance. Once the cooling system was disabled and the temperature returned to 0 degrees, Su Muing retrieved the Burning Sky dagger. Holding it, she appeared even more fearsome. Mimicking an earlier action performed by Qiali, she placed a bullet on the table. This time, without any preparatory movements. She pressed the dagger against the bullet, applying slight pressure, and it was effortlessly severed in 2. The onlookers were stunned, beginning to question the authenticity of their bullets. Having tested its power, Su Muing's grip on the dagger began to tremble with excitement, her once cold gaze now ablaze with a hint of greed. Hey, are you all right, Ing? Old he asked, noticing her unsettling demeanor. Is this what power feels like? Su Muing muttered through clenched teeth, her attention shifting to the group of 5. Hey, what is going on with her, fatty? Zhang Ming asked, bewildered. Based on my extensive experience, it appears she has succumbed to her inner demons. If I am not mistaken, we are all doomed, Fatty analyzed. Then why aren't we running? Zhang Ming questioned, perplexed. Indeed, why aren't we fleeing? Fatty suddenly realized, his voice trembling. With a maniacal laugh, Su Muing sent Fatty and Zhang Ming bolting for the door. Ahaha. Su Muing continued to cackle. Hey, can you act a bit more mature like Qiali? Wang Zhi remarked, gazing at Su Muing with indifference. Seeing Su Muing return to her senses, Wang Zhi exhaled deeply, having nearly believed she had truly lost her mind, nearly reaching for his gun. Meanwhile, Qiali was also visibly shaken, while old he remained steadfast, unwilling to abandon his pride. Chapter 75. Forward. A day passed swiftly, and Wang Zhi awoke early. Feeling restless after 2 days of inactivity following prolonged training, he entered the bathroom, grooming his unshaven beard and long hair, determined to present himself well for his outing. As he gazed into the mirror, he noticed how, over the past few months, his face had grown resolute and his eyes sharp, making the reflection seem almost foreign to him. After everyone rose and had their meal, they began to gather their supplies. The 6 individuals each equipped themselves with their own ammunition, gear, food, and medical supplies. Once they donned their protective suits, they made their way to the exit on the ground floor. Upon reaching the elevator leading to the vicinity of Z Hospital, the guards in the lobby, noticing another group departing, raised their rifles skyward, standing at attention as a mark of respect for those venturing out. As they traversed the corridor, Wang Zhi opened the iron door, and a flurry of snow immediately struck the faces of Wang Zhi and his companions. The snow had been falling for 2 days, accumulating to a depth of approximately 20 centimeters. The biting wind penetrated even through Wang Zhi's thermal underwear, leaving him feeling the chill. The 6 of them stepped onto the snow-covered ground, producing a crunching sound. Wang Zhi surveyed the surroundings, feeling an uncanny familiarity. "Isn't this the park we passed through on our way here?" He remarked. "Indeed," Wang Zhi confirmed, noting the few elderly zombies aimlessly wandering in the snow. The 6 exchanged glances and decided to dispatch the feeble old zombies with their melee weapons. Just as Wang Zhi cautiously approached one of the zombies, it suddenly turned aggressive, moving with a speed comparable to the more formidable zombies they had encountered earlier. Startled, Wang Zhi quickly regained his composure, evading the zombie's lunge. The creature fell to the ground, and before it could rise, Wang Zhi dispatched it with a swift thrust of his dagger. He wiped the blood off his knife on the tattered clothing of the fallen zombie, musing to himself about the cunning of the undead, who had seemingly concealed their true capabilities. Once the others had dealt with the zombies, the 6 continued westward. The park was expansive, yet there were not many zombies in sight. Upon crossing the park, they found themselves facing a square on the other side of the road. Wang Zhi took out his binoculars to scan the square, observing a dense throng of zombies wandering about. "It seems we must take a different route," he remarked as he lowered the binoculars. "All roads lead to Z Hospital, yet we must strive to avoid the areas teeming with zombies." After trying 2 alternative routes, Wang Zhi realized his error. It appeared that the number of zombies on every path was substantial. No matter which way they turned, they ultimately had to enter the city center. "What must come will come," Fatty said, and Wang Zhi, after a moment of silence, chose to ignore him and pressed on. He understood Fatty's disposition. If he continued forward, Fatty would inevitably follow. Is it only Fatty who feels fear? No, I fear as well. Wang Zhi was acutely aware that this path would be fraught with challenges, yet he felt compelled to advance. He knew that eventually, they would need to traverse this road. While the zombies had yet to mutate, while humanity had not been entirely extinguished, and while they still had resources at their disposal, the zombies on the road, alerted by their movements, became agitated, some slipping on the snow as they staggered toward Wang Zhi and his group. Wang Zhi switched to his handgun and shot 2 of the closest zombies in the head, prompting the others to follow suit, firing at the approaching horde. A bullet from one of them shattered the glass of a nearby storefront, the sharp sound shattering the silence of the street. Wang Zhi sensed the impending danger and urged, "Let us not linger. We need to reach the intersection as swiftly as possible." The 6 of them sprinted through the snow, the horde of zombies closely pursuing them. Upon reaching the intersection, they found it obstructed by abandoned vehicles. Wang Zhi leaped onto the roof of a jeep and turned to fire at the approaching zombies. The abandoned cars effectively hindered the zombies' advance, granting the 6 enough time to reload their weapons. Once their spare magazines were expended, the number of zombies at the intersection had diminished significantly. The 6 then stowed their firearms and dealt with the remaining zombies using their melee weapons. Chapter 76. The subway battle at the intersection. Behind the barricade of abandoned vehicles, the 6 leaned against the car doors, reloading their spare magazines, the biting cold causing them to shiver slightly. "How much farther do we have to go?" He inquired. Wang Zhi consulted the map, indicating they were approximately 15 kilometers from Z Hospital. 15 kilometers? Fatty exclaimed, peering at the map in alarm. Wang Zhi pondered the distance. 15 kilometers does seem quite far, especially considering that it's a straight line. Zhang Ming added, "What if we take the subway station?" Wang Zhi suddenly suggested. "The subway station? For what purpose?" He questioned. "Look, from our current position, the next intersection leads to the subway entrance, and the next exit from the subway tunnel is right by Z Hospital. We only need to traverse one station," Wang Zhi explained, pointing at the map. "That's out of the question. The subway station is likely crawling with zombies. It's far too perilous," Su Muing opposed. "It's better than walking on the surface. We've just passed one street and fired nearly 300 rounds. We can't afford a prolonged skirmish at every corner," Wang Zhi countered. "Let us proceed through the subway station. If it becomes untenable, we can retreat." He agreed with Wang Zhi's assessment. Seeing the consensus among the group, Su Muing reluctantly acquiesced. The 6 of them reloaded their magazines and stealthily approached the next intersection. Having learned from their earlier experience, they refrained from rushing in with their firearms. instead opting to stay close to the walls, dispatching zombies with melee weapons. This time, they attracted only a few zombies and successfully reached the subway entrance. The entrance was shrouded in darkness, and the six activated their night vision goggles. Upon entering the subway, a strong stench of blood assaulted their senses, with dried brown bloodstains adorning the walls and stairs. The public facilities had been destroyed, indicating a fierce battle had taken place here. Wang Zhi cautiously descended the stairs, and upon glimpsing the subway hall, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A dense mass of zombies was blocking the end of the staircase, their low growls echoing in the air. Wang Zhi immediately halted, retrieving a high-explosive grenade from his waist and signaling to the others. Understanding his intent, the five quickly produced their own grenades. Wang Zhi pulled the pin from his grenade and hurled it downwards. This time, they had the advantage of surprise. As the grenade landed, the horde of zombies surged forward. Boom! With a resounding explosion, a small mushroom cloud erupted in the darkness, obliterating the zombies that rushed forward. However, the gap created by the blast was soon filled by the overwhelming tide of zombies. "Open fire!" Wang Zhi shouted. They held a superior vantage point. Yet this advantage was fleeting. "Not good, Captain Wang. We have zombies coming from above." Zhang Ming's voice crackled over the radio. As they prepared to break through, the others threw their preemptively readied grenades downward. Boom, boom, boom. The detonations sent dust billowing through the tunnel, and as the explosion subsided, Wang Zhi seized the moment and charged downward. With no time to change magazines, he wielded his two daggers with purpose, aiming directly for the security checkpoint. The barrier set up at the checkpoint could momentarily impede the zombies, granting them a brief respite. At this moment, Su Muing surged ahead of Wang Zhi, her swift movements allowing her to weave through the zombies, leaving a trail of fallen foes in her wake. Meanwhile, Fatty's submachine gun proved invaluable, unleashing a torrent of bullets that indiscriminately swept through the zombies, causing Wang Zhi to break into a cold sweat, fearing for the safety of his comrades. Quickly, the six individuals swiftly breached the security checkpoint, beyond which lay a vast, empty hall, inhabited only by a few wandering zombies. As they vaulted over the checkpoint, Wang Zhi instructed Lu Li to handle the remaining zombies in the hall, while the other five turned to continue firing at the approaching undead. In the pitch-black expanse of the hall, the tongues of flame from their firearms flickered incessantly. Before the security checkpoint, a small mountain of zombie corpses had accumulated, with a few limbless zombies remaining outside. Wang Zhi dismissed them, reasoning that as long as they couldn't overturn themselves, there was no need to waste ammunition. Aside from Lu Li, the remaining five were diligently reloading their weapons in preparation for the next wave of escape. Chapter 77, The Subway Battle, 2. Wang Zhi assessed his ammunition, discovering he still had 1,000 rounds left. Fortunately, he had purchased an additional 500 survival point rounds before departing. He never anticipated that after barely entering the city, he would expend 10 magazines worth of bullets. Their next destination was the first level of the subway tunnel, and Wang Zhi planned to follow the tracks to the next station. "Is everyone all right?" Wang Zhi inquired softly. "All good," came the response. Upon reaching the elevator, they found it had long ceased to operate. Wang Zhi descended the elevator shaft and discovered that the train was not stationed here, and aside from some bloodstains, only a few zombies were moving sluggishly on the platform. "What on earth is this?" the rotund man remarked, gazing at the empty platform. Wang Zhi remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. "They must have gone that way." Wang Zhi indicated towards the shattered glass door in the distance. "They all went onto the tracks." The rotund man questioned in confusion. "That glass door doesn't appear to have been broken by zombies," Lao He observed. "Could it be that someone broke the door to escape, and the zombies followed?" Zhang Ming theorized. "That's the only possibility. Otherwise, there wouldn't be just a few zombies at this station." After stating this, Wang Zhi drew his dagger and dispatched the few zombies one by one. He approached the glass door, peering through to the seemingly endless tracks beyond. Wang Zhi waved his hand, and the six of them jumped down onto the tracks. They continued westward toward Z Hospital, occasionally encountering solitary zombies. As long as they weren't in groups, Wang Zhi and his companions could handle them with ease. "Look," Lao He pointed ahead. Wang Zhi followed his gaze and spotted a train. "Damn, why does this cursed train have to be stopped here?" the rotund man cursed. The train occupied the entire track, obstructing their passage from either side or above. "What the?" Wang Zhi was taken aback. He hadn't expected the train to halt midway. "What's the big deal? Just go for it." Su Muing said, thrusting her weapon into the rear of the train. Wait, aren't you afraid there are zombies inside? The rotund man cautioned. With force, Su Muing drove the dagger into the metal skin of the train, creating a gash. Wow, having good weapons really allows for anything, Wang Zhi remarked, watching Su Muying's violent breach. As Su Muying created a small opening, the scene inside startled everyone. Oh my god, the rotund man exclaimed, gazing at the train packed with zombies. What now? The six stared at the zombies within the train, momentarily at a loss. How many grenades do you have left? Wang Zhi asked, tallying up their remaining explosive ordnance. They had a total of 4 high-explosive grenades. That will do. Wang Zhi gathered all 4 grenades, then approached and struck the train's rear with force. The zombies inside had congregated at the back, and one had already reached through the opening, waving its arm wildly. Boom. Flames erupted from the compartment, obliterating at least 20 zombies. Wang Zhi observed the train's rear bulging outward, estimating that another explosion would completely open the breach. Following the explosion, Wang Zhi no longer needed to strike the train deliberately. The zombies were naturally drawn to the breach, congesting at the rear of the compartment. Prepare for battle, Wang Zhi declared, tossing the second high-explosive grenade into the opening before swiftly retreating to join his 5 companions, 20 meters away. Boom. The resounding blast confirmed Wang Zhi's expectations. The rear breach had expanded into a large opening, and the zombies began to leap from the train through the gap. Although there were many zombies, the opening was limited, allowing them to exit only one by one. Therefore, Wang Zhi temporarily tasked only Lao He with shooting. With a sniper rifle in hand, Lao He's accuracy was terrifyingly precise, with nearly every shot striking true. Wang Zhi would only step in to fire a couple of rounds when Lao He needed to reload. After a while, the rotund man, itching to join in, suggested they all take turns shooting, treating it as a practice session. Time passed unnoticed, and the tracks became littered with corpses while no more zombies emerged from the train. The group was left wanting more, relishing this rare opportunity for target practice. Chapter 78. A startling surprise, let us go. Watch your step. There may still be some undead lurking, Wang Zhi cautioned, observing the multitude of corpses on the tracks. He advanced carefully, prepared to dispatch any moving zombies without hesitation. As he stepped over the bloody remains, a saying suddenly crossed his mind. A general success is built upon the bones of the fallen. The 6 climbed aboard the train, and aside from a few skeletal remains, the remaining zombies had been eliminated. They proceeded to the front of the compartment, where Su Muing continued her forceful breach. Bang! Su Muing punctured a rectangular opening, and Lao He kicked the metal aside with force. They once again beheld the tracks. However, the opposite end of the tracks was now teeming with zombies. After several waves of battle, the group's stamina had significantly waned, prompting Wang Zhi to call for a moment's rest to consume some provisions. As he removed his mask, the overwhelming stench of blood nearly caused him to retch, and he had to suppress it with a sip of water. Captain Wang, how much farther? The rotund man panted. I can't say. There are no landmarks here. We can only keep moving until we reach the next station. Ugh, I'm exhausted. Just thinking about the hordes of zombies waiting at the next station. The rotund man grumbled, taking another hearty bite of his biscuit. Wang Zhi methodically reloaded his magazine, and once he saw that everyone had rested sufficiently, he rose to continue towards the endless expanse ahead. 2 hours later, the 6 finally spotted a platform to their side, and this one had intact glass, with throngs of zombies meandering about. Ah, I knew it, another batch. The rotund man seemed numb to the carnage after their long fight. Seeing the situation, Wang Zhi decided to employ the same tactic as before, instructing Su Muing to create a small opening to exploit the zombies' behavior. However, reality proved harsher than ideal. The glass door on the platform was far less durable than the train's iron shell. Wang Zhi had barely taken down 5 zombies before the glass began to develop spiderweb-like cracks. Oh no, they're coming all at once, the rotund man shouted. Fall back. Lao He, who was providing cover fire, yelled. Crash. The entire glass door shattered as the zombies pushed through, hundreds of them tumbling onto the tracks, only to scramble back up and charge toward Wang Zhi and his team. The 6 fought valiantly while retreating. The onslaught was fierce, and any straggler would be overwhelmed by the swarm of zombies, leaving the others helplessly watching as their comrade was surrounded. Firing indiscriminately could lead to friendly fire. Watch the grenades, Wang Zhi warned before pulling the pin and tossing another grenade into the throng of zombies. Boom! A deafening explosion sent blood and entrails flying. Damn it. Captain, can you throw it a bit farther? A hand just exploded right above my head, the rotund man exclaimed, quickly tossing aside the severed limb that had landed on him. Quit the chatter. Move back. A thunderous strike echoed as over 50 zombies remained before them. Wang Zhi, unwilling to relent, continued to battle and retreat. The more than 100 zombies had pushed the six back nearly half a kilometer, leaving the path ahead strewn with corpses. Is this the end? Zhang Ming murmured, gazing ahead. It's over, it's over. If it doesn't end soon, I'll be the one finished. The stout man slumped onto the tracks. Let us take a breather. We shouldn't rush ahead, Lao He suggested. Are you tired, Luli? Wang Zhi asked as he sat beside her, watching her clumsily load bullets one by one. Haha, Luli, are you regretting your choices now? The stout man chuckled. Never. Luli replied. Ah, quite spirited, aren't we? Enough of that, stout man. Why not go check on sistering? No, I'd rather check on Xiaoming. How are you doing, Xiaoming? Hey, I had a dream about Yao Chan the other night. Remarkable. I'll draw her for you sometime. Interested? Really? Do you think I would lie to you? Upon hearing Wang Zhi mention Su Muing, the stout man shook his head and ran over to chat with Zhang Ming. Wang Zhi couldn't help but admire Zhang Ming for being able to engage with the stout man. Let us move up. The zombies on the platform lay motionless on the tracks as the six cautiously approached the elevator. Strange. The recent explosion didn't seem to attract any zombies from the upper level, Su Muing remarked, observing the deserted platform. Could it be that there are no zombies above? Lao He speculated. Let us go check it out, Wang Zhi said, stepping onto the elevator. This puzzled Wang Zhi. Why were there so few zombies at this entrance? Had they ventured outside with the onset of night? After dispatching the few zombies stuck at the security checkpoint, Wang Zhi slowly approached the entrance, deactivating his night vision goggles. Outside, it was indeed night. Though the snow had ceased, the wind remained biting. It's night outside. Let us stay here for the night. We'll venture out at dawn, Wang Zhi stated, retreating to a sheltered spot where the six found refuge from the wind. Wang Zhi decided to use a drone to scout the environment around Z Hospital. As he maneuvered the drone, he quickly located the target. The hospital had 12 floors, and there was a large open area, presumably a parking lot. Just as he was about to explore the interior, the screen abruptly flickered and went dark. Wang Zhi had always trusted his drone. At this distance, it should not have malfunctioned. Why had the image vanished so suddenly? He attempted to regain control, but the result was the same, no response. This was exceedingly strange. Wang Zhi pondered various possibilities, ultimately concluding that destruction was the most plausible explanation. Surely, there can't be ghosts in this hospital? The stout man chimed in, playfully insinuating. What the heck, stout man? Can you refrain from appearing out of nowhere? You startled me, Wang Zhi exclaimed, taken aback by the stout man's sudden emergence. Chapter 79. The Battle of Z Hospital. Lu Li, hearing the stout man mention ghosts, appeared frightened and instinctively inched closer to Su Muing. Noticing Lu Li's movement, Su Muing pulled her close with a smile, saying, Don't be afraid. There are no ghosts in this world. Even if there were, could they be more terrifying than zombies? Ah, my apologies, Lu Li. I didn't realize you were afraid of ghosts. I was merely joking. The stout man scratched his head sheepishly. Xiaoming, are you afraid? Zhang Ming asked. Night enveloped the silent city, devoid of light, save for the faint reflection of moonlight on the snow. The zombies roamed aimlessly, as if asserting their dominance over the city, declaring themselves the true rulers beneath the meager moonlight. The earth had been devoid of production, transport, combustion, and pollution for nearly 3 months, leading to a dramatic drop in carbon dioxide emissions and a global temperature decline of 5 degrees. The six huddled together in a corner of the subway, seeking warmth. Finally, the sunlight broke through the tunnel the next day, and the six rose to stretch their stiff limbs. None had managed to sleep through the night. The harsh environment had kept them all awake, including the stout man, who usually fell asleep the quickest. Let us grab the medicine and leave. I've had enough of this dreadful place, the stout man declared, appearing to be worn down by their harsh surroundings. Everyone must remain vigilant when we get to the hospital. Do not act recklessly or venture off alone, Wang Zhi cautioned, recalling the previous night's drone incident. Once the six confirmed their readiness, they exited the subway entrance and proceeded south for 50 meters, reaching the rear corner of Z Hospital. Wang Zhi produced a grappling hook, and they took turns scaling the 4-meter-high wall to arrive at the back of the hospital. From what Wang Zhi had seen through the drone the night before, the front entrance was swarming with zombies, Entering through the front would require eliminating all the zombies in the hospital. Su Mu-ing inspected the entrance and remarked, "This is an electronic keypad lock. It's powered down and can't be opened." Wang Zhi scanned for other entrances, finally fixing his gaze on the ventilation window on the second-floor corridor. He attached the grappling hook to the overhang and climbed up the rope. The window was unlocked, easily pushed open, allowing the others to follow him inside. As Wang Zhi stepped through the window, a sudden unease gripped him, reminiscent of the sensation he felt when the giant python had appeared that day. Instinctively, he reversed course, startling the others who had intended to follow him in. They looked at Wang Zhi in confusion. "Listen, I have a bad feeling, akin to the premonition I had when facing the giant python. I suggest we halt this mission right here," Wang Zhi whispered, trembling slightly. "Wang, what are you saying? We've fought through so many zombies to reach the hospital entrance. The medicine is right in front of us. Securing it means thousands of survival points. Why back out now?" The stout man protested vehemently. "My instincts tell me it's dangerous here. I'm reluctant to take such a significant risk," Wang Zhi replied, observing the stout man, whose rationality seemed to have faltered. The others remained silent, lacking a clear stance. "Instincts? What if your instincts are wrong? What if your drone malfunction was merely a coincidence? We haven't seen the danger you speak of," the stout man continued, agitated. "Listen, stout man, I understand our journey has been arduous, but are you truly unafraid of death?" Wang Zhi replied through gritted teeth. "Then you should at least consult the others. If necessary, let us abide by majority rule. If 3 agree to retreat, we will," the stout man suggested, glancing at the others. Wang Zhi acquiesced to the stout man's proposal, and they voted, deciding that the minority would yield to the majority. Ultimately, only Wang Zhi opted for withdrawal. The rest expressed a desire to proceed, including the typically compliant Lu Li, who now aligned with Su Mu-ing. Seeing everyone else choose to forge ahead, Wang Zhi began to question if he was being overly cautious. "Wang Zhi, the stout man has a point. If we haven't observed any danger, would it not be futile to return empty-handed? Anyone in our position would feel the same," Su Mu-ing remarked, addressing Wang Zhi's uncertainty. After reaching a decision, the 6 ventured into the second-floor corridor, this time without the ominous feeling that had previously enveloped Wang Zhi. They planned to clear the first floor before systematically searching each subsequent level. As the first floor did not house the clinical laboratory, Wang Zhi gently pushed open the corridor door, revealing a hallway where a few zombies clad in nurse uniforms and white coats wandered aimlessly. Bloodstains splattered across the white walls, while claw marks marred their surfaces, creating a grotesque sight. Lao He raised his sniper rifle, silently dispatching the wandering undead. Ignoring the patient rooms, Wang Zhi stealthily slipped into the pharmacy at the nurse's station. The 6 of them rummaged through the pharmacy in search of their mission target, the new streptomycin. After a brief search, they found only some injectable and oral medications, devoid of the elusive streptomycin. Wang Zhi realized that such a specialized drug would not be found in a common place. "No use searching here. Let's change locations," he whispered. Wang Zhi already had a destination in mind. Since it was a component of the viral antibody vaccine, it must be located in the biological virus laboratory. Now, they simply needed to locate that lab to procure the streptomycin they sought. With a clear objective established, the search efforts of the 6 quickened. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Wang Zhi noted that most rooms were patient wards, and the laboratory should not be situated among them, but rather in a more secluded area. The only possible locations left are the 12th and 11th floors, Lao He deduced, following Wang Zhi's line of thought. "Indeed, let us proceed to the 11th floor first. If it's not there, we'll check the 12th, Wang Zhi replied, heading toward the staircase. Unbeknownst to them, they hadn't encountered any zombies since the 4th floor. Chapter 80. The Battle at Z Hospital, 2. The 6 ascended the stairs to the 11th floor. "I told you, Captain Wang, you can't rely solely on instincts. With these few weak zombies, I, Li Feihong, could handle them all single-handedly," the hefty man boasted on the staircase. "Shoo, keep it down. It's best if there are no dangers. Do you think I wish to return empty-handed?" Wang Zhi retorted impatiently. With a creak, Wang Zhi pushed open the 11th floor door, and the 6 entered the corridor, which appeared much like the previous floors. Claw marks adorned the walls. Strangely, a zombie lay on the ground in the distance, while another sat beside it, facing away from Wang Zhi and the others. Just as Lao He was about to shoot the prone zombie, the seated one turned its head 180 degrees, fixating its gaze on them. Still chewing on the innards of the fallen zombie, Wang Zhi's pupils dilated. Lao He shoot now? In the instant Lao He was ready to fire. The sitting zombie vanished into the darkness at the end of the corridor. Did I just imagine that? It vanished? The hefty man exclaimed in terror. Was that a mutated zombie? Lao He asked, gun still trained ahead. Wang Zhi remained silent, contemplating their chances against the mutated creature. Thankfully, it wasn't he one of those massive mutated beasts. Otherwise, he would have fled without a second thought. Could it be that it can turn invisible? Zhang Ming speculated. Invisible? At Zhang Ming's conjecture, the group became wary, realizing that the zombie could potentially appear at any moment. Just then, Wang Zhi heard a low growl. Be careful. It's nearby. No sooner had Wang Zhi spoken than the mutated zombie leaped down from the ceiling, targeting Wang Zhi directly. Watch out. Zhang Ming, positioned behind Wang Zhi, shoved him aside but was unable to evade in time, the zombie's serrated teeth slicing into his forearm. Once the zombie revealed itself, the others immediately locked onto it, brandishing melee weapons to strike. The mutated zombie, having failed its initial attack, attempted to retreat, but as they approached, it began to fade from view at a visible pace, blending into its surroundings. Just as it seemed to escape again, Su Muqing lunged forward, predicting the zombie's retreat path, and thrust her weapon into thin air. Gah! As Su Muqing pierced the seemingly empty space, the mutated zombie let out a wail, and she staggered back as if struck. Seeing Su Muqing had hit the mutated zombie, the others quickly drew their firearms and opened fire on that location. Stop shooting. It's gone, Su Muqing urged, pointing to the bloodstains left on the floor. When the zombie had appeared, they had seen its grotesque form, devoid of clothing, its body covered in blood, and its arms transformed into serrated appendages reminiscent of a mantis. Zhang Ming, hold on. Bang! Bang! Wang Zhi exclaimed, drawing his Desert Eagle, and fired 2 shots into Zhang Ming's arm. Wang Zhi, what are you doing? Zhang Ming cried out in agony. Wang, you. Lao He and the hefty man shouted in shock at Wang Zhi's actions. His arm is infected, and our daggers are tainted with zombie blood. We have no choice but to use the gun, Wang Zhi replied, swiftly severing Zhang Ming's infected arm, retrieving a first aid kit from his backpack to staunch the bleeding. Xiaoming, it's my fault. Hang in there, you'll be all right. The hefty man trembled beside Zhang Ming. Once Zhang Ming's arm was bandaged, Wang Zhi administered an adrenaline shot to keep his heart active and his mind alert. Heave him up, hefty man. We're going after that mutated zombie. Since it's injured, we can track it by following the blood, Wang Zhi declared, reclaiming his handgun from the ground. Without hesitation, they pressed on, determined to capitalize on the zombie's condition. Bang! 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 The surrounding walls were riddled with bullets. Yet the mutated zombie remained elusive. Wang Zhi looked up to see a section of the ceiling had been smashed through, revealing a clear view of the 12th floor. The group exchanged glances, now aware that the mutated zombie had escaped to the 12th floor. They approached the hole on the 12th floor, continuing to follow the blood trail until it led them into a room. Wang Zhi halted, now certain that the mutated zombie was lurking within. He retrieved the last high-explosive grenade from his belt, gently pulled the safety pin, and hurled it into the room. Boom! With the explosion, the mutated zombie charged out. Engulfed in flames, its body mangled and bloodied. Open fire. With such a conspicuous target, they unleashed a barrage upon the mutated zombie. Now, the creature lay on the ground, desperately clinging to life. As Wang Zhi moved to deliver a fatal shot, the mutated zombie suddenly let out a deafening roar, akin to a cry for help or a desire for mutual destruction. The immense roar shattered some of the thinner glass in the hospital and rendered Wang Zhi and his team momentarily deaf and dizzy. Struggling against the disorientation, Wang Zhi fired an entire magazine into the zombie's head, ensuring it was dead before lowering his weapon, clutching his still dizzy head. Where did that thing get the strength to roar like that? The hefty man cursed, covering his ears. Wang Zhi recalled the crystal core that Jieshi had possessed, which she claimed was extracted from the head of a mutated python. He wondered if this mutated zombie might also have such a core. With that thought in mind, he drew his dagger and sliced open the head of the fallen mutated zombie, searching inside. Sure enough, he found a rather hard object, prying it out with his knife. The crystal core was bloodied and about half the size of the one Jieshi had. Wang Zhi wrapped it in a piece of cloth. Let us hurry to find the medication, Wang Zhi said, stowing the crystal core. No, this isn't good. The radio crackled with the trembling voice of Old He. Wang Zhi's heart tightened. It was his first time witnessing such panic in Old He. What could possibly instill such fear in him? What's wrong, old he? Wang Zhi urgently inquired. The zombies are gathering around us, old he exclaimed, standing by the window in a state of alarm. The group rushed to the window, where the streets visible from the hospital were overrun with zombies, continuously converging towards their location. The sheer number of undead made it impossible for Wang Zhi to estimate their count. It was evident that the zombies were drawn by the recent thunderous roar. Wang Zhi's mind raced, contemplating the best course of evacuation. The zombies on the first floor had begun their ascent, while outside, an unending tide of zombies loomed. Fatty, you take Zhang Ming to the rooftop first. The rest of us will search for medication. After issuing the command, Wang Zhi sprinted up to the 12th floor, where he and Su Muing discovered a room labeled Clinical Virus Research Lab at the end of the hall. Su Muing kicked the door open, and Wang Zhi followed, both searching frantically for the necessary medications. The tremors of the building were becoming increasingly palpable. Found it, just as he contemplated giving up on the search. Su Muing uncovered a bottle labeled new streptomycin among several small glass vials. Without hesitation, she stuffed all the nearby bottles into her backpack. As they secured the medicine, they stepped out of the lab, only to find countless zombies blocking the corridor, effectively sealing off their route to the stairs. The foremost zombies had reached the corpse of a mutated zombie and were ravenously tearing into it, quickly surrounding the body. The remaining zombies, seeing no food, turned their attention towards Wang Zhi and his companions. Wang Zhi swiftly ducked into an adjacent office, shutting the door and pushing a nearby desk against it for reinforcement. Fatty, have you made it up? Wang Zhi called into the radio. We're up. Where are you? Fatty's voice came through, tinged with urgency. Head to the easternmost part of the rooftop. I'll toss you a grappling hook soon. We're trapped in here. Wang Zhi shouted. Got it. I'm on my way. Fatty responded, running. Luli, you go out the window and throw up the grappling hook, Wang Zhi instructed. As the zombies battered the door with relentless force, Wang Zhi and the others continued to brace against the desk. Moments later, Fatty's voice returned over the radio. All right, Captain Wang, I've secured the grappling hook. Sakura, you go first. Once you're up, send down another rope for me and old he. Wang Zhi nodded at Su Muing, who without hesitation released her grip, climbed out the window, and ascended the rope. Wang Zhi and old he held their ground a little longer until the second rope descended. They exchanged a brief nod before both released their hold on the desk, which was instantly overwhelmed by the zombies, who lunged towards the two at the window. Wang Zhi grasped the rope and swiftly ascended, glancing down to see a horde of zombies spilling from the 12th floor windows, cold sweat trickling down his back. Thankfully, he had sent Fatty up first. Once all six were on the rooftop, Wang Zhi found the ladder opening where Fatty and the others had climbed up. As Z Hospital lacked a rooftop, they needed to ascend via the ladder, seeing zombies below forming a human ladder. Wang Zhi immediately drew his pistol to prevent them from climbing any further. The five of them fired downwards, but the zombies kept coming. It's over. We're going to die here. It's all my fault for not leaving. If I had listened to Captain Wang, Zhang Ming wouldn't have lost an arm. Fatty lamented, his voice cracking. Fatty, why are you crying? We're not dead yet. Old he frowned at the sobbing Fatty. Is it wrong to cry in a situation like this? Are we supposed to fly away? Fatty retorted. Old he fell silent, resigned to the consequences of their choices. Once Wang Zhi's last spare magazine was empty, he retreated to hastily refill his remaining bullets from the backpack, acutely aware that the streets surrounding the hospital were still swarming with zombies. The building trembled under the weight of thousands of them, and as Fatty had stated, unless they could somehow fly away, there was no chance of survival whether they defended the rooftop or jumped. Wang Zhi touched the amulet that Jieshi had given him. He wondered if she would come to their aid and whether they could hold out until her arrival. With no avenue for retreat left, he knew he had to try. Resolutely, he tore the amulet from his neck and tossed it to the ground. With a loud bang, he fired his pistol, shattering the amulet. Wang Zhi, what are you doing? Reload and get over here. Su Muing shouted as she noticed him crouched aside. I'm coming. Everyone hold on. I've called for backup. Wang Zhi replied, needing to instill hope in his companions. Backup? Where is it? Fatty questioned, his eyes widening with a glimmer of hope. Just hold tight. I've sent our distress signal to Jieshi. She should be on her way, Wang Zhi explained. Let us go, everyone. We'll fight. Fatty, invigorated by Wang Zhi's assurance, unleashed a barrage of gunfire downwards. After several rounds, the pile of zombies at the base of the opening had become a mountain. Except for Zhang Ming and Lu Li, the others had nearly exhausted their ammunition. Old He dashed to retrieve Zhang Ming's rifle and resumed shooting at the climbing zombies, while Luli handed her pistol to Su Muing, and the others helped refill their magazines. 20 minutes had passed since Wang Zhi sent out the signal, and they were down to only a few hundred rounds between two of them. Wang Zhi looked below. At this rate, in less than 5 minutes, the corpses would pile high enough to allow the zombies to simply walk up without needing to climb. Just as despair settled over him while he loaded the last few bullets, a dark silhouette appeared in the distant sky. Wang Zhi, spotting the figure, quickly grabbed his binoculars, revealing a helicopter. "This is it. We can escape," Wang Zhi shouted joyfully, lowering the binoculars and retrieving a flare from his backpack to signal the sky. In no time, the helicopter hovered above, following the signal flare, and lowered a rope ladder. "Fatty, you carry Zhang Ming up first," Wang Zhi commanded loudly. Without hesitation, Fatty secured Zhang Ming around his neck and began to climb the rope. Once Fatty was safely aboard, Wang Zhi and Luli followed suit up the ladder. With one hand gripping the rope, they swayed in the air, and as the ladder was pulled up, they finally clambered aboard the helicopter. "Did you find the items?" Jieshi asked, her expression unreadable as she glanced below. "Yes, we found them," Wang Zhi replied. Jieshi looked at the injured Zhang Ming. He was scratched by a mutated zombie. "To prevent infection, I had to amputate his arm." "I'm so sorry, Zhang Ming," Wang Zhi said, feeling a pang of guilt, knowing Zhang Ming wouldn't have been hurt if not for his rescue attempt. "Don't blame yourself. We all chose to proceed," Zhang Ming weakly chuckled, closing his eyes and smiling foolishly. "Mutated zombies," Jieshi repeated, turning her gaze out the window and lapsing into silence. Once inside, Wang Zhi dashed from the elevator, directing Zhang Ming to the medical room before proceeding to the disinfection area for inspection. Emerging from the disinfection room, Wang Zhi hurried to the medical office and inquired of the nurse, "How is he? Has he been infected?" "There are currently no signs of infection, but he needs to remain here for observation for a week," the nurse replied, shaking her head. "All right then, Fatty, go fetch some kanji for Zhang Ming," Wang Zhi instructed Fatty. The two sat by the hospital bed, lost for words, and upon seeing that Zhang Ming remained unconscious, Wang Zhi placed the food aside. After a brief stay, they decided to leave, but not before Wang Zhi specifically asked the nurse to inform him as soon as Zhang Ming awoke. Despite the additional survival points in his account, Wang Zhi felt no joy. If given the chance to start anew, he would gladly forego these survival points to prevent them from entering Z Hospital. On the 5th floor, within a certain room, the tower master, Guang, chastised Jieshi. "You have recklessly exited the tower twice. Are you truly unaware of the consequences?" Jieshi stood before him, head bowed in silence. "I understand your intentions for the Dawn Tower, yet have you considered that if those individuals discover we are still alive, do you think the Dawn Tower can continue to exist?" Seeing Jieshi's silence, the tower master sighed, speaking earnestly. Once Jieshi had departed, Guang activated the video communication link. "Dr. Chen, what is the progress on the viral antibody vaccine?" "Everything is proceeding smoothly, with a binding rate tested at 95 dr. Chen replied. "Good. Once development is complete, notify them for free vaccinations according to team priority." "Understood, Tower Master." After Dr. Chen's confirmation, Guang ended the communication. The following morning, Wang Zhi awoke from the sofa to the blinking message light of Ling Ling Yao. He knew Zhang Ming had awakened. He went to Fatty's room, intending to rouse him, only to find Fatty asleep at the desk, lamp on, with an image of a woman pinned beneath his arm. Wang Zhi picked it up to examine it. Indeed, the depiction of Jiao Chan was quite impressive, despite Wang Zhi having never seen her in person. "Hey, Fatty, wake up. Zhang Ming is awake." Wang Zhi nudged him. "Ah, what?" Fatty sprang up from his chair, alarmed, before realizing he was in his own room, and he relaxed. Wang Zhi then went to summon the other three, and together, they proceeded to the medical office. Upon arriving at Zhang Ming's ward, they noticed the bed was neatly made, yet Zhang Ming was nowhere to be found. Wang Zhi sensed something was amiss and approached, asking, "Where's Zhang Ming? Where is everyone?" He has passed away." "Passed away? How did this happen?" Wang Zhi's heart sank. "He requested euthanasia and has personally signed the death agreement," the nurse murmured, her head downcast. "Who permitted you to take my teammate's life? Who allowed this? Didn't I tell you to notify us immediately upon his awakening?" Wang Zhi shouted, brandishing the handgun he had taken from the tray. The nurse merely kept her head lowered, unfazed by his fury, knowing the gun was unloaded. "Wang Zhi, calm down." Lao He, witnessing Wang Zhi's aggression, swiftly seized his hand, disarming him. Every individual has the right to choose their own fate. This was Zhang Ming's decision. Do not place the blame on the medical staff. Su Muing interjected calmly from the side. I apologize. Wang Zhi realized he had overreacted and offered a brief apology to the nurse before taking the magnetic card and the blank paper from the tray. As the nurse departed hastily with the items taken, Wang Zhi lifted the paper, revealing Zhang Ming's handwriting. Fatty, staring at the script, stood frozen, tears having already soaked the image of Jiao Chan in his grasp. The setting sun, never before marked by sacrifice, had claimed one life during this mission. Friends, what exactly is this setting sun you speak of? A youth inquired as he approached a group in the training ground on the second floor. You must be a new citizen, a middle-aged man scrutinized the youth with disdain. Ah, I just became a citizen 7 days ago, the youth replied, somewhat embarrassed. No wonder you are unaware. Let me tell you, this setting sun has been part of the Dawn Tower for 3 months, the middle-aged man boasted, as if he were among its ranks. And then what happened? The youth asked eagerly. Cough, cough. After all this talking, my throat is dry, the man said, glancing at the half-empty drink in the youth's hand. Ah, please, have some, the youth promptly offered. Later on, during their 4th mission, they lost 1 member. You can imagine the rest, he concluded, downing the drink. What happened next? The youth scratched his head in confusion. Are you foolish? Such a formidable team has already suffered casualties. Do you not grasp the dangers that lie outside? The man scolded. Hey, old yen, stop boasting. Many teams have faced losses. Not just the setting sun. Occasionally, one falls due to bad luck, and you blow it out of proportion, another middle-aged man chimed in. Hey, old Zhao, if you disagree, step outside and test yourself. What are you arguing with me for? Fine, I'll do just that. Old Zhao retorted defiantly. This news sparked considerable controversy, particularly among the alarmists, who believed that the dangers outside had escalated to the point where even the setting sun faced losses. Conversely, the arrogant faction contended that the setting sun was merely a name, and their previous luck had shielded them from losses. Now, with 1 casualty, there was no need to make a fuss. What is that in your hand? Su Muing asked, noticing the crystal core Wang Zhi held. I extracted it from the head of a mutated zombie. I've dubbed it the crystal core, Wang Zhi explained. How did you know it contained this? Previously, Jieshi also found one in the head of a mutated python, so I wondered if all mutated varieties might possess one, and I decided to give it a try. Wang Zhi recounted. What purpose does this crystal core serve? Su Muing pondered as she examined the object in Wang Zhi's hand. It grants invisibility, albeit somewhat absurd. At most, it camouflages like a chameleon, blending into the surroundings. However, it has a weakness. If approached, you can hear its low growl, Wang Zhi said, resting his arm on his forehead, feeling lethargic. We shall call this type of mutated zombie a phantom zombie, Su Muing casually named it. I think that works. Sister Ing has always been reliable in naming things. Lu Li, go fetch Fatty. It's time for a meal, Wang Zhi said as he propped himself up from the sofa. The 5 arrived at the dining hall on the 3rd floor, which had recently opened due to the increasing number of teams. Wang Zhi teased Fatty, whose eyes were a bit puffy. Fatty, cheer up. At this rate, I'm genuinely worried that if I were to disappear, you might follow me to the grave. Oh, stop it, Captain Wang. If Sister Ing weren't around, I might feel that way, but not you. Fatty shook his head, munching on a bun. You're still the best, Fatty. Here, I'll treat you to a bun, Su Muing said, offering Fatty a bun from her plate. Thanks, Sister Ing, Fatty exclaimed, happily accepting the bun. Ugh, what a sycophant, Wang Zhi scoffed. After their meal, Wang Zhi decided to grant the team another day of leisure, allowing the others to engage in free activities while he took Lu Li to the 1st floor guard headquarters. Upon arrival, Wang Zhi noticed the same guard on duty as last time. Assuming he would remember him, Wang Zhi greeted him as he entered. However, he was stopped once more. Unperturbed, Wang Zhi presented his magnetic card for verification. After confirmation, they were allowed to proceed. Wang Zhi entered Jieshi's room and calmly took a seat in the guest chair. You have indeed become increasingly impolite, remarked Jieshi coldly as she gazed at Wang Zhi. Wang Zhi, not engaging further, produced a small crystal core and placed it before Jieshi. I excavated this from the brain of that mutated zombie. What was remarkable about that mutated zombie? Jieshi inquired. Wang Zhi recounted the encounter from the moment they first encountered the mutated zombie to the eventual defeat of it. I see, your intelligence can fetch a handsome price now, Jieshi remarked, returning the small crystal core to Wang Zhi. So, Captain Jieshi, Do you believe there might be other types of mutated zombies? Wang Zhi speculated. I'm uncertain. Apart from your intelligence, the Dawn Tower has yet to receive any reports concerning mutated zombies, Jieshi replied, her demeanor slightly serious. Chapter 84. Rebooting the Dawn Project. His reticence stemmed from a lack of reason to divulge information. His decision not to upload data to the Dawn Tower's intelligence department was based on the belief that the meager survival points he might earn were not worth the risk of diminishing his own value. Each individual harbors their own calculations, though the scales and positions may differ. Jieshi sat at her station, methodically polishing her large sword, and spoke to Wang Zhi. Indeed, as Jieshi stated, some find contentment merely in surviving within the Dawn Tower, while others strive for greater aspirations in this apocalyptic world, albeit through different means. People often refer to the light found in darkness as redemption, yet this light seldom redeems those who willingly succumb to degradation. Captain Jieshi, do you have no other plans? Will you remain here indefinitely? Wang Zhi inquired, observing the hint of melancholy in Jieshi's expression. Oh, such as? Jieshi countered, raising her gaze. How about entrusting this heavy responsibility to you? You could become a ruler on the surface, Wang Zhi suggested. I believe the Tower Master would be pleased to hear of your ambition, Jieshi chuckled. However, the matters you mentioned are already in the planning stages at the Dawn Tower. What? Wang Zhi responded, filled with disbelief. It's called the rebooting of the Dawn Project. I can only disclose this much. It is the Tower Master's highest confidential plan. Jieshi's smile vanished, replaced by a grave expression as she spoke to Wang Zhi. A moment later, Wang Zhi exited the headquarters with Xiaoli, his mind incessantly repeating the phrase rebooting the Dawn Project. Xiaoli, what are your thoughts? Wang Zhi turned to ask. Well, I think we should inform Sister Ying and the others. Xiaoli pondered before looking at Wang Zhi. Wang Zhi regarded the wisdom reflected in Xiaoli's eyes, questioning why he sought her opinion. Very astute, you share my thoughts. Today's events must not be disclosed to outsiders, Wang Zhi insisted. Wang Zhi approached the group, and as he sat down, Su Muing suddenly interjected. Where have you taken my Xiaoli this time? Not sistering, can we use another term? What do you mean by messing around? Wang Zhi replied, exasperated. Hey, what expression is that, fatty? Wang Zhi glared at the gluttonous figure whose eyes darted suspiciously. We just visited Jieshi, what do you think we were doing? You all need to purify your minds, Wang Zhi stated, observing the odd looks from the three. Wang, it's not that we wish to think this way, it's just that you make it difficult for us not to. Fatty said earnestly. Come on, Fatty. You're the most lewd here, yet you dare point fingers at me? Wang Zhi retorted at the inexplicably confident Fatty. They know I'm lewd, so they guard against me. But you, Wang, are a wolf in sheep's clothing, Fatty continued. Enough, Xiaoli, you tell them, Wang Zhi said, weary of the debate. Pouring himself a glass of water. Xiaoli, come and share with your sister what Wang has done with you. Su Muing beckoned, pulling Xiaoli close. Oh, and what else? Su Muing raised an eyebrow. Fatty's eyes widened in disbelief, pointing at Wang Zhi, who was gradually becoming perplexed, having only exchanged 3 sentences with Xiaoli. Wait. Wang Zhi suddenly stood up, shouting. The four looked at Wang Zhi with confusion. Let me explain. Wang Zhi almost breathlessly recounted his encounter at Jieshi's. Rebooting the Dawn Project? What kind of plan is that? Old he asked. Going to the surface? Why leave the comfort of below? Fatty questioned. There must be a reason behind this. Even if no one desires to go above, the Dawn Tower will surely find a way to persuade you, just as they compel you to undertake missions. Su Muing added. Ying is correct. The Dawn Tower possesses vast resources, and its ambitions extend beyond mere survival underground, Wang Zhi concurred. Venturing outside isn't impossible. After all, there were camps living above before, old he recollected. But they must not have encountered mutated species. Just that giant python alone could obliterate that camp, Fatty remarked, a hint of dread in his voice. Don't dwell on it. We must focus on the present, Wang Zhi sighed, massaging his temples, as thoughts of mutated species caused him a nagging headache. Once Su Muing finished her episode of the soap opera, Wang Zhi directed Lingling to retrieve the team data. Their collective survival points had reached a total of 48,000, indicating that with an additional 2,000 points, they could ascend to the status of the first level 4 team in the Dawn Tower. Chapter 85. New Intelligence. As Wang Zhi gazed at the prospect of his team becoming the Dawn Tower's inaugural level 4 team, he felt little excitement. Even upon meeting the criteria for promotion, he would not rush into it. Such ostentation could lead to trouble. He preferred to remain discreet. allowing other teams to ascend first before he quietly followed suit, especially since his current level 3 team was still short one member. Closing the information, he glanced over the announcements. Food and water prices continued to rise, electricity rates remained stable, and the discount on arms and ammunition had 7 days remaining, with 15 days left until the second recruitment concluded. Yet the Dawn Tower was unconcerned. Regardless of mission completion, they would not incur losses, and successful missions would yield profits. Remarkable, Wang Zhi mused as he perused the announcements. Wang, are you all right? Prices are soaring daily, and you find that remarkable? Fatty questioned, puzzled. The marvel lies in the Dawn Tower. What kind of entity can orchestrate such affairs? Wang Zhi lamented, leaning back on the sofa. Stop overthinking. Let us unwind in a hot spring later, Su Muing proposed. Long live Sister Ing, Fatty exclaimed, leaping from the sofa. Speaking of which, it's been a while since we last went. The last time, Fatty was sunbathing in the solarium, Wang Zhi teased. However, Fatty seemed unfazed, still grinning foolishly, as though envisioning Su Muing and Xiaoli in their bathrobes. After the 5 gathered their belongings, they arrived at the natural hot spring leisure area, where Wang Zhi once again reserved a VIP private zone. He realized he was gradually growing fond of the present and the sensation of life amidst the apocalypse. Before the cataclysm, he had felt isolated, with a computer as his sole companion, lacking shared language or common goals, which hindered the formation of friendships. Upon entering the Dawn Tower, he found himself among a diverse array of individuals: mercenaries, soldiers, students, mechanics, archaeologists, people who were once strangers, now united in laughter and camaraderie, all sharing the singular aim of survival. Wang Zhi dashed into the underground parking lot, his vision blurred. He could discern his surroundings, yet not clearly see them. Blood streaming down his arm, the gun in his hand empty of bullets, and he had lost contact with his teammates. His blurry vision struggled to discern the surroundings, only to be met with an even greater haze, while the anguished cries and low growls of zombies echoed from the corners of the parking lot. He dashed forward like a headless fly, ultimately colliding with an unknown figure. Wang Zhi looked up to see a familiar, yet indistinct silhouette. For figures stood twistedly with their backs to him. Just as he thought he had found salvation, the 4 turned, each grotesquely lunging toward him. It was then that he recognized them as zombies. He chuckled softly, lying calmly on the ground and allowing them to feast upon his body. He felt his breath growing fainter and knew he was on the brink of departing this world, yet he could not recall who these 4 individuals were. After a while, it seemed something had drawn the 4 away. He spotted someone rushing toward him and kneeling by his side. Zhang Ming. He remembered this person, who was fervently calling out his name, Wang Zhi. Wang Zhi. Suddenly, Wang Zhi awoke, terror-stricken, gazing at the misty surroundings, while Lao He called out to him. Have you fallen asleep? Lao He looked at Wang Zhi with confusion. I accidentally dozed off, he replied. Did you have a nightmare? Su Muing inquired from across the room. Yes, Wang Zhi nodded, not denying it. What kind of dream could frighten our Captain Wang like this? The fatty asked. It was just a dream. There's no need to take it seriously, Wang Zhi said, rubbing his temples and shaking his head, refraining from disclosing the details of the dream. As the 5 of them departed, Tang Qilin coincidentally arrived at the natural hot springs with his 5 companions. They did not exchange glances but brushed past each other, merely appearing in each other's peripheral vision. I increasingly find that bespectacled fellow intolerable. He parades around daily with 5 women, as if afraid the world wouldn't know he has them, Wang Zhi remarked. If you're displeased with him, seize an opportunity to challenge him to a duel and give him a good beating, Wang Zhi suggested. I'm not boasting, but I could easily take him down with just a couple of punches, the fatty retorted defiantly. Upon reaching the intelligence hall, Wang Zhi intended to upload the information regarding the mutated zombies, aiming to inform more individuals of their characteristics. He approached the system, inputting the details about the mutated zombies, applying for approval to upload, with a price still set at 100 survival points. In truth, he could have priced such intelligence much higher, as many teams would find it intriguing. However, considering the dire circumstances of some teams, he maintained the accessible price of 100 survival points. Wang Zhi then checked the previous intelligence earnings, discovering 500 survival points awaiting collection, with the giant python information having been purchased 4 times. After claiming the survival points, he proceeded to examine the intelligence shared by others. Having learned from past experiences, Wang Zhi was now more cautious. He understood the importance of reviewing the publishing team's information. Typically, he would disregard those from first or second-tier teams, focusing solely on third-tier teams, as they tended to uphold some semblance of reputation. After a prolonged search, he finally spotted a report concerning mutated zombies. However, he did not wish to celebrate prematurely, as he was unaware of which team had published the information. The price alone startled Wang Zhi, 1,000 survival points. This was certainly a swift acquisition. Thus, there would be no conflict with Jieshi's claim that no teams had uploaded information related to the mutated zombies. Sister Ing, Lao He, come over here. Their essay report on mutated zombies. Wang Zhi called them over. After a thorough discussion, all parties agreed to purchase the information, meaning that even if Wang Zhi was deceived again, no one would mock him for it. The deduction of 1,000 survival points was successful, with Tang Qilan's intelligence unlocked. Wang Zhi eagerly accessed the content page, having spent 1,000 survival points on this intelligence. If he were to be deceived again, he would genuinely seek a duel with Tang Qilan. Hypothesis: mutated zombies often possess their own territories and will attack their kind. Discovery: the currently known type of mutated zombie is the agile variant. Characteristics: relatively small in stature, extremely fast, capable of significant jumps, and can consume flesh to restore themselves. Wang Zhi examined the intelligence closely. Tang Qilan's report indeed provided substantial insights, leading Wang Zhi to believe that this investment of 1,000 survival points was not in vain. Although Tang Qilan had a somewhat dubious reputation, he certainly delivered valuable information, revealing that mutated zombies each have their own domains, a detail Wang Zhi had not previously considered. More importantly, he had learned of another type of mutated zombie. I never expected that bespectacled fellow to be quite trustworthy, the fatty commented. But what if this information is fabricated? Su Muing questioned. That seems unlikely. At the very least, we can confirm that they will attack their kind. When we were at Z Hospital, the phantom zombie was seen devouring the corpses of other zombies, Wang Zhi stated as he transmitted the intelligence content to Ling Yao. It appears that the types of mutated zombies extend far beyond our encounters. This complicates matters, Lao He remarked with a furrowed brow. Sister Ing, I think I may have an understanding. Wang Zhi suddenly sat up in bed. I also understand. Let us discuss it tomorrow, Su Muing replied. Frowning and turning over to cuddle with Jiali, Wang Zhi remained awake in the darkness, unable to find sleep. Perhaps due to his earlier nap in the hot spring, or perhaps his own excitement. He rose and made his way to the first-floor living room, settling on the sofa to watch a movie playing on Ling Yao. The next day, Wang Zhi was awakened by Su Muing, who brought him a cup of milk, while Ling Yao continued to loop last night's film. What did you say you understood last night? Su Muing inquired as she sat opposite him. I think I might be able to sense mutated species, Wang Zhi replied as he sat upright. Are you sure? Su Muing raised an eyebrow. Yes. My experience at Z Hospital is sufficient evidence, although it seems my sensing range is quite limited, Wang Zhi explained. So, we can avoid mutated species? Su Muing asked. Theoretically, if the mutated species does not detect us, we should be able to. Just as we could safely retreat from Z Hospital, Wang Zhi stated. Well done. Our captain status is finally on the rise, Su Muing said as she sat beside Wang Zhi, her hand playfully caressing his face. Ahem. Lao He, just stepping out of the room, caught sight of Wang Zhi and Su Muing engaged in an embarrassing display and cleared his throat, urging them to tone it down. Where are the fatty and Lu Li? Wang Zhi asked, noticing their absence. Just then, the door swung open as the fatty rushed in. Everyone, incredible news, he exclaimed excitedly. Calm down and sit down. Take your time to explain, Wang Zhi said, taking a breakfast item from the fatty's hand. I'm telling you, according to inside information, the Eternal Apocalypse team has been completely annihilated. The fatty whispered. What? Where did you hear this? Wang Zhi quickly inquired, though he had never directly interacted with this team. They were an established group. Back when they were a first-tier team, Eternal Apocalypse had already been a third-tier team. If this news reached the other survivors within the Dawn Tower, it would undoubtedly incite unimaginable panic. Well, it's a long story, the fatty began to tease. Sister Ing. Wang Zhi subtly signaled to Su Muing as the fatty hesitated to continue. No. It was Qing who told me. We happened to run into her while getting food, and exchanged a few words. The fatty quickly clarified, noticing Su Muing's intent. And Qing? How did she find out? Wang Zhi asked in confusion. I asked her, and she said she heard it from Jieshi yesterday, claiming that all team members' magnetic card locations had remained static for 2 consecutive days. Jia, she even told her not to spread the word. So you all must keep this to yourselves. Otherwise, it could endanger Qing, the fatty warned cautiously. Where did they meet their demise? Lao He asked, his brow furrowed in concern. This is something I did not inquire about, and she should not know the details either. The hefty fellow scratched his head awkwardly and said, Is there a possibility that they discarded their magnetic cards and subsequently joined another organization? Old He suddenly remarked. Indeed, such a possibility exists. However, I do not believe there is anywhere superior to the Dawn Tower, thus the likelihood is quite slim. If there truly exists a more formidable organization than the Dawn Tower, our situation would be even more precarious. Wang Zhi analyzed. This notion filled Wang Zhi with dread. If the Eternal Doomsday Team were to betray them, it would result in yet another clandestine enemy alliance. Wang Zhi's gaze was hollow as he stared ahead. Currently, in the third tier, only they and Tang Qilin's group remained. The two veteran teams had already faded into obscurity. He was unaware of how many lives the Dawn Tower sacrificed daily, but he was acutely aware that the teams above them were dwindling, which left him with an overwhelming sense of insecurity. As the strength of their alliance diminished, what significance did it hold if their team ranked at the top? Chapter 87. The situation after dinner. The five donned their weighted suits and entered the training ground. As time progressed, an increasing number of individuals were promoted to Tier 3, and currently, aside from the Eternal Doomsday Team, there were 18 teams within the third tier. The training ground began to bustle with activity. Physical fitness and agility had always been Wang Zhi's primary training focuses. He did not pursue explosive power, but rather aimed for maximum endurance and rapid reflexes. Concurrently, Wang Zhi observed the diverse array of individuals in the training facility, particularly a group that piqued his interest. He had identified 5 individuals, with another likely on the verge of joining. Each of these 5 was robust and nearly equivalent in stature to Old He, and their assembly undoubtedly comprised a formidable team. Upon this realization, Wang Zhi halted his training activities and approached the group directly. Greetings. May I inquire as to who is your captain? Wang Zhi stepped forward, offering what he presumed to be a friendly smile. That would be me. What can I do for you? The captain, having set down the iron weight, approached Wang Zhi. The distance between them shrank to less than half a meter, far exceeding the 1-meter safety zone. Undeterred, Wang Zhi tilted his head slightly to meet the gaze of the towering figure before him. Hello, I am Wang Zhi, captain of the Sunset Glow team. Wang Zhi introduced himself while extending his right hand. The captain assessed Wang Zhi for a moment before reciprocating the handshake. I have long admired you, though you appear somewhat different from what I had envisioned. The captain released Wang Zhi's hand, commenting, Hee, did you imagine me to be a more imposing figure than yourself? Wang Zhi chuckled. Haha, so what brings you to me? The captain chuckled awkwardly, neither confirming nor denying. Nothing much. I merely wanted to familiarize myself. I am not yet aware of your team's name. Wang Zhi remarked as he sat beside the captain. Oh, my name is Long Yi, and our team is called the Flying Tigers. So, you are Captain Long. Have you just arrived in Tier 3? Wang Zhi inquired. While speaking, Wang Zhi scrutinized Long Yi's demeanor, eager to ascertain whether his team had suffered any losses. However, Long Yi's expression remained steady, devoid of any fluctuations, suggesting that the Flying Tigers had not faced any casualties. Wang Zhi was not surprised that Long Yi was aware of his team's exploits. He himself had heard that such news had circulated throughout Tier 2. In truth, we are not as formidable as the rumors suggest. We have merely been fortunate. Wang Zhi replied modestly. So, Captain Wang, is there truly no ulterior motive for your visit? Long Yi, unable to contain his curiosity, pressed for clarification. He indeed not. I simply wish to make your acquaintance and establish a friendship, as it would be prudent for us to look after one another in this place. Wouldn't you agree? Wang Zhi smiled. Haha, very well. Since Captain Wang has extended the olive branch, I see no reason to decline. Long Yi cheerfully acquiesced. In that case, I shall not intrude upon Captain Long's training any longer. Our Linglingia communication number is 0033. Feel free to leave us a message should you require anything. Having said this, Wang Zhi did not request Long Yi's communication number, opting instead to rise and depart, as he had approached solely to forge a friendship and would not impose upon the other for assistance. Once Wang Zhi departed, the amiable smile on Long Yi's face gradually dissipated. Boss, what was that person's intention? One of the team members inquired. He is the captain of the Sunset Glow team, here to forge an alliance. Long Yi replied nonchalantly. And you agreed? Let us observe their actions first. As long as we do not suffer any detriment, as he stated, it is wise for us to look out for one another in this place. He resumed his training, picking up the iron weight once more. Meanwhile, Wang Zhi continued to analyze the current situation as the outside world grew increasingly treacherous. He believed that in the near future, the Dawn Tower would undoubtedly implement a cooperative system, forming collaborative combat teams among the various squads. However, should that time arrive, the absence of constraints from the Dawn Tower would naturally lead to infighting and resource plundering among the smaller teams. This represented a significant and contradictory turning point. If the Dawn Tower were to proceed in such a manner, Wang Zhi would need to strategize in advance to prevent such occurrences from affecting his team. After a day of training, Wang Zhi collapsed onto his bed, exhausted from the sudden intensity of the regimen after a few days of rest. Hardly had he lain down when Su Muing and Lu Li entered, requesting a massage from him. Once the massage concluded, a fatigued Wang Zhi sprawled on the bed, bringing his day of transgressions to a close. The following day, Wang Zhi dragged his heavy head from the bed, only to find that Su Muing and Lu Li had already risen and departed. Come quickly, Captain Wang. The vaccine for the virus antibody has been successfully developed at the Dawn Tower, the hefty fellow exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing the news of the vaccine's success, Wang Zhi hastened over to examine the announcement released by Linglingya. The notification stated that the virus antibody vaccine had been successfully developed, and teams receiving this message were to proceed to the first-tier medical room for vaccination. Note: this vaccine has undergone repeated clinical trials with confirmed efficacy. Please rest assured in receiving it. Alas, if only this virus antibody had been developed sooner, Zhang Ming would not have suffered even a minor injury, the hefty fellow lamented. With the virus antibody in hand, we need not fear injuries in the future, he remarked with a hint of excitement. Are you truly certain this vaccine is effective? No one wishes to become a guinea pig. Would even the hefty fellow dare to allow a zombie to bite him after receiving the vaccine? Even if animal trials yield immunity, it does not necessarily indicate its efficacy for humans. Su Muing observed, filing her nails. Are you suggesting that this virus antibody vaccine has yet to be verified on humans? He queried, perplexed. It is merely my conjecture. No one knows its true effectiveness. Do they? Upon finishing her statement, Su Muing turned her beautiful eyes toward Wang Zhi, eager to hear his opinion. Chapter 88. Investigation. Wang Zhi lowered his head, consuming his breakfast while pondering the hypothesis presented by Su Muing. I believe we should first observe the reactions of other teams post-vaccination. As long as there are no significant side effects, we could still consider trying it ourselves. Ultimately, we have nothing to lose. If we happen to sustain injuries, we can later assess whether it proves beneficial. Wang Zhi articulated his perspective while nibbling on his bun. Indeed, that makes sense. After all, we stand to lose nothing. We can treat this vaccine as if it were ineffective. He concurred from the side. Once Wang Zhi finished his breakfast, the five made their way to the medical room, only to discover that very few teams had received the notification. Among them was Tang Qilin and his 6 companions, who had just completed their vaccination and were exiting. Hefty fellow, go follow Tang Qilin and observe if they exhibit any odd reactions. Remember, follow them openly. If questioned, speak the truth, Wang Zhi whispered, leaning close. Wang Zhi's intention was to avoid arousing suspicion. Once doubt takes root, no matter what actions one takes, the other party will perceive them as malicious. Thus, Wang Zhi opted for transparency from the outset, making their intentions clear. Understood. The robust figure turned around and followed suit. Liu Li, you should accompany the robust fellow as well, Wang Zhi suggested after a moment's contemplation. Despite the well-maintained order within the Dawn Tower, he felt uneasy about anyone acting alone. After a while, another team emerged, and the 3 of them followed suit. Wang Zhi noticed that those prioritized for the vaccine injections were predominantly from the third-tier teams, leading him to conclude that the supply of the virus antibody vaccine at the Dawn Tower was currently limited, favoring higher-tier teams for immediate vaccination. Since the first-tier teams were not prioritized, this indicated that the Dawn Tower had considerable confidence in this batch of vaccines. If, as Su Muing had mentioned, the situation were dire, the Dawn Tower would likely observe the first-tier teams first rather than foolishly experiment on third-tier teams. With this thought, Wang Zhi's concerns regarding the virus antibody vaccine were significantly alleviated. The trio followed the team for a solid 2 hours. During this time, the captain of the opposing team noticed them and approached Wang Zhi, questioning their presence. Upon learning they were merely observing the injection reactions, He mockingly called them cowards before turning away. Wang Zhi was indifferent to the remarks. In a post-apocalyptic world, no one would advocate for you in times of trouble. So exercising caution was always prudent. Fatty, how are things on your end? Wang Zhi called through the radio. All is normal, Captain Wang. Did Tang Qilan spot you? He did, but it seems he doesn't care, as he's been ignoring us. Understood. Let's regroup at the medical room. With both teams displaying no adverse reactions, they felt assured about their upcoming vaccinations. Upon their arrival at the medical room, they were greeted by the nurse who had delivered supplies to them previously. She momentarily paused upon seeing them, but quickly regained her composure and registered their magnetic cards. After completing the registration, they entered the inner chamber, where Director Sophie personally administered the vaccines to the survivors. What took you so long? We've been waiting for you, Sophie remarked with a frown. Apologies, Director Sophie. We were delayed by some matters. How many doses are in this initial batch? Wang Zhi asked as he seated himself and rolled up his left sleeve. Currently, we have produced 100 doses, but due to a shortage of raw materials, we require survivors to gather additional supplies for the next production run. All right, next, Sophie replied, pulling the needle from the vial. Hee, Director Sophie, aren't you all getting vaccinated yourselves? Fatty inquired with a grin as he sat down. We don't venture outside, so it doesn't matter whether we get vaccinated or not. Sophie lightly chuckled, as if amused by Fatty's question. After all 5 had received their vaccinations, they exited the medical room. Wang Zhi had already sensed that the impending tasks would revolve around gathering raw materials, especially since these materials often resided within the city. The recollection of their previous expedition into the urban area still sent shivers down his spine. Had it not been for Jieqi's timely arrival that day, they might have been overwhelmed by a horde of the undead. Tower Master, the team sent to investigate the whereabouts of the eternal apocalypse, shows no signs of activity, reported Adam, the commanding officer, as he and Jieqi stood before the Tower Master, presenting their findings. Not a single person survived? The Tower Master's voice bore a hint of anger. Yes. Did they reach their destination? They did. It's near the vicinity of the eternal apocalypse. The Tower Master gazed upward thoughtfully. Should we continue pursuing? Jieqi inquired, sensing the Tower Master's hesitance. How many survival points remain on the eternal apocalypse's magnetic card? The Tower Master pondered for a moment before asking. Master, that might incite panic among the survivors, Adam cautioned. They have lived in fear. What I desire to witness is their ability to confront true terror, to conquer it, and to eradicate it. Understood, Tower Master, Adam responded before turning to leave. Sighing, the Tower Master watched Adam's retreating figure pensively. Jieqi, what are your thoughts on this matter? Jieqi shared her perspective. Haha, Jieqi, you never fail to impress. So tell me, why should I abandon the pursuit? The Tower Master chuckled lightly before turning his gaze toward her. In Jieqi's estimation, it was most likely the work of mutated species, rendering further investigation unnecessary and only risking greater losses. However, if they were indeed aware of the mutated species' presence, yet continued to pursue, their intent must be to eliminate it. But what could be worth such a sacrifice? Jieqi's thoughts halted abruptly as she looked up at the Tower Master, who, beneath his platinum mask, bore an unsettling glint in his eyes, fixated on her. Captain Wang, there's been another incident. Fatty hurried over to Wang Zhi, who was engaged in training. Without needing Fatty to elaborate, Wang Zhi could sense that something was amiss. What happened? He asked, slowly setting down his equipment. The Dawn Tower has issued a bounty task. Fatty said mysteriously. Oh, what kind of bounty task? This is the first time I've heard of the Dawn Tower offering a bounty. What? Does this mean everyone now knows about the annihilation of the eternal apocalypse? I can't say for sure, but the reward for completing this bounty task is a staggering 20,000 survival points. 20,000. Fatty nodded in satisfaction at Wang Zhi's astonished expression. That amount of survival points could elevate a decent team to the 3rd tier. Yet, therein lies the conundrum. Wang Zhi had learned of the eternal apocalypse's demise 2 days prior through Enqing, and in truth, the incident had occurred even earlier. As Enqing had not been the first to inform Fatty, Wang Zhi pondered the implications of this delay. Why did the Dawn Tower choose to conceal the information before finally announcing the bounty several days later? The only plausible explanation he could conjure was that the Dawn Tower had sent its own personnel to the site of the eternal apocalypse, only to meet with disastrous results. If that were the case, the Dawn Tower would certainly not let the matter rest. Let us not dwell on that for now. We'll remain here and train this month, Wang Zhi declared. Ling Yao, check for new messages. As he changed his clothes, he instructed. The message was from the Flying Tiger team, inquiring if they were interested in joining them for the search related to the bounty task, Sunset's Glow. Wang Zhi chuckled softly at the content. It was intriguing that the Flying Tiger team was seeking collaboration rather than simply asking for assistance. However, Wang Zhi had no intention of wading into murky waters. Since they had reached out to him, he felt it necessary to offer Wang Zhi some advice. I will not participate. I recommend observing from the sidelines. In fact, since the bounty task was announced, many second-tier teams had already begun to stir, eager for the 20,000 survival points. The prospect of promotion to the third tier was enticing, especially for those women still within lower-tier teams. After his meal, Wang Zhi arrived at the training ground, where he immediately spotted the Flying Tiger team casually training. It seemed they had heeded his advice to remain observant. Do not act hastily. Do not rush into the unknown, was the rule Wang Zhi had set for himself. As for this bounty task, he found it perplexing and opaque. No matter how tempting, he had no interest in participating, preferring instead to observe from a distance. Excuse me, are you Captain Wang Zhi of the Sunset's Glow team? A voice called out as he was engrossed in his training. He turned to see a young man with a friendly demeanor and a buzz cut, accompanied by 3 men and a woman carrying various bags. Yes, and you are? Wang Zhi replied suspiciously. I am Cheng Hao, the captain of the Flowing Time team. It is a pleasure to meet you. Your team has consistently been our guiding beacon. Today, we have finally achieved the status of a level 3 team. And the first order of business is to meet Captain Wang in person. I sincerely hope that Captain Wang can extend his guidance to us in the future. Haha, Captain Cheng is jesting. We are merely ordinary survivors here, always helping one another. There is no need for such formalities, is there? Wang Zhi remarked, shaking the outstretched hand of Cheng Hao, scrutinizing his counterpart. The others appeared unremarkable, failing to pique much interest at first glance. Hey, that kid is rather cunning. Just arrived at the third tier and already knows how to build connections, the portly fellow interjected disdainfully. How many foolish individuals have made it this far? Wang Zhi's words were cut short as he noticed the presence of the rotund man, prompting him to swallow his thoughts. After a brief pause, Wang Zhi concluded his training and suggested that they venture to the second tier for lunch, eager to catch up on the current state of affairs there. Upon arriving at the second tier, Wang Zhi was immediately struck by the sheer number of people. The bustling atmosphere far exceeded what they had experienced during their previous visit. Reports indicated that the recent recruitment had filled every available residence in the second tier, leaving many hopefuls on a waiting list for citizenship. As they walked, Wang Zhi and his companions were frequently recognized, exchanging pleasantries with onlookers. Some even approached Wang Zhi to inquire whether they were still accepting new members. Seeing such opportunism, Wang Zhi furrowed his brow. He would prefer a staunchly determined individual, even if physically impaired, over someone so spineless. Upon entering the dining area, Wang Zhi discovered that the prices for food in the second-tier restaurant were 10% higher than those in the third tier. Oh, so this hidden benefit exists in the third tier? The portly man chimed in. Unfortunately, class distinctions will always persist, Su Muing remarked as she selected some inexpensive, filling dishes from the menu. Meanwhile, in the first-tier armory, 30 individuals clad in protective gear and armed with automatic rifles gathered, their expressions grave, all prepared for action. During their meal, the predominant topic of conversation revolved around the bounty associated with the eternal apocalypse. Following the announcement of fatalities linked to the eternal apocalypse and the recent loss of one of their own, fear and hubris had polarized the factions, with most teams succumbing to trepidation, save for a few clinging to false hope. Soldiers, this mission is both unique and critical. We are to confront an unrelenting horde of zombies, and our ultimate objective is to take the head of the enemy leader, no matter the cost. Do you all understand? Understood. The vice captain of the guard, Wu Changjong, passionately conveyed the mission's goals to the 30 soldiers. All right, warriors, follow me. Let us move out, Wu Changjong shouted, turning to board the helicopter. Having finished their meal, Wang Zhi hurriedly led his companions away from the second tier. The dining experience had left him somewhat unsettled. He was unsure who had spread the word about their presence in the restaurant, as many had gathered outside to gawk, making him feel akin to a monkey in a zoo. Naturally, the most attention-grabbing individuals were Su Mu-ing and Jia Lu-li. While Su Mu-ing remained composed, Jia Lu-li's face flushed crimson as she focused intently on her meal. Wang Zhi did not entertain the notion that the onlookers were there out of admiration. Rather, they were likely assessing the veracity of recent rumors or simply seeking to familiarize themselves, hoping to avoid future missteps. Here, admiration was absent, replaced only by selfishness and envy. All right then, Chung Hao shrugged and turned to leave. Cut it out. Do you really think so highly of yourself? Chung Hao muttered under his breath as he departed. His voice barely audible, yet Wang Zhi and the others caught every word. What's wrong? Captain Wang hasn't he even stirred. Why are you so worked up? Su Muing teased. Wang Zhi observed Chung Hao's retreating figure with a mix of surprise and inevitability. He had not anticipated Chung Hao would voice such sentiments in his presence, yet it was unsurprising, given Chung Hao's hypocritical nature. Shaking his head, Wang Zhi resumed his training. While the Flying Tigers once again captured his attention, he noticed that Long Yi had recruited a new member, a robust man, indicating Long Yi's preference for strong individuals. As he watched Long Yi's group, Wang Zhi began to contemplate the prospect of recruiting a new member himself. However, the thought of finding a suitable candidate filled him with trepidation, especially concerning Su Muing. If she disapproved, it would undoubtedly lead to conflict. That evening, after training concluded, Wang Zhi shared his thoughts on recruitment with the group. After everyone expressed their agreement, he faced a new dilemma. If he sought out someone with formidable abilities, it would necessitate poaching from other teams, which he despised, as he loathed betrayal and opportunism. Thus, his pool of potential recruits was severely limited to those among the displaced seeking citizenship. With only 3 days remaining until the second recruitment's conclusion, finding a suitable candidate within that time frame would save them the 1,000 survival points required for citizenship. His motivation was not merely to save a trivial sum, but to ensure that their group could effectively operate as 6 members, allowing them to divide into 3 teams for tasks. As it stood with 5 members, one would invariably be left alone. Wang Zhi had initially chosen Zhang Ming for his evident kindness, which Zhang ultimately validated through his sacrifice. Lying back on the sofa, eyes closed, Wang Zhi felt utterly lost. Hey, you all should share your thoughts too. Stop fixating on that mindless soap opera, he exclaimed, opening his eyes in frustration. Well, my thoughts align with yours, Su Muing stated, fixated on the screen. Me too, old he chimed in. I concur as well, the portly fellow added. Wang Zhi, exasperated, let his gaze drift to Lu Li. Upon sensing Wang Zhi's attention, she glanced between him and the others, momentarily bewildered before replying, I feel the same. The following morning, Wang Zhi and his companions made their way to the first-tier affairs hall, perusing the candidate list for those wishing to join the citizen team. The records included photographs, names, genders, ages, heights, weights, and pre-apocalyptic occupations. As Wang Zhi sifted through the documents, he distinctly sensed an undercurrent of hostility whenever he lingered on a female profile. Since discovering his ability to sense threats from mutated beings, Wang Zhi had grown increasingly attuned to his instincts. The palpable hostility nearby was no jest, prompting him to swiftly move past the profile, the tension gradually dissipating. After Su Muying's imposing presence had deterred him, Wang Zhi entirely dismissed the idea of adding a female member. He understood that if he were to recruit another woman, it could only lead to one of them perishing, or in a rare scenario, both. What a chaotic mess. A pre-apocalyptic profession as a gangster? Is that even a legitimate occupation? Old he remarked with dissatisfaction as he examined the candidate profiles. Wang Zhi recognized that the list primarily consisted of those others had overlooked. I have an idea. Just as he was about to abandon his search for a candidate, a name suddenly came to him. Chapter 91. In search of the light he has longed for. I have an idea. Wang Zhi suddenly raised his head and exclaimed to the others. What have you thought of? Lao He turned to look at Wang Zhi. Are you sure he can accept the matter concerning Zhang Ming? His wounds are barely healing. And you want to drag him back for more? Su Muing found it somewhat amusing. Alas, I know this isn't ideal, but at this point, regardless of whether he comes or not, I feel it is necessary to inform him about Zhang Ming, Wang Zhi replied. Indeed, I think so too. Let him know. And whether he comes or not is up to him, Su Muing said nonchalantly. Wang Zhi made his way to the refugee area and found the district chief of the industrial area, Wang Yaoxing. At that moment, Wang Yaoxing was reprimanding several managers. Hello, District Chief Wang, may I have a word? Wang Zhi approached and asked. And you are? Wang Yaoxing looked at the 5 individuals before him, all clad in uniform. Oh, you are from that 3rd-level team. Follow me to my office to find some information. Wang Yaoxing's demeanor softened upon realizing their affiliation. I've located him. He works in Industrial Zone B5 and resides in Dormitory 8105. He should be on duty now. I'll accompany you. Or he won't be able to come out, Wang Yaoxing chuckled. Great. Thank you, District Chief Wang. Wang Zhi expressed his gratitude. We're just here to deliver some things and have a chat. Wang Zhi smiled, for he would not divulge his unfinished business to others. He believed that sharing before completion would diminish the likelihood of success, although this notion may seem mystical. Here we are. I'll go fetch him, Wang Yaoxing said before entering Zone 5. You all chat for now. I have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Wang Yaoxing bid farewell. Upon entering the dormitory, Wang Zhi was met with a cramped, filthy room of 20 square meters, barely accommodating 6 beds, the air thick with a musty odor. Observing these harsh conditions, his brow furrowed deeper. Duan Qingtian held his forehead with one hand, gazing at Zhang Ming's message, his expression inscrutable. Ah, you foolish child. Everything about you is commendable, save for the flaw of overthinking for others. You've lost an arm, yet no one criticizes you. It would be fine to come here and keep me company, Duan Qingtian murmured to himself, though he endeavored to conceal his emotions. Wang Zhi still noticed a few tears falling to the ground. As he departed, Wang Zhi visited Wang Yaoxing's office. I've taken the person. I truly appreciate your help. District Chief Wang Zhi greeted him. Wang Zhi was not surprised by Wang Yaoxing's attitude. The district chiefs managing the refugees held little power, often favoring teams deemed more valuable to the Dawn Tower. In the hierarchy of the Dawn Tower, the departments of the Guard, Command, Medical, Biological Research, and Research were recognized for their substantial contributions. Chapter 92. Redesign. Wang Zhi observed several individuals rushing out, puzzled until he recognized Wu Changzheng, the deputy captain of the Guard. His heart skipped a beat. He halted, gazing at Wu Changzheng at the entrance, accompanied by 7 disheveled soldiers. He was unsure of what they had experienced, but their presence outside the Dawn Tower surely indicated a significant event. However, one thing was certain. Wu Changzheng was affiliated with Jieshi, and this matter undoubtedly related to her. It seemed he would need to pay her another visit. The recommended protective suits from the Dawn Tower possessed potential for design upgrades. Contemplating this, Wang Zhi conceived the idea of custom designing a new combat suit. Upon entering, he encountered Sophie and inquired about the availability of vaccines. Feeling helpless, Wang Zhi grabbed a notebook and pen, beginning to sketch the new combat suit. He pondered that if he could design a suit with superior practicality compared to the previous version, he could submit the blueprints to the Dawn Tower and sell them at a premium above the cost price. However, most teams already possessed armor, and those less affluent would not pursue such top-tier equipment, even if it surpassed the Dawn Tower's recommendations. As he sketched, he allocated 5 pockets for spare magazines on either side of the ribs, one side for handgun ammunition and the other for rifle ammunition. The chest should be reinforced, Wang Zhi muttered as he continued his design. What is going on, sistering? Wang Zhi was startled by Su Mu Ying's sudden interruption. What did you just say? I said the chest should be reinforced, Wang Zhi began, but abruptly realized something was amiss. Oh, are you suggesting someone's chest needs reinforcement? Su Mu Ying raised an eyebrow, teasingly. It's not about anyone's chest. I'm designing our protective combat suits, and the chest area should be reinforced. Wang Zhi hurriedly clarified. Reinforcing the chest of the combat suit could effectively prevent fatal injuries. If the vaccine against the virus proved effective, preserving life would outweigh all other concerns. As for the color, he would also opt for black. They certainly could not wander about at night clad in green or white. Wang Zhi further designed pockets on both arms for spare supplies, along with straps on the sides of the legs for carrying daggers. On one side of the waist, he designed a pouch for 5 grenades, while on the other side, he planned to install a grappling hook device. Previously, he had seen this grappling hook and deemed it expensive regarding both the device and its fuel, alongside its limited practicality, so he had refrained from purchasing it. Now, it seemed such a device could indeed prove life-saving. Once the sketch was complete, Wang Zhi nodded in satisfaction, admiring the combat suit only he could decipher. Let us go eat. Wang Zhi tucked away his sketch, standing and addressing the trio absorbed in a soap opera. After the meal, they engaged in yet another clean plate initiative. With the presence of the plump one, Wang Zhi and the others never left anything behind. It's been ages since I've eaten so well. The plump one leaned back in his chair, rubbing his belly. This time, Wang Zhi had ordered a bit too much, spending 80 survival points. Following the price hike in food, their group had previously limited each meal to about 20 survival points. With breakfast costing 10 and lunch and dinner at 20 each, perfectly offsetting the 50 survival points earned from their daily training. Upon exiting the dining hall, the six entered their free activity time. Wang Zhi once again took Liuli to the guard headquarters. For the sight of Wu Changzheng and those 7 soldiers at the entrance lingered in his mind. Chapter 93. What will you trade? Wang Zhi brought Zhao Liuli to the guard headquarters, where the same guard from last time stood at the entrance. Recognizing Wang Zhi, the guard did not hesitate as Wang Zhi presented his access card, cutting off any chance for conversation. After notifying the relevant parties, Wang Zhi entered Jieshi's room, immediately sensing a chilling aura of hostility emanating from her. He had never felt such an intense aura of anger from Jieshi before. This time, she sat alone, exuding a palpable menace, and Wang Zhi began to feel apprehensive, fearing that her ire might be redirected towards him. Sit. Jieshi glanced at Wang Zhi and commanded. Wang Zhi remained frozen, standing 3 meters away, hesitant to approach until Jieshi invited him to take a seat. There were 30 of us when we went out, Jieshi said. Her head bowed as she struggled to suppress her inner fury. What happened out there? Wang Zhi asked, voicing his most pressing concern. Mutated zombies, Jieshi replied flatly. Mutated zombies? As far as I know, they shouldn't be capable of killing so many people, Wang Zhi questioned, perplexed. He recalled the phantasmic zombie, which could only manage to stealthily eliminate 1 or 2 individuals before being severely injured after a few appearances. The resilience may be formidable, yet it should not result in such a staggering death toll. If they could not prevail, why did they not flee? Wang Zhi pondered momentarily, realizing that such reasoning could not possibly account for the immense losses. The most critical factor was the multitude of lurking zombies. Once one entered that area, the mutated zombie would wail, summoning the surrounding undead from all directions, a relentless tide. How then did Captain Wu and his team manage to escape? As Wang Zhi understood, once encircled by hordes of zombies, breaking free would be a Herculean task. He could now assert with certainty that the location these individuals ventured to was a veritable site of eternal demise. What course of action should he take next? Wang Zhi voiced his second pressing concern regarding the strategic direction of the Dawn Tower. Upon hearing this, Jieshi suddenly lifted her gaze, her eyes sharp as they fixed upon Wang Zhi. The information I am sharing with you has been procured at the cost of many lives. You must contemplate what you are willing to trade for this knowledge. Wang Zhi found himself momentarily bewildered, questioning what he could possibly offer in exchange. Indeed, the gravity of Jieshi's revelations was staggering. What could he possess that would warrant such a price? Moreover, what was it that Jieshi desired? These queries surged through Wang Zhi's mind, intertwining with his thoughts. Initially, the perpetual death of the apocalypse, the uncertainty of what lay within the Dawn Tower prompted an investigation, which yielded no results. However, it was clear that it was not another refuge, leading to the conclusion that mutated species resided there. Upon learning of these mutated entities, the Dawn Tower issued a bounty, subsequently dispatching Wu Changzheng and nearly 30 men to eradicate the mutated beings. But what benefit would the extermination of the mutated species bring to the Dawn Tower? At that moment, he suddenly realized the significance of the crystal core within the mutated creature's head. The Dawn Tower coveted the crystal core. Could it be that they were already aware of its potential? If Jieshi had desired his crystal core from the outset, she would have articulated it sooner. Could it be that she intended to exchange the core she possessed for compliance? Only in this manner could she prevent further needless sacrifices. Engaging with you is effortlessly enjoyable, Jieshi remarked, a slight smile gracing her lips. Wang Zhi remained silent, patiently awaiting her next words. As you have observed, the stance of the Dawn Tower is resolute, and their objectives are unmistakable. Yet, no one anticipated the peril of that location. For now, I must proceed as such, and the Dawn Tower will continue to amass these crystal cores. Could it be that they had long been aware of the core's function? Wang Zhi placed his hands on the table, a hint of excitement evident in his demeanor. Jieshi shook her head, and upon witnessing this, the flame of hope that had ignited within Wang Zhi was extinguished in an instant. They did not merely know, they had always known, Jieshi clarified. What? Wang Zhi found it hard to believe, always known? Then why did Jieshi claim ignorance when she first presented the giant python's crystal core? Eagerly listening, Wang Zhi's palms began to sweat as he envisioned himself wielding extraordinary powers, capable of conquering all. The function is rather simple. It serves as a key to unlock the shackles of the human body, elevating your physical capabilities from a finite to an infinite state, much like myself. After stating this, Jie swiftly delivered a punch towards Wang Zhi's face. In that instant, Wang Zhi was left astounded. It seemed to be Jie's full strength. He could only recall the moment as if he were amidst a tempest, the surrounding air dissipating, and with that iron fist, he feared his head might be sent flying. Gulp. You said there were no shortcuts to becoming stronger? Wang Zhi swallowed nervously. There are no shortcuts. Do you think that merely unlocking the shackles will lead to strength? Overcoming limitations requires efforts many times greater than that of an ordinary person. For most, even without limits, they remain stagnant. Jie replied with a hint of disdain. When did you unlock your shackles? Wang Zhi inquired. Realizing the gravity of the conversation, he chose not to press further and stood up, guiding Xia Liuli out of the guard headquarters. The discourse Wang Zhi had with Jie was so laden with information that it left him questioning his very existence. Setting aside the external affairs, the mere implications of the crystal core were enough to leave him in turmoil. Chapter 94. A Future of Greatness. Since Jie had opened the dialogue, he felt compelled to relinquish the crystal core. After all, it served no purpose in his possession, and the method of utilizing it was not as straightforward as he had imagined. Wang Zhi had faith in Jie, trusting that she would not lead them astray. In truth, he had noted long ago that during their encounters, Jie had surpassed the bounds of normal human speed and strength. He had always wondered how she achieved such feats, only to be told there were no shortcuts. However, this assertion held merit. Prior to any breakthrough, one's physical prowess must first reach its limits. What are you carrying? Wang Zhi asked, observing the chubby individual laden with various bags. Sister Ying wished to purchase some items on the first floor. I was conscripted to serve as her laborer, the chubby man replied, depositing a heap of items onto the table. Goodness, what is all this? So much. Wang Zhi exclaimed as he surveyed the array of bags. Shampoo, body wash, skincare products, toothpaste, and various garments. Honestly, I can't recall them all, the chubby man said, reclining on the sofa while rubbing his forehead. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhi recalled that their hygiene supplies were nearly depleted. Well, cleanliness is commendable. Wang Zhi nodded in agreement. These items cost over 1,500 survival points. The chubby man whispered as he leaned closer to Wang Zhi's face. What the? Wang Zhi was about to exclaim but remembered that Su Mu Ying was rummaging through the items behind them. So he lowered his voice, saying, Is it really that extravagant? It is, the chubby man confirmed with a nod. This is not merely hygiene products. This is luxury. Hey, what are you two whispering about? Su Mu Ying interjected, noticing their furtive behavior. Nothing. Just expressing our appreciation for Sister Ying, who still cares about our hygiene. Wang Zhi replied with a smile. Get lost. This is for me and Liuli. What do you big men need it for? Su Mu Ying retorted disdainfully. Though she claimed this, she still purchased hygiene products for Wang Zhi and the other men. Here, you can use this, she said, tossing 4 bars of soap toward Wang Zhi. No, Sister Ying. You can't possibly expect us to wash our hair with soap, can you? Wang Zhi said, half amused. That's a multifunctional soap. It's suitable for washing hair, face, body, and even laundry. Su Mu Ying glared at the two with determination. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhi found himself at a loss for words. Chubby, if she drags you to the first floor again, just take her for a manicure first. Wang Zhi suggested slyly, pulling the chubby man closer. A manicure? Why? The chubby man asked, puzzled. Because once the manicure is done, 1 tea an hour or 2 pass. She won't have the time to wander around aimlessly. Wang Zhi grinned mischievously at the chubby man. Brilliant, the chubby man exclaimed, giving Wang Zhi a thumbs up. However, Wang, have you noticed that we seem to have overlooked something? The chubby man suddenly said with seriousness. Overlooked what? Wang Zhi was puzzled, slowly turning his head to find Xia Liuli staring intently at them, her expression unreadable. Upon noticing Wang Zhi's movement, the chubby man also turned to see Liuli. Hee Liuli. We share a good rapport, don't we? Wang Zhi said, attempting to offer a friendly smile. Xia Liuli nodded. So, did you not hear anything just now? Wang Zhi prompted. Xia Liuli nodded again. Excellent. A future of greatness awaits. Wang Zhi affirmed, pleased, and returned to revising his sketches. Once everyone had gathered, Wang Zhi called them all to the living room. Come, it's time for a meeting. Wang Zhi said, sitting up straight on the sofa. Speak up if you have something to say, we still need to eat. Su Mu Ying remarked casually from the back of the sofa. It concerns the eternal apocalypse and the crystal cores. Didn't T. Lauhi mention it to you? Their team was completely annihilated outside, and the reason for this disaster was soon uncovered. The area not only harbored a mutated zombie, but was also surrounded by countless ordinary zombies. Once one ventured into that place, they would be overwhelmed by a sea of zombies, Wang Zhi explained to the group. Didn't Tang Qilin mention that mutated zombies attack their kind as well? He raised a question. That should be correct, but it pertains only to the swift zombies he described. The mutated zombies in the Eternal Doomsday might have the ability to command and control other zombies, Wang Zhi speculated. How do you know this, Captain Wang? The fatty inquired. Goodness. If that's the case, isn't that bounty mission just a trap? Anyone who jumps in will surely perish. The fatty scoffed. There's nothing we could have done. In the beginning, the Dawn Tower was unaware of the situation there. Wang Zhi replied with resignation. And what about the crystal cores? Su Muing asked from the back. The matter of the crystal cores is significant. Chapter 95. Simply too simple. Upon the mention of crystal cores, the few present instinctively leaned closer to Wang Zhi. Even Su Muing, who had been reclining on the back of the sofa, sat up, awaiting Wang Zhi's words. The Dawn Tower had long been aware of the function of crystal cores, but had yet to research how to use them safely and effectively. What purpose do they serve? The fatty asked impatiently. Our current physical capabilities have limitations, and the crystal cores can enable us to transcend these limits, granting limitless potential. Jieshi is currently in such a state, Wang Zhi stated. The group fell into silence, each lost in thought, reminiscent of Wang Zhi's own state at that moment. No wonder during the encounter with the giant python, she leapt nearly 5 meters high. I was left wondering if she was even human. He spoke slowly. Then if we utilize the crystal cores, could we also jump 5 meters high like Captain Jieshi? The fatty asked with yearning. Theoretically, yes. It depends on how far you can train yourself. Just like now, if you haven't reached your physical limits, the crystal cores won't be of much use to you, let alone allow you to soar into the sky, Wang Zhi explained to the fatty. What? How long will that take? The fatty lamented, cradling his head in despair. Thus, you must strive to enhance your training and reach your limits as soon as possible. Wang Zhi smiled encouragingly at the fatty. How can you be so certain that the Dawn Tower will allow us to use the crystal cores? Su Muing scoffed. As long as we have enough survival points, if the Dawn Tower refuses to sell, there's nothing we can do. After all, the technology lies in their hands. Wang Zhi replied helplessly. While Wang Zhi and the others conversed, Ling Yao announced a new notification, stating that the bounty mission had been taken offline. It seemed she had settled matters on her end. Wang Zhi thought upon seeing the message. Wang Zhi glanced at the time remaining on Ling Yao, which was 23 days. To forge iron, one must first be strong. We shall train diligently over these 20 days. The situation outside continues to worsen, and we must keep growing. Are there any further questions? Wang Zhi inquired, surveying the group. With everyone shaking their heads, he stood up to adjourn the meeting. They proceeded to the dining hall for dinner, during which Wang Zhi unexpectedly encountered Tang Qilin accompanied by 5 armed women as they boarded the elevator. It seems their team is heading out today, he remarked as he observed their departing figures. We possess heavy weaponry as well, but it's inconvenient to carry and seldom used. It appears Tang Qilin is aware that this mission is far from simple, Wang Zhi commented. Hey, Captain Wang, having dinner? Just then, the members of the Flying Tigers led by Long Yi approached, carrying plates and taking a seat at the table beside Wang Zhi. In truth, there was no unified mealtime here. Each team operated on its own biological clock. For Wang Zhi and his group, it was dinner time, but for others, it could be breakfast or lunch. Captain Wang, when will you venture outside again? Long Yi asked while eating. Sigh. We must go out in the next couple of days. Long Yi sighed. In the next few days? Have you accepted a mission? Yes, we need to collect at least half a ton of petroleum products. Wow, you're quite lucky. This mission seems exceedingly simple. Just find a place with plenty of vehicles and siphon all the fuel from the tanks. The task will be easily accomplished. The fatty expressed with envy. Exactly. With such a favorable mission, why are you sighing? Wang Zhi questioned, puzzled. Because it's too simple. That half-ton only yields 500 survival points, hardly enough for us brothers to spend, Long Yi explained. Wang Zhi was taken aback. Only 500 survival points for half a ton? That means it's only 3 survival points per liter, rather meager indeed. Perhaps the Dawn Tower wants you to gather more. Several tons, to increase your survival points, the fatty suggested. Unfortunately, we just upgraded to a level 3 team and don't have many survival points left. With prices rising on various items, relying solely on this 500 survival points for a month, 1T suffice for the 6 of us, Wang Yi lamented. Huh. After hearing you say that, it does seem we could gather a bit more survival points, Wang Yi chuckled ruefully. Wang Zhi realized that most teams appeared to be struggling financially. His own team, with over 20,000 survival points, had likely reached the pinnacle among level 3 teams. After Zhao Yan's death, Jieshi had transferred all her 10,000 survival points to them, followed by Zhang Ming joining with an additional 5,000 survival points. This had allowed Wang Zhi's team to outpace others on several outings. Since the restoration of the training reward system, they had collectively earned 550 survival points. And the 2 pieces of information they sold regarding mutated species had brought in 100 survival points, raising their total to 150 survival points, sufficient for promoting to a level 4 team. After deducting expenses for water, electricity, food, and other costs, they still had 650 survival points remaining. Gazing at the substantial amount in their account, Wang Zhi couldn't help but reflect. This sum could elevate 2 new teams to level 3 status in a remarkable leap. In truth, Wang Zhi did not find the promotion to level 3 particularly daunting. With just 10,000 survival points and completing 2 commendable missions, it could be achieved. Conversely, he believed that level 3 was merely the beginning threshold. The true core teams were those at level 4, which had a staggering 40,000 survival points more than level 3 teams. Essentially, a level 4 team represented the combined strength of 5 level 3 teams. Chapter 96. Aren't you afraid she'll feel inferior? In the following days, Wang Zhi successfully completed the design of his chemical defense combat suit. Upon presenting the detailed drawings to the group, the 5 couldn't help but marvel at Wang Zhi's artistry, lamenting that he was wasting his talent by not pursuing a career as a cartoonist. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Wang Zhi took the blueprints to the weapons hall, summoned a responsible party, and discussed the customization of the combat suits based on his designs. With the design in hand, the responsible person readily accepted the commission. Wang Zhi awaited the pricing estimate in the hall. Sorry for the wait. We've calculated the price for you. The cost price is 420 survival points, with an additional 30 survival points for the manufacturing fee, totaling 450 survival points, the responsible person said with a smile. 6 sets, Wang Zhi declared without hesitation. In this place, prices were not negotiable like in a market. If one could accept the price, the transaction would proceed, otherwise, they would have to save up. Wang Zhi found the 30 survival points for manufacturing reasonable. The real expense lay in the cost. By the way, can I apply for a patent on this design? Wang Zhi inquired. Patent? The responsible person looked puzzled. Indeed, it is simply a matter of placing my attire on your menu, priced at 500 survival points. After deducting your production fee of 450 survival points, the remaining 50 points shall be transferred to our team's account. Does that sound agreeable? If someone purchases your design, then certainly. The person in charge momentarily paused before acquiescing. It was his first encounter with such a business transaction. Wang Zhi approached the front desk and settled the fee of 2,700 survival points for 6 sets of combat uniforms. After which the staff began meticulously measuring the dimensions of each individual from head to toe. Observing the discussions around him, Wang Zhi had his portly companion inquire about the topic. Tang Qilin? Wang Zhi furrowed his brow. Yes, as they departed, those individuals flaunted their rocket launchers, only to end up with 2 casualties. How amusing. His companion chuckled maliciously. Wang Zhi had a habit of aspiring to be second rather than first. For his plans, Tang Qilin's unexpected rise was, in fact, unwelcome news. He had hoped Tang Qilin would swiftly enhance his strength to challenge for a level 4 team, thereby establishing Tang Qilin's team as a new leader among the citizens, alleviating Wang Zhi's concerns of solitude at the top. This group, known as the Hidden Dragon, was quite unique, as their captain was a woman adorned with an over-the-shoulder dragon tattoo, accompanied by 5 male members. Due to certain peculiar reasons, Wang Zhi refrained from getting to know them personally, merely offering superficial evaluations based on his observations during routine training. As for Tang Qilin, despite his aversion to communication, he had not engaged in any outrageous behavior and was already aware of the existence of mutated species, leading Wang Zhi to conclude that Tang Qilin was not as simple as he appeared. Conversely, Long Yi from the Flying Tigers was a team Wang Zhi closely interacted with, as he would prioritize them should any future collaborations arise. One must admit that the craftsmanship from Dawn Tower was indeed commendable, whether in length or fit. It was executed to perfection, tailored to each individual's physique. After dressing, Wang Zhi stepped out of the fitting room, followed by the others who emerged one by one. Observing the sleek black combat uniforms adorning his companions, he nodded in satisfaction, pleased that the final product met his expectations. Lu Li, you ought to eat more, otherwise this tailored outfit would be a loss, Wang Zhi remarked to the somewhat diminutive girl beside him. Sistering, are you not worried that Lu Li might feel inferior with such comments? Wang Zhi expressed his concern. We are good sisters. She wouldn't take it to heart. Right, little Lu Li? Su Muing shot Wang Zhi a glance, then turned to gently massage Lu Li's shoulder. Watching the playful exchange between the two, Wang Zhi chose to disregard them. Satisfied that everyone's combat uniforms fit well with no further adjustments needed, he confirmed receipt through Ling Ling Yao. Upon arriving at the training ground, Wang Zhi noted the flying tigers, who had been absent for several days, were now present again, their numbers unchanged at 6. It appeared that the difficulty of their recent mission was indeed minimal, primarily requiring significant time for resource transportation. How was it? The haul this time was satisfactory, I presume? By the way, if I recall correctly, Captain Wang is about to head out as well? Long Yi continued to inquire. Indeed, it has been just over a week. Time flies, Wang Zhi lamented. Then allow me to wish Captain Wang a successful undertaking of a high-reward mission, Long Yi declared with a fist bump. Not at all. I prefer the safety of tasks like yours, Wang Zhi replied, raising his palm. Given their current survival points, Wang Zhi eagerly awaited the opportunity to undertake a simple task, comfortably earning a couple of thousand points. What he dreaded most was encountering mutated species. Although they possessed valuable items, an encounter could indeed prove fatal. Wang Zhi would never consider himself merely unlucky, as he frequently found himself facing mutated creatures. Chapter 97. Accepting missions. Long Yi soon realized Wang Zhi's aversion to grand undertakings and adjusted his words. Then I wish Captain Wang a safe and smooth return. Very well. Wang Zhi nodded before turning to resume his training. He had previously contemplated that should he receive another challenging mission, he might meander along the city's edge, engaging in some hunting while collecting debris. However, he later discovered that the primary source of survival points stemmed from mission rewards. If he merely collected refuse, it would take an entire month to accumulate what could be earned in a few days through a proper mission, and conversely, spending a month outside was far more perilous than merely 3 days. Thus, most individuals opted for a mission once a month, while casually gathering debris on the side. This randomness in mission acceptance resembled a lottery. If one drew a prize, they would venture to redeem it, only to encounter mutated species, truly akin to hitting the jackpot. This scenario harbored two unknown factors, placing survivors in a precarious position. Wang Zhi and his companions aimed to reach their physical limits swiftly. If they felt no significant fatigue during the night, they resolved to intensify their training the following day, ensuring their bodies reached their current extremes daily. With 3 days remaining until mission acceptance, Wang Zhi had completed his final day of training, leaving the subsequent 3 days as a period for recovery. At this moment, Wang Zhi lay helplessly on his bed, eyes vacant, engulfed by darkness. Recently, Su Muing had been considerate, refraining from requesting massages, as everyone was utterly exhausted. Unable to spare energy for additional servitude, the two beside him had long since drifted into slumber. Despite his fatigue, Wang Zhi found it difficult to sleep, uncertain whether it was due to the impending rest day or the approaching lottery for an outdoor mission. Dragging his weary body to the living room, he sought solace on the couch whenever insomnia struck, turning on Ling Ling Yao to watch a film, as it was the only way to distract his restless mind and calm his anxious heart. Time slipped away, and Wang Zhi was roused by the sounds of a film playing on Ling Ling Yao. The lights in the room remained dim, indicating the others had yet to awaken. He stood up to stretch his stiff shoulders, pondering what to have for breakfast when Old He emerged from his room. You're up quite early, Old He remarked upon seeing Wang Zhi stretching in the living room. Did you sleep on the couch again? He asked, eyeing the open Ling Ling Yao. Yes. I couldn't sleep, so I came to watch a movie to pass the time. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just do your best, Old He advised. Uh-huh, Wang Zhi replied after a moment of silence, aware that Old He was referring to their upcoming outing in 3 days. Since Zhang Ming's unfortunate incident, he felt he had changed, becoming increasingly timid and apprehensive, transitioning from leading the first expedition team from Dawn Tower to now wishing to delay accepting missions until the last possible moment. It turned out that the true horror lay not in death itself, but in witnessing the demise of those one cared for. In the past half-month, 7 new teams had ascended to the 3rd tier, increasing the total from 18 to 25. Observing the burgeoning number of teams at this level, Wang Zhi sincerely hoped they would strengthen rapidly, birthing a level 4 team to take up the mantle of leadership. Today marked a significant occasion, the day for accepting mission lotteries. As preparation and planning were required, missions were typically accepted 2 to 3 days in advance. When the portly one finally awoke, the 6 of them gathered on the couch. Fixated on the taskbar of Ling Ling Yao, Wang Zhi silently prayed that they would not draw a task involving the collection of medicinal supplies. Sister Ying, how about you take the lead on this one? Wang Zhi suggested after a moment of contemplation, deciding to let someone else take the reins. Ling Ling Yao, accept an outdoor mission. Su Muing shot Wang Zhi a look before decisively addressing Ling Ling Yao. Mission acceptance successful. Mission objective, rescue at least 5 survivors. Task reward, successfully rescue 5 or more survivors, with a reward of 500 survival points for each individual. If fewer than 5 survivors are rescued, the reward is adjusted to 100 survival points per person. Wang Zhi meticulously read through the task details, realizing that the casualty rate of the external teams from Dawn Tower had recently risen, prompting the rescue of survivors to become a primary mission. However, in reality, the cataclysm had passed 3 months ago, and the number of those still alive outside was exceedingly scant. Encountering even a single survivor might prove to be a formidable challenge. This task could yield 2 extreme outcomes, either discovering a camp brimming with survivors or returning empty-handed after scavenging. Wang Zhi discussed the task with his companions. Indeed, given the perilous conditions outside, those who manage to survive must possess considerable skills, he concurred. Ultimately, the reward was secondary. What mattered was the freedom to operate without the constraints of a specific location. From a safety perspective, Sister Ying's task selection was indeed commendable, Wang Zhi praised. When has my luck ever been poor? Su Muing remarked, brushing her silver hair dismissively. All right, everyone, take these 3 days to rest as much as you wish. We shall set forth in 3 days, Wang Zhi announced, rising from the sofa with a hint of exhilaration. After a brief interlude, he led the 6 to the armory to gather supplies for their expedition. One by one, he procured 6 grappling devices, 18 high-explosive grenades, a total of 5,000 rounds of various firearm ammunition, and 12 signal smoke grenades. The total expenditure amounted to 250 survival points. And only then did Wang Zhi recall that the military equipment discount event had concluded. Chapter 98. She ultimately succumbed to insecurity after the 6 had acquired their ammunition. Wang Zhi took Galilei to the food supply area, planning to gather provisions sufficient for a maximum of 7 days outside. What is it, Liuli? Wang Zhi inquired. Captain, what can I eat to be like Sister Ying? Liuli spoke softly, her head bowed. Wang Zhi was momentarily taken aback, glancing at her chest, realizing her insecurities had resurfaced. Ahem, Liuli, you are perfectly fine just the way you are, he stammered, unsure of how best to comfort her. Really? Liuli lifted her head, seeking reassurance. Indeed, Wang Zhi affirmed with a nod, recognizing that instilling confidence in her was paramount. With Wang Zhi's encouragement, a smile gradually blossomed on Liuli's lips. On their way back, a small girl, seemingly no more than 10 years old, suddenly blocked their path. Brother, sister, could you spare me some food? I haven't eaten in a long time. The girl implored, her gaze fixed on the food in their hands. Wang Zhi observed the girl, noting her tattered and filthy clothing. Her face smeared with dirt as if she hadn't tea-washed for days, which was rather exaggerated. Little one, where are the members of your group? Wang Zhi asked with a smile. They don't want me anymore. Why not head to the ecological zone? They provide meals there, Wang Zhi suggested, intending to bypass the girl. However, she blocked his path once more, pleading, Please, I beg you. If I don't get food, they will truly kill me. The girl began to sob. Moved by her plight, Liuli was about to offer her food when Wang Zhi gently took her hand, pulling it away from the bag. Seeing Wang Zhi and Liuli appear vulnerable, the girl raised her hand and made a gesture. As Wang Zhi took a few steps forward, 3 men emerged to obstruct his path. Wang Zhi furrowed his brow, contemplating whether he was simply unfortunate or if this area was always like this. Kid, don't be ungrateful. We want to make it difficult for you. Just leave half, and we'll let you pass, one of the men, bearing a scar on his face, declared arrogantly. Isn't it true that no one in Dawn Tower keeps an eye on you? Wang Zhi questioned, puzzled by their brazen demeanor. Huh. We neither kill nor harm anyone, so why should anyone care about us? The scarred man retorted. Oh, interesting. If you neither kill nor harm, how do you intend to take something from me? By words alone? Wang Zhi mused with intrigue. Of course, by robbery, the scarred man asserted. And the three men advanced towards Wang Zhi and Liuli, intent on seizing their bags. As they approached, they were taken aback to see Wang Zhi brandishing his desert eagle, poised to fire at any moment. What do you intend to do? Are you going to shoot someone here? The scarred man managed to suppress his fear. Confronting Wang Zhi shook his head. No, I merely brandished it to intimidate you. The three men momentarily froze, glancing at the scarred man for direction. Why are you all looking at me? Does he truly dare to fire? The scarred man exclaimed. Charge at him. Bang. Just as the scarred man prepared to advance, Wang Zhi genuinely fired a shot at his feet. The shell clattered to the ground, echoing sharply. The three men stood utterly stunned, slowly beginning to retreat. Having never anticipated that Wang Zhi would actually fire a weapon. If you wish to beg for food, do so humbly. If you wish to rob, do so outside. Wang Zhi scoffed at the trio before turning to leave. As he was about to exit, members of the guard approached from a distance. Although Wang Zhi's firearm was silenced, the situation was observable via surveillance. Leading the guard was Deputy Captain Wu Changzheng, who, upon spotting Wang Zhi, approached without the intention of apprehending him as he had previously. Captain Wang, what brings you here? He inquired. A few beggars appeared, suddenly turned into robbers, and I, in a moment of panic, accidentally discharged a shot. Wang Zhi replied nonchalantly. Wu Changzheng frowned upon hearing this. Arrest all of them, he commanded with a wave of his hand. By the way, there was a little girl. She was also an accomplice, Wang Zhi added, pointing to the girl who had already fled, before departing himself. For Wang Zhi, no one within Dawn Tower was deserving of pity. All were equally equipped with hands and feet. In the pre-apocalyptic world and the post-apocalyptic era, the principle remained, survival of the fittest. He held disdain for those who sought to gain without effort, living off the labor of others. Having discussed the theory, it was time for practical application. The grappling device operated similarly to a handgun. Aim at a point and press the launch button. Now you all try it out, Wang Zhi instructed, leaping down from the high wall. Following suit, the two embedded their grappling hooks into the wall and jumped up. After several repetitions, Wang Zhi and his companions gradually acclimated to the sensation and commenced advanced training. The advanced training involved leaping from one high wall to another, requiring a high level of proficiency to complete both the securing and retraction actions before landing. They practiced diligently until the fuel for the gas ran out, at which point Wang Zhi concluded the training. Chapter 99. Cozy Village, January 1st, 2026, overcast. The 3 days passed swiftly, during which Wang Zhi frequently referenced the map, analyzing the surrounding layout. Ultimately, he opted for the area accessed via elevator number 9, which was relatively underdeveloped with a smaller population, an area Wang Zhi considered most promising. Inside the residence, the six were checking their gear. The once jovial fatty had shed his playful demeanor, quietly organizing his backpack. It's about time, we should depart, Wang Zhi remarked, glancing at Lingling. With that, the six donned their backpacks and made their way to the first floor. Upon entering the number 9 passage, the elevator reached its final destination. Wang Zhi ascended the stairs slowly, feeling the cold outside intensify with each step, even colder than during his last outing. Wang Zhi furrowed his brow. In this frigid winter, the survivors outside lacked air conditioning or heating. To keep warm, they could only resort to burning firewood. And without adequate warmth or insulation, they risked freezing to death. The 6 individuals, after a brief journey, arrived at the iron gate leading to the outside world. They unlatched their firearms, preparing to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Once everyone was ready, Wang Zhi activated the iron gate. The frigid wind immediately surged into the tunnel, sending a chill through Wang Zhi, despite his insulated clothing. Surrounding them was a desolate wilderness, littered with withered weeds and a few shadowy figures moving sluggishly. Observing the figures in the distance, Wang Zhi noticed they still wore tattered short sleeves, evoking a sense of admiration for their tenacity. These creatures seemed impervious to the bitter cold. The stout individual, eyeing the slow-moving zombies, stealthily equipped his dagger and approached them, emboldened by their sparse numbers. However, as he neared within 10 meters of a zombie, it sensed his presence and turned to charge at him. From afar, Wang Zhi noted that the zombie's speed had significantly diminished since their last outing. It appeared that the extreme cold had indeed impaired their movements. In the midst of his thoughts, the stout one had already dispatched the few figures and was striking a pose he deemed impressive for the others. Wang Zhi referred to this behavior as a display of courtship. Gazing across the barren landscape, he noted that the map indicated a rural road leading towards the city ahead. "Let us proceed along this road and see if we can find a village," he suggested, folding away the map. Wang Zhi felt that a village would be relatively safer, given its sparse population and the reduced risk of being besieged by hordes of zombies. Upon reaching the rural road, they encountered numerous abandoned trucks and fuel tankers, remnants of a once busy thoroughfare leading to the provincial road. Wang Zhi inspected one of the tankers, only to find it empty, shaking his head in disappointment. A well-preserved tanker could have been a boon for their group. While some construction materials in the trucks remained intact, they offered little benefit to Wang Zhi and his companions. "Stay close to the roadside. Beware of zombies lurking behind the vehicles," he cautioned as they proceeded, encountering sporadic zombies emerging from the vehicles. The zombies, now slowed by the cold, posed a significantly lesser threat to the 6 individuals than before. How much further? After half an hour, Su Muqing withdrew her weapon from a zombie's head and frowned at the surrounding overgrowth. Wang Zhi stood atop a large truck, using binoculars to survey the distant city skyline. Nearby villages remained obscured, likely hidden by trees. "We still have about 4 hours of travel," he called out. "By then, it will be dark," Lao He remarked. Glancing at the sky, "Let us find a village to rest for the night," Wang Zhi replied, leaping down from the truck's roof. "What village could possibly be around here?" The stout one lamented, surveying the barren expanse. "We can continue forward. If necessary, we will find a vehicle to shelter in for the night," Wang Zhi reassured them. Half an hour later, they arrived at a signpost marking Cozy Village. "Let us explore," Wang Zhi said, veering down a side road. After a brief walk, he was astonished to discover that the village lay within a vast pit, an enormous square hollow, likely the origin of its peculiar name. Estimating the area, he surmised the village had a population of around 10,000. Without searching for an entrance, the 6 jumped onto the nearest rooftop. A lone zombie lingered in the courtyard below, and upon hearing commotion above, it began clawing at the walls in a futile attempt to ascend. Wang Zhi swiftly silenced it with a well-placed shot. "Let us rest here for the night," he declared, noting the sun's descent. He preferred to avoid nighttime excursions, as their night vision equipment was limited in battery life and visibility was far superior during the day. Standing on the rooftop and gazing at the densely packed houses, Wang Zhi ignited a signal smoke bomb, releasing a plume of red smoke into the air. While daylight persisted, he hoped to attract any remaining survivors in the village. Should anyone see the smoke, they would likely climb to the rooftops, allowing Wang Zhi to observe them through his binoculars. The smoke would linger for an hour, and if no one appeared during that time, he would not waste effort scouring every house for survivors. In truth, Wang Zhi held little hope. 3 months had passed since the outbreak, and unless one were in a large refuge, the chances of encountering survivors dwindled. Even if they managed to evade zombies, the inevitable search for sustenance would be perilous. As time passed on the rooftop, the signal smoke finally extinguished, and they had yet to see anyone ascend. "Let us head indoors," Wang Zhi said, stowing his binoculars before leaping into the courtyard. Inside, the living room was cloaked in dust, indicating it had been long abandoned. In the bedroom, he discovered 2 skeletal remains on the bed. Grimacing at the realization that their plan to sleep there was now thwarted. Once the group confirmed the house's safety, Wang Zhi gathered all the wooden items from the kitchen to the living room, intending to start a fire for warmth. Though they could withstand the cold, who would not prefer comfort? With a flick of his lighter, he ignited some kindling, successfully kindling the fire. Surrounded by the warmth, they continued to add various pieces of wood, even utilizing a small stool as fuel. Wang Zhi watched the fire crackle, occasionally adding more wood, while outside, the distant moans of zombies and the sound of them colliding with wooden doors echoed ominously. Initially, Wang Zhi was unconcerned. The number of zombies was limited, and he doubted they could breach the door. Thus, he remained silent, lost in thought. However, as time wore on, the unusual sounds intensified, and the banging at the door grew more frequent. "Something SMS," Wang Zhi whispered, rousing his companions. They opened their eyes to see Wang Zhi extinguishing the fire. "It seems something is not right outside," he cautioned. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the courtyard door was broken down. Startled, the group swiftly grabbed their backpacks and activated their night vision devices. As the door shattered, A horde of zombies surged into the courtyard, clustering at the door, relentlessly pounding against it. Wang Zhi, observing the throng outside, raised his rifle and, through the glass window, began to eliminate the frontline zombies to prevent the door from being breached. Lao He, go to the back and remove the rebar from the window. We'll escape through there, Wang Zhi shouted. In a matter of moments, the door had been shattered by their gunfire, and the stout one had barricaded it with a sofa. The window is clear. Lao He's voice crackled through the radio. Retreat, Wang Zhi shouted, continuing to fire as he backed away to the window, grasping the ledge and swiftly climbing out. Surveying the pit below filled with zombies, he pondered the situation. How could lighting a fire attract so many zombies? Why have they suddenly gathered here? This left Wang Zhi perplexed. Shall we continue on our journey? Lao He inquired. Let us press on. We can't remain here, Wang Zhi replied, turning swiftly to leave. This place felt ominous, and he dared not linger. Should a mutated creature emerge, escape would be too late. 6 individuals progressed slowly along the dimly lit road, ultimately spending the night within a van parked along their path. Wang Zhi swiftly exited the vehicle, stretching his limbs to stimulate his circulation. Why can't we get a decent night's sleep? I loathe these zombies. The portly companion beside him echoed his discontent while stretching as well. All 6 disembarked and resumed their journey along the rural path towards the city. For the moment, Wang Zhi chose to disregard the nearby village, his primary objective being to reach Shou City in search of survivors. His greatest fear was to wander aimlessly, only to find no survivors, while the mutated creatures lurked nearby. After 2 hours of travel, the number of vehicles on the road gradually increased, from one every few dozen meters to one every few meters. Inside some of these vehicles sat zombies, their status uncertain. Wang Zhi opted not to provoke them and continued to advance quietly along the roadside. After we passed the gas station, Shou City should be ahead, Wang Zhi indicated. Really? Is that Shou City up ahead? Are you sure you're not mistaken? The portly man questioned, surveying the area that appeared devoid of anything but a few trees and streetlights. Indeed, this is a small city. The outskirts are predominantly urban villages, which is quite ordinary, Wang Zhi replied, observing the greenery ahead. Not certain. Let us see for ourselves once we arrive. Wang Zhi shook his head, unable to ascertain whether any survivors remained in the city, nor could anyone else. He maneuvered past the gas station and turned onto the main road leading to Shou City. Should we venture in to investigate? He suggested, eyeing the urban villages flanking them. Unnecessary. We must first locate a high-rise as swiftly as possible. Wang Zhi scanned the surroundings, noting that the entire street was congested with various vehicles. To reach the nearest high-rise from their current position, they would need to navigate through 2 traffic lights. Caution, do not use firearms just yet, he warned, as they stealthily moved along the roadside. If we provoke a horde of zombies here, the path behind us will not remain tranquil. Indeed, we must always leave ourselves an escape route, Su Mu-ing concurred. Onward. Wang Zhi inhaled deeply before whispering. The 6 swiftly climbed atop the vehicles, leaping onto the central yellow bus. Upon noticing the 6, the surrounding zombies erupted into a frenzied rush towards the bus. Wang Zhi was the first to ascend to the front of the bus, steadying himself before firing his handgun at the approaching zombies. The chaotic arrangement of vehicles effectively impeded some of the zombies' advance, preventing a mass surge. The most perilous situation arose on either side of the bus. Due to its long structure, many zombies had already made their way to the flanks, attempting to climb aboard. Liuli, switch weapons. Keep an eye on our surroundings, Wang Zhi shouted to Liuli upon noticing signs of a breach. The chaos drew more zombies, who soon surrounded the bus, using the fallen bodies of their kin as stepping stones, making it easier for the newcomers to reach the roof. Old he, come help me over here, the portly man exclaimed, anxiously reloading his weapon as he observed the zombies nearing the bus. After ensuring the situation was under control, Wang Zhi switched to his rifle, continuing to shoot at the zombies ahead. Before long, the bus was encircled by corpses, and the surrounding zombies had nearly all been dispatched. Occasionally, 1 or 2 would linger, prompting the group to sheath their firearms and resort to knives to deal with the remaining threats. Standing atop the bus, the 6 began reloading their spent magazines. With the reserve magazines now totaling 10, their efficiency had markedly improved. Wang Zhi noted that he still had 3 spare magazines remaining. Had he been wearing his previous combat gear, he would have found himself in a predicament without the ability to reload. Upon assessing their ammunition, Wang Zhi calculated that they each carried an average of 1,000 rounds, having expended 180 in the initial skirmish. While their ammunition sufficed for minor confrontations, they would be ill-prepared for a horde, leaving them with no choice but to flee. Shall we proceed? Wang Zhi suggested, leaping down from the bus and stealthily making his way towards the next intersection. As he passed a school, he noticed a group of smaller zombies, clad in uniforms, grasping the iron fence and baring their teeth at the six. Wang Zhi glanced at the fence, confirming it was insurmountable, and chose to ignore them. The six cautiously approached the next intersection, which was not a crossroads but a T-junction, leading to a residential complex on the other side. Observing the building, Wang Zhi noted it had 20 floors, meeting his planned height. Let us head there. He pointed towards the high-rise on the opposite side of the T-junction. There seemed to be more zombies at this intersection than the last. Old, he remarked, lowering his binoculars with a grave expression. Should we fight our way through? The portly man inquired. That is not an option. We cannot afford to engage here. Wang Zhi leaned against a tree, assessing the intersection. The T-junction lacked elevated vehicles or advantageous positions, preventing them from gaining the upper hand. We must sprint into the complex at top speed, seeking a building with a closed entrance. Then we can use this to ascend. He patted his grappling hook at his waist. Are you sure the zombies 1T breached the building's entrance? Old, he asked. Once we enter, we'll dash straight to the rooftop. If we distance ourselves from the zombies, they will become less frenzied. I trust the quality of the entrance will hold, Wang Zhi speculated. Let us follow Wang Zhi's plan. Lingering here is not a viable option, Su Mu indecisively stated. All right, I'll toss a grenade to distract the zombies at the intersection. Once it detonates, we'll charge into the complex. Wang Zhi confirmed with the group before pulling the pin from a grenade and hurling it towards the area with the most zombies. Boom. The grenade exploded amidst the horde, drawing the attention of the zombies, who turned to follow the sound. Now is our chance, Wang Zhi exclaimed, leaping onto the rooftops of the vehicles and bounding between them. The zombies within the residential complex were also drawn to the explosion. The moment they exited the complex, the zombies spotted Wang Zhi and his companions, shifting their focus towards them. In the midst of their breakthrough, the six were inevitably at risk of being caught by the wildly flailing arms of the zombies. However, their combat gear effectively mitigated the chance of injury. Wang Zhi wielded his knife, swiftly dispatching the zombies that obstructed his path. Witnessing the gruesome sight of blood splattering from the zombies invigorated what should have been a cold Wang Zhi, igniting a fiery resolve within him. Before long, their rapid sprint distanced them from the zombies that had gathered at the entrance. Upon entering the complex, Wang Zhi immediately spotted that the entrance to building No. 2 was securely closed. To building number 2, Wang Zhi called out, racing towards it. Upon reaching the base of the building, he promptly retrieved his grappling hook, aiming it at the wall between the second and third floors. Clang! The hook lodged perfectly into the wall. Wang Zhi pressed the retraction button, propelling himself upward. With a swift kick, he shattered the glass of a vent and slipped into the stairwell. As the remaining 5 followed him inside, the zombies below lost their target and began to wander aimlessly, while others continued to grasp at the entrance. Everyone all right? Wang Zhi inquired anxiously, glancing at the others in the stairwell. You're unscathed. What could possibly happen to us? Su Muing shot him a look. Is it not permissible to inquire about the portly man? I'm fine. He quickly waved his hands, asserting his strength. Then let us ascend, Wang Zhi announced, turning to climb towards the 20th floor. Once inside, he felt reassured that no zombies lurked within. Assuming an average family of 3 resided in each unit, the entire building would contain no more than 120 zombies, and with some likely absent or unable to open their doors, the stairwell was nearly devoid of any undead presence. The 6 individuals successfully reached the 20th floor. Upon ascending to the rooftop, Wang Zhi surveyed the sprawling cityscape before him, taking in the vehicles and zombies on the streets. The expansive shopping mall, the hospital, and the distant small factories, everything lay within his sight. He set down the binoculars and retrieved a signal smoke grenade from his backpack. Just as he was about to ignite it, a thunderous roar erupted from above. Chapter 102, Show City 3, startled by the noise. Wang Zhi quickly looked up to see an aircraft soaring over the city. How could there be a plane? Old, he was incredulous. Wow, Captain Wang. Hurry and deploy the smoke signal. Wang Zhi grabbed the binoculars again, and through them, he discerned that it was a fighter jet. 3 months had passed since the catastrophe, yet a warplane still flew? Wang Zhi was taken aback by the sight of the jet gradually disappearing into the distance. Its presence confirmed his suspicion that other refuges must exist, and the one capable of operating a fighter jet would undoubtedly be substantial. However, he remained uncertain about the location of this refuge and the intentions behind the aircraft. "Captain Wang, why aren't you deploying the signal?" The stout man questioned Wang Zhi, who remained unmoved. "We have no clarity on their intentions. Revealing ourselves might not serve us well," Wang Zhi replied as he sat on the rooftop. He felt fortunate for not igniting the smoke grenade prematurely. He took out a compass to observe the aircraft's flight path. Southeast at 165 degrees. High City, Wang Zhi contemplated. Glancing at the map, judging by the jet's trajectory, it could traverse a vast area between the capital and High City. While he could ascertain the flight path, its precise landing location remained a mystery amidst countless cities. "Are you planning to seek them out?" Su Muing gently nudged Wang Zhi, who was engrossed in the map. "It's vital intelligence. I must document it in case it becomes useful later," Wang Zhi replied as he folded the map. After waiting a while to confirm that no second aircraft passed overhead, he ignited the smoke signal. The 6 of them, each equipped with binoculars, scanned the city for any survivors signaling towards them. An hour swiftly passed, and the smoke signal gradually dissipated. "Did you find anything?" Wang Zhi inquired. "Nothing," replied Old He. "Fatty, let us go down and search for supplies. Sistering, please keep watch from up here." Wang Zhi set down the binoculars and rose. "Be sure to look for some blankets," Su Muing reminded. The 3 descended from the rooftop. The residential building had 2 staircases and 2 households per floor. Wang Zhi approached the door of the 20th floor and aimed his handgun at the lock. Bang! He shot a hole through the door lock. Just as Wang Zhi intended to pull the door open, a zombie lunged at him from within, forcing the door wide open. Before Wang Zhi could react, the stout man fired a barrage from his submachine gun at the zombie. "Calm down, fatty, it's just one," Wang Zhi remarked, observing the zombie now riddled with bullets. "I'm used to it. Haha." Fatty scratched his head sheepishly. The trio entered the apartment, checking each room thoroughly before commencing their search for supplies. In the kitchen, Wang Zhi discovered a can of sugar, 2 bags of salt, and 5 pounds of rice. Most other items had spoiled. He gathered the sugar, salt, and rice, along with an aluminum pot, knowing these would sustain them for the coming days. "Old He, did you find any water?" he asked. "No, the household relied on filtered tap water, but I did find quite a bit of cold medicine," Old He replied, stuffing the medications into his backpack. "All right, let us check the neighboring apartment," Wang Zhi said as he exited the unit. After an hour of gathering supplies, the rooftop was now brimming with provisions, particularly rice. As nearly every household had surplus, the total amounted to no less than 100 pounds of rice, 3 unopened barrels of purified water, and dozens of bottles of wine and spirits. "This zero-cost haul is exhilarating," Fatty exclaimed, gazing at the bounty on the ground. Wang Zhi set up the aluminum pot, adding rice and water before igniting the wood beneath it, waiting for the raw rice to transform into cooked meals. Wrapped in a blanket, he remained vigilant, intent on not missing any opportunities. After their midday meal, he ignited another signal smoke grenade. "Captain Wang, is it truly possible that this entire city has no survivors left?" Fatty queried. Wang Zhi lowered the binoculars, pinching his brow. Extended use had left his eyes fatigued. "If you were in their shoes, how would you draw my attention?" He posed a thought-provoking question. "If it were me, I would set the house on fire, signaling that someone is here," Fatty suggested after a moment of contemplation. "I fear that by the time you do, you too may turn to ashes," Wang Zhi retorted. "That is a clever idea, but they might be too afraid to do so," Wang Zhi analyzed further. "Perhaps they perceive us as a threat and fear that revealing themselves could endanger them." Old He theorized. "I can only say that you overestimate them. They likely do not ponder such complexities. Consider a human trapped for 3 months, fully aware that remaining is a dead end. Why not attempt to seek rescue?" Su Muing gazed into the distance. "Haha, it seems I overthought it," Wang Zhi admitted, slightly embarrassed by Su Muing's insight. "Then let us simply sleep until nightfall," Fatty declared, lying down and covering himself with the blanket, preparing for slumber. "Hey, Fatty, can you not?" Wang Zhi admonished, exasperated at the sight of Fatty settling in during daylight. "You all keep watch. I'll take the night shift," Fatty murmured, curling back into his blanket. Chapter 103. Not quite human as night descended. The zombies on the ground grew increasingly active. Wang Zhi, still wrapped in his blanket, remained fixated on every corner of the city. He sensed that as night fell, signals would undoubtedly emerge. He refused to believe that this city was entirely devoid of life. Meanwhile, Fatty rose from the ground, preparing dinner for everyone. Once darkness enveloped the surroundings, the six of them picked up flashlights to scan their environment. Everyone, be vigilant for any sources of light, Wang Zhi cautioned. I see something. I see something. Fatty excitedly exclaimed over the radio. Wang Zhi quickly rushed to Fatty's position, peering ahead. Indeed, not far below, a flicker of flames danced. Wang Zhi immediately grabbed the binoculars and saw that by the flames stood a man and a woman, gazing in their direction. Recognizing their presence, Wang Zhi flashed his flashlight several times towards them, signaling that they had been spotted. However, the sight of just two individuals was insufficient to deter Wang Zhi from his search. He wished to avoid aimlessly traversing the city. His ideal plan was to target a single location, ideally rescuing more than 5 individuals. Nonetheless, this was a promising start, confirming the existence of other survivors. He noted the coordinates of the 2 locations, realizing that the distance between them was considerable. Given the current situation, he could only choose one direction to pursue for rescue, ultimately deciding based on which group had more people. Just as Wang Zhi contemplated this, a familiar sensation surged through him once more. Alarmed, he shouted, "Watch out." Immediately after his warning, a dark figure leaped from in front of Su Muing, landing on the rooftop. Reacting swiftly, Su Muing executed a backflip to evade the shadow's descending strike. Bang! A heavy blow from the shadow struck the spot where Su Muing had just stood, creating a deep crater. The 6 individuals quickly activated their night vision goggles, and upon seeing the shadow, they were momentarily taken aback. It was a rather short humanoid zombie, and to their astonishment, it had a tail. Before they could examine it more closely, the shadow charged towards Su Muing with remarkable speed, seemingly angered by its previous miss, fixating solely on her for attack. The 2 engaged in a swift exchange of positions, prompting Wang Zhi to abandon his intention to shoot and instead draw a dagger, joining the fray. The rooftop space was too confined for the 6 of them to maneuver effectively, with Su Muing and Jia Luli holding the advantage due to their powerful melee weapons, while Wang Zhi and the others could only provide support and distraction from the sidelines. The shadow, favoring leaping strikes from above, forced the group to dodge, the memory of its earlier ground-shaking blow still fresh in their minds. After a brief struggle, the shadow suddenly shifted its target, seemingly frustrated with Su Muing, and lunged for the portly man instead. Caught off guard, the portly man was immediately clawed at the chest by the shadow. Ah, the portly man. Upon hearing his cry, Wang Zhi realized he might be injured. With the shadow no longer pursuing Su Muing, she seized the opportunity to unleash an attack, thrusting her weapon towards the creature's head. Unfortunately, the shadow was too swift, and her strike landed on its arm instead. The shadow let out a furious roar, and Wang Zhi could discern its anger. As the distance between them increased, both sides remained in a tense standoff. Wang Zhi noticed the shadow showing signs of retreat and exclaimed, "Not good, it's trying to escape." Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, the shadow turned and sprinted towards the edge of the rooftop. If it managed to flee, the consequences would be dire. While they were not afraid of a direct confrontation, they dreaded the possibility of ambush or summoning reinforcements. Observing the retreating figure, Wang Zhi swiftly drew a grappling hook from his waist and aimed it at the shadow's back. With a thud, the shadow was struck mid-leap by the hook. Wang Zhi felt a surge of joy at the successful hit and released the trigger, extending the hook's securing mechanism. The shadow, now leaping off the rooftop, began to scale down the wall, leaving claw marks in its wake. "Quick, grab hold of me." The cable of the grappling hook had reached its limit, and Wang Zhi found he could not pull the creature back. The combined strength of the 3 was sufficient to contend with the shadow. "Sistering, pull on the grappling hook with me," Wang Zhi called out to Su Muing, fearing the hook might slip from his grasp. "Lu Li, be ready." With a clang, a powerful strike from Su Muing's weapon cleaved through the shadow's head and continued to strike the ground, sending sparks flying. Fearing the creature might not be dead, Wang Zhi continued to fire his rifle into its body. Only when the zombie lay motionless did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, the portly man approached them, and Wang Zhi turned to him, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Captain, your foresight is commendable. The armor on my chest was reinforced, or that zombie's claw would have nearly torn through my bulletproof vest," the portly man replied, grinning through gritted teeth. Judging by the creature's size and speed, it resembled the agile type of zombie described by Tang Qilin, though the latter's account mentioned no tail. Could it be that this mutated zombie had further evolved? Wang Zhi pondered aloud. Could it be that this creature has consumed other mutated animals and merged with them? The portly man speculated. Chapter 104. Police station. This was the only explanation. Otherwise, how could a humanoid zombie develop a tail? Wang Zhi concurred with the portly man's reasoning. He had not anticipated encountering a mutated zombie at the rooftop of the 20th floor, nor did he expect this zombie to be capable of climbing walls. This mutated creature must have been attracted by their lights, prompting Wang Zhi to decisively halt their use of illumination during the night. Captain, how should we handle this corpse? The portly man inquired, pointing at the body on the ground. Toss it down, Wang Zhi replied, kicking the zombie's head away. He felt somewhat unfortunate. Every time he ventured out, he seemed to encounter a mutated zombie. Captain, there's light. In the midst of his thoughts, Jia Lu Li's voice crackled through the radio. Wang Zhi rose to look, spotting a faint glow in the distance. Through his binoculars, he discerned a police station, where a group of people was signaling with a flashlight. Upon closer inspection, he counted 11 individuals. No, 12, as a woman lay in the corner. Wang Zhi put away his binoculars and marked the coordinates of the police station, deciding that their next objective would be that very location. 12 individuals exceeded his expectations. If this venture went smoothly, it could yield 6,000 survival points along with some supplies they could gather. As for the other 2 coordinates, they no longer seemed necessary. Tomorrow, we shall head to the police station, Wang Zhi announced. What about the other locations? Lao He asked. Unless we find a place with more people than the police station, there's no need to pursue them, Wang Zhi replied, turning to unfurl a large blanket. Oh, and by the way, portly man, you're on night watch. Just as he lay down, he turned his head to remind the portly man. On the rooftop of the police station, Captain, what do you think those people are? How should I know? At this point, all that matters is that they come over. Who would go out of their way to rescue someone at this hour? I doubt they can even save themselves. What do you know? Would ordinary people have signal flares? Would they have such bright lights? Would they carelessly wave a large lamp around at night? The captain exclaimed in frustration. Can they find us? A man holding a candle whispered. January 4th, 2026, overcast. Get up, get up. Taking advantage of their rest, Wang Zhi had already prepared breakfast. With the dawn's light, he awakened the others who had been resting under the blankets. Although he had told the portly man to stand watch, he had only meant for him to take the first half of the night, with the latter half to be covered by himself and Lu Li. As they ate, Wang Zhi began to devise a plan for reaching the police station, which lay to their southeast. To arrive there, they would need to traverse an intersection heading east, then 2 more intersections heading south, ultimately passing through 3 waves of crossings. Wang Zhi surveyed the situation at the 3 intersections through his binoculars. The streets were still teeming with zombies. If they forced their way through, it would undoubtedly require considerable effort, yet they had no other choice. Unless they could fly over, they would have to push through the intersections. Captain, do we need to take all this stuff when we leave? The portly man asked, gesturing to the supplies nearby. Each person can carry 10 pounds of rice. Lu Li can take the sugar and salt, and as for alcohol, 1 bottle per person, Wang Zhi instructed, considering the supplies on the ground. Since glass bottles could break upon collision, they could only take 1 bottle each. How do you plan to get through? Su Muing asked, lowering her binoculars. With so many zombies, our ammunition might not suffice, Lao He remarked, assessing their supplies. What if we dashed from the first intersection directly to the space between the first and second intersections, using grenades to take them out? And then we can deal with the remaining zombies at the 3rd intersection slowly with our guns? Wang Zhi proposed his strategy, dealing with zombies at 2 intersections simultaneously? Are you insane? Lao He thought Wang Zhi's idea was overly ambitious. It's not impossible. If we secure a favorable position, we can hold our ground. Su Muing countered. Indeed, between the 2 intersections, we employed a grappling hook to attach ourselves to the towering walls on either side. This maneuver caused the zombies to congregate below, and as they attempted to ascend using one another as a human ladder, we would eliminate them with grenades. Wang Zhi continued his exposition. Is this feasible? I still feel it carries significant risk. What a scene it would be if zombies from both streets converged. The hefty man began to express his trepidation. Very well. Let us prepare and set forth. Wang Zhi rose, gathering the supplies scattered about. Chapter 105. A river of blood. Having organized their resources, the 6 descended from the rooftop. Upon landing, the zombies near the building's entrance surged toward them. Su Muing grimaced at the horde before her, exclaiming, they truly are relentless. With that, one individual lunged forward, swiftly dispatching the small cluster of zombies. Exiting the community, they opted for melee weapons, It was only at the intersection that they would resort to firearms. With that, Wang Zhi crouched and aimed at a stationary zombie, executing a precise shot to the head. Observing Wang Zhi take the first shot, the others followed suit. The sound of shell casings hitting the ground drawing the attention of nearby zombies, who emitted low growls. The zombies at the intersection turned as well, noticing the six. Seeing the zombies begin to stir, Wang Zhi no longer hesitated. He advanced to the entrance of the community, engaging in direct fire. Old He quickly secured the electronic gate, knowing it would soon be overrun by zombies, but every moment of delay counted. A portion of the zombies had already scaled the fence and charged toward the six from both sides, pressured by the advancing horde. The six retreated until they found a clear side, then mounted a counterattack. After emptying the last magazine of his pistol, Wang Zhi switched to his rifle, beginning to fire. The ground of the community was now littered with corpses, and the zombies at the intersection had nearly been eradicated. The group paused to reload their magazines. At the next intersection, we must unleash our full firepower, Wang Zhi declared with fervent determination. The six replenished their ammunition and charged toward the next intersection. The five followed closely behind. Before the zombies could react, Wang Zhi had already sprinted 10 meters ahead. Do not engage. Keep running, Wang Zhi commanded over the radio as he felt the ground tremble beneath the weight of the zombie swarm behind them. Turning the corner, Wang Zhi pressed on, noticing the increasing number of zombies ahead, and shouted, "Climb the wall." He then launched his grappling hook onto a second-floor wall approximately 8 meters high. Securing himself with the device at his waist, he prepared for the onslaught below. The zombies, witnessing the six ascend the wall, piled up beneath, stepping on one another to reach the top. "Old He, take charge over there," Wang Zhi called out without sparing a glance toward Old He, focusing instead on firing at the zombies attempting to climb. Seeing the zombies amass, Wang Zhi swiftly tossed a high-explosive grenade down. Boom, boom. As the explosions echoed from Wang Zhi's position, similar detonations erupted from Old He's side. A single grenade obliterated a large cluster of zombies, sending blood splattering in all directions. Wang Zhi wiped the blood from his goggles and continued firing downward. The grenade temporarily disrupted the zombie ladder, but they quickly regrouped. And the zombies at the southern intersection, alerted by the blasts, surged toward them. "Fatty, throw a grenade," Wang Zhi shouted as he noticed the swarm of zombies multiplying below. Fatty, clutching his submachine gun, was too caught up in the chaos to heed Wang Zhi's instructions. In a state of frenzy, he continued to spray bullets. Boom. A sudden, thunderous sound startled Wang Zhi. It was Su Muing tossing a grenade. Boom. Another explosion followed closely after. Seizing the moment while the zombie ladder was disrupted, Wang Zhi changed magazines. "Fatty, pay attention to my commands," Wang Zhi bellowed, seeing Fatty regain a semblance of calm. Currently, Wang Zhi had exhausted his grenades, while Fatty still had 3 and Su Muing had 2. Wang Zhi, observing the swelling horde below, felt a surge of anxiety. He had not anticipated the sheer volume of zombies at the southern intersection. The cacophony of explosions drew all the zombies from the 2 intersections toward their feet, and now Wang Zhi could scarcely distinguish between corpses and the undead. "Fatty, continue to throw grenades," Wang Zhi commanded, urging Fatty to launch his final grenade. Most of the zombies below had transformed into lifeless bodies, severed limbs, and mangled flesh strewn about. "Wang Zhi, our situation here is dire," Old He's voice crackled through the radio. Hearing this, Wang Zhi glanced up to see the zombies on the opposite side still forming a human ladder. While Old He's group had run out of grenades, and Galilei was down a rifle, their firepower severely diminished. "Sistering, go assist them," Wang Zhi instructed. Noticing Su Muing had also identified the troubling situation, the zombies on the opposite side far outnumbered their own, with several alleyways allowing more zombies to flood toward Old He's group. Su Muing retracted her grappling hook and leaped from the 8-meter wall, her rifle devoid of ammunition. Upon landing, she drew her weapon, charging into the horde of zombies. Galilei, seeing Ing come to their aid, also stowed her grappling hook and jumped down from the wall. Upon witnessing the dwindling number of zombies below, Wang Zhi and the others followed suit, stowing their hooks and rushing to join Su Muing and Galilei, who were now surrounded. After a moment, the 6 fled into the eastern alley, leaning against a dumpster to catch their breath, while outside, blood flowed like a river. In their fierce battle, they had slain nearly 1,000 zombies, with just those 11 grenades accounting for nearly 400. The overwhelming stench of blood filled the street, the crimson liquid still trickling down from Galileo's weapon. Even Wang Zhi, donned in protective goggles, found himself nauseated by the odor. At this moment, Wang Zhi could scarcely comprehend the hellish ordeal he was enduring. He had never envisioned witnessing such a grand massacre. Chapter 106. The journey home. The six huddled in a corner, consuming the provisions salvaged from the Dawn Tower. The recent battle had drained their energy, necessitating a pause to recuperate. Wang Zhi, glancing at the still shaken Fatty, offered reassurance. "Fatty, take it easy, it's all over." With that, he patted Fatty on the shoulder, though he himself feigned calmness, his hands trembling slightly as he handled the food. Yet, he bore it stoically, as the captain. He knew he must remain composed. "I'm fine, Captain Wang." Fatty quickly adjusted his mindset. "Indeed, the path ahead will be much smoother. Let us finish eating quickly." "We must press on," Wang Zhi replied, hastily consuming the last bite of food before preparing to leave. Meanwhile, the street was sparsely populated with a few sluggish zombies. Allowing Wang Zhi to forego his firearm and mimic Su Mu-ing's method of dispatching them with a swift throat slash, the six successfully reached the police station's entrance, where the number of zombies was not particularly overwhelming, perhaps due to prior cleansing by those on the rooftop or the diversion caused by their earlier explosions. On the rooftop of the office building, several survivors cautiously peered down at Wang Zhi and his companions. Wang Zhi glanced up briefly before continuing to eliminate the zombies in the courtyard. Following the previous chaotic encounter, these few dozen zombies seemed trivial, and Wang Zhi calmly dispatched several with his Desert Eagle, achieving impressive headshots. The office building was not particularly tall, only 5 stories, and with survivors present, Wang Zhi felt assured there were no significant dangers within. The six made their way up the stairs directly to the rooftop. Wang Zhi, gripping his pistol, approached the rooftop door, leaning against the wall in preparation to breach it. Due to his uncertainty about whether the other party was armed or their intentions, he sought to resolve this ambiguity through force. Bang! After giving a knowing glance to his companions, Wang Zhi forcefully kicked open the rooftop door and immediately aimed his gun forward. However, the opposing group stood at a distance with their hands raised, signaling that they meant no harm. "Weren't there 12 of you? Where's the other one?" Wang Zhi inquired cautiously, eyeing the 11 individuals before him. She is dead," one of the men stuttered in response, as Wang Zhi slowly ascended to the rooftop and discovered the body lying in the corner. He chose to disregard it. He had no interest in the reasons behind the death or the identities of these individuals. In this apocalyptic world, past identities and deeds had lost their significance. What mattered to him were the potential threats posed by the others, their intentions, and what benefits they might offer him. "What are you planning to do?" "We mean no harm," one of the men said nervously. The 2 members of Wang Zhi's group ignored the protest and approached the others, confiscating a few handguns and daggers. However, they quickly realized the handguns were devoid of ammunition, mere shells now. "Who are you really?" the leader of the group asked, visibly anxious. "Stop with the nonsense. We're here to save you," the stout man replied impatiently. Did you kill all the zombies on the way?" The leader trembled as he looked at the blood-soaked six. "For a while, stay behind us and remain silent. Lioli, keep an eye out for zombies behind us," Wang Zhi instructed before beginning the descent. The previous night's fierce battle against the mutated zombies on the 20th floor still lingered in his mind. Had it not been for their superior equipment, the stout man's chest would have likely been torn apart, and Wang Zhi wouldn't have had to drag the mutated zombies back up from below to eliminate them. In terms of value, Wang Zhi believed the crystal cores found in the heads of the mutated zombies were far more valuable than the 11 survivors behind him. Although these cores held no monetary worth or practical use at present, he was certain that one day they would become rare commodities, perhaps even priceless artifacts. An hour later, the six had exited Shoqing and the urban area, collectively exhaling in relief. The sporadic zombie encounters along the way had kept the survivors on edge. Phew, finally out. "This cursed place is no place for humans," the stout man said, relieved. "Where are you taking us?" One of the survivors, seeing Wang Zhi's group relax, could no longer contain his curiosity. "Oh, are we going to sell you?" "Don't worry, just follow us. You'll be astonished when we arrive," the stout man retorted dismissively. 2 hours later, the group returned to the village they had previously traversed. Upon reaching, Wang Zhi realized they were merely 2 hours away from their extraction point. However, the night they spent at the village had left him with a lingering sense of unease, prompting him to glance down into the pit of the village. Strangely, all the zombies that had once roamed the village had vanished. The zombies that had previously wandered the distant streets were now nowhere to be seen, as if the entire village had never been plagued by the undead. Were it not for the sight of numerous zombie corpses in the small courtyard where they had stayed, he might have thought the zombie encounter had been a mere figment of imagination. As Wang Zhi pondered this mystery, he suddenly noticed a pair of crimson eyes watching them from a distant rooftop. When he raised his binoculars to get a clearer view, the lenses revealed nothing but emptiness. Chapter 107. The Supernatural Zombie. Hey, what are you looking at? Su Muqing asked, noticing Wang Zhi lagging behind. I just saw a pair of red eyes on the rooftop over there, but when I looked through the binoculars, there was nothing. Wang Zhi recounted his observation. A pair of red eyes? Where? Are you just fatigued and hallucinating? Su Muqing queried, scanning the village but finding nothing amiss. It's not a hallucination. Didn't you notice that all the zombies in the village have disappeared? Wang Zhi pointed out. Upon hearing this, Su Muqing realized, that explains why I felt something was off. The zombies are gone. Where could they have gone? Wang Zhi shook his head, indicating his own confusion. The situation in the village was too peculiar. They had been comfortably inside when suddenly besieged by a horde of zombies, and now, the zombies had vanished. He even began to suspect that something was manipulating these creatures. Wait, manipulating? Wang Zhi suddenly recalled what Jieshi had told him, that a certain type of mutated zombie could control ordinary zombies, and that the eternal apocalypse had fallen victim to such creatures. His breath quickened at the thought, if it were indeed that type of mutated zombie. A village of nearly 10,000 zombies had vanished without a trace. If they were to appear all at once. Seeing Wang Zhi in such a state of disarray, the others exchanged puzzled glances, having never witnessed him so flustered. What's wrong, Captain Wang? The stout man inquired. Stepping forward. Before Wang Zhi could respond, he saw a vast horde of zombies beginning to emerge from the village, rushing out from the buildings. There were no fewer than 8,000 zombies crowding the pit, with 8,000 zombies barreling toward them, and each of them having less than 200 rounds left. Even infinite ammunition would not suffice to quell such a swarm. They're coming. Run! Wang Zhi shouted, pointing toward the pit. Old He and the others immediately turned to look in the direction of the village, witnessing the thousands of zombies frantically charging toward them. His pupils constricted, and a single word echoed in his mind. Run. Without hesitation, the 6 of them sprinted back the way they had come, followed closely by the 11 survivors. Help me. Please, someone save me. One woman, paralyzed by fear, fell to the ground, pleading for rescue. Everyone, grab a strong one and inject them with hormones. Wang Zhi ordered over the radio. He quickly retrieved his adrenaline from his backpack and turned to grasp a seemingly robust young man. What are you doing? The young man exclaimed in panic. Wang Zhi aimed to save at least 5 survivors, minimizing their losses while ensuring they could still accumulate survival points. After running for 10 minutes, the pursuing horde remained relentless, and those survivors who had not received the adrenaline began to show signs of exhaustion, crying out in despair as they screamed amidst the apocalypse. Half an hour later, only the 6 survivors who had injected the hormones remained behind Wang Zhi, while the horde continued to pursue them from a distance. Although the zombies were slower than Wang Zhi and his group, they did not tire and would continue their relentless chase. Hang on a little longer, we're almost there. Wang Zhi urged as he spotted an oil tanker along the route, the same one they had passed when they first emerged. Sister Ing, go ahead and open the gate. Wang Zhi instructed as he noticed their extraction point in the distance. After giving the command, he turned back to assist a struggling survivor, pulling him along as they pressed forward. They stumbled a few more steps before collapsing inside the iron gate. Help the others up, don't linger at the entrance. Wang Zhi urged as he assisted a young man to his feet. Water. Liuli, please get the water bottle from my backpack. Wang Zhi requested when he heard the young man's plea for hydration. Once Liuli retrieved the water, the young man gulped it down greedily, only returning the empty bottle to Wang Zhi once he had finished. Thank you, Wang Zhi said, glancing at the now empty bottle without concern. What just happened? That was terrifying. The stout man gasped as he regained his composure. Supernatural zombies, Wang Zhi replied, still shaken. It was a nickname he had given them. Supernatural zombies? Su Muqing asked, bewildered. Indeed, as I mentioned previously, the mutated zombies that can be controlled are quite fearsome. The eternal apocalypse met its demise at the hands of such aberrations, Wang Zhi elucidated. Indeed, who could withstand that? Summoning so many zombies at once renders any counteroffensive impossible, the portly man lamented. Thus, being swift is advantageous, Lao he remarked. Upon exiting the elevator, nearby survivors were taken aback upon seeing the 6 individuals, bloodied, and one with a battle suit torn to shreds, standing in their midst. They stood frozen in place, watching as the 6 led 6 other survivors toward the medical room. After emerging from the disinfection chamber, Sophie in the examination room looked at Wang Zhi and the others with exasperation. "What have you been up to? You've gotten so dirty. If this happens again, it will cost you more," she scolded, proceeding to draw blood for tests. Chapter 108. The Dragon and Tiger Rankings. Once everyone confirmed their safety, Wang Zhi escorted the 6 survivors to the mission hall to complete the handover. The 6 brought Wang Zhi a bounty of 3,000 survival points. And seeing his account now at 23,700 points, he contentedly pocketed the magnetic card. Wang Zhi was quite pleased with the harvest from this outing. Aside from the survival points, he had also acquired intelligence on 2 mutated zombies and a crystal core. "Let us go. Tonight, we shall indulge in a splendid feast," Wang Zhi declared, first taking the portly man to the equipment hall, where he ordered a new battle suit for him, as the previous one was no longer serviceable. "You've had quite the luck this time," Wang Zhi remarked, giving the portly man a light tap on the chest. "Ouch, my chest still hurts," the portly man exclaimed, clutching his chest. "Who told you to slack off during training?" "That's quite unfair, Captain Wang. My training is always earnest, guided personally by Brother He. Besides, you saw the speed of that zombie. I did my best." "Only Sister Ying could have exchanged blows with it," the portly man protested. Wang Zhi chose not to respond, knowing that had the mutated zombie targeted him instead, he might have sustained injuries as well, albeit in different places. Fortunately, the portly man had not reacted quickly enough, thus being attacked in the area with the most robust defenses. Had he attempted to block with his arm, the consequences would have been far worse. Upon leaving the equipment hall, Wang Zhi and the portly man made their way directly to the 3rd-floor dining hall. At that moment, Wang Zhi wished for nothing more than to enjoy a lavish meal and then have a good night's sleep. As for the intelligence and news, he would attend to that after he had rested. After placing their orders, some newly arrived teams on the 3rd floor gazed enviously at the table laden with food before Wang Zhi and his companions, wondering how this team could afford such extravagance. Wang Zhi drained his last sip of red wine, and the 6 of them finished their grand feast under the envious gazes of others. Upon returning home, having overindulged, Wang Zhi settled onto the sofa to browse Ling Ling Yao, hoping to discover any recent news. The first notification he encountered was of yet another rise in food prices. "Damn, no wonder that meal costs so much," Wang Zhi muttered to himself. Seeing this, Wang Zhi opened the Dragon and Tiger Rankings on Ling Ling Yao. His team, Dusk's Twilight, had a contribution value of 25 for 100 points, placing them 2nd in the rankings. Wang Zhi was not surprised by their position. After all, a considerable portion of their survival points came from other avenues, which did not count towards contribution value. The top 3 teams on the Dragon and Tiger Rankings would have the opportunity to be authorized by the Tower Master for promotion to level 5 teams. Wang Zhi was astonished to see this announcement, as the Dawn Tower had not previously indicated how to achieve such a promotion. Now, this criterion was finally revealed. Once promoted to a level 5 team, it would mean an unlimited number of team members could be recruited, as long as they had the capability to control and cultivate other survivors, thereby continuously expanding their ranks into a formidable force. However, the conditions provided by the Dawn Tower remained rather vague. Merely stating that there was an opportunity was enough to keep Wang Zhi pondering for a long while. After perusing the news, Wang Zhi reclined against the sofa, sighing. It seems once the Dragon and Tiger Rankings are out, remaining inconspicuous is no longer an option. Despite their 2nd place standing, Wang Zhi was not keen on promoting to a level 4 team, primarily to avoid daily inquiries about whether he was still accepting new members. Bored, Wang Zhi examined the crystal core in his hand, wondering when the Dawn Tower would devise a method for utilizing it. He felt that given the current abilities of mutated zombies, they posed a significant threat to ordinary humans. He was uncertain how many bizarre entities lay beyond, with just that one spectral zombie being enough to send him fleeing. That night, after an unknown passage of time, Wang Zhi, still with his eyes closed, was suddenly startled awake, anxiously surveying the surrounding darkness. Instinctively reaching for a weapon, he realized he was merely clad in pajamas, sitting on his bed. "Shoo, turn off the light and go back to sleep," murmured Su Mu-Ying, her eyes still shut and brow furrowed. Noticing Li Ying and the others still asleep, Wang Zhi refrained from disturbing them and quietly turned off the bedside lamp before exiting the room. What's going on today? Portly man, aren't you usually a heavy sleeper? Wang Zhi remarked as he descended to the first floor, where he found the portly man curled up on the sofa, gazing vacantly ahead with a forlorn expression. Seeing Wang Zhi approach, the portly man slowly turned his head, his face devoid of emotion, and after a moment, a tear trickled from one eye. Witnessing the portly man in tears, Wang Zhi, who had been smiling, gradually wiped the expression from his face. What troubles you? If something is bothering you, speak up. Don't keep it bottled inside. I miss Xiaoming. No one talks to me. I feel so lonely. The portly man whimpered like a child, huddled on the sofa. Don't dwell on it. Is there anything more important than being alive? Come, let us watch a movie to lighten the mood, Wang Zhi suggested, casually selecting a film for the portly man. Chapter 109. An invitation for team? Why is the food so subpar today? Lioli is in her growth phase. Are you responsible for her missing nutrients? Su Muing complained. Don't even mention it. Food prices have surged again, now doubled, Wang Zhi replied helplessly. TSK. That doesn't mean we should skimp on meals. Be more mindful next time. Su Muing shot him a disapproving glance before sitting down to eat. During breakfast, Wang Zhi shared with everyone the news of the dragon and tiger rankings from the previous night. So, that means Tang Qilin's team has more survival points than us? The portly man stated, unwilling to accept the notion. That's not entirely accurate. Contribution points only reflect the value brought to the Dawn Tower. They don't account for the survival points we acquired through trade. Moreover, knowing Tang Qilin's character, if they reach 50,000 survival points, they will undoubtedly seek to promote to a level 4 team immediately, Wang Zhi clarified. Then the dragon and tiger rankings hold no other benefits besides the chance for promotion to a level 5 team? Su Muing inquired. Wang Zhi shook his head. At present, that seems to be the case. Upon hearing that there were no additional benefits, the group lost interest in the dragon and tiger rankings. After finishing their meal, before Wang Zhi could clean up, a notification arrived on Ling Ling Yao. Your Captain Jie, she invites you for tea, Su Muing called out from the sofa, sounding rather displeased. Wang Zhi froze for a moment. It was rare for Jie to invite him over, and such a sudden request likely indicated something important. How about you accompany me, sistering? Wang Zhi tentatively asked, noting Su Muying's sarcastic tone. Oh, if I were to fight Jie, whose side would you take? Su Muing turned to glare at him. Naturally, I would side with you, sistering, Wang Zhi replied earnestly. TSK, let us be realistic. Even if we teamed up, we wouldn't stand a chance against her. Then I shall take Lioli with me. Wang Zhi decided to bring Jiao Lioli to the first floor guard headquarters. Upon arriving at the entrance, just as he was about to retrieve his magnetic card, a guard spoke up. Captain Wang, please hurry inside. Captain Jie, she has been waiting for you for quite some time. Wang Zhi glanced up at the guard, who seemed quite courteous. Wang Zhi made his way directly to Jieshi's room. Without lifting her gaze from the computer screen, Jieshi instructed, sit. Wang Zhi quietly took a seat beside her, refraining from interrupting. After a while, upon completing her tasks, Jieshi turned to Wang Zhi and inquired, I heard you killed another mutated zombie? She elaborated. We refer to such mutated zombies as secondary variants, possessing multiple characteristics. Did you bring the crystal core? Jieshi asked directly. Yes, I brought it. All right, hand it over. Wang Zhi was taken aback by Jieshi's straightforwardness. After receiving assurance from her, he felt a sense of relief. He certainly would not have willingly surrendered the crystal core, which he had painstakingly obtained, just because of a word from the Dawn Tower. Wang Zhi retrieved the crystal core from his pocket and handed it to Jieshi. After receiving it, Jieshi meticulously examined the crystal core. Wang Zhi had already observed it at home. Its size was comparable to that of the phantom zombie's crystal core, but the internal structure differed. The crystal core from this secondary variant contained more red strands than that of the phantom zombies, appearing a deeper red. Impressive, Jieshi commented after a brief inspection, before storing the crystal core away. This can control zombies, right? She confirmed. Yes. It seems the only way to deal with such zombies is to eliminate them before they can summon others. Thus, our future path is laden with challenges. If we grow complacent now, we shall only march towards extinction. I understand. By the way, we observed a fighter jet flying along the route from the capital to Haicheng. I suspect there is a large encampment along that flight path, Wang Zhi reported. Jieshi's expression darkened slightly at his words, indicating that this news was not favorable for her. Did they discover you? She asked, her tone growing colder. No. At that time, We hadn't released a signal flare. From such heights, the aircraft couldn't discern whether what lay below was human or zombie, Wang Zhi assured her. Noticing Jiexi's unusual demeanor, Wang Zhi probed, "What's wrong?" "Captain Jieshi, 5th floor of the Dawn Tower." Tower Master. According to Wang Zhi, they encountered a fighter jet outside, yet did not expose themselves. Jieshi reported to the Tower Master. "It seems those individuals remain unconvinced," the Tower Master remarked slowly from his chair. "Could it be another encampment's aircraft?" Jieshi inquired. "Of course, we cannot dismiss the possibility that there are more formidable entities on this continent than the Dawn Tower. Yet, for us, it merely signifies an additional adversary," the Tower Master replied, his words laced with a chilling detachment. Chapter 110. A renewed challenge. After listening, Lao He asked, "Are you suggesting she seems to know about the fighter jet?" Wang Zhi shook his head. "Not that she knows, but she must be concerned about something. That should not be the case. After all, even we are oblivious to the true location of the Dawn Tower. We can only be transported through the elevator. If the outer iron gates were maliciously breached, the Dawn Tower would be immediately alerted. The 200-meter descent serves as a buffer, granting the tower sufficient time to respond." Wang Zhi deduced. So, her concern is not about revealing the Dawn Tower's location, but merely about the existence of the other party? Su Mu-ing suggested. "Yes, for now. That is the only explanation." "Damn, if even the Dawn Tower is fearful, are we not doomed?" the fatty lamented. "Not necessarily. We still have room for growth. Victory or defeat remains uncertain. Thus, I have decided that starting today, we will train an additional hour each day," Wang Zhi declared. I knew you would say that. I don't want extra training." The fatty groaned, collapsing onto the sofa. "We will head to the training ground shortly to spar. If there are breakthroughs in the crystal core research, we will utilize them in accordance with our performance in sparring," Wang Zhi proposed. Do I still need to compete if I'm last?" the fatty questioned, sitting up from the sofa. "What are you saying? The outcome is yet to be determined. We may both be dark horses. Put in some effort, and who knows, you might defeat Lu Li." Wang Zhi encouraged him. No, Captain Wang. I would rather fight you," the fatty quickly declined. After a while, the 6 individuals arrived at the training room on the 3rd floor. To avoid disparities in strength, Wang Zhi decided against drawing lots and instead assigned the matchups directly. Everyone's weapons were also equipped with protective measures, and there were no restrictions during the sparring. The first to inflict a fatal injury would be deemed the victor. The first match was about to commence. Wang Zhi warmed up on the sidelines, both participants wielding daggers. He fixed his gaze intensely on the fatty, showing no sign of underestimating him. Though the fatty claimed to be the weakest, he had undoubtedly learned a great deal from Lao He. Wang Zhi needed to be fully alert, as he had never sparred with the fatty before. As the sparring began, Wang Zhi and the fatty faced off. Noticing the fatty's hesitation to attack, Wang Zhi feigned an assault by lunging forward, only for the fatty to surprise him with an offensive move. Caught off guard, Wang Zhi bent down to evade, but the fatty swiftly turned and kicked him, causing him to stagger back a few steps. "Well done, fatty, you've got some skills," Wang Zhi acknowledged, immediately charging forward. This time, it was Wang Zhi on the offensive, thrusting his wooden dagger at the fatty. The fatty sidestepped, attempting to seize Wang Zhi's arm, but Wang Zhi anticipated this and withdrew, closing in again to strike at the fatty. The fatty raised his dagger to block Wang Zhi's attack, but the latter's strike was merely a feint. Close in. Wang Zhi then lifted his knee and struck the fatty in the abdomen, delivering a blow that caused the fatty to drop his dagger. Wang Zhi chose not to continue the assault, instead helping the fatty to the sidelines. The third match featured Lu Li against Su Mu-ing. This was a contest devoid of suspense. Even when faced with a formidable opponent, Lu Li remained composed, wielding her wooden sword with poise. In contrast, Su Mu-ing appeared somewhat impatient, twisting her dagger in her hands. "Are you ready, little Lu Li?" "Yes." As the battle commenced, Lu Li dashed forward, while Su Mu-ing opted for a defensive stance, focusing solely on blocking and evading. Lu Li's onslaught was fierce, and Wang Zhi observed her wooden sword graze Su Mu-ying's leg on several occasions. "Not bad. You've made progress, but be cautious," Su Mu-ing remarked, her smile vanishing as she shifted to counterattack. As Su Mu-ing launched her sudden offensive, Lu Li retreated, striving to maintain distance, aware that once she was close, her advantage would vanish. Just as Lu Li prepared to block a downward stab from Su Mu-ying's dagger, the latter unexpectedly changed tactics, thrusting forward with her wooden dagger pressed against Lu Li's chest, determining the outcome of the match. Chapter 111. The skeleton gang, you performed admirably, Su Muing complimented unusually. Stepping aside, noticing Wang Zhi's unwavering gaze, she raised an eyebrow and teased, you seem a bit dissatisfied. No, I just didn't expect you to use throwing knives. Wang Zhi quickly denied. Hee, I have many more surprises for you. Would you like me to teach you a few moves? Su Muing flirted. I think I'll pass. I prefer to learn on my own, Wang Zhi replied, slightly embarrassed. How boring, Su Muing remarked, turning to leave. In the following days, the third floor's Tier 3 teams had reached 30, and the remaining 20 residences allocated for the heads of the Dawn Tower S departments were freed up for further expansion of the Tier 3 teams. As the number of three-tiered teams increased, the brilliance of Wang Zhi's team gradually faded. When everyone is on the same level, all that remains is comparison and jealousy. No one feels superior. Wang Zhi donned his weighted training suit and made his way to the training ground, embarking on his physical training. He was acutely aware that his strength was still far from sufficient. To reach the limits of physical capability, he must exert even more effort. Is that the leader of the Sunset team over there hitting the sandbag? A man, recently promoted to a Tier 3 team, inquired of a companion. Indeed, it is him. The companion confirmed with a glance. Even hitting a sandbag makes him look like that? I wonder how he managed to get up there? The man scoffed, striding towards Wang Zhi. Hey, pretty boy. The man shouted at Wang Zhi. Well, of course, you're the only one here, so who else would I call? Wang Zhi retorted, eyeing the dark, slightly plump man before him. Lu Dezai from the skeleton gang. The man introduced himself. So it's Brother Dezai. What brings you to me? Wang Zhi said, calmly wiping the sweat with a towel. Nothing major, just wanted to witness the legendary captain ranked second on the Dragon Tiger list. So, disappointed, I presume? Wang Zhi finished drying off and began to stretch his muscles. You are mistaken, I am quite pleased. Confused by the unexpected response, Wang Zhi asked, what is there to be pleased about? Because I find you far too weak. Surpassing you would be effortless, Lu Dezai proclaimed arrogantly. Then I wish you a swift surpassing of us, Brother Dezai. I hope the skeleton gang will look after us Sunset team when that time comes. Wang Zhi laughed heartily at the man's enthusiasm. Lu Dezai was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a reaction, but he nodded in satisfaction and said, well, you're not too bad. I want to make it hard for you. From now on, when you see me, call me Brother Dezai, understood? I understand, Brother Dezai. Wang Zhi grinned. All right, then you continue your training. We'll be on our way. After Lu Dezai finished speaking, he led his 4 teammates away. Brother, aren't we going to teach that kid a lesson? One of the team members asked. Lu Dezai raised his hand and pressed it down on the teammate's head, saying, do you understand the rules of the underworld? He has already shown submission, and you still want to stir trouble? I heard there are 2 beautiful women in his team. Brother, do you think we should? Lu Dezai pressed down on another teammate's head twice, exasperated, and said, yes. Yes, but do you know where we are? Don't be too ruthless in your dealings. Know when to back off. Even the weakest here has a gun or a grenade. If you push them too far, be careful not to end up in mutual destruction. Yes, brother is right. Wang Zhi watched the 5 burly men leave, shaking his head. He genuinely hoped that the skeleton gang could surpass them. Who were those 5 just now? The plump man asked as he and his group arrived at the scene. The skeleton gang asked Lu Dezai, who declared he would surpass us. Claiming he finds me too weak, Wang Zhi replied calmly. Then why did they leave? Su Muing inquired, gazing at the departing figures. I wished them well and praised my understanding, and he asked me to call him Brother Dezai in the future. Su Muing burst into laughter, clearly amused. Wow, that fat Dezai is too arrogant. Wang Zhi, how can you tolerate this? The plump man expressed his discontent. What is there to tolerate? It was just a greeting. He is not here to harm us. Wang Zhi shrugged nonchalantly. I think we should confront them and promote to a Tier 4 team. Let these Tier 3 teams continue to worship us. The plump man grumbled. After hearing the plump man's words, Wang Zhi turned to him with a serious expression and said, you must understand, our true enemies are not those survivors. Our primary foes lie outside the Dawn Tower. Those zombies. Those enemy alliances. Therefore, do not waste energy on pointless rivalry. As long as it does not directly harm our interests, it is best to remain low-key. There is no harm in it. Wang Zhi patted the plump man's shoulder. The plump man nodded, understanding. I see, Wang Zhi, you want to play the pig to eat the tiger. Wang Zhi looked at the plump man, puzzled, feeling their thoughts were no longer aligned. So, can you really play the pig? Wang Zhi followed the plump man's line of thought. Of course. First, keep a low profile, work quietly, make money silently, and then slap those faces. The plump man said confidently. Exactly. That's the way to go. We must play the pig now, understand? Wang Zhi patiently elaborated. I understand. Well then, let us go eat, it's getting late. Wang Zhi said, patting his stomach. As the six made their way to the cafeteria, Wang Zhi noticed Lu Dezai and his men in the distance arguing with the Flying Tiger team. Even without approaching, Wang Zhi could guess what they were discussing. The skeleton gang, having just made the Sunset team submit, was now in an inflated state of arrogance. After the six had their meal and exited the cafeteria, Wang Zhi discovered that the Flying Tiger team and the skeleton gang had already engaged in a confrontation on the arena. As he hurried over, he noticed other teams had gathered to watch. Both Long Yi and Lu Dezai's teams bore injuries, blood trickling from their lips. And Long Yi's side had only sent 5 participants, maintaining fairness. Witnessing the two sides in such disarray, Wang Zhi sighed inwardly. Just teaching a few ruffians a lesson. Long Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You little brat, mind your own business. Lu Dezai frowned at Wang Zhi, fearing he would join forces with the Flying Tiger team against him. At that moment, with so many spectators, neither side could afford to back down. The first to retreat would be deemed cowardly, and only by knocking the opponent down could one retain face. Dragon team leader, listen to me, come down. Wang Zhi urged from below the stage. Upon hearing Wang Zhi's advice, Long Yi pondered for a moment before descending. Since Wang Zhi had spoken, it would not be shameful for him to do so. What is going on, team leader Wang? Long Yi asked, perplexed, after joining Wang Zhi. I've just gotten acquainted with the skeleton gang today. There's no need to quarrel with them. I'll have a word with them. You all can continue your training. Wang Zhi said, turning to walk towards Lu Dezai. Seeing the opponent step down, Lu Dezai found the situation on stage dull as well. So he too descended. Kid, do you know those people from just now? Lu Dezai asked as Wang Zhi approached. Well, after all, we are all in Tier 3. It's quite normal to know one another, Wang Zhi replied. I didn't expect your influence here to be quite significant. You made him step down. Interesting. Lu Dezai sneered. Not at all. We are all friends here. It's just a minor matter. I merely wish for everyone to focus on dealing with the zombies and contribute to the Dawn Tower. If Brother Dezai truly wants to prove himself, why not aim for the top spot on the Dragon Tiger list? Wang Zhi continued. Then this title of second on the Dragon Tiger list will be waiting for Brother Dezai to claim it. After finishing, Wang Zhi turned to leave. Wang Zhi, you are quite the trickster, enticing him to venture out. Su Muing laughed from the side. I'm not enticing him. After all, how can one earn contribution points without participating in the main storyline? Without contribution points, how can one ascend the Dragon Tiger list? He's doing this of his own volition. Wang Zhi replied innocently. Isn't that because you've spoiled him? Su Muing shot him a glance. I merely called him Brother Dezai a couple of times. It's not like he would be so impulsive as to run out there. Wang Zhi wondered, could Lu Dezai truly be swayed by just a few words? His intention was to remain low-key and show more respect to others, yet it seemed he had inflated someone's ego. While the six conversed, a staff member from the Dawn Tower suddenly approached Wang Zhi. Excuse me, are you Captain Wang Zhi of the Sunset team? That's me, what's the matter? Wang Zhi asked, puzzled, as this was the second person to seek him out today. Director Alenth has invited you to visit, the staff member smiled. Wang Zhi recalled the name Alenth, which seemed somewhat familiar, yet he could not immediately remember who it was. The Director Alenth is the head of our biological research lab, and she has a few questions she wishes to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhi remembered it was the person he had encountered in the conference hall. All right, you all can proceed to your training. Lily can accompany me. Please lead the way, Wang Zhi stated, following the staff member. After a while, the staff member led Wang Zhi to a laboratory on the 5th floor. This is it, please enter. Wang Zhi felt a flutter of unease. The 5th floor was the highest level of the Dawn Tower, and the last time he had been here was when Jieshi had taken him. Upon entering the laboratory, he saw several individuals clad in white coats and asked, excuse me, who is Director Alenth? The director is in the room at the back. One of the men pointed towards a door. Wang Zhi knocked twice. Come in, Alenth's voice resonated from within. As he stepped inside, he saw Alenth, whom he had met before, her long black hair cascading down, framed by black-rimmed glasses, and her impeccably maintained skin making it difficult to discern her age. Alenth was engrossed in data on the screen that Wang Zhi could not comprehend, save for one thing, a model of human tissue. You've arrived. Please make yourself comfortable. Alenth greeted, without lifting her gaze. What does Director Alinth wish to inquire about? Wang Zhi cut straight to the chase. First, on behalf of the Dawn Tower, I extend our gratitude to your team for contributing crystal cores for our research. Secondly, what is your perspective on how these crystal cores are formed? Or how do you think mutated zombies come into existence? Alinth raised her head and fixed her keen gaze on Wang Zhi. Let me ponder for a moment. I believe that perhaps ordinary zombies consume enough human or animal flesh, Wang Zhi replied after some thought. If this hypothesis holds, what would your thoughts be? Alinth adjusted her glasses, her eyes sharp as she pressed further. Wang Zhi's heart skipped a beat. Alinth's question conjured an unsettling notion in his mind. The idea of cultivating crystal cores. What if the Dawn Tower were to subdue an ordinary zombie and continuously feed it living humans? Such a method could infinitely produce mutated zombies to harvest crystal cores. However, this approach was heinously cruel, trading the lives of many for a single core, undeniably inhumane. Deeply disturbed, Wang Zhi shook his head, indicating he had no further thoughts. Alinth nodded thoughtfully. Next question. Your team has engaged in combat with mutated species multiple times. Do you believe they possess intelligence? To what extent? Alinth continued her inquiry. I believe they possess some level of intelligence, which likely correlates with the extent of their evolution. The more advanced the mutation, the greater the intelligence. Typically, mutated zombies exhibit rather primitive intelligence, akin to that of animals. Wang Zhi shared his perspective. Now, for the final question, Alinth paused. And Wang Zhi sensed that this last query would not be simple. Alinth produced 2 sheets of paper and handed them to Wang Zhi. After he received them, she began. The first sheet contains your physiological research data, while the second pertains to the crystal cores. Wang Zhi scrutinized the 2 documents for a moment before looking up and asking, "But I don't understand this." "You need not comprehend it fully. Merely identify the similarities," Alinth replied with a light chuckle. Indeed, after comparing the data for a while, Wang Zhi discovered that one aspect matched perfectly. Alinth shook her head and remarked, "This is not mere coincidence. Ordinary individuals do not possess such data. Within the Dawn Tower, almost everyone undergoes blood testing, yet only you have this particular data. So what does that imply?" Wang Zhi began to feel anxious. He despised being an anomaly, as it would set him apart from the group, making him a target, whether for good or ill. "Do you not find anything about yourself that differs from others? Or do you feel there is something unique about your body?" Alinth pressed on. Wang Zhi gazed into Alinth's piercing eyes, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. If he were to reveal that he occasionally sensed the presence of mutated species, would it bring him trouble? This was his foremost concern at that moment. No. Wang Zhi ultimately decided to conceal this aspect after some contemplation. His thoughts drifted back to the time before the apocalypse. Everything had seemed normal, with no particularly memorable events. However, when he considered his life at the orphanage at the age of 10, everything before that felt like a blank slate. He could recall nothing prior to that age, leading him to wonder if this was connected to events from 15 years ago. As he pondered, he first took Lioli to the intelligence hall, where they posted information about the 2 types of mutated zombies, still priced at 100 survival points. Returning to the 3rd floor, a crowd gathered, and Wang Zhi briefly outlined the situation, concluding by sharing his connection to the crystal cores with a few individuals. "So, you deceived Alinth?" the stout man inquired. "I believe Wang Zhi acted wisely. Such matters should not be disclosed lightly, as they could lead to being subjected to human experimentation," Lauhi remarked. "I don't consider myself particularly unusual. I merely feel a bit more perceptive than others. The strangest part is that I have no recollection of anything prior to the age of 10, Wang Zhi replied with a hint of resignation. Captain Wang, you have amnesia?" the stout man exclaimed in surprise. "Let's focus on training for now. We can relax in the hot springs tonight," Wang Zhi concluded, rubbing his temples. Engaging with people from the Dawn Tower was genuinely exhausting. Everything relied on speculation. Moreover, Alinth certainly knew more than she let on. The Dawn Tower's construction and layout must have begun at least a decade ago, and he had conveniently forgotten everything that transpired 15 years ago, coupled with Alinth's parting words. He sensed an undeniable connection between these events and the Dawn Tower. After training concluded that evening, Wang Zhi and 5 others made their way to the hot spring relaxation room. "Wang Zhi, don't dwell on the past. Aren't we doing well now? Why bother being entangled in what cannot be changed?" Lauhi advised, noticing Wang Zhi's silence in the hot spring. Wang Zhi offered a sheepish smile, shifting the topic. "It can't be too expensive if it's this comfortable. This is the feeling I'm after." The stout man boisterously exclaimed. Enough chatter. Let us not speak of such morbid topics. Just enjoy the hot springs, Su Muing interjected with irritation. Meanwhile, Wang Zhi found himself reluctantly playing the role of a masseur. Sistering, is it time yet? It's been over an hour. Wang Zhi checked the time. Sistering? He tentatively called again. Ugh, she's asleep? After all my effort. Seeing Su Muing unresponsive, Wang Zhi tossed aside his hands and lay down to rest, quickly drifting into a deep slumber. Haha. Oh, come chase me. You all run slower. In a certain base, a group of children frolicked on a grassy lawn. Wait for me. Hey, Xiaozhi, you run so slow. It's because you all run too fast. That's what happens when you never come out. I want to come out too, but those people won't let me. Children, it's time to eat. Yay, let's go eat. After a while, every table was filled with children. Aunt Z, why is the food getting more sumptuous? The people upstairs are worried you aren't getting enough nutrition, so they decided to give you extra meals. That's fantastic. A sudden shift in the scene reveals a chaotic tableau. Let go of me. I refuse to receive an injection. What are you planning to do? Several figures clad in white coats restrain a group of children, seemingly conducting some form of experiment. If you wish to avoid death, behave yourself. A voice, rich with magnetism, emanates from behind a mask. Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun. Someone help. Xiao Jun has fainted. Moments later, a team in protective suits enters and carries the unconscious child away. The scene transitions once more. Once, a multitude of children crowded around every table, but now fewer than half remain. Aunt Z, where is everyone else? They have all departed, she replies with a sigh. Perhaps they grew weary of this place. I must find Xiao Jun and the others. They have already left. Where do you intend to search? I refuse to believe it. Xiao Jun promised he would never abandon us. Do you know where they are? Of course, but you mustn't tell anyone else. All right, speak quickly. I once overheard Aunt Z mention that they were sent to the warehouse. Is that true? Let us hurry there. Calm down. There are guards stationed there. We need to take a different route. Okay, I will follow your lead. The scene shifts again, and the two arrive at the rear of the warehouse. Shoo, be quiet. They stealthily approach the building. Are they inside? I cannot tell. The windows are too high. Crouch down, and I will stand on your shoulders to take a look. All right. Inside the warehouse, tables are lined with children of similar age, all undergoing dissection. Some are eviscerated, others have their skulls opened. Ah, who's there? The piercing scream attracts attention, and individuals rush in, pinning the two to the ground. They struggle vigorously, but are soon rendered unconscious by a heavy blow. Wang Zhi jolts awake, his eyes vacant. Gasping for air, the dream felt so vivid, as if he had genuinely inhabited that space. At that moment, Su Muing and Lu Li were also stirred by Wang Zhi's abrupt movements. Su Muing turned on the bedside lamp, propping herself up and gently turning Wang Zhi's face towards her. Are you all right? She inquired, her brow furrowing in concern. Slap, slap, seeing Wang Zhi's lack of response. Su Muing lightly tapped his cheek twice, asking, Wang Zhi, what's wrong? With each touch, Wang Zhi's gaze gradually sharpened, recognizing the two girls before him. Their expressions filled with worry. How should I respond? Neither I nor Xiao Lu Li experienced nightmares. Yet here you are, plagued by one daily. Su Muing remarked with a hint of exasperation. Haha, perhaps the nightmares you both suffered have been unjustly attributed to me. Wang Zhi chuckled awkwardly. Oh, you can still laugh. It seems you are indeed fine, Su Muing said, turning off the lamp and settling back to sleep. This dreamscape might be a fragment of his memory from when he was 10, or perhaps he was simply overthinking. Yet if it were indeed his memories, everything would begin to make sense. But how did he end up in the orphanage? How did he escape those who captured him when he witnessed the horrors in the warehouse? How did the others manage to flee? A cascade of questions flooded Wang Zhi's mind. Ouch! Distracted by his thoughts, he felt the cigarette burn his fingers. Wang Zhi opened the Ling Ling Yao application to check recent updates. The Dawn Tower has recently developed new weaponry, biochemical grenade. Upon throwing, it releases a gas targeting zombies, significantly slowing their movements. Soundball. When thrown, it emits a 60 decibel sound for 5 minutes, effectively attracting zombies. Important notification. Due to the dwindling external resources, the maximum time limit for accepting external missions has been reduced by 10 days, now set at 20 days. Teams with less than 10 days remaining will be evaluated based on their remaining time. Upon reading this, Wang Zhi sat up straight, scrutinizing the words on the screen. He understood the rationale behind this time reduction. It was inevitable as resources outside dwindled. However, this also meant a considerable increase in the casualty rate for those venturing out. After reviewing the information, he searched for updates on the level 4 teams, curious whether Tang Chi-lin's group had advanced. To his surprise, it was not Tang Chi-lin's team that had progressed, but rather the Qianlong team that had been promoted to level 4. This team is incredibly low profile, Wang Zhi mused. He had yet to form a significant impression of them. Even the Long Hu list placed them below, indicating their reliance on trade for survival points was substantial. Today's news is truly explosive, Wang Zhi muttered to himself while seated on the couch. After closing Ling Ling Yao, he made his way to the chubby man's room, calling out, "Fatty, get up, let us go buy some food." "Captain Wang, you are up quite early." The chubby man yawned. "Don't mention it. Who wouldn't want to sleep a little longer?" Wang Zhi replied, exasperated. They arrived at the dining hall, and following Su Muying's previous suggestion, they improved the breakfast quality. Upon returning, Wang Zhi roused the others for breakfast, also sharing the morning's notification with them. "Seriously? We have to go out within 20 days now? This truly feels like a death sentence." The chubby man exclaimed in disbelief. "There's no choice. If we delay, there may not be anything left outside," Wang Zhi said nonchalantly. The others fell silent, aware of the dangers lurking outside. The likelihood of encountering mutated zombies had increased significantly, and they could even face 2 at once. An increase in expedition frequency was undoubtedly bad news for everyone. Also, the Dawn Tower now boasts a level 4 team, Wang Zhi stated, taking a bite of his bun. "Oh, that bespectacled guy's team has advanced to level 4 so quickly?" The chubby man questioned, somewhat incredulous. "Not Tang Chi-lin's group. It's the Qianlong team ranked 3rd on the Long Hu list," Wang Zhi corrected him. "Is that the team led by the tattooed woman with the dragon?" "She seems quite impressive," the chubby man remarked, swallowing hard. "What? You think I can't compare to that woman?" Su Muying shot a cold glare at the chubby man. "Absolutely not. It's just that, Sister Ying, you are incredibly impressive. I can't even begin to imagine." The chubby man quickly backtracked. "It seems it's time to initiate contact with them." Chapter 115. Qianlong with a sudden crack. The chopsticks in Su Muying's hand snapped while she was eating. "Oh, and how do you plan to approach them?" Captain Wang. Sister Ying and Lu Li are sufficient. Why go after that tattooed woman?" The chubby man hastily interjected, attempting to steer the conversation. "Do not misunderstand. This is merely an exchange between teams. We might even share valuable intelligence," Wang Zhi clarified. "She is essentially my peer. Previously, her organization was called Black Dragon, and those accompanying her are from that same group," Su Muying stated in a matter-of-fact manner. You know her?" Wang Zhi inquired. "Not quite. We have merely met once before." "Black Dragon? Why have I never heard of them before?" Lao He mused. "They are not particularly famous, being ranked too low for anyone to have heard of them." "I am full now," Su Muying concluded, discarding her broken chopsticks and rising to leave. Wang Zhi observed the sudden chill in Su Muying's demeanor. Initially, he thought her displeasure stemmed from his desire to connect with the Qianlong team. Now, he realized it was her guilt and self-reproach for seeing the Qianlong team take in all her subordinates while she had arrived alone. After Su Muying exited, the remaining 5 exchanged glances at the table. "Lu Li, it's your turn," Wang Zhi gestured towards the couch. Ultimately, Wang Zhi decided to send Lu Li to Su Muying's side. He believed that Su Muying's lack of aversion towards Lu Li might stem from Lu Li's resemblance to one of her former organization members. In this circumstance, dispatching Lu Li seemed to be the most prudent solution. After the meal, the 6 of them donned weighted suits and returned to the training ground. "Greetings. I am Wang Zhi, captain of the Sunset Glow team," he announced as he approached the group engaged in warm-up exercises. The tattooed woman glanced at Wang Zhi and said, "I've long admired you." Though she uttered such words, her gaze lacked any hint of admiration. "Have you not also met the conditions for promotion?" she asked, a hint of amusement in her eyes as she addressed Wang Zhi and his companion. How should I address you?" Wang Zhi scratched his head and chuckled, recognizing that there was no need to continue denying the obvious. "So it's Captain Yu. Might I inquire if you are interested in exchanging information?" he asked. At this point, Yu Luo ceased her warm-up routine and took a seat nearby. Seeing that she had no intention of refusing, Wang Zhi joined her. "Captain Wang, there is something I cannot comprehend," Yu Luo stated, fixing her gaze on him. "What is it?" he inquired. "How did you manage to recruit the leader of the Black Rose?" Yu Luo turned her head to look at Su Muying in the distance. "It wasn't a deliberate recruitment. We simply formed a team from the outset," Wang Zhi replied candidly. Should I interpret that as a stroke of luck or genuine skill? Yu Luo retorted with a cold smirk. Certainly, it was luck, Wang Zhi admitted. Sometimes excessive humility can breed resentment. I have never believed in luck. Everything happens for a reason, and luck is merely a vague term, she continued. Have you encountered mutated zombies in the outside world, Captain Yu? Wang Zhi deftly shifted the topic, not wishing to dwell on the previous discussion of luck, which left him feeling somewhat helpless. Indeed, we have encountered the phantasmal zombies mentioned in your intel, as well as mutated zombies not covered in your reports. Oh, would you care to elaborate? Wang Zhi pressed. Certainly. However, what benefits can you offer in return? Yu Luo countered. Since you have purchased our intel, I can refund you the survival points you spent on it. How does that sound? Survival points are not what we lack. I simply desire knowledge of what I do not know, Yu Luo hinted, indicating her certainty that Wang Zhi possessed information beyond her reach. After a brief standoff, Wang Zhi spoke up. Are you aware of the crystals? He played his trump card. You seem to possess knowledge that eludes us, Yu Luo said, momentarily taken aback before a smile graced her lips. Wang Zhi watched her, anticipating her response. Very well. I shall go first. Have you ever witnessed a glowing zombie? A glowing one? I have not encountered that. Wang Zhi shook his head. That type of mutated zombie emits a blood-red glow and possesses formidable corrosive properties. It can spray corrosive blood to erode its target. If you encounter one, maintain a distance of at least 50 meters for ranged attacks. Should you come into contact with that blood, not even protective gear will suffice. As Yu Luo described the corrosive zombie, Wang Zhi listened intently, grappling with the absurdity of such a creature. So, did no one sustain injuries while confronting it? He queried. Perplexed. Injuries? No, they died instantly. If any blood touches your skin, it will rapidly corrode your clothing. Jerry only had a drop on his skin, and his entire body succumbed to infection and decay shortly thereafter, she recounted, her expression growing increasingly animated. Wang Zhi was taken aback by the severity of her account. The notion that a mere drop of blood could lead to such a fate was staggering. So, Jerry's demise is the reason you opted not to sell this information? He asked, observing the slight redness in her eyes. Yes, I wished for more people to suffer its wrath, for more to die alongside Jerry, Yu Luo admitted without hesitation. After processing her words, Wang Zhi nodded. He could not condemn her. In this chaotic world, notions of right and wrong were nebulous, and anyone could succumb to darkness. Now that I possess this information, what if I were to sell it? Wang Zhi asked with a smile. In that case, I would disseminate all your information freely to everyone. Chapter 116. Information exchange. Wang Zhi was momentarily taken aback by Yu Luo's assertion that she would share his information freely. He had no desire for mutual destruction with her. Well then, it is time to discuss your crystals, Yu Luo said. This crystal is also related to mutated zombies. It appears that every mutated species possesses a crystal within its head. And what purpose does this crystal serve? Yu Luo inquired, her brow furrowing with frustration at having only just learned of its existence after having slain several mutated zombies. It is said to allow one to surpass human physical limits, achieving boundless potential. Beyond that, I am unaware, Wang Zhi replied. Then why hasn't the Dawn Tower shared this information with us? Yu Luo pressed. It seems I should have met you sooner. Then we could have acquired crystals as well, Yu Luo said with a wry smile. How do you find my information? Wang Zhi asked. If your information proves true, I am quite satisfied. If it is false, then we are not easily trifled with. Excellent. I look forward to our next collaboration, Wang Zhi declared as he rose to leave. How could there be a loss? First, we have not sacrificed anything, and secondly, the Dawn Tower will eventually announce the crystal's existence. Moreover, the intel Yu Luo provided can also be used for trading, Wang Zhi replied slyly. Indeed, I never suggested selling it under our name. We can trade privately, directly informing a specific team and letting them take the blame while we exchange for another piece of information, thus continuing this cycle. He elaborated on his strategy. Do not mention it. Spending so many survival points on Tang Qilin's intel was indeed painful. True, we cannot be certain of our survival. Accumulating survival points may prove futile, Wang Zhi agreed. At noon, the five gathered in the dining hall as Wang Zhi recounted details about Yu Luo's team and their recent exchange. Hey, are you all listening? Glowing zombies, Wang Zhi repeated, noticing the stoic expressions of his companions, who were focused on their meals. We're listening. Please continue, the chubby one replied, his mouth full. Isn't it surprising? Aren't you curious? A little reaction would be appreciated. Captain Wang, it's not that we lack curiosity, Everyone is aware of the current external circumstances. At this point, even a three-headed, six-armed zombie would not raise an eyebrow, the chubby one said with resignation. Very well. However, you must remember the precautions I just mentioned. Did you catch that, Lu Li? Wang Zhi asked, directing his attention to Lu Li, who was still engrossed in her meal. Wang Zhi then lowered his head to eat, contemplating which team to approach next for information. His thoughts immediately turned to Tang Qilin. As for Long Yi of the Flying Tiger team, Wang Zhi had no intention of trading with him. He preferred to offer him information directly, as he had previously shown him respect in the arena. As for Lu Dahai of the Skeleton Gang, he had not seen him today, suggesting he was likely preparing to venture out. So he was not a priority for now. After the meal, Wang Zhi found Tang Qilin at the training ground, where he was still training with 5 women. Care for a chat? Wang Zhi approached Tang Qilin, speaking succinctly. Tang Qilin turned to Wang Zhi and said, "Are you quite idle?" "Damn. P.S. acting aloof again," Wang Zhi thought, silently cursing Tang Qilin's cold demeanor. "This is serious business." Wang Zhi suppressed his urge to strike and spoke. After finishing, Tang Qilin moved aside and took a seat on a stool. "Let us exchange some information," he suggested. "What do you have?" "Glowing mutated zombies. Are you interested?" "Not really. I've encountered them before." "What? You've encountered them? How else do you think 2 of our men ended up dead? Besides, I've already posted this information in the intelligence hall." Tang Qilin regarded Wang Zhi with a look of disbelief. However, it was not a total loss, as the price for Tang Qilin's intelligence was quite steep. One could consider it a purchase. "What about the information regarding the crystal core?" Wang Zhi presented his trump card once more. "Haha, it seems you're not as naive as I thought," Tang Qilin chuckled. Wang Zhi stared at Tang Qilin in silence, surprised that he was already aware of the crystal core matter. In such affairs, knowledge was paramount. Those who lacked it would invariably seek to acquire it, indicating he no longer possessed what the other desired. "It appears that Captain Tang has quite a breadth of knowledge. It seems I have no bargaining chips left," Wang Zhi remarked. "No, you still do," Tang Qilin suddenly countered. "What do you mean?" "The 2 women in your team are significant bargaining chips." Tang Qilin smiled slowly. "Haha, Captain Tang, perhaps you should consider other options. There are so many women in the Dawn Tower. You can't possibly fixate on just these 2, can you? I truly don't understand why you need so many women. Are you practicing some kind of secret art?" Wang Zhi challenged. "I was merely suggesting. Should you find yourself out of options one day, remember to come to me for a trade. As for why I desire so many women, whether or not I have companions is inconsequential to me, so why not have a few decorative pieces?" Tang Qilin sneered before rising to leave. Chapter 117. The Norman Bioengineering Laboratory. Watching Tang Qilin's retreating figure, Wang Zhi sighed. He actually held a certain admiration for Tang Qilin. Though his independent nature was a pity, collaboration would undoubtedly yield greater strength. Wang Zhi then sought out Long Yi. "Hey, Captain Long," he greeted. "Captain Long, what brings you here today?" Long Yi inquired. "I'm here to share some intelligence with you." "Oh, what kind of intelligence?" "Some information regarding mutated zombies." Long Yi glanced around cautiously and pulled Wang Zhi aside, whispering, "This information can be sold." "What are you doing?" "Haha, I'm not just selling. I also have some intel that cannot be bought," Wang Zhi replied. "I truly appreciate that. I'll listen intently, but rest assured, I won't disclose it to other teams." After this, Wang Zhi divulged all he knew about the mutated species to Long Yi, including the method for acquiring the crystal core. "That's about it. Have you encountered any mutated species that I may have missed?" Wang Zhi asked. Long Yi shook his head. "We have only encountered the swift zombies you mentioned, and they didn't even have tails. We haven't come across any others yet." "You are indeed fortunate. In that case, Captain Wang, to show my gratitude, if we encounter a mutated species next time, the first crystal core will be your reward," Long Yi stated generously. After the evening training, Wang Zhi intended to visit Jieshi, not for any particular reason, but to confirm whether that dream held any truth. This time, Wang Zhi went alone. Entering the guard headquarters, Jieshi's door was ajar, and he stood at the threshold, observing her intently focused on the screen. "Why are you just standing there?" Jieshi called to him, having caught sight of him from the corner of her eye. Upon hearing her, he stepped inside, and as he looked at Jieshi, he noted that although she had changed significantly since her youth in his dream, her features remained recognizable, deepening his belief that the dream was indeed a memory. "Is Aunt Zizi well?" Wang Zhi tentatively inquired, unsure of how to begin. Sitting at the desk, Jieshi visibly stiffened, then suddenly drew her sword, appearing at Wang Zhi's neck within a second. Wang Zhi looked on in terror as her gaze turned icy, emanating a palpable sense of murderous intent. Captain Jijia? Wang Zhi stammered, feeling utterly disoriented. Who are you really? Jieshi pressed, the sword pressing closer to his throat. Blood was already staining the blade at his neck. Captain Jieshi, please listen. I am Xiao Zhi, Wang Zhi implored, struggling against her menacing aura. Upon hearing this, the sword's pressure lessened slightly. You see, last night I had a dream where we were in a vast base, alongside you and others from the Dawn Tower, including Aunt Zizi. Wang Zhi seized the opportunity to explain. Humph, Xiao Zhi is dead. How can you claim to be him? Jieshi scoffed. I do not know why you believe Xiao Zhi is dead, but in my dream, they indeed called me Xiao Zhi. Yes, I was looking for Xiao Jun, and I ended up in a warehouse where I discovered that they had dissected all the other children, which terrified me, and then I was captured. Wang Zhi recounted the dream's events to Jieshi. Impossible. Aunt Zizi herself said Xiao Zhi was dead. If you are him, how did you survive? I do not know. My earliest memory is from when I was 10 years old in an orphanage hospital bed. As for anything before that, I only recall those dreams. Wang Zhi replied. Jieshi sheathed her sword and approached the door, closing it. Is that all? She asked. Yes. These are the most vivid memories I have. Playing outside with friends, sharing meals, and then being injected with substances by strangers, followed by the revelation in the warehouse. I seek the truth, Wang Zhi declared earnestly. Jieshi scrutinized Wang Zhi's eyes for a moment. That was the Norman Bioengineering Laboratory. This global catastrophe was initiated by them. And we were all their test subjects back then, she revealed, a hint of sorrow flickering in her eyes. Wang Zhi stood stunned, realizing the scenes from his dream were indeed real, and the instigators of the apocalypse were those Jieshi spoke of. After you were captured, a few days later, Aunt Zizi also vanished, and then the Tower Master appeared, sneaking us out of the Norman Bioengineering Laboratory. Is the Tower Master one of those from our past? Wang Zhi questioned. Jieshi shook her head. She is likely affiliated with the Norman Bioengineering Laboratory. We never questioned such matters, having been rescued. We were to focus on our own responsibilities. So you have been lying in wait for over a decade without considering stopping them? Wang Zhi found it hard to believe. Though the Tower Master was aware of their intentions, we lacked any evidence. The island where the Norman Bioengineering Laboratory is located does not belong to Huaxia, and the forces behind those people are formidable. After Jieshi spoke, they fell into silence. Wang Zhi recalled the day he had seen fighter jets flying overhead. Could it be that the fighter jets we encountered that day were from them? Wang Zhi inquired. I cannot say for certain, but it is highly probable, Jieshi replied. What purpose do they serve by doing this? Do they merely wish to annihilate humanity? To bring about destruction, then recreate the world? They wish to monopolize the earth. Jieshi stated coldly. Monopolize the earth? Won't those mutated creatures attack them? Wang Zhi questioned, puzzled. The Tower Master claimed their plan did not account for mutated species. This must have been an unforeseen circumstance, one they cannot control. Wang Zhi gradually began to comprehend the current circumstances after listening, confirming a series of speculations he had previously entertained. However, what astonished him the most was the realization that he himself had once been a member of the Norman Biological Experiment Base. How had he survived? Why had Aunt Zhi vanished? And what compelled the Tower Master to rescue Jieshi and the others? These questions remained a complete mystery to them all.